This is kind of unique, isn't it? We are live in the heart of Amsterdam at the Dijf. This is a church that was built in 1858. Today, this is the House of Siege. Welcome to the Benelux League Season 7 Finals. It's all to play for here today in Amsterdam. We've got 4 amazing teams battling it out for 3 incredible things. Number 1, the lion's share of 17,000 euros. Number 2, this incredible trophy in their cabinet. And number 3, that coveted spot in Challenger League. Before I go any further, this is the first time since 2019 that we have had a live Siege crowd in attendance in Europe. Make some noise, everybody. Welcome to Amsterdam. Welcome to this incredibly unique venue. Let's get it started.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome, of course, to your casting desk. I'm Tolsma, and joined by none other than our usual crew. It's Hap, the most beautiful man of all the way from Paris right here, and Anne and Anthony. You're ready, shiny as ever. Anthony, how are you feeling on possibly your last Benelux event ever?
Amazing. I mean, this is you know, my hometown, Amsterdam. So I'm stoked to be here, stoked to have all the players and all the fans here. It's going to be an amazing day. I can already feel.
Definitely, of course. And you're now also, for your first time, on towards the stage for a LAN crowd. How do you feel about that? Because I think you're slightly nervous, maybe.
Maybe a little bit nervous, but obviously the excitement levels are also through the roof. But I'm really excited. First time in front of a crowd. And yeah, I can't wait to cast some games and talk about some Siege.
Well, definitely, of course. Here we have our beautiful Hap. You've had a little bit more experience with the bigger events, and now you're here to see, finally, after many, many years, a LAN crowd in the Benelux again.
It's so exciting to have everybody back here. First of all, I still remember back when we were at Alpha aan de Rijn for the Season 4 finals it was back then. And I saw some of the familiar faces around as well that were out there back then. So it's going to be very excited to see who our new champion will be.
Well, definitely. Of course, we once saw Hap being a player himself before he dropped off into it. Definitely not very successful. But luckily, we now have a new chance to prove ourselves. Let's take a look at the bracket of the matches that we'll see today. As, of course, we'll have 2 semifinals and 1 grand final to go with. First off, we'll have J-Links taking on Jokers. The teams are already setting up and getting ready to get that going, followed by none other than Activity taking on KVM, finally to see who will be the best. Anthony, which match are you most excited for? And we slightly know which team you'll be most excited for.
I mean, July 15th, 6 o'clock p.m. is still engraved in my memory. We saw the Jokers step up to the plate. And I mean, I've always been a little bit of a fan of Jokers. And it paid off. I don't have it with me, but I'll show the stream a little bit later why it has paid off.
Oh, definitely. It's a beautiful.
I'm just glad I'm no longer the biased caster.
Listen, you've always been the biased caster. Somebody had to take that role off you.
Finally. We are free spirits after all. It's finally getting together. Of course, these teams have had ups and downs during the season, so we have had a little bit of a look at their progress in the group stage to also get a bigger picture of how they have progressed. Some teams have flourished, some teams have dropped off slightly. Of course, we have missed out on towards Flex Gear after a while, but let's also take a look at the entry success in our 4-way head-to-heads. For every team, we've taken the best player in different categories. This one is entry success, with Zephyros being the best of Activity, Slayers, of course, being the best of KVM, because Hap, is there any better player on KVM than Slayers?
I'm not going to put all the weight on his shoulders, but he's definitely one of the most improved, and we've dubbed him like that as well. He came from Red Falcons, not really showing up. Well, showing up, but not to the same level as the top players of the Benelux would. And he's now on a team that can compete And you see him standing out there. So it's really excited to see Slayers glow up like this.
I mean, he's currently #1 in the standings for entry. So if you create those openings for your team, it's usually a good step for you to progress further and have a good win condition on the round as well.
No, definitely. Of course, you also have the best player of Jokers, Hugh, always standing by. He might be slightly older than he was at the start of his competitive career, but he's still racking up kills left, right, and center. Of course, you also take a look at the cost rating for the best players of every team, because we really want to paint a broad picture. And oh my God, it's Slayers on top. Anthony, how can you imagine this happening?
I mean, if Slayers is... There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders today. I mean, he needs to show up for his team. I mean, Anne and I spoke about it yesterday. KVM has played, they've really progressed over the last weeks, months. But they've also had situations in which, individual players had to come up and step up to the plate. And, the question is, will those players step up? Because it's not just Slayers that sometimes steps up for KVM.
No, exactly. And if you talk about activity, for example, as well, Bomber, he's such a star player on that team. He's got a really high cost. And then to look at the fact that he's also playing the Maverick and the Smoke, so the more supportive operators on the team. He's performing so well, and I can't wait to see him play later today.
No, definitely. Of course, we also have KPR. You used to be a great player yourself, maybe not the highest KPR. Who do you think will be the best player there? Will it be Slayers?
Could be Slayers. Yeah, it's Slayers again on his own team. But Quicker Jailing's actually taking that top spot there, 1.04. So that means an average of 1 kill and a little bit every single round. And that means that you are able to at least continue pushing every single round, have an impact.
And speaking about Quick, I saw him walk into the venue today and he was ice cold. He was really in his element. And I'm like, everybody's walking in this church and is baffled, and Quick was just ice cold. And I'm like, are you excited? Are you nervous? He's like, I'm just in my element, man. I'm gonna, today is my day, I'm gonna show up.
Could have also been because he didn't have that good of a sleep, I saw on Twitter, because his travel wasn't the greatest, so maybe that's the reason why he's looking so ice cold coming into the
I also heard some fire alarms at the hotel.
That's totally fine.
Things like that do happen.
I was awake, luckily. There was still a bunch of people that came out that weren't awake yet at that moment in time. So they had
at least you weren't in the shower. I think that would be the most annoying thing. Of course, we're thinking about the environment. You have to plant the plants, but there were also some plants in game. And luckily, we did have some great players make sure that those were able to get put down. We know, of course, that there is one star player from all, it's Karmaze from Activity, who's been the best planter the entire season. And the interesting thing is that, especially at the start of the season, he got a great deal of plants. However, his track did slow down slightly later on in towards the season.
I think that might be because everyone on that team has at least planted one. So, if someone takes it over from him, then he doesn't have to plant all that much himself. But if you look at Shoko, he's got 8 plants as well. So technically, the 2 plant masters taking off against each other later today.
Ooh, maybe, just maybe that will be an interesting thing. But of course, there's always one guy that saves a little bit too much. Who's always a little bit too careful on every regard. Tries to stay away from every action possible and is the top survivor. Usually it might be a good thing because you get all the kills and you don't die, but there are some people that are a little bit more slowed down. But in these top teams, you actually see that most players don't live every 2 rounds because you have to really invest yourself into your team.
I mean, if you look at Hugo's survival rate, it's quite low, right? It's
yep. But like this Hugo's, he has the most important role. He's support, he's planter, he's entry fragger, he's IGL, I believe, almost. He's everything the team needs. So I can imagine him dying quite a lot.
I mean, it does show that he has the guts to try and do certain plays, but it also questions the decision making. I mean, he is one of the most experienced players on their team, so you should think that he always makes the right decisions. But perhaps,
Are you questioning him now? You just got to use Jersey.
He's looking at me.
They are watching the stream while Jailings is warming up in the meantime.
Exactly.
And you're now openly questioning them for a lack of decision making?
Not necessarily. I'm just saying, like, maybe play a bit more carefully at times, Hugues. He said he was going to jump in the canal if they win. I told him that's not careful.
That's definitely not careful, but maybe he'll find a bike. You never know. It's in Amsterdam.
That's true.
One thing, Anthony, you've really talked about a lot is that you really wanted to see certain operators more. But of course, we had to take a look at what operators we actually did see quite a lot of in towards this season. As well, the meta has been established, but has been swapping slightly throughout the split app.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's always important to know that currently the LMGs are prevalent. So if you actually look at the most picked attack, surprisingly, not Finka, it is Yana, at least for now. But that might change today as we head into these best of threes, and we will see some more coming out. For the defense, Jaeger, operator, is almost always necessary, especially with the amount of grenades that are being brought. Some compositions have 6 grenades in there, so having those ADSs definitely helps.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, we do see Finka slightly lower due to the ban rate she's also having. Quite unfortunate for her, but let's take a look at the ban rates as well, because it's quite important to have a little bit of a trade-off.
Yeah, she's the second most banned operator on attack, and I'm not surprised because Finka is really strong with the LMG. You have a set of nades, you have a Gon 6, you can heal and res your teammates from all over the place. It's a very strong operator. Thatcher is still very high, even though we've seen a lot of games where Thatcher is actually open, where people can utilize him to open up breaches or to disable utility a little bit easier. I'm not surprised by the forest ban being so high either.
You know what surprises me, Anne, is the Azami ban. Remember when Azami just got into play? Almost every single team started banning Azami. And then as the season progressed, we saw more players, more teams actually picking at Azami. We saw, for example, a big performance by Duco on Clubhouse on that Azami. So, you know, I'm just curious whether, you know, if they do go to Clubhouse today, will we see that Azami being banned? Because we know that Duco is one of those players that does so well on that operator.
Yeah, the relative high ban rate on Azami is, for me, very interesting because, as you said, she only came into play later at the start of that second stage. So seeing 9% ban rate compared over all the maps that she could be played, it's actually quite high.
But she's so strong. She's got basically 5 deployable shields. And, you know, to try and get rid of all of that when you're an attacker, if you have to also deal with other utility, that's quite difficult.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, Hap, Azami might see play today. Do you think Duco will be allowed to play, or will there be a different ban?
Surely we're not going to see completely Azami bans coming through. I'm actually more excited to potentially see Sens or also new operator. They haven't been banned as much. They haven't had the best of impact so far, but there's definitely a lot of potential. You start to see it in the European League, in the NAL, and in Apex. So I hope to see some of those executed.
I mean, like I believe we saw Activity, one of the first teams to actually play Sense. They brought, they brought them out, and we saw that they used it on Chalet on that kitchen take. You just, throw one of the gadgets through the drone hole, and all of a sudden you give yourself a little bit of a free reign to plant. Unfortunately, there was a C4 that stopped that play, but it just shows the potential of bringing that operator.
And the creativity.
Definitely. It's sort of a smoke, but not really. So I really like to see how teams will play around it. Will we see a completely different meta today compared to what we saw in the group stage, or maybe even in the quarterfinals as well? Because, of course, we also saw those happening. And, well, as our beautiful Anthony said, he is still remembering that day as it was a beautiful day. Of course, we're slowly getting ready for the matches. Anthony, you've played a little bit yourself. There are some LAN things that you might do. For instance, I just saw one of the J-Links players, no shoes on.
Yeah.
Some players always have a towel for their sweaty hands. Did you have any of those?
Well, the thing is, what you want to do, Toldersmais, you want to make this LAN environment like your home environment, right? You play a majority of all your matches at home, so you want to mimic the same feeling that you have at home here at LAN. And for some people, it's taking off their shoes. For other people, it's putting their feet in a bucket of water. I don't know what they do at home, but we've seen some crazy things happen before, and that's just what they do here. They try to make themselves feel at home. I mean, personally, I would always get very cold hands. So wearing like gloves without the fingertips is something that we've seen players do before as well.
Get the hand warmers out.
Yeah.
Gloves with that, but that hurts your motorics.
No, a little bit, but it's
Anthony. He doesn't need it.
Surprised. You have the heat warming packages as well.
Yeah, that's more effective. Or towel, all this kind of stuff. But I don't think we're actually allowed to have like a tub with water underneath these desks, considering the electronics.
You kick it over.
Poor player that I mentioned. I mean, that player is not here today, so.
Well, definitely, of course, it's a little bit of a risk, but we're going to see the teams perform relatively soon. Of course, J-Links taking on Jokers will be the first one, but first we'll have a little bit of a chat with Ian and a fan.
Hey, I was just trying to relax and enjoy the show for a little bit, guys. You have to throw to me, really? Come on. No, I'm kidding. This is pretty special. Like I said at the very opener of this show, Rainbow Six Siege hasn't had a live LAN event in Europe since back in 2019. And I can tell you that the guys around me are pretty excited to be back, right? Are we excited to be back? Where are you from?
I'm from Groningen.
Okay, and who are you here to support here today?
Well, J-Links, and for a specific person, Dino.
Okay, so J-Lings, there's a lot of pressure on them, right? Because, of course, Jesse Lingard, the big backer behind them, huge fan base. Do you believe that they've got what it takes to lift that trophy at the end of this?
They definitely do, yes.
Yeah. Who is your toughest opposition, and how do you feel about the Jokers coming into this first semi-final?
Well, the toughest opponent, I think, is definitely either KVM or Ave. And yeah.
Well, you're just looking right past the Jokers. You're not even worried about these guys?
No.
Wow, I hope they didn't hear that. How about you, sir? Where are you from?
I'm from Ireland.
You're from Ireland? You've come all the way out here to Amsterdam?
With the J-Links boys.
Yeah, you supporting them in full?
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. They had an amazing, amazing last split. They had a couple of ups and downs, but I think they'll do the job.
Yeah, so obviously in the first split, they were looking like an absolute powerhouse. Very strong team. Second split, some roster changes, maybe some dips here and there when it comes to their form. Do you think that they're going to bring the fire that they brought in split one to the finals here?
Yeah, they'll have to. Like, the loss was good for them because, you know, taught them a lesson. They're not invulnerable, so it's down to some hard work. A lot of homework has been done, so they're ready.
How does it feel to be back at a European Siege LAN? I mean, in such a unique venue. I've never been in, I've hosted events in lots of different places, right? But nothing quite like this.
Yeah, I've already used it on Twitter. Some people say gaming's a religion, and here we are in a church, so it's pretty cool.
I love that. Do you know what? I'm not ready to throw back to the desk just yet, so we're going to continue the journey, right? Let's keep moving. Why not? Guys, can I come and talk to you? All right, what's your name?
My name is Virgil.
Virgil, where are you from?
From Gouda.
Oh, yeah? And who are you here for?
Mainly for J-Links.
Lots of J-Links fans in the house, as you can tell.
Yeah, or KVM, really. I don't know. Most of my mates are in those teams, so yeah.
You supporting your brothers?
Basically, yeah, definitely.
And do you think that J-Lings, you know, like I said, there's a bit of a pressure pot around them. Feels like a lot of people, fans, have high expectations. Of course, with Jesse Lingard himself now playing for Nottingham Forest. I think he might be playing today. Good luck, Jesse, if you're watching. Do you think that they've got what it takes?
I definitely do think they got what it takes. I mean, it's not the exactly same roster, but they've taken the title many more times before, so I definitely think they can do it again, yeah.
Okay, good luck and enjoy it. All right, do we have anybody who's not supporting J-Lings today? Any other fans? Okay, this gentleman right here. Can we just clap these together real quick? I just want to hear that sound. It's been so long. Woo! That's what I wanted to hear. All right, what's your name, sir?
Jasper.
Jasper. Who are you here to support? So it's not J-Lings. Who are you here for? Who are you backing?
Well, I'm probably backing KVM, but I don't really care at the moment. Just going to see some great matches today.
How long have you been a fan of Siege?
3 to 4 years.
Yeah. Is this your first ever Siege LAN?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like a coming out party, right? You're here with all of your friends, family, I imagine. Your friends at least, right? And well, it is family, right? The Siege fam, that's what we say. Is it nice being around like-minded people who love the same thing as you for the first time in forever?
It feels great to be here.
Yeah.
I can really enjoy the entire vibe. But he's stepping into the place, you could just feel the vibe just emanating from the entire place. Everybody just being happy being here, being first time since for a long time. 2019 was the last time we could ever see a LAN event live, but now we're here in Amsterdam, ready for an event.
This man could be a host, right? Did you hear that? That was very articulate and amazing. Thank you very much, and enjoy the show, right? Who's winning? Just one more time.
KVM.
Ooh, another bold prediction. Who else wants to have a bit of a chat? Anybody? I might just come into this little group of people here and hopefully nobody tells me to go away, so I'm just gonna creep in. Hello, what's your name?
Jolan.
Jolan, who are you here to back? Who's your team?
I don't really know.
You're just here as a Siege fan?
Yeah.
And what was your name again, Jolan? Your name is Jolan, is it? Ladies and gentlemen, can we just give it up for Jolan right now, please? Can we just get a round of applause for Jolan? I'm going to do that a lot as we go along. What I love is that every single one of you, we thank you for coming out, and every single one of you watching at home, this is going to be an incredible event. And to talk more about it and get into our first semi-final, which is coming up imminently, let's go back to the amazing squad on the desk.
Oh, he's making us blush slowly but steadily, but we're getting ready, of course, for our semi-finals. It's going to be an interesting match, and the players are getting ready themselves. I see them wandering around aimlessly currently, but in the server they will be aiming at the heads of their opponents relatively soon. Of course, we're gonna first take a look at the teams for the second semifinal to really get things going already. So let's have a look at activity first to make sure that you're all up to speed about our French-speaking lineup. Here are the players, beautiful as ever, and they have the gamer pose.
Oh man, Hap and I were privileged enough to join them during their media day yesterday, and it was quite fun to do. Actually, we went on an adventure, as you can see. I mean, look at this! Look at this! They were shining, and these guys have been having so much fun together. I mean, it's even the suit, right? There you go. It's been great. It's been great.
Oh, it's actually amazing. It makes me really happy. They're just having so much fun. Of course, the team consists out of Carmasso, the top planter of the season, Atomic, Bomber, Zef, and Chile. Chile, of course, the newest addition to the team, but so far he's pulling his weight.
Yeah, and Atomic is the most lethal player of the entire Benelux League. With 128 kills, he's topping the scoreboards with the most amount of kills during the entire 2 splits that we had. So that's very impressive as well.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, they'll have to take on none other than KVM. It's going to be quite a tough one. So we might imagine this second semi-final to be slightly harder than the first. Hap, are you hyped already?
I'm hyped already, for sure. I mean, KVM is a team as well as an organization that's been with the Benelux for its second season now. Of course, the cup there as well. Unfortunately, last time they didn't get quite as close, but a full new lineup should be making the change here today. So if we just quickly show who KVM is going to be, these are your 5 players that are here today to best what the previous KVM lineup could not do, and at least make it to the grand finals and potentially make it further.
You know why they carry Jonah there? They actually said because we've been carrying all season, so that's why we're carrying him here as well.
Well, sometimes you just need to put a little bit of flame in, and apparently they're also really good at baseball. But as long as they have an LMG, they'll be golden.
And I heard that you shouldn't be trying to get a shouting contest with Choco, because you'll lose it for sure. I saw it on Twitter, so...
It's loud.
I've heard that some players of KVM already lost their hearing. Their lineup, of course, consists out of Choco, Slayers, Svebo, Jonna, and Swarm. And Choco actually has his fan club here as well, so they might be the noisiest, even noisier than themselves.
There they are.
And, ooh, Euron is making the image of course.
One more time, let's wave. Give it up for Choco.
Choco fan club, let's go!
There you go.
But of course, we're getting ready to see them perform slowly but steadily later on. They're getting ready with the warm-up. Hap, how important is that warm-up for your team?
It really depends per player as well what kind of warm-up you want to do. Some people will just go for a T-hunt. Some people will just be going for, you know, a bit of the new shooting range, for example. Just practice some of those recoils. And you might go for a bit of a scrim. I mean, it's all possible. It just really depends how you want to prepare per person, per team.
Well, definitely. Of course, we're going to take a look now at the first semi-final that we'll be having. It's none other than J-Links taking on Jokers, and we were able to get J-Links in front of the camera as well. And look at the pretty faces. Happy as ever. Already a little bit of a killer instinct on the left, and he's the cold-blooded killer.
You know why they look so happy?
Why?
This is a true story. I stopped by to get a croquette before you got here. I was starving.
Like, me and the cameraman were just waiting, and suddenly we get a call from Anthony. He's like, what do you guys want? I'm stopping for food in the meantime.
There we go. So yeah, they're great fun. They're great fun. But next to being great fun, they're also an amazing squad. We of course see Sam, Leonski, Dino, Tubby, and Quick. And Quick has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, I think, here today.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. He's a very well-performing player within this team. So obviously, we've seen a little bit of changes coming through with the J-Links roster as well. They lost Avash, a very important player in their team, and they now have 2 younger players on the team, but they've already been performing really well too.
Yeah, Quick has been, of course, that split 1 MVP, was really a force to be reckoned with, and is now still consistent, yet not as shining as Slayers was in the second split. So it's going to be slightly harder for him, of course, to perform as well. Against them, there'll be none other than Jokers, maybe with one of the oldest players we've ever seen in our competition. You see him on the left, it will be Huug, but he'll be backed by some other smiling faces.
Amazing, amazing. Look at them, having a great time. They are actually a great time. And they said, we're already here to be, we're already happy to be here. Whether we lose here today or not, we're here to have a great time. And I mean, that's what they'll do. I mean, they said, we'll see at the end.
That's so nice.
You know, they're already looking forward towards the after party. So, you know, they're here for a good time. They're here for a good time.
They have their goal set.
Maybe just maybe they can bring that upset here today.
Well, definitely. Of course, the lineup will consist out of Hugh, Duco, Smurfje, Zend, and Lance, with Lance being a former staff member, nowadays actually strategic Goldman and Clutch Meister. But about those strategies, and I think you've come across something very important that was a little bit of an oversight on their part.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, they were good fun. I got to speak to them yesterday in the hotel lobby, and I have actually acquired something very, very top secret.
I just want to know, how did you acquire it? Did you pull a Stern app, or did you find it left on the table?
They just showed it, and I was like, can I have that? Can I put it to me? Like, can I bring it with me on the show? They said, yeah, go ahead, that's fine. So I have something very high secret here. This is the strap book of Jokers. They actually wanted to show that to me. So this is one of their strap books. Yeah, they have like nice color indications and everything, and the setups and everything. And they were showing this, and they were talking about it, and we were saying, do you know that Cosign's no longer in the map rotation? And they said, like, yeah, but we still made him anyways. I thought they were joking, but they were dead serious. They actually made all these strats.
They were not jokersing.
No, they were not jokersing. They have strats for all the other maps as well, but we just thought this one was so funny because, like, Cosign's no longer in there. And it was not a joke. They were dead serious that they actually made these 2 nights ago.
Yeah, so. and then a couple hours later, they're like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Is Cosign still even in the
He
map?
was about to print them all out, he said, and he's like...
I'm happy though that he found out before he printed them out. Save the trees, right? Team save trees.
And Hugo said, like, oh, we're just gonna go make some strats for House now, maybe even Favela. We'll just get them all in there as well, in case Ubisoft throws a little bit of a troll and say, like, oh, you guys gonna play on House now? We're prepared for everything.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe if we'd had a show match, it might be possible, but unfortunately for them, it won't be. Beautiful strat book. Hope that their coastline will be on par in maybe 2 seasons if it comes back in towards the competitive map pool, but it's been out for quite some time now. I think it's slowly but steadily time to get the teams in.
I think it's time as well to introduce these players, like, one by one to the public, to the audience, and make sure who's going to be playing.
Well, definitely. Let's throw it over to none other than Ian Chambers, who's getting ready to call all the players in.
We've been waiting for this for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the church in Amsterdam, are we ready to meet our 2 first semi-finalists? All right, coming in first. This team is surrounded by hype and high expectations. And here, today, they're ready to live up to all of it. Welcome, J-Lings Esports. I've been talking with some of these lads in the hotel back in Amsterdam, and they are feeling very, very confident. Now, their opponents, a team whose name might suggest they're here for a good time and for some laughs. Absolutely not. They are all business here for this semi-final. Please welcome the Jokers. Now, I saw a couple of their roster teammates taking a quick glance at that trophy as they walk by. They want to get their hands on it by the end of the night. Now, before we get started, J-Lings, I know you've all put your headsets on, but can I just borrow you for 1 second? I need you to come with me. All of you, all right? Just come with me, just for a second. I just want to show you the crowd for a second. I want you to see what it feels like to be part of the crowd just for, I know it's distracting, but trust me, You'll love it when you see it. So just come with me into the crowd for 1 moment. Come on, guys. Trust me, all right? So stand here, just take a look towards this amazing setting here in the church. And before you all take a seat and get stuck into the first semi-final here, I just want you to glance up at the screen here.
Yes guys, J-Lings here. I just want to say good luck to all the Rainbow Six teams participating in the Benelux League finals, especially my boys Sam, Leonski, Quick, Dino and Tubi. Sadly I can't be there to cheer you on, but I just want to say I'm really proud of you guys. You performed really well over the past season and I know you're going to smash it. I'll be watching your matches closely on Twitch I believe in you. Bring that title on, boys. Come on, I know you can do it. I believe in you so much. Much love, J-Lings. Let's get that work, baby.
All right, J-Lings wants the dub. Will his team supply? You can now go take a quick seat. But in the interest of fairness, you know, J-Lings having a moment to give his team a bit of hype and support. Hughes, I'm coming over to you for a second, right? I'm going to give you an open mic. This is your moment before you get into this. You can say whatever you want.
I want to thank my mommy. No. What's up, people? Are you ready? So, we are here to win, of course, but we're here for a good time. So some guys are here for the after party, but I'm here for the trophy. So let's go.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you. Good luck to both of our teams. Let's cross over back to the desk ahead of our first semi-final, J-Lings versus Jokers.
Thank you very much, Ian. Beautiful stuff right there as well from Jesse Lingard himself, taking a little bit of video. And I dare to say, we've had Bernie on our show before. She's a performance coach. I don't think she can motivate players as much as that can.
Understandable, yeah. I mean, it's a good video to just hear that right before you have to play, to keep that in the back of your mind. It's always a nice and encouraging message.
Definitely. Anthony, of course, you being quite a football fan yourself, are you slightly starstruck now?
I am. I might just find my way into the J-Lings teams after today. I mean,
honestly, just team hopping, left, right, and
How many jerseys do you want to collect, man? Like, you already have
that's true. That's very true. No, I mean, it's always amazing to be backed by such a star, and I think it will do the boys good as well. You know, I saw the smiles. I think, you know, having that extra push, they already were confident. But this might just give them that just a little bit of extra confidence.
Just happy thoughts for now. Of course, we're also going to have a look at the veto relatively soon. But first, let's have a look at the map win rate on defense statistics. We've taken a look at how they compare between both the EUL and the Benelux League group stage, just to make sure that we have a little bit of an idea how it compares right now. And we dare to say Benelux is better always, but we split them into 3 different things. It's Oregon Villa Cafe in the first one. Interesting to say the least. Benelux way better at kitchen dining.
I was just taking all the stats in, and like the thing
many numbers.
The thing that stands out to me most is the fact that the defensive win rate on Villa is a lot less actually in Benelux than it is in EUL. So would that indicate that we are better at attacking Villa, or is it just that teams are worse on defending Villa?
I think both, maybe.
maybe a little bit of both. It could also have to do with the top team starting out on attack, for example, which gives us a little bit of a slider, less simple issue to go with there. So it's always interesting to look at it. But you see some of the sides relatively similar. Some stand out more than others.
You know what I like seeing though is that you know, on certain maps the defense win rates are lower here in the Benelux, and what that tells me is that we have more teams that are like really prepared to attack. You know, and having a team that's good on attack, I feel like attacking is a lot harder than defending, because defending, you know, you're holding down the site and like you can wait for the attackers to come. But having an attack and being able to adjust, something that we'll discuss later on as well, is that one particular team is very good at that. But having that skill, it's not a given. It's something that you really, really have to work for.
Yeah, we actually do have border in here, but we've only seen it once in the Benelux, so it's a little bit of a skewed statistic, but we had to include it anyway. Chalet, however, a map we have seen quite a lot of, and there's only one side that we're actually doing better on than the EUL.
Well, I mean, when are you doing better? Because the meta is slowly starting to shift towards an attack side meta rather than defense. We've always had defensive side at Siege. Now that's starting to change. It's like a 50-50 on maps. Some maps are a attack side map, some are a defense side of map. And Chalet definitely, at the start of this year, seemed to have been an attack side map. So, you know, if your defense rate is higher, are you really doing better?
Oh, I dare to say no then. If Hap says it, I always believe it.
I'm just posing a question here.
Hap is the number one person to get predictions right, so I'm just gonna go with
Did we make any right now?
No.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Does that mean
maybe we can do it right now.
Should we do it now?
I'm going for J-Lings.
Okay.
Then I'm going for activity. And we also have to do the outright win already, right? Because we're going to be confident.
Yeah.
I'm going to risk it and say activity.
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to join you. No, so really, this is what I had in my head as well.
I win.
I mean, hey boys, Jokers, can you guys hear me?
No.
They can't. Okay.
No.
Okay. I think J-Lings will win. And then in the grand final, we'll see Activity as well. So, and then in the end of the day, I think Activity might win. Oh wait,
I'm gonna tell him you said that.
Duco took his headset off. No, Jokers will win. Jokers will win it all. I know for sure.
Honestly.
They will win it all.
He still doesn't hear you, luckily.
No.
But, well, I can understand it. And
I think I want to copy you guys. It's pretty
So
simple.
we're
It's a little
all
bit
four
group
with the
pressure,
same, yeah?
But
So
yeah.
who's gonna win it all?
then I think it's
Are we talking about
Anne and Hap
predictions?
have the
Yeah.
prediction lead together.
Ah, yeah.
And we actually are really bad, so that's very
I
unfortunate.
mean,
But
Antics is dead bottom, so that you have a little bit
I
more.
took risks, my friend.
I took risks.
I like taking risks.
And luckily, we're not going to see any risk in the veto, most likely. First ban will be Cafe from Jailings to come out, Oregon from Jokers. So at least one of the full-blown Benelux maps out of the equation.
Yeah, I mean, Cafe is one of the most often banned maps by Jailing, so it's not surprising me at all. Border is actually their second most favorite band. I'm curious if we're going to go to Villa, because we have seen Jokers play a lot on Villa. They actually have a quite good defensive rate on there as well, 75% over the 4 times that they've played. And I'm quite surprised that Jailings is actually going to pick Villa against how I just mentioned how good the stats of Jokers are on Villa.
Yeah, but what we do see is Jokers taking your favorite map out there. It's going to be Theme Park. Let's go.
Let's go, Theme Park.
That could be something good as well, because they've never played Theme Park before. So they might have something exciting to bring that we have not seen to the table yet. But they do know how Jailings plays Theme Park, because Jailings has played Theme Park before once. The very beginning of the Benelux League. But to pick a map you haven't played, you must have something that you want to show the crowd.
Oh, definitely. Chalet will be the possible decider if we manage to go to all 3 maps. And we're getting a lot of love from the Jailings lineup, so you get some
Sending
love
it back
as well.
Sending it
Yeah.
back.
There you go.
Are we getting love from the Jokers lineup? No,
No, they're giving love to their
love to
opponents.
Jailings. Oh well.
How
Ah,
sweet.
well, we take those, luckily. Of course, Hap, we're going to see an interesting first semi-final, but we won't be casting it.
No, we definitely won't be.
It will be
You guys
these
leave
two
us?
beautiful. Yeah, we're going to leave you because a quadcast might be a little bit logistically
I
hard.
was having a fun time. You guys just leave us. That's
Not
kind of
yet,
rude.
but we'll leave you in due time.
Will you come back?
I will be back.
Well,
Promise?
maybe, depends.
Pinky promise.
Promise? All right, there we go.
Yeah.
I haven't promised anything, so it's...
No, we'll just kick out Hap. He'll go back to Paris and we'll be all set for the future. Of course, between the maps, we'll be back for the analysis. We'll be doing the second series as well. It will be KVM taking on Activity, but you'll be able to bring all the heat on towards this first match. I believe the players are pretty much getting ready. Are you ready yourself?
I am more than ready. I'm
Anthony?
excited.
I'm stoked. I'm stoked. This is going to be amazing. It really is.
I see some sweaty hands rather than the cold hands you might have. It's time to jump in towards the first semi-final. Amsterdam, let me hear you. And of course, bring it on for the casters.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
2019 was the last time we had this feeling.
Yeah. Intimate things together. That's quite interesting. We saw a very confessing love message from Greg.
They thought they were playing Coastline.
No, because I have their coastline scrapbook, so they can't.
To be fair, Leonski said he would. He would if he could. He would play Coastline against these guys. I asked him if he has got some strats, and he said, of course.
I think it was also Hugo that said like, oh, if we actually get to the finals, I asked him if we can play on something like Emerald Plains or maybe even House or Bartlett University, which is also a really long time ago. But I think they're also joking a little bit about the actual bans coming through, aren't they? They're asking for a Cali ban, but it turned out to be a knock ban.
We see a Thatcher ban, of course. No big surprises there. And Thatcher, of course, the most banned operator in the Benelux. I mean, no surprises there. I don't think any of these players expected the Thatcher to be open. And is Villa really a map in which you need that Thatcher? I don't think so.
Yay, they got what they wanted. It's actually a Kate ban. They were asking for a Kate ban or maybe expecting the Kate ban to come out. But I think all of these bans make a lot of sense. Maybe you can be a little bit surprised by the knock ban, considering that one doesn't happen all too often. We see it more so happening on Bank. But actually, on Villa as well, that can be really annoying. Just sneak in through that basement and just, crouching up red stairs or coming up the Astor stairs. So they don't have to worry about that.
I love this attention to detail by the J-Wings boys. They all, pretty much all of them, had the Pride background on. And it's, of course, today we are also celebrating Pride here in Amsterdam. We can literally see it from here. We can hear the music. We can see the canal parade going on from here. But I'm happy to have the crowd with us in this venue instead of outside. we are about to go into the first round here, and we do see that they're going for that offside hold hand.
Yeah, you remember the very first day of Benelux League Season 7?
I
It's
do.
quite a long time ago, but it was actually Jokers to kick off with the first match against Activity on Border. And the very first kill of Benelux League Season 7
It was Hugus.
was a team kill.
Was it
Duco
Hugus?
team killed Hugus in the middle of 90.
traitor!
I was asked by Hugus to please announce this on the broadcast, how that happened. It's like, yeah, Duco said, yeah, let me go hold 90. But Hugus is already there, and then, a little happy accident happened. But let's hope for both of them that we don't have a team kill to start off this semi-final with. That would be quite unfortunate.
It'd be quite a bad start indeed. We see that J-Link's boys are slowly but surely making their way towards that master bedroom side of things. Already, the first line scan here. Does that mean that the boys on the side of Jokers were still setting up? Is there maybe potentially still a roamer that they're able to catch off guard? Everybody's waiting.
Uh-oh.
Guys, would it really be Siege without this? Come on now. We teased you all.
I was a little bit anxious, but I think my anxiety level just went
Somebody
through the
pulled
roof.
the wrong plug. Who is it?
Did somebody have the ice bucket underneath their feet that they accidentally kicked over?
Duco,
With the water?
it's you. You pulled the wrong plug.
Who is the imposter who's trying to sabotage this?
You pulled the wrong plug, didn't you? You pulled the plug. I saw you do it.
He's looking at you like he doesn't know what's going on, but
I saw you do it. Oh well, you know these things do happen. But let's just bring it back to Villa.
Yeah.
Can we talk about Villa though now that the players are able to? Let's play about Villa. Let's talk about
some
Villa.
of them still have their headset on,
That's
so
true.
maybe if we talk very soft, they won't be able to hear us.
Right.
It's not like there's speakers in here, but
Let's talk about Villa. What do you think?
Villa. Well, I think it's quite interesting. J-Link's picked it because they haven't played it. And so does Jokers. They pick him up as well that they haven't played. I think that's you had 2 splits of Benelux League, and now we're picking maps that we haven't played yet just because we were saving strats, the entire Benelux League. Now they come to bring it up to the semifinals. So they haven't played Villa yet. They have actually played a lot of the other maps, but it turns out to be one of the better maps for Jokers, if I may say so, because they played it 4 times, 75% win rate.
What still sticks with me though is I remembered back in the day when Duco was in KVM. He was scary on Villa. Him on the road.
The Ash.
And also the road clears indeed on the Ash, the entries. He was scary on that.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering whether he still remembers the map. I'm sure he still does, but whether he can bring that same energy, that same, the entry potential to Villa. They are, of course, starting on defense.
Yep.
But can he be that pesty roamer that he is sometimes?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it would be really nice to see that. I mean, the roles within Jokers have switched a little bit around as of recently. I mean, talking a little bit about prep with both of these teams in as well. I mean, we joked about the strat books of Kosai and everything that Jokers brought up, but they actually made strats, and they brought this entire big piece of paper stuff with them, like, oh, these are all our strat books. They've been working on those a lot over the past week. But also J-Links, they've openly admitted to not oftenly scrimming together with this entire lineup, but they've been doing that a lot over the past few weeks. I think it was in total 38 maps that they scrimmed with this current lineup, so they are very well prepared for this finals.
They are very well prepared indeed, and it's funny, we spoke about it. We can see who the players are that make themselves feel at home.
Yeah.
You see Duco, making himself feel at home, taking off his shoes. Another note, we do see some of the PCs coming slowly back on. It was I think just somebody who pulled the wrong plug. Who are we going to blame?
Is this a rehost the night moment? I mean, we can't really do anything other than that. Who do you want to blame? Are you going to blame... You blamed Duco when they literally just gave you a jersey.
That's true. I shouldn't have blamed Duco. I'm sorry, Duco. No, you think Hap would do that? Cheeky Hap?
I mean, we didn't see him, so he might have been doing that.
Hey, we got
behind the
Goyo
screens.
in the building.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously had the players come up, but we didn't talk about the cosplayers that were right in front of them. I saw a very bright pink P90, which I absolutely loved, and a really good Goyo cosplay as well.
Right?
Sorry?
The pink plasma skin,
Yeah,
right?
the pink plasma skin. Do you have it?
I believe I do, yeah.
Do you also have the attachment skin?
I don't.
Okay,
I
no,
don't.
me neither. I want it, but I
I mean,
don't
you've
have it.
done the crazy alpha pack openings. What's the
Yeah.
most you've ever saved up?
I think it's like no more than 150, I think, actually.
Jeez, that's a lot.
You open them whenever you get them.
No,
or-
no. What I do is I finish the battle pass, and at the end of the battle pass, I open
Yeah,
everything.
all
at
your Bravo
once.
packs just to get more disappointment at one time. Yeah,
Exactly.
I see what you do. Yeah, makes sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we're for the people that are wondering, hey, casters, start game. We are working on it currently. We have a little bit of a small power outage here. We're I think we're going to look at the group stage scores. I'm not sure because it's a bit loud in my ear.
It's a bit bass boosted in yours, isn't it?
Aaron is like the DJ for tonight, didn't
Oh, yeah. These, I prepped these up for you.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, we have a little bit of a rendezvous, like to freshen up your minds of how these two teams played against each other, because obviously they're no strangers to each other. They played against each other twice already during the Benelux League, once in Split 2. Well, that was a quite convincing victory for J-Links. They played on Skyscraper, and you know what I actually might be a little bit concerned about, because we might see the Split 2 statistic as well in a very short period of time. But I think it was for quite a few of the matchups of J-Links where I went to look at their MVP of their roster. I had to take away the stats of Turco, because most of the times it was Turco top fragging and being the MVP of J-Links, but Turco wasn't here. So they might have a bit of a problem with that if he's such a well-performing player on the team.
Yeah, so of course, you know, it was a player that they would have loved to brought out here. Unfortunately, there were a few visa issues, which caused the player not to be here. We've even considered, okay, maybe Turco can play remotely, but at the end of the day, we did decide against it. Here's the Split 2 asset that you asked for.
Yeah.
J-Links, 7-1. Even stronger performance in Split 2 than in Split 1 against the Jokers.
Exactly, yeah. And even though it's quite interesting, because you've mentioned how the Jokers have been improving over the stages. We saw a little bit of communication issues. I mean, Hugo is literally explaining how the team kill happened on border. Quite shows that there may have been some communication issues at the beginning, but they gotten better and they definitely improved. But then to see a 7-1 scoreline in the second split for a second matchup, that's not something you'd expect if Jokers is improving and J-Links is actually losing one of their top performers on the team.
Exactly, and you know, if we look at the map lineup, we of course start off on Villa.
Yeah.
And we go to your favorite map, Team Park.
I thought you meant Villa, because Villa is like my favorite map, like non-ironically, but Team Park is like...
I expected you more to be a yacht kind of girl.
Yacht?
Yeah.
No.
Like
Do you
Frost,
like yachts?
Frost fits in yacht, and Frost is still your favorite operator?
Yacht, Frost on yacht? No.
No? Who's your favorite operator? Still Frost?
Frost and Ace, I think, yeah.
And
Yours?
Ace. I love Ace. Yeah, Ace is so versatile. Really,
Exactly.
I really like playing the operator Ace. I want to take you to like a little bit more insight of how it is to sit here. You know, like if we look at these players, do you see any nerves? Like, do you see any do any of these players look nervous? Because of course, we never like to have a little bit of technical issues, and you know a player might be in their element. But do you feel like it's bothering any of these players? I mean, they seem to be having a good time.
You know, what I think, if you allow yourself to get bothered by a technical issue that is not your fault, then you might be tilted before the game even starts.
Yeah.
And that might be a big problem. And we had the privilege of having Bernie with us during the Benelux League. She talked about how it is to be a performance coach. And obviously Deepak talked about it as well, how important it is to have the mindset that if you die in a round, you might be frustrated. But the next round, you start all over again. It's a new chance. You're full HP. You can do everything over again. So having that mindset, and I think especially as well, if the game doesn't really go 100% like you intended it to go, well, you know, you just got to get over that. Because if you've tilted for a full-on, maybe 15 rounds, that's not good.
And you know who I am?
Hey.
What?
I'm Ian Chambers. Who are you?
You're Ian Chambers. I'm Ian Chambers.
I'm Ian Chambers.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hi.
I just thought, right, we've got a bit of time. We're getting everything set up. The players are all getting ready to get into it. Nobody likes a technical issue. But I saw, and I've worked with you guys before, Challenge League over in the Paris studio.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
No, we don't bring that up. We don't bring that up. But I thought we could maybe just have a bit of a chat about what it feels like to be back, not only live at a LAN with a studio audience like this, but in Deutschland, not Deutschland, that's Germany.
Yeah, in the Netherlands.
In the Netherlands, that must be pretty special for you.
I mean, yeah, we worked in Paris, which is a really nice studio. It's really nice to work with so many people. And I mean, even this atmosphere in the venue, it's so nice to look around that, to see the crowd in front of you, to even be able to look at what the players are doing as well. I feel like it's just the immersion that, you know, I've been looking forward to this day, like, for a few months now, and it's finally here, so I'm trying to take it all in me, I think.
Chambers, you've been to Amsterdam before. Thoughts on what's your fourth time here in Amsterdam?
Yeah, fourth time actually.
Fourth time in Amsterdam.
Yeah. It's amazing, but this is obviously a little bit more special. I was saying to some of the guys in the crowd, you know, I've hosted events in different sort of arenas and locations or whatever, but nothing ever quite like this. I mean, you look around, it's hard to stay concentrated, right? Because you've got the big classic windows. As you can see on the screen right now, there's a lot to do here. Have you ever seen anybody car racing in a church? I don't think you have. I know for sure I haven't.
I wouldn't recommend it to bring a car into a church. It's not a good idea.
Probably not. But it definitely feels like a very special event, and there's a lot of reasons for that. And I think, back to your question about Amsterdam, there's a real buzz here anyway, because it's Pride weekend, right? Just literally outside of the doors here of, how do I say it? The Dijf?
The Dijf.
Yeah, the Dijf. There's thousands of people all coming to celebrate Pride weekend here as well. So there's quite a link together, really. You think we see lots of rainbow flags out there.
Exactly.
This is a Rainbow Six event. It's like we planned it, Anton.
Exactly. And I mean, it's you know, it's so amazing to have all these players come from, you know, different parts of Europe as well. Like, you know, we had people travel here. We had people who had to travel for like almost a full day to come here.
Yeah.
And that's what, you know, what I feel like might play a role here as well. You know, you know that you came all the way from a certain part of Europe here. Are you really going to make your experience last only an hour, or are you going to give it your all?
Why a tournament and a finals like this, a one-day finals, and is really brutal, because, you know, we kept calling it, I always keep going back to when we were talking in Paris together, I kept calling that lower bracket the crocodile swamp. Do you remember?
Yeah.
There's no crocodile swamp here.
No,
you get one shot, and if you're out, it'll be heartbreaking for these players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just a one shot you have to try and get into the grand final, obviously. It's a very long day already, so we didn't have time for a fourth place match. I mean, both teams in third, fourth spot still get the same amount of money from the prize pool. But yeah, I mean, it's just your one shot. Maybe this might be the only two maps. If you're a little bit of like not lucky, might be just two maps that you play in front of this amazing crowd.
And speaking about that crocodile swamp, there is still an opportunity to get to that crocodile swamp.
Go on.
If you win here today.
Of course.
You might end up in a crocodile swamp in Paris.
In CL.
Exactly.
This is the thing, is that, like, you know, I was talking at the very beginning of the opener of the event about the three things that are up for grabs here. You know, number one, that 17,000 euros. You get the lion's share of that if you come first, which I think works out somewhere in the region of 7.5K, right? And then you've got that amazing trophy, the Tulip Trophy, which is also a beautiful thing that you're going to want to get that on your cabinet pronto, right? But then the third and final thing, obviously the most important thing, I'll tell you what, while we've got this up, let's take a look at the prize pool. 17,000 euros in total. First place gets 7,000, second 3,500, and onwards from there. So regardless of where you finish today, you're still flying home with a bit of change in your pocket, which is obviously a lovely thing. Now, the Challenger League spot. That's a money can't buy prize, right? So you leaving here with the CL spot, like you, in different regions and different like finals events, sometimes you'll have a team involved that already maybe has that in place, right? Sometimes you can lock in that CL spot prior to making it to the finals. All four teams here, if they don't win, if they don't raise that trophy, are not in CL. So it's just that the extra pressure, that extra excitement. And talk to us about what the CL spot means and what it can lead to.
I mean, yeah, obviously, this is one really good opportunity for the players to get a spot in Challenger League. There are also the open qualifiers, but you'll have to have a lot of points in order to actually qualify through Challenger League. And I feel like just because Challenger League as well, like it puts you in a really good spot to even be picked up by other teams in regards to trying to go through European League. We saw it happening with Deepak, for example. Played Challenger League quite a lot of years in a row and finally got picked up. Yeah, Mowgli as well got picked up.
Now in the top team.
Yeah, a lot of the players from not from Outsiders. I think from Outsiders actually. Sorry, I might be waffling a little bit now just because I'm thinking about that on the spot.
But the point you're making, indeed, it's the, like, of course these regional leagues grab some attention.
Yes.
But the Challenger League grabs a lot of attention, and that's where you can not only expand as a team, you can expand your personal brand.
Yes.
You can expand. The player you are, and you can showcase to the world that you're capable of going to tier 1. And tier 1 is where it's at. That's where you want to be.
This right here, it could be the beginning of an epic journey for one of these four teams. Now,
you started in a church in Amsterdam.
Yeah. I'd love to, I just can't get over. This is the Seeds church today. Are all the fans, is everybody all right? Is everybody good? Good. Just checking in on you guys as we get through this sec pause and we start to roll through and get ready to get into map 1.
I see positive things on the screens. I'm seeing all the players back in the lobby, and I think I actually see the match start right as we're talking about it, because I see the little blue bar on top of the thing. So,
Mr. Chambers.
Yeah.
Any last words?
Well, if Jesse Lingard is watching, good luck, because he's playing for Nottingham Forest today. No, I'm
You're
kidding.
such a fanboy.
Of course. I mean, I'm just excited to see how this all unfolds. Next time you'll see me, I'll be down there interviewing the winner of the series, which is going to be exciting. But guys, I'll let you throw us in.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. We are going back into Villa. We're taking that airplane ride back to Italy. Villa, one of the most beautiful maps in the game, if you ask me. But hey, Aviator, that's where it was at.
Yeah.
For the people wondering, hey, are they gonna use attacker repick? They cannot. We'd already started the round.
Yeah.
So the operators are locked in.
Yeah, exactly, because the round was started before we unfortunately had to rehost. It means that you have to pick the same operators as you intended to bring last time. Luckily, there were no deaths yet. No one had taken any bit of damage, so everyone gets a fresh start again. Nothing, you know, that shouldn't be happening because of the last one. You talked about it being a very beautiful map. It's also a map with a lot of clutter, if you ask me. That's probably why the Valkyrie and the Cade are banned, because, you know, you can hide those Valkyrie cams very well in a lot of clutter all around the map, in lamps, on tables. It makes it really difficult to spot those out. But looking at the defensive lineup of the Jokers, I mean, you mentioned it, they're starting out on defense. We do see a Mute, we do see a Smoke and a Wamai, and a Jaeger. I'm expecting to see a lot to counter all these nades coming out from the attacking lineup. 6 nades in total, but I mean, Villa is a map that works really well for all those up nades too, and there's not much you can do to counter yourself or protect yourself for those up nades.
Oh, it is a Mexican standoff, as we would like to call it, and Quick will take quite some damage here. Is that damage enough, though? I don't think so. He can, of course, heal himself a little bit with that surcharge here. We do see that Lance is taking some damage. The roamers are on heavy pressure, but it's actually Lance with the opening kill, and Tubby with the refrag. 4 versus 4. We've seen a minute being played already, and it's now Duco who has to fall back.
Exactly, a good opening pick to get rid of the Finka, because I doubt the Finka has used any of their adrenaline surges. You can be so helpful for your team. That's also 2 nades that are now off the board. So I think if you trade a Jaeger for a Finka, that's a really good trade for the side of Jokers, because Jaeger is more a set and forget operator, and you know, you have someone on the roam, but just making sure you have a little bit of the pressure there also gives you some information as to where these players are coming from. We now know it's a 90 take to take on the other side of the map. And you mentioned Duco going back to side, but he's still trying to hold those lines aside. But I think this nade, right, beautifully thrown by Dino, will hit Huges. And that's a smoke taken out. So that's a really important operator gone on the lineup of Jokers.
Indeed, an important operator. And can he find a second kill with that nade? Oh, this can be a cheeky nade. Oh, my goodness. Dino, 2 nades, 2 kills. It is now a 4 versus 2 situation. Can Zent do a little bit of damage back? That's the question. He does find a little bit of damage on Dino, but it's not damage enough yet. Minute remaining here, and it's all up to Zent and Duco.
Zent has 2 of those magnets in his pocket, and seeing how lethal the nades have been, you might want to throw those around. Duco ever gets a kill onto Leonski, but will be traded out immediately by Sam. So Zent is all left on his lonesome on site in a 1v3 situation. Decides to peek. The study gets an injure onto Sam, but the plant is going on at the vault door as well. He's going to have to swing around because someone's covering this plant as well. They've actually shot the Zilla because they have the time, but Tubi goes for the swing and picks up that final kill. The first round of the semifinals goes to Jailings.
Yeah, the first round indeed for Jailings. Even though they did receive the opening death, they were able to get that quick refrag and keep composure in their game. And by doing that, 2 beautiful, beautiful nades by Dino, of course, I think that really won them the round.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, 100% effectiveness with the nades coming from underneath. We talked about how you lost one set of nades with Finka dying so early, but then obviously getting rid of 2 players with 2 nades, that is very good use of your utility, and it makes it a lot easier rather than just taking a 1v1 gunfight.
It definitely does, and I mean, it is, you know, one of the players that they got rid of was the Smoke, and that Smoke can be so strong to have late in the round. We of course also saw the Finka die on the side of Jailing. So 2 important operators that you want to keep alive as long as possible had fallen quite early. They are deciding to go take it back-to-back on that Aviator side of things. Question is, will they be able to survive those nades this time?
Yeah, I think they can go back to Aviator. It's all good and fine, but you have to take some kind of adaptation with you, though, because they probably realized, all right, we're getting a lot of these up nades. We need to have pressure underneath. We need to have someone roam there, so they can't easily take control over library, over living room, because that's where we saw Dino be very effective with those nades. I would like to see I mean, we see Duco doing that right now, but at least have a little bit of presence downstairs, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. Lance had a really good roam on the other side, close to Astro, but the more effectiveness came from downstairs, really.
It did indeed. We do see that it's currently, once again, Duco and Lance on that roam. Lance, of course, quite successful in his early roam. Is he successful again? Oh, he does get it down. Does he realize that? Though I don't think he does. And that player will be picked up. But it's Duco with the kill on Quick. And once again, Quick will fall. Duco with a huge double kill. Can he get a third? No, he cannot. But he can go back to site. And with that, they have the upper hand. They've been able to get 2 of the attackers. And now all they have to do is sit tight and wait, Anne.
Exactly, yeah, taking out the Twitch as well, which is going to be quite difficult to get rid of some type of utility on the defensive side map. But Duco is playing just really aggressive for the amount of HP that he still has. But, I mean, him still being there makes it so that J-Links can't take control over this part of the map. And you definitely see them struggle just a little bit now. Sam will pull out one of the nades, though, but there might be some type of utility stopping that nade from coming in, but it will be Dino eventually to take that kill onto Duco. A 3v4 situation, we are now looking at just 1/2 of the rounds now being done. They've taken control over 90. That is just following the plan, following the schedule that you'd like to have for an attacking run on Villa like this. But there's still that player on top main that they'll have to take care of.
Yeah, question is, should Zand peek here or should he sit and wait tight? There's still 2 nades in the pocket of Dino. And, you know, I said all they have to do is sit tight and wait, but that's what they did in the last round, and Dino cleared them from below with those nades. Question is, will he be able to do it again? We see that Lance is going for quite the aggressive play. Is that really the play here? That's the question. We just sit back and wait. We, of course, have Hughes here in that study side of things. And then the time keeps ticking, and it's, you know, up to Jokers to just sit back and relax.
Exactly, yeah, 50 seconds. All they got to do is wait, because now is the time that you have the transition point. I mean, one of the J-Links players now moving towards study. I'm going to try and clear that out a little bit just to get some more pressure on towards side. But there's a player still behind the fireplace. He can be huge if he swings in the right moment. And he does so. It'll be Zenden who's picking up those last 2 kills from the main stairs. And that will be the round in the favor of the Jokers.
I like that, you know, J-Links tried to go for that adaptation and have a player, you know, rotate all the way to the study side of things, but it was just a little bit too late, and you know, you didn't have the intel, you didn't have the time, so you didn't know that where the players were exactly. And I mean, this is Duco in his prime on Villa. You know, the round we just saw him play, that's Duco in his prime on Villa, getting that huge double kill, almost getting a triple kill actually. I mean, it was so close, and he would have already made the play of the day potentially in the first, in the second round.
This is the Duco we know on Villa, and the Duco we know from the KVM lineup. But I mean, talking about that last round, J-Links obviously, they tried to take the same type of control as they did last round. But this time when they got to 90, they didn't have anything to breach the wall. Again, they're not really bringing any hard breachers. They didn't have anything to breach vaults. They had no control over top main because there was still a player there that was stopping them from just going into the bar hallway. The only control they had was the aviator door from school side. And just to force yourself through that one doorway when there is someone on the bar holding an angle on you is really difficult. So that rotate we saw coming out to study is something I think we see happening more often. If you take that study control, but well, they weren't even able to do so because we saw a player of Jokers actually hiding behind the fireplace in a little bit of a rat position, but he could be huge in that part. However, they won that site, so that means that they have to go to a different site. Trophy and Stature will be their site pick.
Already 30 seconds have elapsed, and we do see that the players on the side of J-Links are slowly but surely trying to decide which side they want to push here. They are stalling a little bit of time though, but hey, it's J-Links, and what I like about J-Links, Anne, is they can, you know, even with 50 seconds still on the clock on attack, they can pull out, you know, a crazy rotate or a crazy push and still make their way into the site somehow. And, you know, I'm just a big fan of J-Links, and Leonski does get the opening frag on Smurfy.
It's quite unfortunate. You're losing your Romai pretty early. I mean, if you have all those nades coming from the line of J-Links, if you've seen how successful they were with that, especially in the first round, might be nice to have your Romai stay alive for a little bit longer, but we can't make make the story any better for them. They've lost him now anyways. Dino will actually take the kill on Duco, who was trying to rotate downstairs through Secret. So that's good information they had with the drones. Now, joining himself in even further, he knows there's a player on top red and now might try to nade around landing, but that will not be effective. As Zen is just playing for his life on the top of the red stairs, and Leonski will go injured, but it's only Zen in a 1v5 situation. He will not be able to pick up any of those kills. It is Quick to take that final kill. 2-1 is the score for Jailings.
And I'm sure that will do Quick's morale quite good. I mean, you know, he was the opening death 2 rounds in a row, and now he was able to actually get 2 kills. So that will really, really help his self-esteem. It is, like we said, a player on which there is a lot of pressure on his shoulders. So, like having, you know, being able to get those kills, just, you know, extremely important to stay in the running. Because can you imagine if he was the opening death the 3rd round in a row? He'd be in the gutter.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the entries, Jokers have been quite successful. They got 2 of the 3 opening kills, and then the last round they didn't, and they died. Or they lost the round eventually as well. Can I just talk about, like, you know, we talked about how different it is to play on the LAN, right? Did you see the difference in expression of the players on their faces? Did you see them? I think Jailings looked very relaxed, very controlled. And I saw some of the Jokers players look at their strat book and they were like frowning, they were a little bit confused. Do you reckon that might come with a little bit less practice maybe that they had in comparison to what Jailings did over the last week?
I think so, yeah. I mean, you know, like, Jailings is, of course, also a very experienced team, but at the same time, you have that same experience with Jokers. And, you know, losing 1 round is not bad. Losing 2 rounds is not bad. And heck, losing 6 rounds in a row is not bad. As long as you're playing, you're still in it. So, like, get that frown off your face and, like, you know, you need that mental switch. And that's something that I'm excited to see KVM bring here today, because I feel like they really have that mental switch. But we're playing a game between Jailings and Jokers now. We know that Jailings has it, but does Jokers have that mental capacity to just switch that mindset and be like, you know what? We lost the round. No bother. We're going to the next round.
Ooh, there's no denial on that wall, so that's easy and quick control coming out for Leonski. Now he's got that rotate around the kitchen entirely blocked off now with one singular ace element. The control over Laundry is also in process now. They're trying to get rid of that shield as well. Players already dropping back to site too, because, well, the Jailings players almost seem to be on site already now, trying to get rid of that Meister behind the bombs. So Lucas will survive on very low HP. Smurfy with the opening kill. He'll take care of Dino, so that's the 7 ace you're taken away from him.
It is also the top fragger on the side of Jailings that has been taken off the board. Quick will get a kill, but will be quickly refragged by Smurfy. And then Sam with the kill on Hugus. It is Smurfy with another big kill here. 2 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 3. It's all up to Tubby. Can he clutch this up for his team? He has 1 minute and 40 to play with. Plenty of time. Does he have the intel though?
And he's got a lot of bullets in his gun as well, so if he keeps on pre-firing, he might just be able to hit one of them. Looking at him trying to enter through Laundry now.
It seems that, to me, there's no useful camps. Like, nobody's on, like, any useful camps on the side of Jailings. We can, of course, we have an vantage point in which we can see it from this position. And it seems like they might be taking a tactical timeout, like, for themselves.
But there's a lot of drones still in the possibility of trying to be...
but look at their screens.
There's 4 drones out there.
Yeah, but look at their screens. No useful drones, then, probably.
I know, but there's 4 drones. So you can keep watching those. Like, at least give a little bit of information as to where they're rotating or trying to do so. It looks like they're trying to take a little bit of a, you know, budget cooldown or budget attack timeout, because I see the players talking to each other. In the meantime, Tubby is still trying to clutch. But he can't really find an entrance for himself, because he wants to go through Laundry. It's probably going to be someone holding that doorway. This wall, it's also open, but look at the positioning of the Frost as well. As soon as you jump in here and you try and, you know, get in there, Frost obviously had the sound cue now, and all you gotta do is wait, maybe swing at the right time, and Dick will be just able to pick up that kill quite smoothly. And another round in favor of the Jokers. We're looking at a 2-2 scoreline.
I'm sure that will get the frown off their faces.
I hope so, yeah. Can I compliment the good positioning of the players, like especially late round of the Jokers. They've got themselves ready and prepared for when the eventual flank or rotate comes in from the attackers. Like, we saw it on study, they tried to reposition. There was someone hiding behind the fireplace. We saw it with Tubish Clutch just now. He tried to come in through the pantry, but there was someone waiting for him. So they're positioning, they're just waiting and anticipating for the Jailings players to start doing something with that. But positioning seems to be helping them out a lot so far.
They're going to take it back to Aviator, it's of course a site that has been successful half of the time that they've played it here today, where not successful in the first round, but they were able to be successful in the second round. And what I think really helped them, man, is one, they didn't have a crazy dino, just, you know, having those almost missiles instead of grenades, because he knew how to hit them exactly.
The RPG.
Exactly,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
He was spot on with where he threw his nades. Not having Dino bother him from below really helped him, but maybe something else that really helped them, man, is that they were not sitting just on site. They were like a little bit more offside. We saw, for example, the smoke, sitting in study, just relaxing, you know, not being on site, and that really helped with not being naded. I see you frown. Remember, don't frown.
No, but the thing I'm most curious about is, like, are we going to see a replica of the previous Aviator rounds that we've had so far? Because, once again, it's Jailings trying to take control over the trophy, over the statuary site, but looking at their lineup, they don't have a breacher. So as long as you've got that control over 90, you're looking at the same problem. You can't get the vault breach. You can't take control over top main.
You can't even get this master bedroom breach.
That's going to give a huge sound cue to the player. Once again, really good positioning around the doorway. I don't think Duco should have swung there. Gives Quick the opening kill. Quite easy to collect up there if you just keep spraying the LMG in that direction. But I think if Duco would have been sit in that position, I don't know if they would have been able to counter him there.
It is the top fragger on the side of Jokers in this map that's currently off the board and relegated to cam duty. It's the main man himself, Duco. A minute has elapsed and we've seen one kill. And tell me, Anne.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the last round that they won Aviator. How influential was Duco in that victory? He was a big win condition for them, picking up those two very important kills. By that time, we didn't have a Twitch anymore, for example. This is looking like a bit of a more speedy process coming out for Jailings, and we see an earlier rotate. Two players now have made their way outside the study balcony. They'll try and get some control over there as well. They're looking to try and pressure Turtle the defenders on site just a little bit earlier. Lance will fall as well. It'll be to be picking up a kill there, but they've gotten a little bit more control right now, but Hugas can stop that if he wants to. He's got a gun, he's playing top main. He's putting out one of the smoke canisters and will get a kill onto Leonski. We're back to a 3-3 operator count.
It is a 3-3 operator count indeed, and it's up to Smurfia to stop the attack here from Jailings, but he does not hit his shots. Tubi can finish the player off here with his knife. It is Hugas who knows exactly the position of the Twitch, but does he know how to get the kills? No, he doesn't. It's Tubi with a huge triple kill, and Sam will take the last kill, and it's Jailings once again in the lead.
I mean, facing off with the FMG against a F2, not the easiest challenge you probably taken today. It was a good effort, especially him staying on top main for so long. I thought Jailings were trying to take control over study, but they hadn't cleared the shield yet on top main. Maybe they weren't expecting someone to still be there, but we saw how pivotal of a position it was previously as well. So them not taking out the shield on top main confuses me just a little bit, but you know, we can just try it all over again. I feel like if Jokers want to have a little bit more of influence on this map, they need to make sure they stay alive on the roam. I think that would be
is like, he's a showman.
What was he trying to do?
He was just saying, yeah, what's up? I'm playing. It's going all right.
Was he throwing peace signs at you?
Yeah. Because he knew I was gonna...
This is not a peace sign. You might get assaulted if you do that in English pub.
You know, he knew I was gonna be havoc if they lose today. So he's already like, okay, let's make peace before you get mad at me for losing.
Oh, okay, yeah, makes sense.
I mean, they're not really losing. I think they're putting up a good fight against Jailings here so far.
A 3-3 split would not be too bad. But then they have to win this round though. We've seen them do it before.
Exactly.
But I think a win condition for them if they really won the winners rounds is that one of the roamers needs to stay alive just a little bit longer. And this might just be very sneaky, but oh, the player is not rappelling right on that spot. They are droning. So they will be aware of Duco still being here. If he is able to play that corner out just a little bit smarter, maybe get a little bit of a better opening kill this time. He's assisted by Lance as well. They're roaming together on the other side of the map.
Is indeed held here by Lance, and that Lance Duco roamer duo, it can be quite the pain, can't it? And we see that Duco will take some damage here. Tries to do a little bit of damage back, and he's now in a little bit of a predicament because he knows that from two angles he's being pushed right now, and Lance has decided to rotate away. It's Leonski with the opening kill on Duco. Once more, that very important player on the side of Jokers falling here, and this might just be the play here. If he stays patient, he might be able to catch a kill.
Exactly, yeah. If he doesn't get droned out, which is the case though, it's probably Dino. He found himself previously downstairs around the memo part, just trying to be so effective with the nades. Once again, he's just chilling right there, trying to make sure he's not getting flanked. I mean, he spotted Lance. Lance could have gone everywhere. We've seen Lance be very active with the kilometers on Villa before. He can be about anywhere if you give him just a few seconds of time. So I get Dino's concern with this, because he's probably just wondering where the player might have gone to, but Lance is just playing this very, very passive.
Yeah, there you can see Dino still looking for him, and he doesn't really know his position, and that might be, be detrimental here for the J-Links a little bit later in the round. It depends whether he can stay alive on that roam. And what might be a good shout?
Well,
Bring a Jackal next time. You wouldn't have wasted 2 minutes finding Lance.
Could have been, but you don't know that there's someone going to be like that on the Astro stairs.
But you know that the Lance and Duo are always roaming.
But if you look at how Jokers have been playing this map, they either die on the roam or they're very successful on roam and be able to go back to site. So
that's very true. That is true indeed. Only 45 seconds remaining, and J-Links has to push this. And you know what, Anne? I think that's plenty of time for the J-Links. They know exactly how to push this, but now they once again lose one of their, top performing players usually. Quick, he has fallen off, and that means that the Finca is currently off the board. And oh my goodness, if Lance stays patient here, it might just pay off, and it is about to pay off. And is it? Yes, it is. You gotta hit your shots there, buddy. He does so indeed. That's also Dino of the board, and with that some nades of the board. The plant is going down. Do they know that on the side of the Jokers? I don't think they do.
The smoke
it's up to Tubby. Oh my goodness, how does this go down? And eventually, Leonski does die. It's a 4 versus 2 situation.
This is a really good pinch though, because you got one player in study, you got one on the landing site, so they're able to hold on this very well. They might be able to just pinch it though. Sam all left on his lonesome in study. He's gonna have to go to the side because the diffuser is already going down. He gets 2 very important kills. Just one more that he needs to find, but he loses out the gunfight. Lucas has enough time to go for the counter defuse. You see him absolutely going mad at his desk as well, and that was a really good performance by both players.
My goodness, Sam almost had it in the bag. That was an amazing try there by Sam, but it is indeed Jokers that are able to take that round. And you can see the frowns. They're now starting to come on the faces of the J-Links.
I see more smiles though on the side of Jokers, which is good.
Oh my goodness. I'm hearing a lot of magnets online. Is this a new remix?
Magnets online. You know the Lo-Fi album by Siege? Maybe this might be one of the unreleased.
I know that one, yeah. It's quite cool. We're back in the game, and it is J-Links that's also going to that Aviator side of things. So far, funnily, Jokers was successful 2 times on Aviator, and unsuccessful 2 times on Aviator. You think that J-Links will be able to do that a bit better?
I mean, if we get a similar scoreline, that means we're going to overtime. I wouldn't mind an overtime. I mean... Sorry?
I was still hearing the remix. I was like...
You still hear the remix?
No, not anymore.
You still hear it in your head now?
No, 3 seconds. 3 seconds ago, I was still hearing it. I was vibing already. We have an after party.
Are you surprised there's a Bama in play?
We have an after party with a DJ. We gotta tell him to play that lo-fi.
Do you reckon he's got the sound file? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, who knows? Who knows?
Oh.
Otherwise, we'll make the remix by mouth. We got Ian's mic and start
Can I say this is maybe a little bit more of an aggressive? I mean, setup as well as a whole that's coming out from J-Links now. Considering they have a shield close to the Aviator door, they can have someone play in Aviator. Oof. Zed will not be playing for the remainder of this round. That was a beautiful shot by Quick though. Just a nice shot coming out in the chat as well. We've seen Quick do a lot of pre-firing. He's now got a T5 as well, obviously. He was playing with the Finca LMG the previous rounds. He's doing a lot of pre-firing, and just another pre-fire just being very, very successful there. In a quite common spot as well, because that's where they found a lot of opening kills on the J-Links players as well.
Oh, it's also Smurfia that will fall off the board. 2 of the opening kills in the advantage, of course, of the J-Links. They were able to get Zant off the board quite early, and with that, a bunch of nades in his pocket. That is, of course, Quick, who was able to catch the kill, and Leonski currently still, quite aggressively with Quick here. They're not really giving Jokers any real estate, are they, Anne?
No, exactly, though. There was a ping coming out onto the position of the attackers here as well, and you do see the players of J-Links now slowly starting to come back to site. They left their mark on the other side of the building for sure. They got 2 opening kills, and well, they can now just slowly go back to side, go back to safety just a little bit more, especially for Sam. Like, he's already lost half of his HP as well. And playing the Azami, obviously the newer operator, and even though they still have that very aggressive site setup, this can be very helpful for them as well. He also has got a really safety net whether to play around 90. That's a beautiful shot to come out on Duco as well. A really well-placed Kiba barrier, helping him there to get that kill. And, you know, have only 2 operators left on the side of Jokers.
Yeah, and only a minute remaining. Make it 1 operator on the side of Jokers. It's all up to Hugus, the huge man himself, but unfortunately for him, he meets Quick. Huge round there by Quick, was able to snatch 3 kills, and with that, snatch the first defending round for J-Links.
What a performance though by Quick on that first round.
Yeah.
That was really nice. I mean, his first defensive round, rather. We should probably say that. And I really like the lineup that was coming out from the J-Links players. Quite aggressive. You saw the Kiba barriers giving the players a good position to play around, even on that 90 stairs. If you face a Kiba barrier like that, you don't expect someone to be standing just behind that little slither that's left on the 90 hallway. So I guess maybe the players got a little bit scared or a little bit surprised by that, rather. And then there was also still a shield in the middle of Aviator. Would you have wanted to go towards School and Aviator instead? Then, well, you're facing a shield. And looking at the lineup, I see Nate. I now see Ace, so it's Selma. You can get rid of those shields, but they're once again bringing out 1 at the side of J-Links.
See that they're going for the trophy statuary side of things, and we only seen that side once today, which was Jokers trying to defend that, but unfortunately for them, they were unsuccessful in doing so. Question is J-Links better prepared to defend that map? They probably have the strats. Do you see any papers laying on their desks?
Any papers on their tables? No, I've actually tried to pay attention to that, but I haven't seen it.
You know what though? Like,
what?
When they were setting up, Leonsky had a huge file of papers with different maps, folders with different maps. I tried touching one, and he was like, kapow!
Oh, he just immediately, like...
Exactly. He's like, that's mine.
Did he hurt you?
Isn't. No, Leonsky can never hurt me.
Okay.
Only my feelings.
Yeah, I was going to question that. Do you hurt your feelings? Like, not allowing you to look into the papers.
I'll look at them after the grand final.
You're a team hopper, man. You're trying to be on all these different teams.
I'm not trying to be on the teams. I'm just trying to gain insights.
You just got a jersey from the Jokers. Now you're trying to look at the stats of J-Links.
Yeah, for a reason, so I could give it to the Jokers.
I'm gonna tell them. That's actually.
They bribed me with that shirt, but it is Smurfy with the opening kill on Quick, and you know Quick. Either he does amazing. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful shot, by the way, by Dino. Either he does amazing, or he's the opening death so far. So, you know, not really there yet, but he has shown up in, for example, the previous round. So, you know, having that quick refrag and Duco is very important though here for J-Links.
He's got the lowest survival rate on his team by far, I think. He's got 6 deaths, but of course, like you mentioned, he's either very influential at the beginning of the round, or he tends to die out just a little bit earlier, though. But still control around this wall here, and the Kiba obviously allowing them to play inside that little area in master bedroom. And ooh, that was a good shot coming out from Sam as well, right on to Hugus, eliminating the single heart breacher that was on that team. So their dreams of maybe trying to open up that wall towards Thatcher will not be lucky, especially if Sam is going to keep on killing people just around there, though eventually he will find his demise by a nade coming from Lansdale. But still 2 players only left on the side of Jokers against a 3 on the side of J-Links. No breach, no control of master bedroom. That might be a really difficult challenge for them.
Yeah, it really is, especially if you look at the utility that they still have in their pocket. It's Smurfia. All he has is a single flashbang still in this pocket. So will that help him to, you know, clear certain parts of sight? I don't think it will. I think it will be a hard challenge here. But hey, we've seen crazier stuff happen before. It is currently 45 seconds remaining. Smurfia and Lance have to clutch this up. There goes the last piece of utility.
It was 2v2. That was Lance able to pick up 1, though. A little bit of HP advantage on the side of J-Links, because Smurfy is not 100% full HP, but 30 seconds left on the clock. Leonsky's got pretty good positioning. If they don't know where he is, that might be huge or lethal later on in the round. Tubi's got good positioning too, though. He'll be able to pick up 1 kill. It's only Smurfy now left in a 1v2. A little bit of a pre-fire coming out towards the bathroom door, but they now know where Smurfy is, trying to make his way through Astronomy, but just a quick swing coming by from Leonsky, picking up that final kill now. 1 more round on the board for J-Links, and they've been very successful in their defense so far. If that continues, then this map might be over very, very soon.
Yeah, this is the first time today that J-Links actually, you know, extends their lead beyond one round. You know, it's been very close. It's been 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 3-2. And this is the first time that the Jokers have not been able to bounce back from losing a round by winning it. So
That's true, yeah.
if this trajectory continues, this round, I mean, this map will be over with quite soon.
And I think what we've seen the Jokers excel with as well is, you know, they play a site, they lose it, and then they try it again, and then they win it. But you can't do that on attack, because if you lose a site, you go to a different one, and you got to start all over again from scratch. But the tactical timeout is in a good time, I think, right now, because 3-5 is not too bad. You can still come back from that, especially with, you know, J-League's now having to go to an off-site, cherry bomb site. There might be some things going strategically wrong. I mean, looking at those last 2 rounds, they had once the opening kill and once the opening death. But just try to take that control over Master Bedroom. They tried everything. They tried throwing utility at them. They tried throwing nades, but it was so difficult to try and get the control. They only got it with like 45 seconds remaining in the round.
Yeah, it's been, I think calling that tactical timeout is just at the right time. I mean, like you said, if you call it too late, then of course, you know, you don't have the time anymore to like kind of adapt. And now, you know, we know for a fact that we'll see at least one side rotation. You know, like if they win everything in a row, then eventually they'll be able to go back to Aviator.
Yeah.
And that's why calling that tactical timeout now is very good, because you can discuss the previous two sides.
Like I've mentioned the aggressive setup coming out from J-League, but they've also got aggressive operators, or they had aggressive operators brought with them. They got a Thunderbird. We saw how Sam was able to pick up that kill around Master Bedroom at the breach, and then immediately heal himself back up to a little bit more HP just to take on another gunfight. And, well, unfortunately, he got naded, but just, you know, it gives you a little bit more confidence maybe to be ready to swing everything. And I feel like that's what J-League have been doing for sure.
All right, we're about to see the kitchen dining side of things. My favorite side, actually, on this map.
Your favorite side?
Yeah, you can't get naded from below.
Oh, are you that pressed by the updates in the current meta?
Yeah. Yep.
Understandable. Understandable. We have not seen the Jokers players play with those updates as much as we have seen the J-League players do it.
No, we're about to see you know, another attack here by the Jokers, and so far it hasn't been going that well. We did see that they were able to, you know, pull it back in the, for example, in the previous round, but they weren't really able to close it out. Kind of like a lot of utility that they didn't have anymore later in the round, which they should keep on board, especially if you look at, you know, their current lineup that they're bringing. Of course.
I like how they have the one herb breacher, or the secondary herb breach gadgets being brought out by Hugo Sto.
Yeah.
You don't have to fully commit to bringing an actual herb breacher, because this allows you to have a little bit of verticality as well, especially with the side being kitchen. But Saddam is now injured by a nade, and this time there are no Thunderbird Kona stations quite close to his position, but Leonski is. He's able to pick up his teammate though, and you just heard the windows go open at Master Bedroom, and consistent pre-fires coming out as well, and that angle being held as well from underneath on the window might be so important though. Dino will be injured, and there's one player now trying to get rid of him to, you know, finish it off completely. Smurfy will do so. Hughes will find a kill in the process as well, and they now look at a man advantage with half the round only being played now.
Indeed, a two-man advantage currently, and only 1 minute and 30 seconds have elapsed, and they were able to already take quite some side control. You hear the bucks, you hear, you know, the demolition going on. They are going to take it from the top floor, and they're going to make the lives hard of the defenders here, who are all trying to hide. We see that Quick is in a little bit of a pickle here.
Ooh.
Is that...
Is he gonna? Oh, he's got missed rounds.
That's, you know, that might be. Might make it a little bit harder here. Oh my God, that's a very important kill here by Quick. Is he able to get any more? That's the question. He's just, you know, ring around Rosie here. They don't seem to be able to catch him because he keeps repositioning himself in a very good fashion. And now we also see Leonski offside. This might become a little bit harder for Jokers than they thought it was going to be before.
They have really good knowledge of where the drones are, because you see them pinging out drones, and you see them just trying to stay behind those and make sure they don't get spotted, because that's where you can be the huge most influential on a flank like that. And I was going to comment on Quick peeking all these, you know, these vertical lines aside, which is usually quite difficult to do if you're coming from underneath, but it's got a really fast fire rate on his gun too, where he's able to pick up another kill onto Lenster. Smurfy will take a lot of damage as well and eventually fall to Leonski. And we talked about an operated advantage. Well, now it's Hugo's all by himself in 1v3.
Oh my goodness, it is Quick with the triple kill already. He's really showing up for his team once more. Can he find a quad? That's the question. It's all up to Hugus now. He does get the down, but eventually it's Quick with that quad kill. And oh my, what a round. He was so close to dying. He was so close to being droned, but eventually they misdroned him and he was able to snatch those kills in.
That is a full successful side rotation coming out from J-Links. And that now puts them on a map point. And I'm saying map point because we are playing best of threes today, which means you need to win 2 of those maps. And am I surprised that J-Links has taken so, or are you surprised that J-Links has taken it so well on Villa?
I mean, this is a round that J-Links shouldn't have won. I mean, they lost 2 of their important players quite early. And then I think what really won them the round is that they didn't panic. You saw Quick, he was not panicking. Imagine being droned like that. Imagine being in such immense pressure. I would have panicked already, Anne. But he kept composure, and that's what I'm saying. Like, as soon as Quick walked in this venue, he was straight face, ice cold, and said, you know what? I'm here to show what I'm worth.
He kept the confidence as well to peek it vertically as well from underneath, which is not always a very successful or a very good thing to do, but still he was able to pick up quite some kills there. And this is also where it comes to like the mental when you play on the LAN. It's so much different than when you play in the comfort of your own bedroom as well.
And you know what as well, Anne? What I really liked about that J-Links defense is that we saw Leonski leave site. So, you know, he was inside. He found a way of leaving site and say, you know what, I'm going to go on a late flank. And he was able to catch that 5th kill, or 4th kill if you put it chronologically.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So good things coming out from J-Links. Obviously, it's their map pick as well, so we couldn't be too much surprised that they are doing so well on this map. And look at that, Quick just adding another opening kill to his book. He expected the kill onto Zendo. That's the sledge of the board and a set of nades, so that could be huge in this map point round that we're in now. He'll quickly rotate back to side because I think the Kona station should be waiting there for him. No, he's actually going to stay downstairs even longer, but he'll actually find himself being injured now. Finished off by Smurfia. He's also been really successful on the entry because you wouldn't have thought it, but Smurfy's been getting the entry kill 2 rounds in a row now, except for this one, but still the losing out rounds.
What did you guys do to Quick to, you know, upset him like that? He's been going causing absolutely mayhem on these players on the side of Jokers, but now he's also on camp duty because, of course, he has been refragged. It is only 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining here for the boys of Jokers. Tick-tock, tick-tock. You gotta find, you know, the real estate that you've been given, which is pretty much the entire bottom floor.
Exactly. This is where you can use nades maybe to try and get rid of the defenders just sitting in their casual and chill positions. And you have those players downstairs. You still have 3 nades to your disposal that you can use. Now one of the Gemini replicators will be shut down on the main stairs as well. Just giving a little bit more information. But the lines that Chumi has can be really important too. He's just missed a Yana walking by. That might be huge in the further progression of this round. Well, Duco's just already made his way to the top 4. He might be peeking those lines on the right side of him, or the doorway rather. There are no lines on his right side, but he's almost made his way into the side.
Oh my goodness, and he finds a kill on Dino, and that's a very important kill. And what I like here, Anne, is he pulls back. He knows when it's enough. He, of course, still has some utility in his pocket that he should be using. Oh my goodness, how did he survive this? He should not have survived that, but he did, in fact, and so he is able to heal himself up again with those Kona stations. It is, of course, a very, very beautiful kill here by Leonski. That is Hugus of the board. Currently at 3 versus 3, but look at the HP on the side of Tubby.
Exactly, yeah, there's still 2 corner stations, maybe 3 even, so if he wants to, he can regain some of that HP now. I think one of those actually ready to gain a little bit more though, but Lance on the top main stairs, joined by Smurf rather, they might try and take control over Study, but that's going to be so difficult with those lines aside, and especially if Leonski just decides to swing into the Study door. And now they have got a little bit of a rotate here, but only a 1v3 for Sandu. If he wins the round, the map goes in the favor of J-Links. He's got 7 seconds, so he's got to deny the plan. He's going to try for go for a flank.
Nobody's watching the flank.
He needs to find the final player, and he will not be able to do so. Jokers find the final kill. They will stay in this battle to win out that first map. Very, very huge important by them, and it could have almost gone wrong.
Nobody was watching the flank, Anne.
Oh my goodness. You usually have a flank drone at main stairs, right? Or in Study, right?
Jesus.
But, I mean, the players died so quickly as well. Like, I think you gotta, if you want to put blame, you gotta put them to those that were already dead. But the two that died, they probably died before they could have even given the call, yo, he's flanking from study.
But at the same time, what were the two remaining players that were not planting, watching on the side of Jokers? Of course, one of them was looking towards
drones.
Bar. The other one was looking towards the top of Red Stairs. So I get that you're not watching your back, but it's kind of logical that that might be able to happen. But it was Duco that keeps him in the fight for now, because J-Links still has 2 rounds to close out this map.
I actually like that they're picking Aviator again, because, well, you saw last time it was, they did get the opening kill, they got the opening kill on Zend, but they weren't able to capitalize off of it. They weren't able to put that into a, win condition. However, this time they obviously got some adaptations. I think, Quick got the opening kill, but
They lost him.
We've seen confidence in him, and I think maybe that was just a little bit of too much confidence, because he was Oryx and he just kept on barging through walls downstairs while already being on like half HP or something. But then obviously, in order to go back to site, that might be really risky too, because you gotta cross a few paths, you gotta cross maybe a few potential lines of sight that the enemies are holding. But look at that, just a consistent confidence coming out from the J-Links players. They're spawn peeking, they're pre-firing.
Yeah, they lost him quite early in the round. So, losing Quick that early in the round, it's not ideal. He's been the guy that's on fire, and we can see that. He's got 12 kills already. He's looking to make that even more. It is here. J-Links, of course, that can sit back and wait. Oh, this is a... once again, Quick finds the opening kill. They should have never found that opening kill. Don't over-peek it, though, Quick. We've seen you do that in the previous round. It didn't pay off for your team. So I think he decides to, take those cookies with him home and say, you know what, guys? We can just sit and relax. Especially if Dino gets that kill on lands. Goes from bad to worse here for the Jokers.
Yeah, especially because you got 2 sets of nades now gone, and you miss your Finka. So if anyone loses a little bit of HP, well, you're done, and you're going to stay around that amount of HP for the remainder of this round. Once again, they're taking control over top main quite smoothly. There's no real player on the side of J-Links. They're trying to stop them from taking that control so quickly. So, well, they can try and utilize that now. Hugo's picking up a kill onto Quick, though. Once again, the very important player on the J-Links side will find his demise. One of the players, though, lurking around that study door, and Leonski's still downstairs as well. He's waiting for those players to come into library and to use those nades from underneath. But guess what? There's only one more nade.
And you know what, Ham?
Well,
perhaps he's just waiting to flank him, because what does Jokers do? They don't watch their flank. It is indeed Leonski with the kill on Duco, and that's a very important kill to have. And you see Hugus now has to chase that kill. They know that Leonski was below. He now has to chase that with the diffuser. But, is that really the play you want to do? You only have 55 seconds remaining. I get it, Smurfy. I get you want to find Leonski, but that bird has flown away ages ago. So now, a 2 versus 4 situation. You only have 45 seconds remaining. The only thing that you have is study control. But is that enough?
You don't really have study control either, because there's a player still swinging around that, and we saw Dino actually getting to safety, though. And they have a hurt breach. They can try and get open the study well, but that's all they can do. They're going to have to force themselves to study. And I think the J-Links players are very much aware of this as well, though, because now you'll see the shoulder. He tries to go for a little bit of a pre-fire. The player staying very patient, waiting for the other player to come in. It will be Leonski picking up just one more. Leonski will fall immediately as well. Smurfy will get traded out right after 2. It is the map going in the favor of J-Links. Their map pick, Villa, and they're now leading the score by 1-0.
Might have been, a little bit tougher than we expected for J-Links, but hey, they win that first map.
Yeah.
They can ease into that second map. They can ease into Theme Park knowing, okay, we already got one map in the bag. We can make one slip up, we can make one mistake. But for Jokers, it's no more mistakes from here.
Nope. And I mean, the 7-4 scoreline is not too bad. It's not like you got stumped, you got a 7-0 in your bag. So they didn't even take their tactical timeout. I saw Jokers did that. They lost a round immediately after a tactical timeout, but the round after that, they won. So that's really important to take that in as well. So you can make those changes. You can put those adaptations that will get you to win conditions, to winning rounds. But, well, they're going to have to prove it again in the next map. That is their map pick, Theme Park. But, you're not alone. You promised to come back. I'm happy you did. How did you like that first match, the first map?
It was exciting. Exciting at all moments in time. Especially the first half was really close as well. But unfortunately, Jokers was unable to bring it home.
Indeed, they did manage to eventually take it, but we did expect Villa to be a little bit closer. It was a good map for the Jokers. They did eventually manage to make it up towards that 6 6-4 mark. Not much further than that, though, unfortunately. And with that, it is going to be that first map lost. But they showed fighting spirit. They showed the opportunity and possibility of maybe making it over towards a third map.
Oh, a third map, Chalet?
A Chalet, potentially.
Chalet, oh my. It would be amazing. But of course, first we'll have to go to Anne's favorite map. That will be Team Park. And I can already feel the excitement she's having for that map. And it just makes me happy.
I hate it here. I don't like theme park. No, I'm sorry. No, it's not my map. But I mean, I don't have a choice, do I?
No.
You could just walk off. I mean,
Let's do that.
No,
okay,
Ian Chambers
I
as
actually
the
didn't really
co-caster
enjoy
for
my
Anthony.
time here. I was joking.
Oh, you are enjoying your time?
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it. It's good so far. We saw an amazing villa. Did you guys expect it to be that close?
First half really amazed me. Second half was more towards my expectations prior to the match.
yeah, I think I agree. Like that first half, a 3-3 split, you're like, okay, this could be a very close game. The second half, Jalen's really taking that into their own hands. Just a small clutch coming out there to eventually extend it by another round. But yeah, I don't know, 6-4, 7-4, I mean, it is not the closest, but it's also not like the most stompiest kind of thing. So I think we're nice in the middle. You just said bring the cookies home, so I'm gonna just make it words now.
Yeah.
You know, I was going to say he chose money for his eggs, a Dutch expression. But then I was like,
Good
you know
work.
what?
I mean, we are in the Netherlands. We can still
Use
You can still choose
Stone
money
it.
for your eggs.
Stone Cold
Yeah.
sayings.
Yeah.
I use those all the time.
Yeah.
Do you?
Cookie of their own dough.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the US?
That's pretty much
Yeah.
our entire vocabulary.
And what does Emmy say when you say that?
I always, first of all, I lead off by saying, hey, this is a Dutch saying I'm translating now, but they're giving their opponent a cookie of their own dough.
And then she says, hap. I can't do
And then I
that.
come in, it's like a taste of it, your own medicine.
Okay.
It's like, and then we agree that cookies are way more enjoyable than medicine. So,
Definitely.
Do you like cookie dough?
yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Where did you guys actually watch the match?
In the crowd.
Everywhere.
In the
Everywhere,
crowd.
actually.
So you saw the emotions coming out from Lucas with the little clutch that he did there.
Oh, yes.
We did.
And we also saw Lance going full surfer mode style, which made me really happy. No, we did see a lot of emotions, and I really love the way it's playing out so far with the players. We're currently being teabagged
Yeah,
by
we're being
the
teabagged by the
cosplayers.
cosplayers. Can we get the row?
Yudon, turn
That is
around.
beautiful.
Turn around.
Yudon,
Turn around.
That way.
Turn around.
They're team.
Oh my god, the
Let's
QE
show it.
spamming
Let's
as
show-
well.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Don't stop now.
Oh, keep going, crowd spam. Oh.
He's prone.
They're gonna. Oh.
Oh, wait,
Oh,
Yudon.
double
Is it-
teabag.
Yeah. He likes this. Oh. You're welcome for that
Okay,
internet. We're happy we all reached one done for that.
We need to keep this
I
PG,
actually was
lads.
speaking with the KVM players during
Oh,
the
okay.
match. And
How come?
the first half, it was actually quite close. You're like, oh, Joker's really impressing us.
Yeah, yeah.
Then the second half, you saw Jalen's getting their first round in. And that was flawless. And then they already said, oh no, now they're probably
no.
going for it. Because the moment Jalen's got that pressure, got that momentum going for him,
Yeah.
Joker's pretty much done for.
That's it, right? I mean, that's what you need to take into account for the side of a team like Jalen's as well. They have that experience on board. First of all, with Leonski, he's played many different seasons before, won most of them as well at a given time. So he's definitely looking to find another one here. And he found themselves a new team now. I mean, you know, we always say, like, this team is carrying that legacy, but it's only just Leonski that carries that legacy. It is the same roster. It's the same license sheet. We have to say it like that, but with different players on it. And to some extent, it is a new team that needs to prove themselves as well, and they're hungry to do that here today.
And KVM actually said, I was talking with Swabba, and he said, I would expect Jokers to have the best shot of win, or no, it was Corpel actually. I think Jokers is the best shot at winning over J-Links than any other team apart from us. They said KVM probably will overthink it. Jokers is ready for the after party, wants to make it a real big party for themselves. So that mental edge is already very big for him. And I think we're already seeing that 4 rounds, I think is very commendable on towards that first map. And now we're only looking forward.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's not too bad. It's like you said, it's not the stompiest. I like,
not
the
No.
peak of the words there, yeah. I mean, you said they're ready for the after party. I think who's also ready to go jump in the canals ones. If he actually managed to get the win today,
Yep.
in order to do that, they're gonna have to win the next map though, because if they don't do that, they're already down and out, and they can, you know, get ready for the after party.
Yeah, about the canal. There's actually a lot of partying going on outside. The Pride, of course.
Have you checked it out?
I've actually checked it out.
Yeah?
I've been there with Fraser. He's very happy.
Yeah?
It's his first Pride event, and it's as beautiful as you can imagine, because Pride here in Amsterdam is always a great party.
I mean, he was like, "Where's the party outside?" And we're like, "It's outside." He's like, "Yeah, but where?" It's like, you walk out the door, you're literally there already. It's everywhere. At that moment in time,
he thought he had to like he thought he had to go like travel quite far to find a party, but it's literally in front of the door.
Yeah, it's like there's a canal there, and there's a canal Pride going on, a parade, and they're there, and you just see happy people all around. We also can make you happy. What?
How?
Because we have giveaways going, both one for Steel Series and of course for Omen, our partners for this Benelux League Season 7 season. And they are most likely going to make you happy if you are that winner. Check out our Twitch chat to get the information on how to win either this beautiful laptop or a pack of Steel Series apparel gear.
Is it peripherals?
Peripherals, yeah.
Peripherals.
My brain.
Apparel is like what you wear.
Apparel is clothing.
Apparel, yeah.
But you can wear it outside if you want.
Did you
You
not
can wear the
know
headset around your neck.
Yeah.
No, did you not know that Toldersma uses a mouse as a tie?
Yeah, no.
Fashion.
Where did
It's
you
a fashion
leave your mouse then?
statement.
Didn't bring it.
I forgot it at home.
That's okay.
So it's quite unfortunate. But also, let's take a little bit of a look from the previous map, of course. We saw some great nade play from the J-Links roster, especially Dino racking up kills. But I do have to say, maybe Quick was the key player out there.
Yeah, for sure. No, there was some quite like interesting and impactful rounds that we saw. It's a shame always when you see this high impactful player dying first, which happened quite a bit. So if Quick stays alive a little bit longer here and there, we might actually see an even bigger scoreline coming out for the side of J-Links onto this next map. And don't forget, it is Theme Park. Now, we were on Villa just now. It is picked by J-Links, which means that Jokers get the side choice. And on a map like Villa, it's quite important. You want to start on that defensive side. Now we're going to Theme Park. Similar story, but guess what?
What?
J-Links gets to choose where they want to go.
Yep.
But Anne doesn't, and she wants to go away from Theme Park.
I want to go home. Nah, I'm joking. But, you know, starting out on the defense half on Theme Park can be so, so important. We've seen J-Links actually play on Theme Park before. They were quite convincing on that. It was, I think, a 7-1 victory with KVM. I have to do it off the top of my head. That's actually quite convincing as well. Very, very early of the Benelux League, but still.
And for me, the scariest part is that something we've seen on Villa. Jokers, their drone game is a little bit lackluster at certain times. And especially on a broad map like Theme Park with a lot of nooks and crannies, there's a big chance of misdroning once more happening, and a big chance that Jokers might actually, well, get themselves out of contention that way.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see in general what's going to happen in the next map. If you know, obviously when you start on attack, you might have, I don't expect it, but might looking at the 06, and that's going to be really difficult mentally as well to come back from that. We've just seen them be really happy with victorious moments and shout like that, but we've also seen the frowns on their faces as well. So.
I want to ask you a question.
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
How do you do it?
What?
Heels.
I said I was going to take them off, didn't I?
Yeah, but like you know, I got loafers on, which also have a little bit
No,
of...
I can't show
I was going to say, I feel so sorry because you wear these heels, but
nobody sees them.
No one can see them.
No, I know. Like, I said I was going to take them off and I was going to send them in a box, wouldn't I?
Get off your headset and get on the center stage, because then it's actually
Yeah, you can show them
But
there.
I can't cast from there.
No, but you can show them, highlight.
So everybody
I
at
think
least
fashion-
seeing your heels.
She's flexible, man.
No.
Is it possible? Like, the disc is too high.
I'll
And like,
hold you
getting
if you
up on
want.
rear
Okay,
is going
let
to be
me hang
difficult
it.
as well.
Yeah, but you don't wear a dress,
And you're
Anthony.
also like,
Oh, true.
20, you're like 20 centimeters taller as well, which
Yeah,
means your
that's
legs.
It's like, I have the
Shoestring.
box here. I can take them off and send them in a box. I'm not too bothered by it.
All right, then we're getting covered for later, so we can actually your.
I also had a box. Where did my
Shoes on
box
the desk.
go?
Why did you have a box?
I don't know. It was just set up here. So
Because
I'm
you're,
finally going to stand on the box.
Are
But
you taller than Toldersma?
I think I am.
Yeah. I
Now,
think
why
so
did they
too.
give you the box?
I
But they
don't
wanted
know,
to make
just
it
put it
from
down
tall
here.
to
That'd be
short.
To Anthony.
He'll shrink in the
I learned from watching these cosplayers, like the movement.
At the teabag?
Yeah.
No, squats.
Squats.
We call it
Okay,
squat.
sorry. Yes.
I like their QE
Anthony, what's your
peeking.
prediction
We
for the
call
next
them
map?
competitive
Because of
squats.
course we're going to Theme Park.
Prediction. Prediction. The prediction. Are you gonna win? Are you going to win? He says yes.
That's
Come
fake.
on.
It's fake
Come on,
news.
score. Yes. Give me a score with your hands. What's the prediction? 7-0? Yes. 7-0. All right. 7-0.
You're such good at communication. The one problem I do see in the setup from Jokers, however, is I think the most key thing, Hugh doesn't have his unicorn on his monitor anymore. It's actually fallen off.
It fell off.
It fell off. And I think that's why they're probably going to lose 7-0.
Hugo's your mascot.
Someone needs to adjust it.
Just walk over.
This does
Take
not
your
feel
headset,
right.
walk over and put it down.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
it's sound. Luckily, Anthony is very, very
He's going.
flexible.
He's going.
Yeah, he's going. He's
don't
going to be
know
the savior.
If they realize.
I don't think they realize.
He's now.
He's not
he's gonna
The
be
way he grabbed the unicorn as well.
he's like a mad Italian currently. It's constantly falling off.
Go on, show it.
Show it. Yay! Oh my
It
god.
has to be there.
You're taking his mascot. You can't take his mascot.
The face of he's like, I'm never going to give you
I
a shirt
already
again.
gave you a jersey. Now you're taking my unicorn as well.
It's a beautiful one. The glittery feet as well.
Yeah, very nice.
Have you ever wanted a unicorn when you were little, Anne?
Probably yeah, but
Or more likely a My Little Pony?
yeah, but they're quite rare, I guess. The unicorns as well. I like the story behind them though, because they've had these apparently for 2 years already. Because they brought them out for some other LAN event.
Yeah.
But they've had them for 2 years. So, you know, the mascots have been with them for quite a long time. Maybe hopefully today they'll show some success.
Zuko actually brought them.
Yeah.
Really?
He did.
Oh.
And
They showed the strats.
Cameraman. Oh, the cameraman showed the strat book.
Almost leaked it.
Leaked. Fired. I think he's good. I believe all 10 players are in the server, slowly getting ready.
I can see all 10 players in the server as well. Yeah, we
Oh,
can
yeah.
Blue
look
bar.
up. Yeah, yeah.
blue bar, does that mean it's...
What's your prediction?
7-3 Jailing.
7-3 Jailing.
It's the best map ever, guys.
It's time for Team Park. Let's get ready on this ride.
Oh, you're so cringy.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, good luck,
If
casters.
you
Good
start
luck.
a wave
Bye.
there.
You want to wave with the crowd?
A
Yeah, you
wave,
should do it.
yes.
Oh, do the wave.
Do the
Starting
wave.
from you, Lydia.
All right, Lydia.
The wave, the
wave.
We're gonna do the wave.
2, 1,
One more time.
You want to reverse?
Yeah, the reverse.
Reverse.
Oh, even the players joined in. Yay, let's go. Hey, thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Enjoy, guys.
Thank you.
All right. What a good start to
Vibes. The vibes are amazing here on Team Park. All right. It is Jailing who gets the ban. Nook once more. Really an operator that they've banned more often. They're always on cams, aren't they, Jailing? So
Always on cams.
yeah, so they're always afraid of a Nook being brought out because you can't see those.
I mean, there's a lot of teams that utilize a Nook very well. If you have that one player on your roster that is able to, by themselves, create a lot of space and just be annoying on the other side of the map, then you can have a really good Nook player. So I understand that Jailing doesn't want to play against that. I like the hard counter ban coming out from Jokers as well. We saw how often Leonski used the line last game. And it doesn't allow you to move, it doesn't allow you to properly roam the way you'd want it to, so they ban it this time. Also the Azami ban coming out by Jokers themselves on a map like Theme Park. The final ban of Jailings will be Valkyrie, no big surprise either. Still has the one of the highest ban rates for the defenders coming out. And there's a request from Trick to speedrun this.
So indeed,
Can we set a timer?
You could. You set a timer, and while I walk us through these operator bans, we of course saw Lang being brought out by Leonski a couple of times. So kind of a target ban towards Leonski. We also saw, it was not Leonski, but one of his teammates playing the Azami quite often. And you know, bringing out that Azami can be extremely, extremely strong because we've seen it before. We've seen those sneaky little angles that you can create with those keeper barriers.
Exactly, but you know, Theme Park is like, it's been out of the rotation quite a while. Now it's come back. Well, technically new map, maybe for some of the players that haven't played comp on this map before, plus a new operator. That's a lot of opportunities you have. So I understand you don't want to play against that as well on this map. And, you know, first Jokers have to face against 6 of the defensive rounds, so Jailing's coming out as well. Thank you for starting the timer. I wanted to start it when the actual round was going to start, but this is
I thought
this is
prep
all
phase
good
also
too.
counts. Sorry.
Makes sense. It counts at the game, yeah. And
Yeah.
I mean, the first prep phase we have, it is the Throne and Armory site, and it's a site where you can utilize C4s, or where you at least have someone play upstairs maybe. Because looking at the lineup of the Jokers, they bring that sledge, they're ready to get that vertical going on. They also have a Thatcher and a Thermite, so they can at least try and get some walls open. But what happened to Lens?
He took some early damage by Quick, who was trying to spawn peek.
Again?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was once again Quick, who was quickly there to do some damage on Lens, but it's not damage enough. We do see Dino slowly but surely getting droned out here. We also see that same Dino now falling back towards waiting room, where we have Leonski playing upstairs as well. It's a lot of players on the side of J-Links holding that upstairs side of things, so people who like to play ranked start taking notes, because this is how you defend that site.
I like the setup that Dino's got upstairs as well. He's got those peaky hole swords to control Hatch, and he's got a rotate to go back towards safety of Bunk, and the Hatch that he can drop as well, which could be quite risky if players are already outside of barrels, but a lot of pressure you can put upstairs, because even if he gets spotted out, there's so many ways you can rotate. Even for Quick, would he have wanted to rotate downstairs quite quickly? The drone came by, and I think they know he's here though. He's able to do just a little bit of damage onto Duco before he'll eventually fall. It's Smurfy holding the window from underneath. Once again, Smurfy being very lethal in the beginning part of that round, picking up the opening kill on a very influential player on the side of J-Links.
It is indeed a very influential player that's now no longer, and that's Quick. And what I still wonder is who's going to be the first team to bring that Jackal, because on both sides of the teams on defense, we see like that offside type of hold. We see that you have players that are, for example, on the roam, such as a Quick. You have players on the side of Jokers that are continuously on the roam, such as Lance and Duco, but we don't see that Jackal being brought. Zend, however, with Leonski, gets a second kill here for the side of Jokers. And with that, they have the upper hand, and they have a two-man advantage with still a minute left to play for.
Oh, that sledge holder was a person right underneath that though. No more C4s on the board for the players of J-Links, as Leonski died with one still in his pocket. Sam on site though, trying to play this out a little bit patient. Obviously the time is on the favor of the J-Links. All they gotta do is wait for Jokers to start initiating an attack here. Duca though will be injured, but will be able to pick himself up again. But a player coming from drugs could be influential or huge in the round if they don't spot him out in time. Smurfy will be injured as well. Technically a 3v2 situation for the J-Links players. The Finka is not there to pick them up as well. Dino now in this hallway. I think he spotted a player bottom yellow, maybe, but that breach is going to go open anytime soon, though. Smoke has still 2 in the pockets for Tubi, so we can use those on towards the breach and deny an entry for the Jokers players. 10 more seconds on the clock. This might be really bad for them. It's a 1v3 situation for Tubi, though, as he has that one to final smoke. He finds one very important kill. Has to wait 4 more seconds, but it will be Lance to pick up that final kill, putting the first attack in round in the favor of Jokers.
Wow, what a huge kill there by Tubby, but unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to find the next 2 kills in those remaining 4 seconds. It is Jokers that currently win that first round, and we've seen them put up a good fight so far against J-Links, but we haven't seen them get that opening round advantage. They haven't been in the advantage at all.
The advantage for beginning the rounds.
Exactly.
No, I mean, it looked like they had an advantage when Tubi was trying to hold up the breach with the smoke canisters, and when there weren't really that many other entry opportunities for the players of Jokes. I was like, oh, 10 seconds. Well, there's going to be a problem with that breach, and they can't go through it. There's a smoke canister, but all of a sudden, like, the tides completely turned, and Tubi was left in a 1v3 situation. He was able to pick up 1. But that was all he wrote for that round, though. And a side pick, or side switch, rather, coming out from J-Links as well. They do not feel too comfortable with that side downstairs. As you mentioned, they were continuously in a little bit of a downside. So they'll pick the upstairs objective, Bunk and Baker. And I'm not expecting anything else than them to have a very horizontally spread out lineup, whereas they have players
no way he's gonna spawn peek with smoke. No way Quick is about to do this.
Cash running out with the FMG 9 as a smoke.
No way he's about to do that.
Did you have that in your scrapbook?
Oh my god.
Did you see that in this?
If this works, it'd be hilarious. No, he's just hunting drones so far. He got 2 drones, so you know, good hunt here, and he can now slowly but surely pull back. So that's not too bad, but I thought he was about to go for the committed spawn peek here with the smoke. It is currently Tubby who will be the opening death after Duco finds the opening kill. Has 1 kill, has 1 assist, and has 1 death so far to his name. good start here by the Jokers. Question is, will they be able to continue this start? We're of course struggling on attack on Villa so far. Seems to be going seemingly.
I think a good win condition for them as well. Like 2 rounds in a row now, they have the opening kill. They create some space for themselves. We saw the vertical lines being created by Zen last round as well. The roamers of J-Links seem to evade the roam quite early in the round as well. Before there was even any pressure on Dino last round when he was upstairs, he was already gone and downstairs. So just them trying to hold on to the map for a long period of time doesn't seem to be too successful just yet. But Quick does a little bit of damage onto Smurfje. There's quite some other players now joined there on that side of the map, but he'll drop the diffuser. He'll also get the kill on the Thatcher, and that might be huge in the later parts of the round. Now waiting for another player to enter cast, but they obviously know where he is as well. 4 players now got their sights on Quick, and eventually he will fall as well. Good teamwork and good communication coming out from the Jokers.
Definitely, definitely, and with that they are able to find that top performer on the side of the J-Links. Also Zant with the kill on Sam. He's going from bad to worse here for J-Links. However, Leonski, sitting tightly behind that Mira, is able to find a refrag on that same Zant, and all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 2. Still quite doable here for the players on the side of J-Links. Of course, still have Dino and Leonski in the running. Only 50 seconds remaining though, Anne.
Dino is quite far away, though, from where the players actually are, but it's got a really neat setup, though, on that side of Arcade. And those mirror windows, those can be really, really annoying for the players trying to get in there, but Dino runs into a nade. That is quite unfortunate, though, as Leonski is now left in a 1v3 situation on the side. 33 seconds he's got to play with. The players now have made their way to the top of Yellow Stairs.
No,
Looks away at the wrong timing, unfortunately. He's going to try and pick up 1 kill, but he's not even able to pick up 1 of those 3 remaining players. The final shot coming out around that headshot box, and 2-round score lead from Jokers. Did you expect that coming into this match?
I definitely did not. And they dropped. I think they might. Are they actually taking timeout? I don't think so. He dropped some of his drink.
Oh God, not on the PCs, please.
No, I think. Do you remember? Kabouter did something similar. Dropped the energy drink on his keyboard.
Oh no.
Yeah. And we
when was that?
It was Benelux season 3 or 4. It was
4. I was there. It was live in Alpha on the 9, but I can't recall.
Yeah, it was. No, actually, it might be 2. It might be 2. It might be so long ago. But he dropped. Can you imagine you're a player and you drop energy drink over your keyboard, and your keyboard is destroyed. So now you have to play with another player's keyboard.
You know, there's like, if you have a Wii console, there's this very funny thing that the Wii comes with the manual.
Yeah.
It says your Wii is not thirsty, it does not want orange juice. So like, obviously, because you know, it's a piece of electronic, you can put like orange juice on it, but I feel like sometimes players could need that as well when it comes to their keyboards.
Yeah, yeah. We saw him drop some, there we go, we got the cleanup crew coming.
Yeah. Oh no!
Yep. Because he dropped it all over his strats, and luckily not over his keyboard. He'll be needing those strats a little bit later, because attack is really adapting on what J-Links is currently doing, and that's. Hey, we're gonna try a 3rd site. 2 of the sites that we picked haven't worked so far. Let's try a site that we haven't played yet, being of course the Drug Lab.
Ooh, Zen's taking a lot of damage, so and eventually he'll find his demise. Quick picking up the opening kill, doing what he was so good with on that first map. Though, despite having a AUG with not the fastest fire rate, he has that 1.5. He can battle out that distance in comparison to Zen, and was able to be successful in the opening kill. First time it actually goes in the favor of J-Links. Should be a good sign for them to be able to continue this round, but they're now opening up that site, but that is not even the bomb site. They're trying to go through the entire building, the 1st floor, but there were still some roamers of J-Links on the side of that map.
Yeah, definitely. So it makes sense to slowly but surely start making your way, you know, into that room side of things, because it's really the key position here that was being held by J-Links, offering them some room to move around. It is, however, Tubby with a kill on Hugus. Quick will also find a kill on Lance, but Lance with that refrag because he had a nade cooking in his hand. Who else got something cooking is Duco, because he's slowly but surely walking up the yellow stairs. Can he find a kill? You know approximately where that player is. Have faith in your guts here, Duco. Doesn't seem to be doing that. Does he have the intel though? I don't think so. So this is just, you know, face checking everything, and that can, you know, really work out in a bad way. It is Dino with a kill here on Duco. 4 versus 1, all up to Smurfje.
Yeah, Smurfy now left in a 1v4 situation. He's got Team a little bit less HP though. Once again, siege timing as he peeks away from the hatch. One of the J-Links players was ready to take that gunfight though. Yellow Pink's coming out on the position. The player actually dropped the hatch, I feel like, and they ran through split. Beautiful shot though, coming out from Smurfy to take care of Dino, making things a little bit easier for himself. He still needs to clear out this 1v3. He's taking a sweet time as he's still got 42 seconds to clear this one out. Carefully checking all the potential lines of sight, but he knows there's a play in arcade still. We'll try and go for that gun for the player. Going back to safety though, opens up another of the angles, 2 more strokes. He's now very exposed as he tries to reload. Sam is already on the other side with the pistol, taking out that final player on the side of Jokers. And now they found their first round on Theme Park. They're my pick.
Indeed, indeed. It is here J-Links, who was able to bring the score a little bit closer. We, of course, saw Jokers being up 2-0. But so far, J-Links, you know, they struggled on their defenses, and it of course happens when it's a map that you haven't played that often. I mean, you know, Theme Park is not one of their most played maps in the regular season, so, you know, playing it against a team such as Jokers, who made brand new strats about 72 hours ago.
Yeah.
We don't know if they work.
No. But looking at the map statistics, I mean, you said they only played that not that often. It was only once. They are 100% successful though. But yeah, if you have got one map to play that off of, then it's already, you know, could be a quite simple stat. However, they don't play it that much because it usually gets banned against them. It's actually the map that gets banned against them the most, Theme Park. So teams really don't want to play Theme Park against J-Links, it seems. But Jokers is up for the challenge so far. They're not doing too bad. If you look at the side of Jokers, though, they haven't played Theme Park, but they usually ban it themselves. So it's not a map that they should be very comfortable with. Maybe those strats that they made 72 hours ago, maybe they could be working wonders. You never know.
We'll see once they get to the defense side of things, of course. We see Tavi here, like the aggression. Has to watch out though. He's of course that smoke player playing on that FMG there, and a gun that, you know, is not that loved in, you know, in ranked, for example.
Yes.
But here, a map like this.
Yeah, but Quick's probably got the secondary shotgun, and maybe Leonski if there's a shotgun. So if you already have that shotgun in your lineup, you can allow another player to have the luxury of not having to play shotgun as well. He can be a little bit more lethal. We saw how influential Lucas was with it on Villa as well, top main stairs. So if you already have that shotgun, if you already have the opportunity to set up the site, either with a secondary or a main shotgun, you can be very influential. Once again, we see the FMG paying off to be picking up the opening kill as a roaming smoke. Who would have thought that?
As a roaming smoke, indeed, it is Smurfy who is off the board. Hughes will find his kill, which is on Dino, and bringing the BAM count back to a 4 versus 4. A minute and 40 seconds remaining. Currently, you see that the sides of Jokers are trying to take that cash room. It is, of course, very important to take that, but they seem to, like, coercively, of course, they seem to be trying to take that E side of things, but their attacks haven't really been up to pace, Anne.
No, it's not getting the biggest foot on the ground here for the players of Jokers. So taking this nice and slow. I feel like one of the very influential things last year when it came to this attack was the fact that they had the verticals, the fact that they had the breach around the yellow hallway, but they don't have the Thatcher this time. That might be really big of a change for them if they want to go for that breach eventually, because there might be breach hammers on them. They need to set themselves up with these verticals. They need to get that breach hammer out of the way before they can make their way down yellow, before they can get that breach. But look at that, Tubi still got good positioning, still has those 3 smoke canister in his pocket, and while the teammates on the side of Jokers keep falling, as Duco will now find his demise as well, might make it even more difficult.
Will become a little bit more difficult indeed, it seems like. It is only 32 seconds remaining, and how are they going to find their way downstairs? Have they already figured that out? Because now they seem to be like kind of like panicking.
They have nades, but a little bit of a misthrown nade still allows the player to be safe in bathroom. They know about the the existence of the player there, and that could be huge, because last time they did, and they're trying to get the breach open though. Still one more smoke canister in the pocket of Tubi, but if Leonski stays here, he can be huge in the further play of this round. 6 more seconds on the clock that the players need to start getting into the site, but they'll take a lot of damage from the smoke canister. boosters. Leonsko, though, chasing those players, will find the remaining players onto the side. And they've walked in, hidden their way into the smoke. No more kill coming out there, but the round goes in their favor. And I was running a speedrun timer. It's on 15 minutes. But
we're already 15 minutes in this map, and it's currently 2-2. So
yeah.
I think, we're in for a treat. That for sure.
Yeah. Third map is very much possible, especially considering how well Jokers are playing on the attack. If they can continue that on their defensive half, then we might have a serious game and then potential third map on our hands.
Here we go. You see that little replay, the late flank, of course, coming in from Leonski, playing it very, very patiently, and it's currently once again the Jokers that have to prepare themselves for an attack, and we're going to the bunk side of things. What think there?
Yes, and still about the last round is one thing I still want to highlight. I think at least they knew about the player being there, because previously when Dino flanked them from Jerk side, they didn't know. Now they knew, but the nade was not thrown all too well. It bounced off the wrong side of the door frame, so it didn't fully find its target. I mean, if you only have 10 seconds left, you gotta go for an execute anyways. You can't just focus on that player that might still be behind you, even though he might still already gotten his way back into drums, for example. But once you mentioned, like, another attack coming out for Jokers, and I'm expecting them to once again take this from the other side of the map. Wouldn't be surprised if J-Links plays that very aggressive as well, try and stop the players from coming in there, but this is already a little bit more spread out. We see Duco now on his lonesome, rappelling on this window, and that could cut off some very important rotations for the defenders and, stop them from being able to play so freely on the site.
We see that Lance used one of his nades, and that nade didn't really find its target, so I'm curious, who of them is currently on drones if we look at that? I see Hugo's on drones.
Well, I think Duco's going to be on drones now.
Yep, for sure. For sure.
That's really unfortunate, having your Finka lose out so early in the round, though. Just only a little bit of damage taken on the side of J-Links, and well, Sen's now holding a long line of sight. He knows about these lines of sight being set up previously, and I bet there's a mirror window staring down at him too, but if he wants to toss a nade in there, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a ADS right behind that wall, catching it and making sure the player behind the mirror window stays safe.
Look at Quick, he was hidden a little bit. He's going for an aggressive push here, and now he finds that kill on Smurf. He was hiding there in that corner, waiting for to hunt his prey, and he did so indeed successfully. It is currently a 3 versus 5. Question is, will Jokers be able to bring this round back a little bit, or will this become a flawless round for J-Links? So far, going so good, and it's Hugas who kind of sneaked his way in, but it's Leonski who will find that kill on Hugas. Only 2 players remaining, and if Lance doesn't watch out, he won't be remaining anymore. It is a kill here by Quick. Indeed, a flawless round coming. It is a flawless round. Once again, Quick with a huge performance. 3 kills, Anne.
I can't even hear you. Do you hear the enthusiasm from the crowd coming out when J-Links wins around?
I think there's some J-Links fans in the house. Are there some J-Links fans in the house?
I can't even hear you when you finish out like that last round, and there's like so much clapping going on, but I do love to hear it though. It's great.
Love to hear it.
It's good enthusiasm.
Exactly.
But a flawless round, that's really convincing. I mean, they lost the first 2 rounds, and from there on they said no more. They now won 3 in a row.
I see that we got a tactical timeout. I see Hush talking to his team. Is this the right moment to take that tactical timeout then?
Can I say no?
You only have 1 attacking remaining.
That's what I was going to say as well. You've got 1 attack remaining. You can try and get it to a 3-3 score, but is that really what you want? I mean, obviously, if it's now going to go to a 2v4 score, it might be, there's multiple reasons as to why you can call a tactical timeout. It might be that your attacks are not going well, but it might also be that there's communication issues, or people are not holding their utility, or people are not using their utility well, and that is a trend that could continue when you go onto your defensive half.
And to add to that, if they do lose this round, then you have 1 more round before, before you're down like 5-2, and then it might be too late to call that.
Yeah, exactly. And then you've only just been 1 round on your defense, so you might not be able to change it up that much. So if we can assume what a tactical timeout is about, then it's probably just a deeper rooted issue than just the fact that their attacks are not going too well. But it might be the reasons underneath, like the basics, the communication, the utility usage. We've seen some nades not fully going in the direction they should have. Almost killing the player itself.
Indeed, and earlier we also saw a nade coming out from Lance, I believe, and it was a nade that didn't really find its target. So I feel like the droning isn't really quite there. And once again, I'm begging them to bring a Jackal. It can make your life a lot easier. Because if you look at the lineup, they bring a mute almost every single round on the side of J-Links. You know, once again, we see that mute being brought out here, this time by Dino. So you know that the droning is going to be a lot harder. So bring that Jackal. Bring that Jackal. It's going to say, bring that line, but you bent the line, so you can't bring the line. But at least bring the Jackal.
But then the line, obviously, if you use that and someone sends a proximity with your hammer, like, you're not going to be spotted out either. So it's not too bad that they don't have the line, but I understand your concern about why they're not bringing it.
Because they seem not to have a clue where the players on the side of J-Links are. We saw that. I have a good vantage point here on Twitch screen. I literally saw him staring at a wall. And I'm like, okay, he's hiding somewhere.
Yeah.
And just as I was about to say that, he was able to find that frag. So, like, it's, you know, players such as Quick, you know, look at your own team when you're Jokers. Quick, you can compare him to a player such as Duco or to Lance, you know, they're the sneaky type of, like, roamers.
So you said Duco the exact same time that he went down. Yeah. You mentioned the mute jammers before. I think you can use them for multiple different purposes. You can use them to block off walls on site, but this time we're actually seeing them being used to block off entry points. There was a drone around the lockers part, around the gong part, all the way on the other side of the map. If you try and drone from that side and you can't get in there, that is so frustrating. You just had a tactical timeout. And then you can't even get into the building because there's a singular piece of utility stopping you from being able to get in there. There's drone holes so you can nade the mute jammers, but a nade, to trade out a mute jammer, that is very, very expensive utility.
Indeed. It is Dino who will find the kill here on Zen. So that, beautiful refrag there though by Hugus. A little bit of an overpeak there by Dino, but Leonsky finding the kill on Lance as well, and Sam eventually finding the kill on Hugus. All right, guys. I think J-Links is in the house, aren't they?
Exactly.
They get another round.
A very convincing scoreline, though, even though they are on defensive. 4-2 count for them now, going into their attack in half. We're going into the Steel Series halftime. It's a good point to remind you that we have giveaways going on our socials, as well as if you look in the Twitch chat. And that is some quick recap of the strat book I see.
Yep.
The theme park one, obviously different color than the coastline one. As now the tables are turned. It's halftime, meaning that Jokers now go on their defensive half. They had a lot of struggles trying to get into the building, trying to stop the players of J-Links from roaming. I'm curious to see if they're going to bring out some roam as well, or if they're going to be more turtled on site. They'll pick the same site first. And looking at the site setup, the amount of players going upstairs now, even with Shotgun setting up so much from above, I'm definitely expecting them to have at least a little bit of a roaming setup.
For sure, and I mean, you know, J-Links currently leading 4-2, and you know, J-Links, we know how strong they can be on attack.
Yeah.
We know that they're, you know, a well-oiled machine when it comes to attacks. Can Joker stop them though? We've seen them be quite successful on Villa.
Yeah. I think one very important factor that needs to change, and I don't like highlighting players that are not performing that well, but I think we need to speak a little bit about Duco though. He's been so influential and he's been well performing on a map like Villa, being so important in those early rounds, picking up kills on the roam. He's now going 1-5. The last 2 rounds, he found himself entering death. We want to see the confidence in Duco. Yeah. And I don't think you get a lot of confidence or encouragement if you've just been entry death for 2 times in a row. And you're also playing on an operator that you don't want to have an entry death. Like, that's a very, very expensive operator to lose out so early. So in order for him to roam, he's going to have to bring back a little bit of that confidence in him, though, in order to be so influential like we see him do on Villa.
Perhaps he will wake up here, and it is Duco who's currently trying to hold off the Dragon Stairs, trying to hold off the players that are actually gonna enter.
Oh,
we hear the Candelas. Oh, poor Duco, you would think, right? It is Sam that's using a lot of utility, trying to clear cache here. Do they have the intel? That's the question. They know approximately about the whereabouts of Duco. It's Dino, however, with the kill on Hugus, and Duco needs to do some damage back. So much utility has been wasted here already, and it's still Duco who is in this position. Can he find a kill? Yes, he can. Lance has also found a kill, but Dino with the refrag. 3 versus 3 situation. Make that a 3 versus 2 when Quick has quickly entered the building and found the kill on Lance.
Yeah, so only 2 defenders left though, but Zen will find a clean shot onto Quick. It's been Zen complimenting Quick with his clean kills and his nice shots though, but this time it is the other way around. So back to a 2v2 situation. Leonski and Dano left on the side of J-Links, and they're gonna have to find some verticals. Luckily, they still have the sledge, so they can make those verticals, maybe still open up a breach as well. I mean, ideally, you'd never want to lose any of your operators, but I feel like these two operators left on the attack could be very influential still in the outcome of this round, because they can still get the breach, they can still make those verticals. I mean, ideally, you'd also want to have your finger, but well, can't bake the cookies any sooner.
Beggars can't be choosers, right? And it is Sand who's currently under a little bit of pressure. Every position he tries to take, he hears that kaboing going above him, which is the sledge. And oh my God, where is the situational awareness? You should know that that hatch is open. It is now all up to Smurf here. He has to clutch it up against Leonski and Dino. And this might actually be the play-in.
It's going to go for a huge repositioning around the yellow stairs, expecting the players to be around that yellow stairs area, but they're not actually there. They've relocated to the barrels part. One still on the split hatch and one on barrels. He sees the gunshots coming out from that side, though, as he swings it on the right time. He gets the kill on Leonski, drops the diffuser. 15 seconds left, and Dino has to find that final kill, though. He's got those 10 seconds. He can pick up the diffuser again, go to the site, and go for a plan. But Smurfy needs to know where this player still has that C4 in hands, and he needs to come back to the site in time. He needs to make the right decision, left or right. And he's not going to spot the player, but he will eventually flick and find the shot onto Dino. He's got plenty of time for that diffuser disable, but he just ran past Dino. I didn't think he was going to be able to turn around in time.
That must have been an amazing flick right there.
He must have broken his wrist now.
Exactly. How's the wrist, Smurf? I don't think he can hear me, but like I see him like rubbing his wrist. So that must have been an amazing flick right there. It is, Jokers who find a round for themselves. But hey, they're still trailing. It's still J-Links that are in the lead. But what a clutch situation that was.
I think arguably the round shouldn't have really gone in the way of Jokers. It looked like it was good, because there was only 2 attackers left on that side, though. A 2v2. You can easily hold that off. And then, you know, it seemed like, oh, J-Links still has a chance in this. They can still win that, especially when they went to the side with the diffuser as well. But just once again, a compliment for the positioning of Smurfy. So creative to like go the entire way around. Some players will be like, oh, I'm in a 1v2. Let me stay on site. I have a C4. I have a SMG-11. I have a shotgun. I can play on site. I can play the safe. But I like how Smurfy took the upper hand. He took the the initiation in this. He went for the reposition. He went for that aggressive type of playstyle that I think J-Links probably didn't expect. Like, if you walk through barrels, if you shoot a little bit around split, you don't expect someone to be in that 90 hallway. You expect them to be on site, maybe?
It is now Jokers who find themselves on the second defense round after the halftime split. And you said it, Jokers, maybe they shouldn't have won that round. But let's talk about this round. What can J-Links do differently to deal with the Jokers?
With the roamers. I mean, drone them out well. Have someone literally walk behind your drone. They've got 2B on the Yana as well. You have the Yana replicators. Get that information.
They used so much utility, though, to get into the cache side of things.
Oh, do you remember that picture of the guy playing yellow stairs on console and him getting absolutely bombarded by flashes and grenades?
I was about to offer my sunglasses to the players on the side of Jokers because, wow, they used a lot of utility, but it didn't really pay off for them. It is Quick who clears the Mew Jammer there. You spoke about clearing a Mew Jammer with a nade. I think this is one of the only moments in which you can should actually use that.
Yeah. And like another thing we should talk about as well is like you saw Dooku being fleshed out completely, and it's not ideal either. But maybe a little bit of overpeaking coming out. Like there's no Ying on the board this time. However, they find the opening kill. They find it on Hugus, a player that might have still had a C4, but this time he will not be able to toss it out. Good positioning though, coming out from Dooku. Is he still able to hold off control?
Yeah, we find the players on the side of J-Links here, slowly but surely, trying to take the east side of things. But there's a wild Tuco there, and also a wild Lance who are going to try to make their life hard. And it's Zed, actually, with the opening frag on Leonski, and that's a very important operator to already kill. That's the ace of the board, and with that also the Selmas of the board. And I was going to say you're only hard breacher, you still have a Maverick, of course, but do you have the time with only a minute and 10 seconds remaining to start opening the entire initiation room side of things with that Maverick blowtorch? It is, however, Sam with the kill on Smurf. 2 big kills.
That's huge.
Both Zant and Tuco. 2 versus 3.
Exactly, yeah. 55 seconds left on the 2 remaining players for Jaylings. This time they have the Finka and they have the Yana. 1 nade though left, and Quick has fully relocated to the other side of the map. If he's able to sneak around, then with that info that they have on the players there, get a kill. No, he will not actually, as Lance picking up that 1 kill there though. It'll be Lance picking up just 1 more. A huge round to go in the favor of the Jokers. And I want to compliment the aggression they had. I mean, you're playing against Jaylings, a team that is the #1 in the standings. They've had very successful lineups. They've won a lot of games during the Benelux League. And some players might be like, ooh, that's quite scary. These are big names that we're facing against. But I like how aggressive Jokers is playing. They're taking the lead in their hands. They're swinging everything left, right, and center. And did you see how many kills they were able to pick up? Duco at least 1. Zen was swinging a lot of things. They did so much damage on the Jaylings players there that it also puts a lot of pressure on you trying to go for a side execute.
Do you think we're at a stage yet where we need Jaylings to like start getting a chant, or?
Jaylings a chant?
Yeah, a chant for Jaylings. You think they already need it, or you think they're not like in that much trouble yet?
Seeing the crowd, I think they have a lot of people behind them. Not necessarily a cheer, but like a lot of people behind them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Look, I see some waves coming out there. There you go, there you go. Give it up for Jaylings, guys. Come on, come on.
I think they'll need it. You know, having lost some rounds in a row now, they need it. They need to come back with that. Being on attack as well on the theme park.
Let's make a promise with the crowd. If Jaylings loses 1 more round, we'll have to start a Jaylings chant. We'll have to like, let's go Jaylings.
Yeah, but I'm quite uncreative with these types of things. We can go with the one you just mentioned, but...
Exactly.
Yeah,
we'll,
sure.
We'll do that, but Jaylings has to lose 1 more round. Are you now rooting for Jokers with me?
I mean, I want to hear the crowd cheer like that. Yeah, sure,
exactly.
for sure.
Exactly. It is currently 4 versus 4 score count. And yeah, Jaylings not really finding their drive yet when it comes to the attack. They haven't won a single attack yet. And you know what? Jokers now on their tertiary bomb side, of course. If they win this or lose this, they get to go back to their preferred bomb site, which is, of course, a drone.
Ooh, he might be in a really position trying to drone that out there. As Zen is once again playing really aggressive, trying to sweep the hallway. It's taking a lot of bullets. And then Hughes comes in and steals away the injury that Zen actually had there. Nice shot. I sense a little bit of sarcasm in there. But it's a kill. It's an opening kill.
It is indeed. It is indeed. But the return frag has already landed. It is now Lance who's off the board. 4 versus 4. Also for a 4 score line. But it is Quick off the board and also Lance. And look at the frags on both of those teams. It's the 2 top fraggers. An even trade right here. 3 versus 3. Minute and 35. And we're just going to spectate Tubi. Can he find that kill to give his team the upper hand? That's the question. It doesn't seem like it because it's Duco with the kill on Sam. And with that, Jaylings is in some serious trouble.
Joker still has so much control over the map, and especially those lines of sight on towards Cash allow them to swing everything and make it so risky for those players to try and engage in that hallway. Leonski will find his demise in that same hallway, and Tubi's now left in a 1v2 situation. Has no more nades, so has to do with that ARX, so he'll jump to the rotate. Smurfy will be waiting for him with an SMG11 in his open arms. And the round goes to Jokers, and you made a little bit of a bet with the crowd, didn't you?
I did indeed, and I'm wondering whether it's time for that timeout. It does seem like they're taking that timeout. So, you know, now that they can they don't have to listen to hear the game.
They might be able to hear the crowd.
Exactly, I think it's the right time. Are you guys with me? Jaylings fans, listen. They need you guys. Are you there? We're gonna say, let's go Jaylings.
Oh, I'm seeing extra of those things being brought out.
Yeah, you guys ready? Let's go Jaylings. Let's go Jaylings.
I'll see the clapping.
Let's go Jaylings. Let's go Jaylings. Let's go Jaylings.
I'm trying to see see the look on their faces, but I don't think it's really come through the message just yet.
I mean, they were going with it. So you see, the Jaylings boys are a bit happier.
Yeah, I meant the look on the Jaylings.
Oh.
Players' faces, obviously.
Oh,
I mean, they're probably very busy discussing a few things as well. It's a quite early timeout, I would say. I mean, despite the fact that they've just lost a few rounds in a row, it's quite an early timeout. You can still do a lot with this. Only 4 or 5 is not too bad. There's still a lot of things you can come back though. But the unfortunate thing, I think, for them is they're on attack.
Yep.
And seeing the site setups continuously being brought out by Jokers, so creative, with a lot of open lines of sight. It's making it so difficult. You see the players struggle to try and take control over cash, try and take control over waiting. You saw Leonski walk in there. He literally had 4 different angles that he needed to check, and just doing that by yourself is quite difficult. I liked in the first round how Quick wanted to go to Cafe and try and get some control on that side, put a little bit of pressure, make it more difficult so you can test those lines of sight. But he got caught off so early. It's quite unfortunate. And luckily, though, before you're gonna
go for it, go for it.
Luckily, though, they don't have to worry about maybe those specific lines of sight because it's gonna be a different side anyways now.
Keeping the map pick in mind, are you surprised that Jokers is up right now?
I mean, if you pick a map like that, whereas J-Links have been very, very successful on that map, not just because they played it a lot, because they had a very convincing score against KVM, you must have some type of ideas of what you want to do on the map against them. The thing I might be surprised about more is that they were able to pick up so many rounds on attack. Like that's, you know, the slander going on about EU right now not being able to attack, right?
Yeah,
At least you come with Benelux. We know how to do that.
We do indeed. It does seem that it's J-Links who's currently struggling on attack though. So hey, they would fit right into EUL, you'd think. It is Duco that's once again playing that key position here, and you know the other round that we saw him play here, it costed him a lot of utility to get rid of him here, but now it seems it's only costing him a Sophia with an LMG.
Can I also talk about the fact, like we mentioned Duco going 1 and 5 when he switched to defense. Now he's going 5 and 6. Still not positive, still not neutral, but that means he's picked up 4 kills. Meanwhile, he's only died once. That is a huge change coming into your defensive half. So if he's able to pick up 1 more, he'll be able to go neutral. Though playing a very aggressive position. This throw he got flashed and stunned out so many times last time.
It's the 2 important operators that are off the board. Of course, you have that Finka. That's always important to have a little bit later on, and it's the pulls that can feed you a lot of intel. It is, however, now Tsubi who will find that kill on Duco. Like I said, all it takes is a Sophia with an LMG to get rid of Duco from that position. It seems like the chant has been working so far because it's now J-Links who have the upper hand when it comes to attacking. A 4 versus 3 situation. They find themselves with 1 minute and 32 seconds remaining. However, Wild Leonski doesn't really trust it, has to face check a few things here and there, making sure that there's no like late rotates coming his way. I was probably gonna ask
C4?
for no, he's going to ask for a nade.
It was mistossed. He tossed it against the ceiling or against the top of part of the wall instead of over the wall.
They still get it in the end of the day. It cost him a little bit more utility than it should have. But, you know, with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining, getting that wall open now is quite good. It is now Smurf. He hears a player behind him. It's not a player. It's a Gemini replicator.
SMG 11 hipfire. Don't see that all too often. But
he got spooked. He was like, what was that noise behind me?
They know he's there.
Yep.
Call on a player with nades, I was going to say, but that's not possible. You're going to have to face check him or maybe send someone in from the other side of the map. But look at the map control once again, still coming out for the Jokers. Lance is still making his way upstairs. Could potentially go for a huge flank once the time is needed, though. Good swing coming out, though, but Smurfy will die. It's Lance now all by himself, though, in a 1v4 off the site. You're not going to be able to do much in that position, though. A round going in a favor of J-Links. I think a round they needed so much to bring back the score to a 5-5.
And you saw the emotion when it comes to the coach of J-Links, Josh. He was like celebrating it almost, like winning that attacking round after that tactical timeout. Of course, that's, you know, you're getting the, you're kind of like harvesting your own seeds, right? Because he put those seeds in their head when he took that tactical timeout and said, all right, guys, this is what we need to change. We need to change X, Y, and Z. And it seemed like they've done so successfully because they were able to win that round.
I mean, when we saw our first time out in Villa from the side of Jokers, they were not able to win the rounds. They were not able to win the round after the tactical timeout. This time, J-Links took a tactical timeout and they win the round straight after. It's a really good confidence boost to get that going on as well, because you know that the changes you talked about, the things that need to be changed, are actually working and they are helping you. So a 5-5 scoreline. From there on, we could go anywhere. In 2 rounds, this could be completely done. We could have a 2-0 score for J-Links and they would go to the finals. Or we could have a 3rd map, and it's still a very tight and close match going on into Chalet. So, or we could have overtime. So many things going on in 2 rounds, so, you know, 5 minutes is going to be very important from now.
I'm trying to spot the activity players here. They must be keeping an eye out on this match and be like, all right, you know, J-Links, Jokers, both very strong contenders. Who do you think they would prefer? I probably think they would have preferred to play Jokers.
Do you think so? How unexpected, or how difficult is it to play against Jokers when they're playing so... You can't really predict what they're doing. They're playing very unpredictable.
They made Stretch 2.5 days ago.
How do you know? How do you play against someone? How do you make strats against someone that made
the way
strats
Quick
so
is
recently?
playing against them, he's just finding opening kill left, right, and center. Hugo's also off the board, guys. It's J-Links who are currently in the lead. Leonski with a kill on Tuco. Is this going to be a flawless round for J-Links? They find the fourth player. Can they find the last player? No, Lance can do a little bit of damage back. But yeah, there goes the dynamite. It's Sam on the LMG. Oh no, do not tell me that he's about to clutch this. Lance finds the second kill. Now has to find 3 players. Only has about 32 seconds remaining because the defuser has been put down, and it's Leonski with the final kill. And with that, and it's not only map point.
It is match point, exactly. Like you mentioned, from here on we can go a lot of ways. You can go into overtime, or we could have our first victor of the semifinals. One more round is all that J-Links needs to confirm themselves for the grand finals later today, and to keep them in the running for that Challenger League spot that they so want to have. It would also mean that Jokers can go and get ready for the after party. Yeah. But, you know, they probably don't want to lose out this round.
We all win today.
Yeah, that's true.
They get to go to the after party if they lose. J-Links gets to go to the grand finals if they win. But hey, they haven't won just yet, Anne.
Nope, one more round.
Because we're currently going to office.
Exactly. It was a convincing round, I would say. It was not a flawless one. Lance was trying to, you know, do a little bit against that when the plan went down as well. But after that, it was a good post-plan hold from the J-Links players. And one more of these successful attacks they need to bring out. One more of those aggressive entries coming out from Quick, like he's been doing so much. He's been very much involved with either the entry kill or the entry death so far. So if he's able to pick that or continue that trend, then this round might go really fast.
We've got about 3 minutes left until we find out whether J-Links will make it to those grand finals, whether they'll be the ones that's going to win 2-0. It seems like J-Links is currently, you know, smooth sailing after they took that tactical timeout. I wonder what Mr. Josh has told them, and what could have changed their mental? What's the secret sauce that he said?
It's under the sauce. No, I think a little bit was changed as well as confidence. And like I'm seeing this, that's confidence. If you're willing to bring out an Amaru on a potential overtime, that screams confidence. Jumping right into the break room, Sam's gonna go and take the G8 onto the side. Picks up the first kill onto Smurfia. A huge entry into the side. He's almost able to pick up another one, but Duco will find the kill onto Sam, bringing back scorelines even though, but that shakes up Jokers completely because there was someone on side. We need to come back to side if we were roaming, and that gives a little bit of a more entry or a free entry to the J-Links players to take a little bit more map control.
It definitely shakes up your defense quite some, but hey, fortunately for them, it was Lance who kept composure. Excuse me, it was Duco who kept composure actually and was able to find that kill. Can Lance now find the kill for his team as well? That's the question. Currently a 4 versus 4 situation, and we see that J-Links are doing the push that we're used to seeing from J-Links. That's taking things from the east side of things. However, they're not being met with as much resistance now, and because it seems like Jokers have given them cash quite easily and quite, you know, they don't have to put a fight up for it.
These lines of sight, man. Oh, Dino picked up a huge kill there on the Zenz. That was one player continuously swinging with a lot of confidence there. Duco can be huge and influential if he peeks this in the right moment in time, but more of his teammates start falling though. Duco and Hugo's in a 2v4 situation. Making it a 2v2 as Hugo's and Duco both pick up a very important kill. One more round could be the decider if we either have J-Links in the final or Jokers going on to overtime.
It's these two gentlemen sitting right here on the left side of the stage. It's, of course, Leonski and Quake who now have to clutch this up for their team. Only 50 seconds remaining. If anybody can do it, it's those two. It's a 1 versus 1, and it's Duco against Leonski, one of the two most experienced players on either side. Leonski goes for that fake plant. He does know that he can throw one of his drones still, so he can be fat information. Duco, you're waiting too long. The diffuser will go down, and with that, he only has 32 seconds remaining. Duco finds the kill. Oh no, we're going to overtime, baby.
It's a quad kill for Duco, but he has to find the diffuser in time. Does so and will have enough time to counter diffuse or disable the diffuser there. That was very unexpected, I would say. I was going to mention, like, Leonski's got one of the strongest AKs in the game playing against the operator that is on low or half HP, but still, Duco comes out victorious after a very, very close round. We are going into overtime on our second map. It could well be that we have our third map. and it could also be done very soon.
It is absolutely insane. It's, you know, the match that we're seeing right now, and I can't describe it. I thought Jokers was out of it, especially after Sam was able to catch that opening kill.
I like to see that things are being brought out though by
They
Jaylings.
brought a 4 versus 2 backhand.
Yeah, that's impressive.
The fuser was down. Leonski against 1 versus 1 against Duco. What a match we're seeing so far. We're being spoiled.
Exactly. It's been a really good matchup so far. That is one thing for sure. And going into overtime, which may be a little bit of faith or more of an advantage in the hands of Jokers because they get to be on defense. And, well, their defensive half is arguably better than their attacking half, of course, 4-2 split. So that might give them a little bit of a confidence boost going into this first round here. But we've seen very explosive attacks come out from the Jaylings players as well. Very aggressive ones, whereas the last 2 rounds are either Fink LMG go into the side or Amaro just eating themselves. And I think that Amaro would have been just a little bit more effective or a little bit more successful. Then that round could have gone the complete different way, but it's a lot of what ifs.
You know who I really want to highlight here today as well, and it's Lance. I mean, of course, he's currently on double digits together with Quake and Tubby. And Dino, actually, wow. Jaylings really dividing the cookies quite evenly.
That's huge.
But Lance's performance, like on moments that he's needed, he's been there for the team. He has, and it seems like he's there for the team now as well. And they just have to find a way to deal with Lance now.
Yeah, and we have seen him do that more often, though. But once again, this is probably going to be a very extensive side setup on this side of the map, though. But Tubi will miss just a little bit around that side, though. But Zen will fall as well. Quick being lethal with that Finka LMG, as they're now able to step into the side. They will do a lot of damage onto Smurfy, and Nate will detonate. Receiver will detonate, killing out Dino there. But Smurfy will fall immediately as well. 4 players on the side of Jaylings. Tubi is on half HP, but he's going to try and enter there. There will be stun type by Huges, but the plant going down. In the meantime, puts Huges in a 1v3 situation.
It is Jaylings who is able to close that round. And guys, one more round and Jaylings is in that grand final. We've seen him there before. We've seen them in a situation in which they would need a 1 more round, and they were not able to convert that. That was, of course, that clutch situation by Duco. Question is, Jaylings now on defense. The pressure is on for the guys on the side of Jokers. They have to attack this.
Yep.
And their attacks have been pretty okay, I must say. Haven't been too bad.
They were definitely better on the defense, though.
Exactly.
But obviously, you've just had an attacking half. They took their time out during the attacking half.
Yeah.
So you can learn from that. You can take that back into here. You've had a little bit of a mental reset being on defense as well. This is completely new. It's completely different. One thing I might be concerned about is I think Duco's going to be a huge factor in this. It's either going to be Duco or Quick that might be round determining in this game. Because if either Duco or Quick is very influential in the beginning of the round, very successful there, that might put open the board completely for their teammates. So I'm definitely keeping my eyes on those 2 players. We have to not forget about Smurfy as well, especially on Villa. He was very much involved in that opening play as well. So those are definitely the players I'm going to keep my eyes on in regards to the opening kill or opening death.
For sure, it is a 7-6 scoreline here, and only 1 more round needed here by Jaylings. They're on defense, they're bringing that pulse. With that, they can feed information, kind of dictate where the push is coming from. They already sensed the heartbeat by Duco. Currently still has a heartbeat. Question is, will he remain that heartbeat for much longer? Because he has been stepping up to the plate, but is that being enough? That's the question. It is Quick. 14 kills. 14 kills. Really, really pulling forward here for his team.
That is a really high effort though, but Quick will find that opening kill onto Zenz, eliminating the possibility to do any vertical work from above. A huge entry that the Jaylings players could very well use in potential to confirm that into a round win and a map and game win as well. The wall will be open now, but that makes it more exposed towards those Jokers players as well. They find themselves around the Dragon site, they find themselves around that maintenance site, and there's also some rotates here, but that is not the site. They have to go through this building completely if they want to go towards that side. And last time when they were around this part, there were still some roamers of Jaylings around the area as well.
see that Lance is trying to find a kill, but it's Juco actually who finds the kill. And Tubby, are you really going to push that aggressive? That's the question. I mean, you found a kill. You kind of brought it back here, so maybe you first want to deal with Quick, who's currently still on that yellow stairs. Oh, this couldn't become a pain for the player that was last seen here in that bunk side of things, but has now, excuse me, in that blue bunk side of things, has now shifted his attention towards Drone.
It's got so much map control. I like the amount of pressure that J-Links keeps putting on them. It's a 4v4, everything can go in their way. Also, they've got time on their side, so it's only just a minute remaining. And if Quick is able to pick up one more kill, that might just go their way. He's going to see the person through the wall. Will only just do a little bit of damage though, but 55 seconds left on the clock. A better advantage on the side of J-Links though, as they still have players off the site, roaming almost everywhere. This could be the very important round.
Oh, Juco with the kill on Quick, and that's a very important one. But now he's met with a shield, a player behind that shield as well. Only 38 seconds remaining, but Dino can still really stop that attack here by the Jokers. Leonski will be cleared away from that shield. Now has to find his way back towards side. Sam with the kill on Juco. Sam with the kill on Lance. It's one player remaining. It's all up to Hugas. Can he clutch this up? He finds one. Has to find two more. 22 seconds remaining, but it is J-Links. They're your first grand finalists here, and
they win that first matchup against Jokers, and they are confirmed in the grand finals, taking that with a smooth 2-0 victory, putting themselves in the grand finals, and more important, keeping themselves in the race for that Challenger League spot. And we see the victorious faces coming out, but also shakes, of course, with the players on the side of Jokers. And we were treated to a very, very fun game, both on Villa and both on Theme Park. But I think the deserved victors of this game are J-Links.
Definitely, we did indeed see it. I mean, we went to overtime. It's crazy. Yeah. We went to overtime on that second map, and we might have not expected it, but it was Duco who was able to, you know, pull up for his team, but not enough. And with that, now we have J-Links who, I mean, yeah, they're the deserved grand finalists.
Exactly.
And I mean, we already know that there's going to be one. We knew there was 4 amazing teams, but we already know of one amazing team that's going to be in the grand final. And I can't wait to find out who's going to be that second team in the grand final.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we're going to have to wait just a little bit more before we find out who the second grand finalist will be. We're obviously joined by our fellow analysts as well on the desk. I think we'll have an interview soon as well. I think I see Ian right there ready with the player.
Let's just check. Are you ready, Ian?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
I know you're ready.
Are we on? Are we live? Oh, wonderful. I am here with Quick. We were just chatting. Quick just said to me, do you want me to be spicy? And I was like, of course I want you to be spicy. I want you to be like some sort of spicy curry. Before we do this interview, because this is huge, right? J-Links fans, if you want to make some noise for your team right now, who've just made it into the grand final, do it right now. All right, Quick, in all seriousness, you are 1 series away from potentially lifting that trophy and booking your spot in Challenger League. Just reflect on that 2-map series from your perspective.
Well, it was really fucking weird. So, sorry.
Beep. Apologies.
It was really weird to get used to. We had a lot of technical problems. Like our sound was like, it was like we were in a wind tunnel game, so our sound was really bad. But once we got used to it, we got flying. And I think basically, maybe nerves, I'm not sure, maybe like the tech problems, but we were all kind of like getting a bit at each other's throat. And I think once we calmed down on theme especially, and we just played our game and won, it was really good. So it was a nice warm-up for the final, for sure.
Did you just call that a warm-up? That you could argue that it's a little bit disrespectful to the Jokers, but what did you make of them as opposition?
It was really fun, actually. I really liked them. They were here for fun. They had fun. Honestly, really fun game. I really liked it. Really enjoyed it.
So during that second map, it looked like it might have gone the other way at one point. It looked like there was a little bit of struggle coming from J-Links, but what was it that happened within the unit? Was there a bit of a conversation, like, guys, get this together?
Well, it was quite simple. We made Sam mute. Basically, his mic was just making that noise, and so we just made him mute, and we, like, literally after that didn't lose. So, yeah, Sam muted, we won. Simple.
Well, we were chatting with some of the audience members and some J-Links fans before getting into that first semi-final, and one of the things I was talking about with them was like the pressure and the hype surrounding your team. Do you feel that from within? Because, you know, we saw the little intro video, the hype video from Jesse Lingard before you got in there. There's eyes on you, right?
I guess technically, yeah.
But AVE have been at boot camp for like a month, KVM boot camp for a week, and we've been scrimming with 2 subs, Dino and Toby, who are amazing, for about 10 days now. So really, we shouldn't win. Like, if we win, I don't know what to say if we win. We shouldn't win. We are actually the underdogs, so no, not really.
Tell me about Dino and Toby. These 2 new faces that have come in, and I imagine are they loving this experience?
I think so. They're so talented. They're so good. Honestly, Dino and Toby have the potential is so big. They'll be here next year. They'll be winning that trophy with us or without us. And honestly, it's such a pleasure to play with.
All right. Well, there's another semi-final coming up. Who do you want in the grands?
I think both are quite fun actually. Like KVM, they'll be a fun team to play against, but probably a bit easier. And AVE, honestly, there's been a lot of back and forth between us, so it'll probably be a bit more dramatic. I think either way, probably quite easy, but I'm going to go with AVE. I'll go with AVE.
All right, one last thing before I throw it back to the desk. We're going to get back to the desk in just a second, but quick, what I love about you and your entire team, you know, Jesse Lingard himself has got that whole swag. He's got like that cool, confident mentality. It seems like that carries through onto your roster as well. Why do you think you're going to win that trophy?
That's actually a good question. I don't know, because they're bad. Simple. They're not good. They're not on our level. It's really easy.
That's the sort of confidence I like. Back to the desk. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you very much, Ian. And we do see a little bit of flame, but I did actually gander off on towards the KVM line. It was like, against us? Easy?
They're smiling. It was like, no way. Let him talk. We'll do the talking in the server later.
All right, we're going to spec them up straight after. Well,
yeah.
They're slowly setting up, or at least getting ready to set up, because of course J-Links has to move away all their stuff, but then get ready on towards the next match. Of course, we just had a beautiful series right here, and I don't think I've ever seen as happy losing players as we just saw from Jokers, because there were just big smiles all around. I think getting towards that overtime was already one of a victory.
I mean, it shows that they are capable of taking the fight to J-Links in these situations here on LAN. And they can be more than happy with the performance here. They came here for the after party, some of them usually there to win. But in the end, they managed to pull up a hell of a game against the Joker, against J-Links. So with that said, it's unfortunate we don't see them play anymore today. They'll definitely be having some fun for the rest of it. Make some noise probably throughout the rest of the games. But J-Links, I mean, everybody expected them to be able to make it. Everybody expected them to be in this current situation.
Oh yes, definitely. We did actually see Jokers twice, I believe, actually overcome our expectations. First map, first half, really, really good, especially from Hugo, who's of course the best player out there. And from that point onwards, unfortunately, J-Links was able to come back, but on towards this second map, we actually saw a completely different Jokers. We saw more confidence, more clutch potential than we might have actually expected, and of course also some great plays from Duco, a player we've already mentioned before, has to be one of the key players for the team.
Definitely has to be, indeed. And by the way, if we quickly go back to the point here where the overtime was achieved, the plant going down in the end, 2v2 turned into a 1v1. Eventually, Duco getting a hell of a shot with the MX4 Storm here. Quad kill to lock it off. But after that, J-Links just as strong in the overtime, able to just change it all up, and as a result, win it in the end. And the first grand finalists. But I think many would have expected that to happen here today. Just the big question will be, who will they face?
And the big problem is that now we'll have to still find out, will it be either KVM, will it still be Activity to be able to go towards that grand final, because of course we would expect Activity to win. Statistically, they're the better team, but KVM has been so incredibly consistent throughout the season. They are the third place team for the entire group stage, pretty much.
Yeah, but they have been improving throughout, right? They have been on third place probably the entire time, but throughout that third place, we've seen a very constant rise to become closer and closer towards that top two. And see whether or not today, because they had a boot camp, are going to be able to make that difference, because many of these players have just met each other for their very first time. Same, of course, goes for J-Links. Same does go for Jokers as well. It's kind of an event of many firsts for many of these teams. But that often does change something in the dynamic. It might give you a bit more extra power, a bit more extra cohesion that will draw you over the finish line.
Yeah, like the big problem for me was with the roster that we now see from Jokers is they have a lot of potential. You did see some growth, but then going on towards KVM, there were still more growth to be had, possibly, because you might want to see them get more out of J-Links, their struggles. Of course, they were able to compete against them and get some points out. But I wanted to see them more consistently contest the top 2 to really get that thing going. And statistically speaking, I dare to say they might be facing the hardest opponent here.
But as you see on your cameras right now, KVM setting up, Activity setting up. That means a second semi-final will be setting itself up. So before we head to that point, let's just quickly toss it to a break.
join the flow. Join the flow.
At Air Omen, we believe taste should be savoured, comfort should be next level, and pilots should be hardcore gamers. Why? Because they're proven to have superior reflexes and hand-eye coordination. And that means a superior journey for you.
I'm not gaming for me, I'm gaming for you.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
Look at that. Look at it. Hello and welcome back to the Rainbow Six Benelux Season 7 Finals, live from a church in the heart of Amsterdam. We are 2 series away from crowning our champions. One of the teams remaining will lift this trophy high in the air and book their spot in Challenger League. Unfortunately, the Jokers are not part of that equation anymore, and we'll be getting into our second semi-final shortly to determine which of our 2 teams who are warming up right now will join Jailings in our grand final. Guys, what are you doing over here? This is impromptu. Do you want to give us some action? What's happening?
I don't know. What is happening? You tell me.
Do you want to teabag me right now?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Lay down, lay down.
Oh, what? Okay. This is a first for me in my career. I'm in a church getting teabagged. I am in a church getting... Oh, no, there's another one. I'm getting teabagged in a church, ladies and gentlemen. And that is enough for me. Enough teabagging. I'm more of a coffee man myself. All right, so as you can see, we're in a church, and we're having a great time, and we've got an amazing crowd here. Now, there are rumors going around. Look, if you can see, right, some of the chairs here are empty. That's because we've got a Red Bull bar over there. We've got all sorts of activities going on as well in the distance. But for the crowd that are listening to me right now, there's a rumor going around that European Siege crowds aren't as loud as the American crowds. That's what people are saying. And if you want, you can prove everybody wrong. Just out of curiosity, I just want to know, has everybody got their clapping sticks ready at hand? Because I'm not even kidding. I was talking to some American casters and analysts who are part of the Siege community, and they said, it's not going to be anywhere near as loud as it was in Charlotte for the major. So if anybody wants to prove these people wrong, I'd love it right now. All right, I'm a bit nervous. I need everyone to back me up here. Here we go. Amsterdam, make some noise! Ha! America was wrong again. All right, now I do want to have a bit of fun as well. We've got 2 members of the crowd right here who want to come up to the front before we start getting into the semi-final. Part 2, conversation on the desk. Guys, come on up here. Come on up here. Come on up here. We'll stand near the trophy. All right, we're going to have a bit of a game. I have got a prize. All right? First things first, what's your name?
Matthijs.
Matthias. And what's your name?
Jeroen.
Yoru. Did I say that right? Yoru. Who are you here to support?
Probably KVM, yeah.
KVM? You're going to see him in action next, and you?
I was for Jokers, but now, yeah, I think KVM, like, KVM for me, a bit the underdog, but they performed pretty well.
Amazing. Well, you know what? I'm a big fan of KVM as well. We're going to see them in action soon. Commiserations to the Jokers who are no longer in the tournament. Now, do you want to see your prize? Come around here, guys. I want to show you your prize. We're going to play a little game of rock, paper, scissors. And this is what's up for grabs. Can you see that, cameraman? This right here is what's up for grabs. Oh, I enjoyed that too much. Okay, but seriously, this cap's really cool. One of you could win this right here, right now. We're going to play rock, paper, scissors, best of 3. Are we ready? So where we're going to do this, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, go. All right? 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. You win the round 1. You go with me this time, though, all right? We're all in it together. All right? You win round 1. This is for all the goals. 3, 2, 1, go. Commiserations. Right? I'm going to find you a prize as well. I'm going to find you something just for taking part. But for now, can I have the honours? Come on, give this man a round of applause right now. Looking good in his Siege match. Commiserations to you. Hope KVM performed well. And I'll find you a little prize as well, all right? I nearly said MacBook. This wonderful PC is definitely not for grabs. All right, well, serious time. We're going to have more conversations and fun with our audience very soon too. And for now, it is crossing over to our amazing analyst desk to get you all hyped up for our second semi-final.
Well, thank you very much, Ian. But of course, that laptop is up for grabs. If you head over to our social media, you can partake in towards that Omen laptop giveaway, as well as, of course, the beautiful SteelSeries gear. Of course, we're getting ready for the next matchup. And Anthony, you're back. Are you still slightly alive now?
Yes, I mean, a little bit of break definitely helped, I guess, with the voice too. A little bit of drinking, a little bit of relaxing, but yeah, it's helped.
I'm not going to use my voice anymore.
He doesn't have one.
He doesn't have a voice anymore.
I've already lost it in the first semi-final. Can you imagine?
It's still here. It's not that bad.
You're still
Stop
talking.
I'm just going to really look forward to ASMR grand final casting when Anthony completely loses his voice.
Have you ever fully lost your voice?
Yes.
Then we both know you can still talk currently.
I can. I definitely can. But like, you know, Ian is hyping up the crowd, and I took off my headset and I started shouting like, "Oh!" And I'm like, "Oh wait, you still got a lot of talking to do." So yeah.
Well, unfortunate for him, but luckily we still have a beautiful series up for grabs. It's going to be KVM taking on Activity Esports. We did see a little bit of hindrance on towards the side of Activity just now because Atomic broke his chair. But luckily, he'll be able to get back into the action on towards a different chair and hopefully perform up to speed, Hap.
I didn't even know that happened.
No, we were all looking like,
I saw a chair come by, so I was like, well, man, are they going to do musical chairs in the middle of something like that? No, it's just new chair coming through. But doesn't matter at the end. They will be ready soon. They'll be able to get into that game, and surely they'll be able to perform.
Well, definitely. Of course, they have played each other in towards the group stage as well. 2 times, because of course we had a double round robin. Here we do have the first win in the first split for Activity, 7-4 in their favor against KVM, with Bomber and Slayers oddly enough to be the best players, Anne.
I'm not surprised. I mean, we mentioned these two before as the players to look out for on the Activity roster and the KVM roster. Slayers being the 1-2 most lethal player so far in the Benelux League. And Bomber also putting up some great work despite being on a roll such as a Smoke. We've seen him play the Maverick as well, but still he is one of the more top-performing players in the team. The scoreline, though, should lead the favor a little bit more towards Activity, but it's obviously not the only time that they played against each other.
No, definitely. They also played each other in towards Split 2, and dare I say, Activity might be in favor again because, well, it was 7-4 this time on towards Oregon, but with different players on the top, Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, we see, you know, some top-performing effort from Swebo and Zephyros, and especially Swebo. He's here, you know, here today, and I spoke to him yesterday, and I was like, "Are you ready?" He's like, "I'm stoked." Like, you know, of course, he has that little bit of the nerves, but he's stoked to be here today, and he'll definitely come up. And try to come forward.
Can I point one thing out? Look at the cost on the side of Zivert.
Yes.
It's a 7-4 scoreline, 11 rounds. And you have done something to contribute to your round win every single round. That's the type of player you want on your roster. I mean, he's putting up performances every single round, and he's also really high in the current standings. He finds himself in the leaderboard for KD, and entry, and cost. I mean, you know, having 100% cost definitely adds up to doing well in those standings.
Well, definitely. And of course, we dare to say that Activity might be our favorite for the entire tournament, Hap?
I think they're definitely like a favorite. I mean, if you look at like the fan base favorites, I think J-Lings will take it there. But if you look at how J-Lings, you know, throughout the end of stage 2, started to play, how at some point as well.
You gotta blame Ian.
Well, you just continue going on.
Oh.
It's coming back on slide. We have one screen. Ah, they're all back up. We just had a quick tech issue. Don't worry, it's all fine. But I mean, Activity has been consistently good, and they lost their last game against J-Lings with an 8-6. So if you keep that up, we might just see Activity go for a win. But first of all, they need to go through KVM, and those are not players or a team you can dispatch.
Oh no, definitely. Of course, KVM has been on that growth, and they have been on towards a boot camp for the previous week, I dare to say. And you've heard a little bit about it.
Yeah, so it's actually quite a funny story to that, because I've asked both Capel and Fraser, so what did you guys do in order to like prep yourself well for the finals? And Capel told me, yeah, we've been boot camping, we've been working for a month, really hard, putting a lot of effort in there. And the first answer I got from Fraser was, well, we made a Spotify playlist all together with our team for some more group bonding. So the difference in those answers is quite significant, you could say, but they didn't just make the Spotify playlist. Of course, they've been at a boot camp as well. And I think something that's really important and to highlight as well, we talked about it. These players are in a different atmosphere. Usually you play the game from your own home, and now they're playing live. And something that really helped KVM to prepare themselves well is their performance coach, Pete. He's helped them do a visualization exercise in their bootcamp in HGO in Amsterdam, where they sat with their headsets on, they had sounds of the crowds playing, sounds of a previous SI playing, just to get into that feeling and prepare yourself for how it feels to be on a LAN final with the crowd cheering, with casting going on. And Jonna even said, like, when I opened my eyes again after the exercise, I was ready to take my headset off. I was really into it. The immersion was so high. And I think you can be prepared when it comes to strats, but being prepared mentally, such an important impact as well.
I really hope they also practice trophy lifting, because that's going to be a vital part of their competition as well. One thing that I do really love to see is Fraser as well walking around with not just a flag, but a pride flag. And he's happy as ever to just be here and be part of this tournament. And of course, currently being in Amsterdam, his first pride event ever. Hap.
Yes.
Are you proud to see this final go on as well?
I'm proud to see that we have been able to get it once again with like 4 amazing teams, amazing audience coming by as well. By the way, in the meantime, there's more to do than just watch Siege. You can play some games as well. It doesn't always go too well, but it's on the places.
You shouldn't be flying with a steering wheel, right? You don't like flying airplane with a steering wheel.
Is the crew true? I think it is the crew true.
I think the most concern is you shouldn't be flying through a bunch of trees.
No, it doesn't help, but you know, he might have wanted to go for some nice little trick shots. That's the beauty of gaming, you can do that there. But also we have a Roller Champions booth in the back, so you can also play that new game.
We're actually really good.
I got a big idea.
Champions.
What if we try to get one of these players to play Siege on a steering wheel?
For the grand final?
For the grand final.
Let's not do that.
No?
All right, so we just talked about it. Amazing crowd, amazing teams. Just the atmosphere is insane. And for the first time in like years, we are all back together here in the Benelux. And for this first time as well, like, the players are here a day before. We have the opportunity to chat with them before, and they'll be leaving tomorrow morning as well. So it's like they have the entirety of this. It's like a full-fledged weekend for these guys.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it does, like Ian said, we don't have that alligator swamp here. You know, we've seen jokers, like they lose, and they're out of it, and that's, you know, that's what really like irks you to really perform here today, but it also adds a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah, well, of course, we're going to see KVM taking on Activity soon, but of course they also have to set up for a little bit longer. And, well, they've walked around the crowd. They're happy to be here. Capel has made a ham baguette from me with Atomic. I was standing there, he hugged me from behind. I was like, oh, this is nice. And then Atomic came from the other side. I was like,
this is a sandwich. Nice.
This is a sandwich.
Yeah.
The Tolders no special.
So I feel extra connected towards activity now.
I totally understand that. I totally do. And I mean, they've been very nice guys. It's been also very enjoyable to do the content with them. We did before, you know, those player videos we did before. They were having so much fun just coming up with their solo shots. And on the way back as well, just smiling, laughing the entire time through. They're incredible people to be around.
And that's what, you know, I spoke about yesterday is like, of course you can boot camp, but these guys literally decided to rent an apartment. Go in that apartment with the entire team for 4 weeks. And you don't even get to, you know, learn about each other on a professional level, but also on a personal level. So these guys know exactly like, okay, this player is upset, this is how I deal with it. This player is happy, this is how I take my energy from his happiness. So, you know, if you've gone through the troubles, like, for example, they were telling me like their shower was leaking. And like they were laughing about it and having a good time about it. Like their downstairs neighbor had a leak because their shower was leaking. And they can have a good time about it, and they weren't even upset.
Of course,
I was like, did you ask for a refund? They said, and they're like, no, we had a good time. We laughed about it.
It's just a neighbor. What happens? Luckily, we have a very friendly neighbor ourselves, and that's none other than Ian Chambers standing by for maybe another crowd interaction.
Hello there, friendly neighbor, I like that. And by the way, it took literally 1 minute for somebody to clip and tweet the video of me getting teabagged on the floor in the church. So whoever did that, thank you very much. Now, what we're gonna do as we wait to get into the second semi-final is we're gonna have a bit of a tour, right? Because this is such a unique venue, I really wanna show it off a little bit. As you can see, we've got some amazing Benelux fans in the buildings. Everybody having a good time? The first time ever, if you're anything like me, in a church for a venue, for an evening and an event like this. Now, I'm just going to take you on a bit of a tour, just so you can see that this actually definitely is a church. Obviously. I mean, look around you, the paintings, the art on the walls, the sculptures. And over here, as we go along, you can see that we've got all sorts of gaming setups as well. We've got a Red Bull bar over there on the left as people are getting hydrated as they go along through the day as well. We've got roller champions in action over there. I'm really testing the cameraman, but he's up for it. He's up for it. Excuse me, what's your name?
Mario.
Marian?
Yeah,
Mario. Okay, cool. Where are you from?
I'm from Berlin, Germany.
Nice. Did you fly here specifically?
I live in Holland.
Oh, you live in Holland. Who are you supporting? Who's your team?
The Jokers, but we just got slapped, so.
Oh, you just got slapped. So do you not want to pick up another team now, or you just...
We'll see. I mean, I heard the game should be pretty insane, so yeah. I hope to see some C4s, so yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for coming out, and I love the chain, by the way. Nice one. What's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel, where are you from?
Amsterdam, I'm from here.
Oh, you're from local. Did you know this was happening? Were you passing by, or are you a big fan?
He's a friend of mine, and he kind of told me about it. That's how I got here.
Is this your first ever, like, LAN gaming event, then?
It is.
What do you think?
Oh, so far I love it.
Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Enjoy the rest of it. We're going to continue our journey. Oh, no, it's the teabaggers themselves. Look out for these guys. If you lay down for more than 1 second, they will teabag your head. We keep moving. Marie, come here. Now, a lot of our Siege community will know Marie. She is a well-known Rainbow Six streamer. Are you having a good time?
I'm having a wonderful time, definitely.
Who are you supporting? We had a bit of a chat by the bar earlier, and you're not sure, but have you been converted yet? Do you have a team?
I mean, apparently Activity is the best team out there, but I want Jingles to win as well. They deserve it. Definitely.
Yeah, I'd like to see J-Lings and Activity potentially in the final, but then, you know, I don't have any favourites. I've got to be not biased at all. Okay, so tell me, you're an Amsterdam resident. How much fun are you having at a church right now watching Siege?
It's wonderful, honestly. Like, after COVID, not having any event for 2 years, and now in a freaking church, it's beautiful. Also, it's Gay Pride. So
absolutely.
So there's a party right outside the door, so it's wonderful.
How can people find you, by the way, if they want to check you out?
At Miss Marie R6 on all my social media.
There you go, Marie. Enjoy. There you go. Cheeky little plug for you. I've just been told that we can go back to the desk, so this has been... It's been lovely. Thanks for everybody being here. We're having a great time. It feels amazing to have live European Siege fans back in a building, albeit in a church. Nobody expected this. This is what it's all about, this trophy. We're about to tee up the second semi-final with our amazing analyst desk.
Well, thank you very much, Ian. Of course, we're getting ready for that second match. KVM taking on Activity, of course, to see who will be the second grand finalist next towards J-Links. And of course, we just heard from Ian, we can't be biased. Anthony already failed that exam. How are you doing in the non-bias association?
I think pretty decent. I like watching both these teams play. So them obviously having to play against each other, I'm pretty happy with that. But I think they both have their sides that I really enjoy about them. Their kind of special things. So I try and be unbiased. Are you holding up with that?
Well, Hep and I, are known from an era where bias was really the way to go, especially for us.
There was a meme about it.
Yeah.
Easter Hap. Supposedly, if you look at pictures of me in early Benelux, every single picture had like a certain logo in the background somewhere. I'm not going to name it. You don't sponsor us. but with that, yeah, no, definitely. So it's no longer biased, though. I have no favorites. I just want the region to succeed.
Well, definitely. Of course, that makes a little bit of sense. But it also makes sense to talk about the teams coming straight up soon enough. First off, we'll talk about none other than Activity. It's a team that has actually taken the lead in the group stage for a little moment, but unfortunately, due to the last match in overtime, a loss against J-Links, they eventually came in second. Anthony, are they better or worse than J-Links at this moment in time? Or are you really gonna bank on that coming match to really decide it for you?
You know, something interesting about Activity is, I mean, they've really shown us some very interesting Siege. You know, how we want players to play Siege, how we want teams to play Siege. And, you know, there's a lot of upsetty spaghetti people on Twitter, for example, saying, oh, you know, the level of play in Europe is not up to par. But if I look at teams such as Activity, the potential is really there. Look, J-Links is already an established team. Activity is talent. J-Links is hard work. In a sense, no, think of it. J-Links is hard work over the years. So they've already established who they are. But I feel like Activity are the young, hungry guns, and they're, you know, they can dethrone J-Links here.
You mentioned as well, like the attacks, of course, or the fact that Europe Siege is not doing as good right now. I think a major fact about that is the fact that attacking isn't always going that well in EUL right now. I feel like a really good example of good attacks we've seen so far is Activity. I actually think we can talk about both teams when it comes to attack, but especially Activity. They have that very objective-focused gameplay, whereas you have Karmaza with the 17 plants already, leading the charts of how many times someone has planted in Benelux League. And their attacks seem to be very textbook. They create those openings for themselves. They finish it off with the plant, of course. Like, that's such a good win condition to put to your team.
Of course, this is the entire lineup. Karmaza, Atomic, Bomber, Zef, and Chile. With, of course, Karmaza being that legend with the plants. 17 in total, most of which were actually from the early parts of this season. And then we have Bomber, the best rated player of this season so far, and Atomic being the best fragging in total. So we have a lot of number ones in this lineup, and that might be a little bit scary for the other side, Hap.
Actually, funny if you point out all these number ones. If we look back at the European League, who finished first? Wolves. Who was the top-rated player in almost all categories?
I think Mowgli?
Spoit. But it's okay.
Yeah.
That's
okay, well, because you're talking about...
I was going to say the team that
won. Man. Why are you talking about the top team and then you mean somebody else?
J-Links, first place, top-rated player in the second place team.
Okay, fair point that you're but, hey, you set me up for failure.
I did it. I was literally making the same comment.
See the signs, Anthony.
Under the bus.
yeah, you just threw me under the bus. But no, Mowgli has been performing very well as well. But let's not talk about Mowgli here. Let's talk about, like, you know, Atomic. Most kills of the entire...
well, so I looked it up on CGG, and then it said most kills, but then we also saw the KVM statistics, and it said that Slayers had more kills. So regardless of whether he's the most lethal, he's a very lethal player, which means, you know, he's very strong. But then obviously, on the other hand, you also have KVM, and they have Slayers, who is that very lethal player as well.
That's a lot of kills.
Yes, 137 in total, which in this standings it says more than Atomic, but the CGG side said something different. So, you know, I tried, okay? There was an effort, but it's not just Slayers. He's joined by Shoko, by Sebo, Jana, and Swarm. So a very strong team around that. Obviously, Shoko with that more objective type of play style as well, going for those 8 plans in total. I think they're going 1 and first in the planned leaderboard right now.
Well, it's pretty good. One thing I just found out about Shoko, by the way, is that I believe he is part of Barefoot Gaming.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, a slight
Oh, yeah, I
that-
see, yeah.
Oh, I know this one. We got a Red Bull cam going on.
Red Bull cam.
Oh,
this is the end of
Come
it.
on, we still need that Red Bull cam. Bring it back.
bring it back.
Bring it back.
Bring it back. No,
But you know what's better
should-
about Shoko?
What?
You brought his entire family.
Yeah.
Team Shoko's here.
Wait. Are we going back to
Let me
that?
just quickly get the
Yes,
cheering
yes.
right now.
All right,
Let me
let's
see if the
get
camera...
the Red Bull. Let's do Team Shoko.
Where's it going?
Yes.
Where is it going?
Oh.
Oh, he's the lucky guy.
Whoa.
Okay, what is he going to do? Listen,
That's
remember,
smooth.
be responsible. Be responsible,
Oh,
please.
shit. Oh,
All right,
shit.
there you go. There you go. He's being responsible.
He's just very
No, that's
thirsty.
good.
He's happy.
Okay,
Go
all
for
right.
it now.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh.
He enjoys life.
Well,
I'm proud of him.
be responsible,
He's
guys.
definitely going to be burping about that one.
He's going to be gassy all night long. But looking back at KVM, we said it as well. Slayer's very lethal player. He's been getting somewhere. Previous seasons, he's already been good or around average, which comparing with the team he was in
He's
was
been
really
outperforming
good.
his teammates.
Yeah. And now he's with a team really enabling. And he's enabled the team as well to work as well. So I'm curious to see what the veto will be towards this second series of tonight. Of course, we did see some beautiful maps. Villa, Team Park.
Yeah, but
oh my God.
I'm so sad because I'm probably not going to see Villa, because Villa is a map that is so often banned by Activity. It's usually their their first ban. They banned it 12 out of 14 times. So I'm not expecting it to be here unless Activity had some strats that they had hidden on there.
Oh, but it's left open for now. It could be picked.
Oh my God, if they select it?
Is they gonna? Yeah, I mean, KVM. Yes, there you have it. I was gonna say KVM will pick that if they always ban it.
Yesterday they said we're not expecting it to come through, because like Activity bans it so often.
But can I give you a little secret, Anne?
Well?
I was talking about your amazing analysis. For the people that don't know, I mean, everybody should know, you do some very, very thorough analysis, and you also analyze, okay, which map do they always ban first? Which map do they always ban second? And I was talking to the teams, to Activity, and I was like, yo, if you're ever looking for an analyst, call Anne. That's what I said. But secondly, I was like, you know that people can track that? And they're like, yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anything. Nothing matters anymore, because in the past 4 weeks, we've...
Oh, look at that.
We've remade our entire strat book.
Yeah, and also
We've an entire new map pool, like maps that nobody has ever seen us play. We'll pull that out of the bag here tomorrow.
We've also seen it with Jokers and Jailings, right? They both picked a map that they hadn't played themselves. So you're either probably holding something back on there if you don't want to play it for the 14 play days. And I think Activity was pretty successful, banning it 12 out of 14 times. And, well, obviously, like, it makes sense they ban out Shelly. It's a map they often ban as well. Surprised to see Villa come through, but we'll see. I wasn't expecting any of the new maps, I guess, to come through, because KVM doesn't really like playing those, so...
But we do see Villa, Bank, and possibly Clubhouse as decided. So we might end this series on towards the classic Benelux house. And Anthony is already really happy about that one. Of course, we're slowly getting ready, but I really need to get your prediction for this match as well. Hap, do you think we'll go to a free mapper?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a 2-1. It's going to be KVM starting off strong. We have activity. That's what I think.
Oh, do you agree, Anne? Because you're the analytical mastermind, as we just deducted.
I feel like if you mentioned KVM picking up the first map and then losing out one, I feel like the mental should be good enough and able to come back from that. But Villa, I'm expecting KVM to do well on that. They have a very high win rate, but they themselves also said when we won on Villa, it was more against the lesser teams in the Benelux League. So it's a good win rate. But then to take in mind that they win it against a number 1 or 2, no. And Activity is that number 2. So.
Well, definitely. Anthony, of course, you still need to put your prediction in. Do you feel as if this KVM does stand a significant chance? Because as we just said, Villa will be the first map. It is a map where they can get that mental and momentum edge in.
Yeah, I think, you know, if we compare the two like staff members, if we compare, you know, Pete to Kerpel, you know, Kerpel comes with that experience of like T1, but Pete comes with that experience of like, okay, how do I deal with that mental aspect part of Siege? So I do think that, you know, either Activity has to win 2-0 or they lose it. I don't see Activity winning 2-1. I see if they drop a map, they drop everything.
Oh.
Spicy?
We'll see.
It's the upsetting spaghetti that might actually do come in, and it's a very tough dinner to swallow. Of course, we're getting ready for the player walk-on in towards our second semi-final of tonight. KVM has been highlighted by many fans as well. But of course, we can only highlight one more man who's most important to us all. It is none other than the most beautiful Ian Chambers.
All right, who is going to join J-Lings in our grand final? It is time to welcome two amazing teams into this church to take their position before they get into the server. Introducing first, a team in form and regarded by many as the favorites. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Activity! And now, please welcome their opponents. The underdogs with a standout slayer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome KVM! Two teams up for it. Hyped up, ready. Are you feeling it? Are you ready? Definitely ready. Are you ready? Yeah. Is the crowd ready for our second semi-final? Let's do this. Back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ian, and of course the crowd for joining in on towards the actions. The teams are slowly but steadily getting ready, and they are hyped. You saw a lot of composure on the Activity side. They're currently huddled up, getting ready to bring all the action they need to, and I really hope to hear a very happy Baguette shout, and there it will be. Oh, allez, that's also very French.
Let's go.
Yeah, and on the KVM side of things, they're just sitting down, focus. Conserve the energy you might need for the following match, and they need plenty.
Exactly, yeah, the energy is definitely something you'll need. I'm so curious to see how things will go on that first map, because we've mentioned KVM being pretty decent on that first map, Activity not having played this map before, but Activity is a team that seems to excel on the attacks. We mentioned the very objective-based gameplay, the little plans coming out, the textbook type of thing, but also KVM, they seem to be very creative with their attacks, especially on Villa. We've seen them do executes where they saw the site was Aviator in games, they switched their entire lineup, and they rushed to the study door. I hope to see more of those types of things from KVM, because that's what I love to see on their side. But I think Activity can perform really good attacks too.
Jonah looking cool like a kicker.
Oh yeah.
Cool like a kicker.
Like a kicker, like a this was not meant to be. Very nice. So I got caught saying
cool as a frog.
Cool as a frog, yeah.
Well, luckily he's really focusing on that Flores cosplay. You dare to say with those sunglasses on, but I'm curious to see if it will go through, if it will be picked out at all, because we currently won't see Chalet, and that's one of the maps you might see it.
Yeah, one thing we were actually talking about yesterday as well, if you talk about the players on those teams, I think both have a very standout performing player. If you look at the side of Activity, that must be Bomber. Even despite him being on the Maverick smoke role, he's really stepping up for the team. And on the other hand, you have Slayers. But as we talked about it yesterday as well, they are both so successful in either entry or KD that what happens if that certain player is not successful in regards to the entry?
But then again, I'm so excited for this matchup because we have two teams that I regard as strong attacking teams. Like, we have the well-rounded attacks coming from Activity, but at the same time, we have that adaptation that we keep talking about. And KVM, they will read your attack, your defense, and they will repick the attacker. A feature that has, joined us, quite some time ago. You can repick your entire attacking lineup, and that's something that KVM keeps using in their advantage.
Well, definitely, of course, we do see KVM slowly being, motivated by none other than Fraser standing behind them with the headset. They also have that supporting stuff, as said before, in Pete, making sure they have whatever they need to do. Ab, have you ever done any of those trainings they had with the simulation?
No.
Do you think it would have helped you?
It could definitely have helped. No, I'm definitely sure, because especially for the first time players get onto a LAN, you have no clue what to expect. This is a great way to at least give them a bit of a taste. It's not the real deal, but it's at least a start.
Well,
no, definitely.
They said it even, like Peter even gave the reason as to why. Because if you're playing on a LAN like that and you start to get nerves, you start to get anxious, a normal human body's reaction is that your fingers start to tremble, they start to sweat, and you lose the fine, like, skills in your fingers. That can be huge or detrimental if you're trying to play a shooter game like this. So, there's a reason as to why I think it's so important that you are not just prepared when it comes to stats, but also your mental is prepared for this game.
Taking out the scare as well. Thank you very much, Anne and Anthony. We hope to see you back between the maps, and we're diving in towards the first one of this second semi-final. It will be Villa for KVM taking on Activity, and the players are ready. The teams are getting underway, and who will be the winner in the end? Statistically speaking, we'd say Activity, but are we sure? Not at all.
We're not sure yet, definitely not. And this first map will be the first sign of things to come. And as they get going, the bands coming in through first. The attack starting off with Activity, who starts with the defense. And that's a Finka, so that's one of these big LMGs to remove the healing capabilities. A Slayer target ban, as some might say. And, well, KVM members are smiling about it, at least for now, so they might have expected this.
Haha, banning Finka. Imagine Thatcher will be the subsequent ban. Of course, the most banned operator on towards the attacking lineup. And then KVM will also be able to ban their defensive operator. Will it be AK? No, it will be Valkyrie. Away with the C4. And of course, away with the intel, which is vital on pretty much every map.
Yeah, the camera is really a problem. It basically forces you to take IQ if you cannot deal with them otherwise. So with this, you keep a bit more flexibility in your attacking lineup. Kate to be the last one to be removed. Of course, with a Thatcher, quite understandable, because it just gets a little bit difficult to get rid of these electric claws. So with that, one counters out one another. And it seems like we will be going to the dining and the kitchen room first, as Activity is opting to go there.
Well, definitely, of course, we do now see a blitz to be hovered over by Svebo. Chance of it being in play, not really sure, but with a Lion in there as well, it might be possible. Of course, if you could have it as well, Finka would be a suitable addition to this team, but I would like to see a very quick start. But will they be expecting a lower bomb side?
See, I think this is mainly just KVM wanting to start this off with a bang, go in for a little bit of intimidation onto the side of Activity. Like, we are here to play, we will not be slowing down for you. And as the majority of the prep phase is almost done, you haven't seen a single repick yet from the attacking team so far. So it seems like they will be sticking with it. It's oh no, there comes the Yana, and there is, okay, everything changes now. I'm sorry.
Gridlock as well, an operator we haven't seen all that much, but I think it's partially due to Nomad not really being the flavor of the month anymore for most teams. Gridlock will have a relatively similar situation to make sure that the rotations are caught off, and with a map like, for instance, Villa, where there are only 3 staircases, you are able to cover them off quite easily.
Yeah, you just toss one of these track stingers on it. I believe you have 4 in total with Gridlock, so you have an opportunity to just deal with every single staircase. Maybe even double up on the 2 that you will be attacking, because you never really have control of all 3 at the very same time. Slayer's in first, though. The entry fragger of the side of KVM, at least for this round, it seems, is waiting for a drone to come around the corner. The rest of KVM is doing some preparative work here, opening up these walls, creating some quicker rotations for themselves later on. And as impacts and stuns are all coming through, KVM is moving up as a single file line.
Definitely, we do now see KVM indeed getting a little bit of ground, starting from the south side of the map, but already encountering some hard reconstruction, and that means that there will be a little bit of Ibana pellets to be shot in. Chile will hold a long angle, but after a drone also comes in. Oh wait, Chile is actually downstairs.
Has rotated down. Opportunity to go back up. Does that now through these back stairs all the way up to the astronomy side of things as well, so he can go help Atomic, who seems like he might have a clue on where the approach could be coming from. But KVM quite slow to some extent. 90 seconds left and not really knocking onto the front doors of the direct side. They need to find an entry somewhere. Now, Slayers is aware of the fact that has been opened up, that side panel onto those red stairs. So there could be someone hiding there. And as a result, Svebo is actually going to get into a position to stop anybody from playing there.
Slayers will now pick up a drone and will go for a little bit of a vision game, as the drone is also going from downstairs on towards more of the pantry position. Sees the Mozzie, sees the Aruni gate, I believe not activated. Oddly enough, as there's not a player nearby, might be a visual bug.
Could have been indeed. I mean, you saw that other one deactivate as soon as he moved in close. So could have been that. Could have been just in range as he stood still there. But the KVM members now moving up towards the pantry. Need to waste that gate before they can start moving through. There is some pings coming in. They know where the shield is. They know where two of these players are. This flashbang will be taking care of it. The grenade will instantly follow up behind the shield as well. Svebo will not be able to find the very first kill, but there's a lot of damage towards Bomber, who now goes prone and is fully flashed.
There will be the push coming in. Bomber going down to Swarm as the first kill comes in. A second one as well for an LMG God. Plan from Jana to be followed up as Zef will go down to Swarm as well. Triple for him in this round. Looking possibly to start it with the ace as Slayers goes down. Svebo goes down. Chili is currently racking up kills left, right, and center. But Swarm will get a quad. Only needs one more on towards Chili, who is waiting, only to possibly to be taken out.
1 HP onto Swarm as well, though. This could be that 1 HP ace that some people always love to have. As C4 gets ripped but doesn't get tossed in, and Jonna will get the first final kill. Round locked out, 1-0 for KVM, and they're getting loud here. They're wanting to intimidate their opponents, and that's quite important on LAN as well. It's one of those opportunities you get and you can go for, but isn't always overutilized.
Almost left hanging there, our beautiful Fraser, but we do see, of course, the instant mental fortitude that a team needs to have. The more cheers there are, the more energy they bring forth themselves, the easier it will be to keep that up. On the other side of activity, just calm and collected. Losing the first round is not a big deal. They'll be able to come back no problem whatsoever. At least they think so. Going towards Aviator and Games, it will be a more normal first side to see, as of course it might have been a slight off pick with their lower bomb side first.
You know, at some point you might have to win it anyway, so they just decided to go for it. They hoped that they were going to be able to get that first win in, and after that, go to Aviator Games, go to Trophy Stat Tree. But as the Blitz and the Lion got picked out last time, they are back on the board, Chadwick. So it seems like indeed that strategy was aimed towards Aviator Games, but weren't quite able to pull it off, of course, due to the fact that we did go to a different side. Now KVM back into that original strategy. Let's see how quick they go.
Yeah, I really like that you do see KVM having that strat book ready for their attacks against activity. They were already expecting this side to be picked first, as it is a more regular side to start upon. Yet, as activity swapped out towards something different, KVM did as well with their attacking lineup, and it already shows a lot of flexibility, something they do need against a strong opponent such as activity. Now trying to contest Study, there will be Chile who has those barriers set up and ready to slightly delay and at least take away some more drones if they do come past.
Well, they might have heard the shield repelling up here, but they're in. But they have to take care of the barriers, and that's just going to be a shutdown, at least for the Blitz. A trade comes through, Jonna will find it, but now they're stuck inside a Study. They need to find themselves a way out, and as they find Bomber, but the trade's gone back through. It's activity that will find themselves in a bit of an advantage here. It's Swarm that cannot reply to Kamaze, swinging around the corner with the MK14, leaving it only up to Slayers, being shot down from their side, and with that a double kill from Karmaz will be looking that one out, putting us up to 1-1.
Happy French noises we already hear from the side of activity. Tissues being handed out by Capel as he's expecting a little bit of sweat to come in here too. We did really see that there was a good plan from activity, yet they were not expecting that keep a barrier on towards the doorway, and well, they moved in, they died because they were unable to move through the way they wanted. They figured, oh, the first Asami barrier, it's really gonna help us. Nope.
No, that first one could have helped them, but not if they wanted to go for the destroy onto the second without a ranged piece of utility. But if you might have wondered, is KVM beaten down by that round loss? Not really. They were just laughing about it or having some giggles onto their desks right after. So they themselves know as well. It was a try. Didn't work out this time. It might work out the very next. And we're headed towards Trophy Stat now. The other secondary site, you can often say, to see whether or not Activity is going to be able to get a second one in a row here before they're forced back towards the kitchen and dining, which of course they lost.
Well, definitely we do now see the castle to come in towards play. A very aggressive position here on towards trophy statuary, something we've seen in the old days with Clash as well, and now I'm happy to see it come into play with a little bit of an adjustment now with the Azami here too. More barriers, maybe a little bit of a reinforcements if your castle barricades do go down. But there's just a lot of nuisance that Activity can create if they want to. They have the drone denial with Karmase, they have the util denial with Zephyros, they have a lot of, well, area denial with Bomber just being able to beat a walking shield. And with the slow playstyle KVM had on the first round, if they do fall back in towards the slow playstyle again, it might actually come to haunt them.
Yeah, but they're not quite slow now. I mean, look at them. They're already taking full 90 control. The Clash has been spotted out, so they'll be aware of the fact that they need to deal with that operator. Of course, there is some opportunities to do that. You can either use a grenade from below if you do manage to isolate the Clash. You can also use that stun. Pushes the shield aside, allows a secondary player to fire at the feet, at the legs, and neutralize the player like that. Now, Bomber's playing this quite smart because the shield goes towards the right. He's keeping the wall on his left, and that way he can always duck back into cover without really being hit.
Well, flashbangs are coming out. Nades were also being prepped by this sledge, but as of course you said, Bomber was in a good position to easily fall back. Now just waits for maybe more 1-my Magnus to come in, but Zev already has that first kill again on towards Slayers, not having the greatest start so far, despite being hyped on by the analyst just a little bit ago. 5-4 player-wise, Activity having that lead, but of course still a lot of nades that could come from downstairs.
A lot of explosives still in the pockets. Need 4 grenades in the hands of KVM, also 5 flashbangs and a bunch of Xcaras that can be used, but as Zef finds Svebo, that is not going to be what they were looking for here. This grenade might actually, no, not find Chili. I was going to say, could actually take out Chili and 2 of these keeper barriers, but a third one gets tossed up. And that forces Shoko to go through the statuary room. Soon to be coming through that door, but watching a Clash and a secondary player behind it, Zevros just lives. He's left on about 10 HP.
Yeah, Bomber being the lifesaver just there, but the first air jab will be caught by a 1-my disc and does instantly explode. Not really throwing about any player just yet. There's still one more for Shoko. Now first throws in the stun and has to reload to throw in the next air jab. It's an awkward position. Bomber is unable to move forward from his angle currently and loses his teammate. Loses 2 actually as Swarm is again racking up kills. Jonna will be the distraction but will actually be able to deal some damage. Yet it will be Shoko and Swarm doing the damage. Only Chili alive at a 1v2. 1v1 now as Jonna was already downed. It is him against Shoko. Who will be the victor? Time is running out, so Shoko has to go for the plant. And you see the focus on towards the faces of KVM. Will they be able to bring it in towards the plant? Chile is trying to fake, but he shouldn't. And now he's moving in to get the play down, but the castle barricades are now forcing him away, and there is an air jab. If he moves around the corner, he'll be thrown around, but he does get the kill in, and now, of course, gets a defuse for his team.
Had to search a little bit where the defuse was eventually located, but as he decided to go around towards the master bedroom, could have actually lost that round right there, because that allowed the plan to go down completely without any challenge from the side of Activity. Luckily, the clutch retained. Luckily, they do stay in that round and managed to clutch it out eventually. And with that Activity, they take that lead, they extend it now towards that 1-2 scoreline, but they need to go back downstairs. The one they lost against KVM, and that was a pretty decisive round at that.
Well, this round wasn't really convincing in towards Activity's side anyway themselves. A lot of back and forth, a lot of multiple kills coming down from KVM, especially Swarm just racking them up. He's got more kills than the entirety of his team combined. And on towards the side of Activity, you see a little bit of a better spread. However, Chile also being that big man. Currently, indeed, going downstairs. Setup-wise, we do see a smoke and mute again. Something we didn't really see much of in towards the previous attempt. And because Bomber was the first to die, being pushed in first by a nade. Then 2 players just moving past the smoke grenades. And we see KVM again adapting to something different. A Buck for more vertical pressure. And a Jackal for more tracking if they are worried of a roamer to be in.
Now the sledge still on the board as well, of course. And with the Zofia, with breaching charges, there is only one story you can really tell here. there's not going to be a ceiling anymore. Everything is going to be opened up by these two operators, which will show you that KVM is looking to go quite aggressive for that top floor. At least, that's what I would assume. They can still change that. They can go wherever they want. But for now, it seems like Aviator Games seems to be their first clearing point. They want to clear the entire map, push on forward as a result. And, you know, with that, Jaco, you can truly find out, has someone been here recently? If no, we can just move on.
Definitely, it's KVM Destruction Services at your service as we're looking down to create a little bit of more open space on towards Villa. Currently trying to drone out and also set up flank drones, which is very, very important. Something we sort of missed out in the previous matchup every now and then. Slowly but steadily making sure that despite having the Jackal, of course a very good tracker of roamers, there won't be any coming in towards their flank. With their focus on that vertical play, it is important, but Atomic is coming in on a horizontal play. Gets the first kill on towards Slayers again. Him dying very early on, maybe even first. And that means that KVM is lacking their strongest player so far.
Yeah, Slayer is the one we hyped up so much, not truly getting into this first map yet. There is still time, the game is far from over. It's only 2-1 and KVM still in a pretty good position here to bring this round back towards their own favor. It is of course that kitchen and dining area. There's not many areas a player can hide, especially not with the amount of verticality that's out there. And with losing Slayers, you only lose an ITA in terms of the utility that could be used for verticality, next to, of course, the scanner that you have, the Inox scanner. Now, you see all these verticalities out here, openings still being made, but with all these openings, you also know what will be clear, where players will not be, and that limits the amount of angles you need to clear as soon as you push.
The scary part is, though, the more you open up, the more chances are that Activity might be able to use those angles against you. They still do have a C4 to work with, impacts as well if they do want to get juicy, but the nades are coming in. Zeph will be tagged up. They know roughly where he is. But will he be able to hold these cycles down in towards his favor? Svebo already going low. It's going to be lower, lower, lower. As I said, the vertical angles might be used against you. Atomic gets the first kill of the round for himself. Now gets a triple. And it will be Shoko and Jonna, the sole member, standing against 5 of Activity. And this attack was a little bit hard the last time around for Activity to go up against. But this time around, it's going to be hard for KVM to do what they need to do. Moving through a barrier, losing more HP on towards Jonna, and Bomber is standing by. Gets the SMG, does not get a kill.
No, they will hold on for now. The plant does eventually go through, but the cover does not last. Karmaze coming out, sweeping up those final 2 kills and allowing Activity to build onto their lead. Now, in a 3-1 score line. Fist pumps getting given out here, making sure that everything is still as comfortable as it was before. Now, KVM losing 3 in a row, but we are playing on Villa, a defense side of map. They have that first attacking round. If they find a second, suddenly they are in for some good business here. So that will be what they're looking for. And there's 2 more opportunities to do it. Aviator potentially being the first one we get to see, and then potentially Statuary if they fail at the very first.
Definitely, of course, Activity now taking the lead on towards a map that should be KVM's. Of course, it's their pick, and therefore Activity will be happy to at least get the momentum going. So far, though, on the side of KVM, we see calm and collective players. We even see smiles, because they're not that worried as of yet. And I'm curious to see if they will be able to bring this match back, maybe in this half, maybe in the next, because of course, the tables might turn in their favor if they do go on towards the defensive side.
That's it. It's 2 games, 2 house to a game of Siege, and one of them is attack and the other one is defense. And you know, sometimes we do go to overtime if it isn't decided yet by those. But if you see it like that, I mean, you know, if you get 1 round, if you get 2 rounds, KVM by no means of it, the game will be over, because you still have those 6 other rounds to best the other team that you have just played. Either way, KVM swapped onto a Nuck. Slayers hasn't had the best of impacts yet, if any impacts at all, for the last 4 rounds. So he will be looking to find his entry. He'll be looking to defend his top spot at the league.
Oh, great. You opened up the barrier. Here's another one, with a slightly different 3 punches to take it out, or an explosive. Of course, a sledgehammer would work as well, but they don't bring any on towards the KVM side. Dokkaebi will be the choice of Swebo this time around. So that's another EBR. It might be important to see that on towards the longer range, but Activity does prefer to just come in towards your back. Something Slayers is also trying to do with the Nuck, and of course that brings in an extra frag grenade. Here will be the first logic bomb trying to hear out where the players are, but I believe Activity is mainly just banking on holding down the side.
Yeah, for sure. They're not really moving outwards. I believe all of them are around. Maybe one is near those main stairs, going on a bit of a roam now, as I see one of the silhouettes just changing direction, going a little bit below the current size, because you do not want them to give free reign. I think, yeah, it's Karmaz that is currently around in the art studio. That is the only one that's currently roaming. So KVM having to fight 4 players near and in and around the site if they want to go for a plant.
Swarm just trying to pre-fire whatever and gets an angle on towards the deployable shield. Almost takes the head off, I believe it should be Bomber, but the shield will go down with the lifeline as well. Still though, a 5-on-5, it's gonna be a very slow round, but as Slayers does go down, there might be a kill coming in, but Karmasu will just leave him to suffer, and there's more Kiba barriers to be opened up, more lifelines to be eaten up as well by the Wamai Disc, and oh, the barrier even gets reactivated. Chilla and Atomic will both get a kill, and suddenly KVM is in a big disadvantage.
They got quite some ground covered, and at that point, everything just kind of fell apart. Slayers will be recovered though, so he's not gonna be the entry depth for the side of KVM. He'll live and try and fight for the remainder of this round, but doesn't have any grenades in pocket. He now gets down though. It's only up to Jonna and Shoko. Atomic close onto the roost table right here. Is going to try and take the fight onto Shoko. Takes more damage than he deals though. Jonna will find a kill, but they know exactly that the second player is now around this balcony around as the drone gets sacrificed to open up the laser gate. That means he needs to push in within 30 seconds, not only because the timer is about to run out, but also because that gate would have otherwise been activated again. Shoko, the last man standing. There comes a air jab. He will find that kill. Brings it back to a 1v3, but with 8 seconds left on the clock, it's looking very unlikely like he will be able to clutch this round. He'll give it his best though. He tries to push in, but Zephyros is going to be able to find that very last kill. And that means Activity now 4-1.
Definitely Kerpel just giving out fist bumps left, right, and center. And important. It's the mental fortitude that you might need, and of course looking to take this lead further and further. 4-1 is already quite commanding on towards this first half, on towards the defensive side of Villa, looking to get more in their favor. If it would be a 5-1, are your predictions grim for the other side of KVM?
I mean, it's not looking as good as it could look, right?
Oh.
it's not going to be a party that they'll be fighting through for the rest of the game. But we've seen comebacks happen before. It's not uncommon to see someone come back from a 5-1 all the way to a 6-5 and potential even win. And we're playing on Villa. Don't forget that. Defense is king here. And currently Activity playing on that defense has the advantage of going first.
Well, we do see the Oryx to come in towards play, overhealed slightly before dashing not through the snow, but through the walls and sub to... Oh no.
We have signs, ladies and gentlemen. Or at least signs.
Anthony's always so happy. Is that the N2C rank squad, or is it just
is it N2C rank squad?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. All right. He brought his entire gang around.
Yeah, it's insane. Like Anthony, he's really good at Siege if he gets carried. And, well, that's what his team is usually doing.
I'm just going to ask his squad, does Antox get carried?
Yes, obviously.
Yeah, I see a bunch of yeses coming out there.
I wouldn't say his elo is inflated, but he wouldn't get there on his own. In the meantime, we do see Atomic just moving through as he's happy as can be. Shoko currently on towards the rappel, trying to destroy every barricade and hoping that a player might move past. There was actually one player scooting past slightly just past his bedtime because the bullet just whizzed past.
A beautiful story there.
Thank you.
5v4. Activity looking to close this out with 5 rounds on themselves before they head over to the attack and look to close the game. Activity still have their tactical timer available. You cannot call it in the middle of the round. You can only do that in between rounds. Thus, if they lose this one, we might see it at the very start of their defense. Now, openings to be made, barricades to be opened up, pressure has to be coming down soon. onto the side of activity here, because there is a lot of openings that have been created. There's roamers around as well. KVM is pretty spread out thin. They do find a return frag. Shoko will find Atomic. Very important kill. Atomic has been on a heater as much as Chile so far.
Yeah, Atomic really being the big player so far, but we do see now Flores to come into his play from Slayers. And I would have expected the man with the sunglasses to be really better on towards that one. Jin Cadella's also being popped. It's a 3-on-3 as Bomber took down Svebo. But here we have Karmasa just racking up another kill, but it will be Jono with a double for himself. Now only Chile in a 1v2, trying to move back towards the side. Slightly scared, however, by the Kona stations, maybe to heal up his opponents because they are low. Jono might use some health slayers as well on towards half HP, but so far they're not moving on towards the side, and we see Chile slowing down. A drone to be destroyed, so they know where he is. He doesn't really know where they are. There's still one more Candela now to be thrown exactly on this position. More flashes to come out. He's able to dodge them in full, and now looking to get the kills, but Jono just double healed by the Kona stations. Going for the plant, but will there be the angle?
The Kona station actually gave it away that someone is in that current position.
No.
Tries to shoot the backpack. That's not part of the hitbox. He will find Slayers though. Again, 0 kills, but Jono will be able to get it in return. And with that, KVM able to find their second round here on Villa. An important one at that, because it said it before, there's two sides to game of Siege, and they just managed to lock it off with a 4-2 rather than a 5-1. So that is profit.
Definitely, it's going to be KVM very important here, trying to get the clap going for themselves.
Yeah, people are joining.
Oh, the crowd is joining indeed. They're happy to join this because they're hyped for KVM. Getting slightly back in towards this match. Still 2 rounds behind, but a second half could change everything that might be going on. We've seen some beautiful shots so far, some beautiful, well, almost one-taps in the last few kills we saw here from Chile, and as well from Jono, trying to turn things around, and he has so far. Now starting on defense, we do see the Thorn as well.
Yeah, Thorn coming out. The Razor Blooms might be disrupting a couple of these attacks that Activity want to toss up. Now, you could either use them around doorways or around jump-in spots, and they will detonate. They will be mainly functioning as a identification device. Okay, someone is coming from this position. The information is there. If you're lucky, you might be able to pick up a kill even with it. So you gotta play it smart if you want to make sure those Razor Blooms are gonna be able to pick up some kills.
Well, they're trying to shell their opponents out of existence, but currently the entirety of the KVM fan club is here, happy to support and looking if they are able to cheer their team to victory. Swarm might be the player to do with, currently the top fragger for his lineup, and especially in the first few rounds he was able to get a few important multi-kills, but now it will be Slayers finally to get the opening kill. However, almost dying himself, and unfortunately for himself, also re-peaking. Jonado with the follow-up takes down Chile, and now it is that 4-3 in favor of the defenders.
Slayers just got his very first kill on Lando, and that is going to be a massive thing, because now that pressure is off. You can now start going for the rest of it. He hasn't had the best of games. As Atomic does strike back, it turns into that 3v3. Now, quickening on the cams, you would say, for Svebo and Slayers. Try and provide some support to the rest of your team, but it might not have many default cams left. As you can see, only the Bulletproof really activating. Yana receiving some pressure, knowing he will be chased down these main staircases. No more grenades left in the pocket of Zev. Atomic still has 2, however, so he could be getting into a position to toss these up. Try and find some players from underneath.
Yeah, one of the drones moving in towards the side, exploding, so clearing out a certain position for a small amount of time. Nate flying in on towards the feet of a player. It's Jonna dying towards Atomic. That player's advantage that once was in favor of KVM has turned towards Activity. More shots flying in, another kill coming in from Atomic, and Triple again in towards this round, looking for the last. Oh, runs out of bullets and doesn't manage to eventually get Choco with his secondary, but it's going to be Activity to get another round, however sloppy the last few seconds were.
Controlled well, the Desert Eagle there, able to find that final shot as the gunfights needed to be taken. And this is a good moment to breathe for KVM. They're 2-on-5. Their first defense just went south. It's not going to be able to use that. They need to get it back together here. They need to make sure that they are stepping up again, that they get back into a rhythm like we have seen them throughout the season. Now, Slayer's a great first entry. Maybe a bit of a mistake going for the re-peak there. But after that activity, able to bring back the advantage that was gained before and build on that time and time again, might spell dark clouds for KVM to appear soon.
Well, and her day is currently made. Has seen Villa, sees Villa again. Now Frost to be played on Villa makes it even better.
I think she's not the only one that's happy about it here.
I'm really happy about it. Curious to see if Activity will be happy or sad about it soon enough, because of course those Frost mats will down you instantly, and with the Finca being banned, there's no real way to really help him out. But if you're on a Frost mat, the rest doesn't come through.
Exactly, the res doesn't come through. You're just sitting there. It's like you get the res, you hear the nanobots, and you're like, not great.
Not for me.
These nanobots don't get that bear trap out of my my leg there. So you need to still be helped up by a teammate. And actually, the beautiful thing is, you can never be down twice unless you step into a Frost mat after you've been down already. It's the only way you can get down twice.
Well, hopefully nobody will get down on towards the Activity side, currently leading this match 5-2 on towards the map pick of KVM. This is Villa, and afterwards we'll go to Bank, where Activity, of course, really wants to decisively get that victory in. Drone to be destroyed by Frost. No, not really. Swarm unable to get that shot going for himself, and currently only a single drone has been lost on towards the Activity side. So they're quite well on towards Economy. There was a fast end giggle, as of course we know from our past experiences, and she's like, oh wait, I wasn't Cam.
Yes, she was. Also, some of the cosplayers we have around here, they are starting to be more and more as we continue today. But with that, Bomber done. Entry frag for KVM. They need to keep this up. They cannot afford to lose another advantage here like they did before. So play passively now. Make sure that you're not overstepping your welcome. You need to make sure that you take this game into your own hands. Take it under control, because otherwise you will be on a map 2 very soon.
I do say Chile moving around. It is Activity, of course, at one player behind. And there's still quite a lot of room to cover. Oh no, there's also a barrier in the way, but luckily they're able to soft reach their way through in the end. We're in towards the Aviator room. Also have, of course, now cleared the 90 hallway, but as Karmasa takes down Swarm, he's moving away because he knows there will be some reply, but there will be a down as well. Slayers goes down, will be cleared out by the nade of Atomic because they're trying to play it clean. If they overstep, they will go down, as you just said, slowly but steadily squeeze out this win now for Activity as they have that player lead. Now going on towards the drones because they have more than plenty still to work with.
And this is something that is not the first time we see it from KVM. The entry frag is theirs, they have the player advantage, suddenly it all turns around and Activity is able to take it. That's also part of the experience. Activity is a team and lineup that has been around for more than just this stage. It didn't just form now. Chile is about to get his feet taken out underneath him there, but a 9x19 VSN is being carried by the side of Azami. John also taking some damage, and Atomic looking to sneak into the B bomb site there. You see some of the comms going on at the very same time. It's a frag somehow for him to come out, leaving it only up to Choco. Gets one, gets two, needs to be in a 1v2 clutch situation now. Just a single drone left alive that can be controlled, but 2 grenades in pocket. First Activity will find one. Shoko in a 1v1 up against Chile. He needs to win this if they want to make sure they don't win this outside of overtime. The clock running down low. A grenade to be tossed in could be the difference maker, but it misses its target. 3 seconds, counting down. Shoko will win it, and that one pushes to 5-3.
And the family goes wild as well as he is, as of course KVM is clawing their way back in towards this match. It was a tense one. Of course, the intel lacking on towards the side of Activity, despite them having so many drones just a little bit before. And now we do see them just wondering, Krapel even getting up, not to give high fives, but actually to have a technical timeout to come out from the other party. KVM actually wanted to speak things through.
Yeah.
And we see Fraser just having a beautiful talk. We need to slightly calm down, keep the hype, but make sure that we still play this very smart, because they are a smart team. Of course, not try to overthink things, but make sure that every decision you make is rational.
Yeah, we gotta stay on top of this game, lads. You know, let's stay motivated. We just got a huge turnaround, but you know, realistically, we could have lost this battle. Luckily, though, we're still in a beautiful clutch to come down from Shoko, and with that, we keep KVM currently 5-3. Only 2 rounds differentiate these two teams. It's not a lot.
Now, we shouldn't forget, Choco, I believe, also last second went for that prone just to make sure he was a little bit harder to hit if a player wants to pre-aim every corner, because who's looking at the ground? Propel currently slightly angrily speaking to his team as well, as we just saw him. But luckily, still high fives coming out. Happy high fives as well. So the team is ready to bring it back. Of course, it's now a 5-3 score line. We did see KVM slowly dwindle their way back in towards this round, but it's mainly on the back of Choco getting a 4K and a beautiful one at that.
You can't rely on that player doing that every single time, but it definitely helps in a situation like this where you are at LAN, there is a lot at stake, there is no group stage to go through. It's instant elimination if you lose 2 maps in a quick succession. So with this, KVM stay in it, do not have 4 match points to fight against. And after that tactical timeout, the motivation that just came through from Fraser should be the ones that keeps them going or gets them back on track.
I actually have a beautiful view. Do you see those Jokers player?
Yeah, I see them as well, just out on top, onto the balcony. They're about to, what's the name in English? Orgel?
I don't know.
Is it organ, I think?
Yeah, I think so. But it sounds so weird.
It sounds so weird.
If you translate it from the Dutch side.
Yeah.
I believe Ian said it was. No, Tudor.
Tudor said, yeah, 2 doors.
2 doors. And he was set and ready to translate everything for us. Seth just throwing a panic nade because, well, he still has bullets and he's moving away, somehow surviving. Maybe due to the panic nade that he did throw, but he's looking for maybe a little bit of a trap nearby. Currently no trap set though by KVM, but many C4s to be thrown.
There's definitely a lot of explosives that could be coming in from below, especially with the poles that Swarm has brought out. The guidance of those nitro cells are going to be the big difference maker here. Now, Atomic sending some rounds down through these windows, not be connecting to everybody, but at least let these defenders know, hey, I'm watching, hey, I'm here. You cannot just count me out. And as we continue, it is going to be activity to take top 4 under control first before they do start to strike towards the site.
Well, we do see the heartbeat sensor currently spotting out a player on top. Of course, Seth unable to be hit by a C4, but the moment he does move in, there might be a little bit of a nasty surprise waiting for him. Chili currently going for the Batman rappel. Upside down, looking towards Jonna, who's of course also carrying 1 C4, hoping to, for himself, get that kill in, and Zev has just moved past, currently looking for the frag, does take down Shoko. That's a smoke down as first death for the side of KVM. That's going to be hurtful for them, but as Atomic dies in reply, as the top fragger of the board on towards activity as well.
There's finding that kill. He's definitely not having the best of games yet, but he could be growing into it as we go on. I mean, it's far from over yet. There's still plenty of rounds to be played, not just in this map, but also in the series. C4 to be tossed out by Swarm. Is not going to be finding anybody. Not properly checked with the cardiac sensor afterwards, but out of pantry has been entered. It's Kamaz that digs in deep right behind the B-bomb chassis. Could be seeing a player or two very soon here as he's hunting for that pulse. Gets taken out from China. It's Jonna that will find him. And suddenly KVM, they will be extending on their lead, looking to build towards a 5-4 scoreline.
Yeah, it's going to be Bomber still working his magic, of course, with an LMG, and that means you're probably set for life if you're looking at bullets. But there's a player nearby. It's Svebo around the corner with the Jaeger. Gets another one for KVM, and now it's only Chili in 1v4. Will make his position known, will be shot from the astronomy stairs, and will be peeked upon by the Azami of Slayers. He'll go down, and now it's going to be 13 seconds and a very annoyingly barricaded off hatch as he's dropping again against the Jaeger. Svebo with another kill, and KVM will close the gap indeed.
They'll close that gap. It's only 1 round now. They're starting to get back into it, and this is what I said. It's a game of 2 halves. You might have 2 rounds in that first. They have 2 now, but still plenty of rounds to play. They could surely find themselves back into it soon. 1 more, and it's 5-5. And look at that. A tech timeout called right after by activity. It's Krapel that thinks it's time indeed to talk, and wisely is covering off what he says. No one can translate, no one can lip read. Just making sure that the sound comes through, that the talk comes through, and that the team is going to be refocused.
If you could imagine what he's saying, what would you say?
Something in French.
Atomic, I expected better from you. You played
Oh, that's me, can say that.
Well, he already has a lot of kills, so he needs to get more.
He does have a lot of kills.
He has a lot of kills, but it's looking for more, probably some big early on mistakes, usually small mistakes that Krupel is saying, those are the mistakes we shouldn't make. That's the moment I do step in. If the team loses its own guidance because they are able to usually come back themselves, I have to step in. But it's not something that he wants to do, because at that moment in time, Activity themselves, the players, have really lost their own way of coming back in towards such a story.
All right, let's see. Can KVM come back? That's going to be the big question here. I wonder what the people believe that are sitting in the crowd. Do they think KVM can come back? Do they think Activity is going to be locking it off?
Well, I think the left side of the crowd will be, or actually the right side for them, left side
it's
for us.
our left side.
Team
right
Shoko
side,
will be happy that KVM will come back, right?
Yeah, I see some sticks going up in the air. Yes.
But of course, Activity is also quite capable. If I look at Krupel, he's probably going to say oui, oui. Lavashkiri.
He actually speaks English, we can just say yes.
But maybe he'll speak French to me because he likes it. I don't know. We do see the Capcom come in towards play, however, from Svebo. A little bit more of a trappy operator, something we haven't seen a lot of, apart from, of course, the Frost earlier in towards just a single round. So KVM is trying to swap things around. Double setup on towards a doorpost as well, which is quite annoying if you do move past, because that might mean your imminent death.
Yeah, for sure. And with the lack of a Finka as well, there's not going to be any heals. And look at this, that's going to be a jump out, breaking the glass. And I haven't broken it before. Bomber will be able to find one. The trade does not come through. That's a double entry there for the side of Activity within 15 seconds. Now, you can almost say this is not a round they can give away.
This is very painful here for KVM. They were setting up for early aggression, then falling back towards the side, let the traps do the work, hoping that Activity might get sloppy, but Bomber is never sloppy. His game so far hasn't been the greatest. Of course, we've said the same about Slayers, but these players are able to come back at a certain moment in time, and you never know exactly when. And when they do come back, you'll be baffled yourself. Double kill from Bomber, still more than half HP for himself, and it seems as if Activity is slowly coming closer towards their opponents, trying to choke out whatever kill they can still get.
So I just heard the art studio door to be opened up there, but the drone is coming in to check whether or not any of the angles are being held. So I realized, gets the kill, but stays in the same angle. Could be dangerous here, especially with the second drone to come around. So just he decides to fall off. Been checked for a second time. The drone has been taken care of. He did his damage.
Yeah, smokes now being deployed by KVM very early on from Shoko, but sometimes you just feel as if you have to delay a certain position just to make sure you can cover others, as Svebo will get one kill, but Atomic will get that refrag instantly, and slowly but steadily Activity is moving on towards the side. They don't have steady control. It will be Shoko trying to move from here, but the SMG on range will not be a match for the LMG of Sofia. Atomic with yet another kill, looking for yet another, as Slayers is in a 1v4 situation. He'll be logic bombed away. There will be the plant coming in from Zeph, and he has to move in, but study balcony. It's being held by a repelling player, and that might make his life even harder.
Definitely will. There's a player going into the study as well. Atomic will find a kill, and with that it's going to be a map point here for Activity. They find themselves into 6. It's KVM that now needs to follow if they want to stay in it here. Otherwise, it will be a second map where they have to try and make that difference.
Oh, definitely. Of course, we do know that KVM has a chance to come back if they do keep their composure, but it's going to be hard. Of course, being on land for the first time for, I believe, pretty much every player so far, and then having to face a strong team like Activity, being behind currently in towards your own map pick, it's going to be a big struggle to get back in. But going up towards the upper sides again, it might be a chance for them to do so. Frost to be played by Swarm, as there weren't any catches in towards those bear traps earlier. They might still be left unfound.
They might be left unfound, who knows, but 6-4, KVM, they need 2 rounds if they want to push this to overtime. If they want to be having an opportunity of taking this first map out of the hands of their opponents. And the Amaru is being brought, the Osa's being brought, the Ying coming through, the Blitz, the Lion. There's only one thing that screams, Jadek. That is going to be...
I'm pointing at my screen, and Anne and Anthony are just baffled by this lineup, and they're slightly confused, slightly scared, but also excited, because this might be a very quick round if Activity does really commit to it. Bomber standing by, but of course, let's not forget there are those Frost mats. If he does move in, he'll be down. Same goes for Zeph. If you jump in towards the window. You can't shoot that Frostmat, but now Bomber sees one. He's like, hey, guys, there was a Frostmat here. Someone help me, please. But Seth is trying to maybe get a little bit of control from the other side of the map. 90 hallway, currently uncontested. The players are close, but he doesn't know that just yet. There will be Candelas being thrown in by Atomic. Bomber is waiting for a player to destroy that Frostmat, and then for the Lion drone to pop.
I think that just that from below, there's a Frost just teabagging onto the backside there. Will be walking right in front of the 90 window. They will wait for Swarm to pass. As soon as he does, that is one that repelling comes through. Bomber is through, gets him with the blitz. Doesn't actually manage to get any kills down yet. It's KVM that will completely shut them down. 3-4 kills for them. Only up to Zevros now. The Amaru that went in from the 90 hallway is being pre-fired here. Swarm takes a small amount of damage. The default cam finally taken out. But it seems like KVM is going to be able to bring this back with a flawless round. 6-5. One more for overtime. Jonas trying to taunt activity right there, but they're not really paying much attention to him. And with that, one more round and overtime is underway.
Yeah, the idea was great. The rush itself properly planned out, but the problem was they weren't expecting as much opposition, especially from the longer range, where of course your blitz doesn't really carry any flashes against. They were eventually swiftly taken out, and now we see activity slightly doubting their map point. Currently taken away. They still have one more chance to close things out, however, but they really have to make it work. Otherwise, we're going to back-to-back overtimes. Once in the previous series, now in towards the new series as well, towards the first map already. So this might be a nail-biter for the time to come.
Could definitely be. One round, KVM, you'll find yourselves back into overtime, back for the fight here of Villa. And as it seemed like in that very first half, that activity might have been taking too much control. Well, that has been mitigated. Find themselves in at 6-5. Will it become 6-6?
We actually do see that fear from the pulse coming out. Atomic actually picking the IQ, and Operator, we don't see that much anymore. As well, the Gridlock again to be taken in and trying to cancel out any rotations later on in towards the round from KVM. Of course, though, B2 set in towards play as well. It's going to be an interesting situation to see if KVM will be again able to defend, or if activity will finally fight back on towards the attack. However, let's also not forget IQ against pulse battles. Notoriously difficult for the IQ as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, you have a pistol at that moment in time, but as soon as you start firing back, a nitro cell could just be tossed up. So you need to be a bit careful. Keep a bit of distance. Oh, that is going to be a very dangerous jump in there. Atomic just lives.
C4.
6 pound of 20 HP. Yeah, C4 gets tossed up, but not detonated yet. Probably are aware of the fact that they're long gone. As the Gemini replicator comes his way all the way down to the astronomy stairs. Another information surely to be given out.
If the IQ would just scan right now, he'd have a very good chance. Oh, the timing there, but he slaps down the C4.
It down.
He breaks the floorboard, and luckily that means there's enough room. Another C4 fails miserably, and KVM has lost their most valuable equipment relatively early on in towards the round. Chili's just happy to destroy more, but will be shot at, but luckily still surviving, as the Pulse of Swarm is trying to slowly but steadily take him out of the equation, but the nades as well towards him will deal a significant amount of damage.
Stays alive though, that's the most important part. As long as you have 5 gunners and the time is ticking down, the defense will always be in favor here. Chile, he needs to find that very first, at least he tries to, as he continues, opens up, gets close towards the Memoriam room as well. Bomber takes damage. It's 3 members in activity that are currently have taken a bit of a hit here or there. These track stingers out, they know their flanks will be cleared, but they just need to find an opening horizontally. They need to... Is that a mist drone? That is a mist drone. Do they know he's right around the corner?
Well, the drone was destroyed, so I think they might know. But John, in the meantime, does take down Chile. Karmasin now with frag in return. Still a 4-on-4, but time is slowly going down. 1 minute left on the clock still, so activity still has some time to work with, but not all too much anymore. Let's not forget Svevo on 1 HP. Jonna, Shoko also being tagged up, but the same goes for Atomic and Bomber. And we're currently waiting for the next frag to move. Will it be KVM to still hold on, bring it to overtime? Or will it be activity now with that final push to bring in their opponent's map pick?
Now there is nothing left on the side of KVM but 4 guns and an impact grenade. Atomic pushes up first, but he doesn't check his corner. That is going to be a kill to come in for KVM. That's the first of 4 that they need. Jonna holding a very tight angle. They have no clue where they're coming from, but Svebo will find Kamaz. It seems like we will be going to overtime here, as it's only up to Bomber now in a 1v4 situation. He will get 1, but he needs to find 3 more. 7 seconds on that clock, receives some damage, has no clue from where. He's being pre-fired through the walls at the time. Will be running out. It is KVM that will bring it back. We are going to overtime.
It's going to be yet another chance here for KVM to bring it back. This time around, they might be able to win the match, because of course they are now in overtime. If they do win 2 more rounds, they'll be in favor. They'll be the chance to, of course, win their own map pick. Villa, it's been a tough battle so far, but the way they've bounced back, despite even using their tactical timeout relatively early, it's very important to see. We see more shouts, more volume coming down, but also stopping plays from Activity. This play just not thrown down. Svebo, 1 HP, able to just get a clean kill in, and from that point onwards, a lot of pressure was negated. It was so easy for the side of KVM to then pull the trigger on towards the other positions, as they were able to focus on towards that more. And still, if there would have been a kill from Activity, Svebo was still able to contest at least certain plant spots, because he was still from downstairs, could still move up later on and be that nuisance they were unable to fight against.
Of course. We found ourselves in that 6-6 on that overtime, where it seemed like Activity could have been taking this one quite single-handedly, not worrying too much. The rest of KVM is starting to warm up in the game. Swarm, 10 kills. Choco, 11 kills. Jonna, 11. Slayer's currently on 5. Svebo on 7. Then the other side, you have Atomic on 15. Chile on 10. And then 8 on Zav, 7 Karmaz, and only 4 on Bomber currently. It's quite odd to see 2 of the top performing players in the entire league struggle as much here on LAN so far.
Of course, it's a different environment, but let's not forget, both teams have a beautiful boot camp to make sure they are ready. Here, Atomic almost getting another open kill on towards the smoke. Shoko open for an angle he shouldn't have been, as Slayers was also standing by to make sure he's able to hold on towards the living for long enough. Atomic, however, jumping in together with the drone. The sound apparently masked, and now we do see that opening kill on towards another vital player. Atomic getting a second, but then overstays his welcome, not checking every angle, and Svebo brings it back slightly.
A bit too aggressive from KVM there, trying to find themselves the return instantly. Now losing a second player, Jonna as well, who has been quite good at his game currently. So it's a big loss for Activity. 2 of these kind of for KVM, 2 of these players. And if you look at it right now as well, tight angle to be held. Chile not able to lock that one off. Does know he's going to get a bit of support there as Kamaz just dropped down.
Definitely, we do now see Choco trying to move around, but again will be shut up and tagged. Currently that's 4 on 3, as it's going to be a little bit of a slow play. Who will be coming through? Oh no, having to battle your way through the gridlock stingers. Of course, it makes quite a bit of noise, but luckily it will be Swarm to join his team again and slightly drop down.
He's going to be on the middle part of those red stairs. He found himself away where... Oh, the grenade just comes through and we'll be able to find Swarm. They did find out, they did hear he was out there, and they did manage to take him down. And that means it's a 2-on-4 scenario now. Activity looking to strike back after they lost their map point to see if they can reach another one. Gemini Replicator to be used. See if they can find some information, especially about Svebo, who's out there in Memorial. And Shoko underneath that hatch. Oh, I don't think he's going to be finding anyone right there, but he looks to go back up these red stairs, go for a flank, and look at Bomber. He's out there. He finds one. He doesn't find a second because he runs out of ammo. And that means that Flores is going to be able to live there in the end. Svebo now taken out as well. Activity will be able to find a map point again, and they're starting to get loud themselves.
Chile having the anger looking from the corner of his eyes. Yeah, I did that, you know. But it was mainly just, unfortunately, the flank not working out. Could have been a game-changing moment in favor of KVM. But now it's time to regain that confidence again. Try to go for those big roam plays, because you see that Activity time and time again is unable to counter. We saw it with Svebo, 1 HP in towards the cellar. Now we see it's Shoko trying to flank around with the smoke later on, despite again being low HP. There's just no way for Activity currently to cover that thing off.
One more round, Activity, and you find yourselves one leg into the grand finals, only needing to set the second step over the next map. There's KVM. Well, they need to come back. They need to come back again. Close that gap, close the map point, and then take it themselves. Because we only go up to 15 rounds. This is round 14. If it gets closed off by Activity now, we'll be headed into a second map shortly. If KVM is going to be able to close out this round, then suddenly we find ourselves in a all-deciding round 15. Whoever wins is going to win the map.
Well, definitely. Of course, now we do see defensive side for Activity. The other way around that we just saw. And KVM is looking to attack once more. This time they also bring that Flores Febo to take it in hand. The Nomad from Shoko, no gridlock on towards their side. So both teams having a entirely different playstyle. One thing we do have to, of course, not forget. Interesting to see Activity this time not going for the kitchen dining side. No, they'll go for aviation games room straight away because it did seem a little bit more favorable for them.
We'll go for the security here. It seems like the main stairs is going to be that first battleground. KVM slowly starting to set up around it. Art Studio just has been cleared. Slayers is taking that under control. Small amounts of damage taken, but nothing too much to worry about. Grenades coming out, but won't be able to find any target. And he knows there's players around onto these main stairs. Those need to be cleared out first, because as soon as they open up that gap, suddenly you have a free entry into the long hallway, into study, no one really to stop you.
Just a single operator with nades on towards the side of KVM, something you rarely see nowadays, as it's usually at least a two-man army with 4 nades to work with, especially on towards this side as well from Activity. Interesting to see how KVM will be able to clear out the players this way around, as now we see Shoko also being tagged up, I believe, by a vertical angle, because I wouldn't know how else he'd be hit, and currently setting up his air jabs as well. Doesn't really seem that needed, as Activity is currently not on towards a heavy roam. Players are spread out apart and away from the side, yet not downstairs.
Not a grenade, not hitting any of the targets. Bomber wasn't inside of the gun vault there, he was around the billiards table. And with that, KVM don't have any of those explosives left anymore. They do use some of these flashbangs, though. It will open up a potential to go up these main stairs. They've managed to get rid of the player there, dislocated him, and now they need to go for a horizontal fight. Let's see if they can find these angles. Let's see if they can find the players in the gunvault right behind the bar, and they do so with the very first. Atomic gets dropped. That's the Omai gone off the board. Bomber gets injured as well. It's an effective 3-on-5 situation here, but a pickup is coming through. Bomber will be recovered very shortly inside that gunfall, only being on 20 HP now. Luckily, there's no more grenades. Otherwise, they would have been able to take him out. A trait coming through as Slayers takes out one. Bomber will be able to completely challenge him right afterwards. 1 HP onto him now, but a 3-on-4 situation to go, Chadwick.
One more smoke, as one has just been expended. Interesting to see it go towards the Kiba barrier, hoping that no player will move through. But let's not forget, little to no useful soft breach still for KVM, as Swarm will go down. Cholo will be tapped away by Zap, and the diffuser has been dropped. It's a 3-on-2. More shots going towards the 90 hallway because there's a player still holding on. Where is the chance for KVM to move in? There's 10 seconds left. They're running out of time. They're running out of players, as it will be Zap the last kill, and Activity will take the first map in this series. They will take the map pick of KVM, and Villa will be theirs. On towards Bank next, and Hap, will there be a chance for a comeback?
That is going to be the big question. Will there be a comeback? Will we see a map number 3? Of course, we'll find out shortly. It's now time for KVM to mentally reset, get ready for that second map. Whereas Activity, well, they have a small reason to party now. They just managed to take that very first. And who knows if they can find a second.
Yeah, we already see Pete from KVM trying to move in with his players. Keep that energy up. There were still some very good highs to take from this match so far. They really did well in the previous map, but now only looking forward. And we actually see smiles. There's no tears, no angry faces. They know this is just a single step. However, Svebo seems slightly shell-shocked. Maybe he'll need a little bit of recuperation. But of course, we're joined again by Anne and Anthony. We're going to leave the analytical part into your capable hands.
Thank you so much. And I mean, next to breaking chairs, Atomic also breaks records.
Yeah, and can I say I'm not going to act like I'm surprised, but I was maybe a little bit scared, or rather, you know, I saw Atomic come up, and I don't know if I maybe misinterpreted it. Like, he looked very anxious, very scared.
Yeah.
And I was like, ooh, maybe that's the LAN fright coming to play, you know what I mean? But still, he went to drop, what was it, 17 and 10 or something, I think? Absolutely insane. So maybe it was good for something, the little bit of fright there.
It was a very big performance, you know, by Atomic there. And I mean, we saw some beautiful plays coming out during this map, and it was a close showing. We saw Shoko as well, went very, very big. We saw a big clutch, I believe it was a 1 versus 3 by Shoko. And what you were telling me, Anne, is we saw certain players step up that we didn't expect to step up here today.
Exactly, and like you said, Shoko went big. Like, he didn't only go big in performance, he also went big on the stage as well. I saw him consistently making gestures towards Activity, trying to, you know, not trash talk them, but obviously, like, you know, he did like a 3-set or something. How are you guys gonna let us win so many rounds in a row?
You know, actually,
like
what he told me yesterday?
What?
He's like, I took a French class, and the only thing that he learned was bonne nuit.
Is that good night? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's something you can use in a game like this for sure. Say good night to them.
Exactly.
That's a good night as well. On Bomber then, but yeah.
I mean, we saw some great plays here, of course, and Activity up 5-2, Am. I thought this was going to be a trashing, and then KVM came back.
I mean, obviously, it's defense first, right? So having the 4-2 split on defense, you kind of expected to have that. We saw it previously with Jailings and Jokers as well. It's a little bit more defender favorite, so I'm not really that surprised by a 4-2. It's good that KVM were able to bring it back, obviously. I think we got to highlight, though, is the star players that we mentioned at the beginning. They were not having the easiest start into this game. Bomber didn't have the greatest start. Slayers and Svebo found themselves on 1 in 5 a few times as well, or somewhere in the game. But they still brought it back somewhat. And I think this matchup was really close. Though, the unfortunate thing for KVM is they picked Villa, and then to lose it was such a heartbreaking defeat.
And if we look at the defenses coming out from Activity, does it show, you know, all that they spoke about yesterday, like, oh, it doesn't matter which map is being thrown at us, we can, you know, we can still show a strong performance. Does it show that? Do you think that this match just showed that to us, or are you like, I'm not so sure yet?
What I'm really seeing from the team is calm. Like, the players are obviously playing, like, they're not losing their minds. We do see some players obviously still trying to spectate others instead of cameras, but the big difference I see is, for example, Kerpel is sat in his chair and he's just watching.
Yeah. That's something that you noticed, right? You said, all right, Kerpel takes a step back.
Yeah, such a difference between the players behind.
Exactly, and then just looks at all the different screens, and we saw Fraser pacing back and forth. He's a bit more energetic, where Kerpel might be a little bit more, you know, at ease.
Exactly, and I asked Kerpel, like, were you there with the boot camp? No, he wasn't. So he's used to not being able to talk to them in person. So just sitting there in the back and just watching everything, taking that on, I think that definitely fits in very well. Obviously, a lot of staff behind these two teams. They're very well supported coming into this second grand final. But, you know, the second grand final that we're talking about, it could just be done in one map only.
Who knows? I mean, who knows? We've already seen a 2-0. Of course, Jailings against Jokers. Now we're, you know, at the halftime point for Activity against KVM. A very, you know, good comeback, of course, by KVM, I must say. And do you think that's, you know, the fruits of the labor when it comes to, you know, having a performance coach such as Pete, that you don't get tilted but still try to get back in it?
I mean, we talked about the kind of things, like the kind of activities that KFM has done, except for just making strats and practicing. We talked about the Spotify playlist, but I more so mean the mental preparation behind them. That's why I think Fraser mentioned it, they're one of the only teams in Tier 3 that has a performance coach standing behind them. We do know Kerpel's a very experienced coach. He has been helping the players on the set of activity a little bit when it comes to performance coach type of stuff as well. But specifically Pete on that side, he must have been helping those guys to get ready for the LAN mindset, because you have a crowd in front of you. We saw them being hyped whenever it was needed, but you also learn how to deal with moments when it doesn't always go per planned.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we really see that, like, the peace of mind when it comes to activity, right? They don't seem to be like that worried. Okay, you know, we might be dropping quite some rounds in a row, but we're not worried. One thing that I want to highlight, though, is the technical timeout by KVM. Of course, it was a clutch situation. Shoko, I believe it was a 1v3, clutched that up, and still Fraser decided to go for that technical timeout.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, still, if you win a round, there could be something going wrong structural within that round, despite you winning it, that caused you to be in such a clutch situation. Because, like you mentioned, Shoko's in a clutch.
Look at the lovely activity players.
Such a
For the
sweet
people
guy.
that are
I
like,
love
oh,
it.
who are you
I was
waving
waving at Krapel.
Do not break another one, Atami. Come on, man. You already broke the record.
All right, but back to the story we're talking about. Now I've actually lost my story. I was so distracted by waving back.
Yeah, sorry. We were talking about like the tactical timeout and
I'm so
the
sorry.
timing of it.
Yes, obviously, like you are not supposed to be in a glitching situation. You get there by mistakes that happen prior to you being in a glitching situation, and then maybe with a bit of luck or maybe a little bit of skill winning out that glitching situation. So in order for you to be there, like you don't want to always have to rely on glitching situations. You know there's clutch masters on both of the teams. We know, for example, I think Slayer is actually leading the clutches as well, but you shouldn't have to rely on it. Something goes wrong structural before you get to the point of having a player clutching.
You know what? One thing that we need to implement during the next LAN is have one of those decibel meters and put it next to Shoko. He's been the loudest today. He's bringing the energy. Do you think that affects his team as well? And like, all right, you know, some people might have a little bit of the shakes. Do you think like being somebody as loud as Shoko affects his team in a positive manner?
Yeah, I mean loud as well, but also like good vibes. How many times have we heard EUL teams say, "Oh well, my teammates always just trying to make fun, either of us or either of like the enemies."
Yeah.
But if it's good vibes, if it's good banter, it does help to keep the mindset up like that, especially in such a stressful situation, a stressful vibe. You got to keep it light at times as well, otherwise you're going to be too tense.
Exactly. Now, next map. What are you thinking?
Exactly. Well, Bank it's going to be, apparently. So I'm quite curious to see how that's going to go. We know Bank is a little bit more shaped like an attacker favorite map because of all the vertical lines of sight you can do. We know there's a lot of roaming possibilities on this map. It's definitely a different nature than Villa, whereas Villa is a little bit more defender favorite. And we do know that both the teams quite excel on the attack, regardless whether it comes to adaptation on attack with attacker repick or whether they have like really good strat book attacks, different teams obviously. But I think they can both shine on the attack, and I'm curious to see how that's going to go. Obviously, with it being activities map pick, that allows KVM to decide what side they want to start on. If you were in KVM shoes and you're facing now down, obviously this decision was made before, but let's say you could make the decision now. You're facing 0-1 activity. What would you pick, attack or defense?
I would say attack to get the hardest part out of the way.
But then the downside of that is if you lose a few of your attacking rounds, you already find yourself in a big deficit.
That's true. But actually, you know, our great community member Kickstar, I once watched one of his ranked games, and he was down 3-0, and then he said, you know what, guys, let's go to the hardest side first. You gotta win that side anyways to win the game.
That's true.
So you gotta win the attack anyways to win the game. A few rounds in attack, that is.
So I think we should talk a little bit about what both teams need to improve, because we obviously mentioned the performance on a little bit of the both sides. What do you think that, for example, KVM needs to step up just a little bit more in order to try and get the victory out of this map? Because obviously it's not their map pick as well.
Yeah, I think they need to like kind of find ways to throw off activity in a way, right? Like they really relied on some individual plays in the last on the last map. I mean, they were down, 5-2, and then for example, Shoko stepped up to help them win some of those rounds. And it's not sustainable. You can't keep doing that. Eventually, you'll hit a brick wall, and that's what they did. And eventually, they did end up losing. I mean, we did eventually go to overtime. But in the end of the day, it was Activity who came out strongest. I do think that the fact that they went to overtime, Anne, has probably given them a little bit of confidence. I got one question for you.
Yeah.
What can you usually find in a bank? In a bank?
In a bank?
Yes.
Money.
All right. Well.
Is it the wrong or the right answer?
It's the right. Okay. It's the right answer. You're right. You can usually find money in a bank, but you know what else they should put in a bank?
Well.
The Steel Series in Omen.
Oh yeah, the giveaway we're having right now.
Exactly. You can win those beautiful items by Steel Series.
Can you win the trophy as well? No.
Can you win the trophy? You could. Hey, you could win the trophy. All you have to do is qualify for the Benelux League Season 8 if that ever comes around, and then you can win that trophy.
But we're talking about the other beautiful stuff that's laying in front, right?
Twitter.
Yeah.
Check Twitter.
Exactly.
Check,
social media. Giveaway.
Exactly. Check us out on Twitter. Not us personally, but if you do, what's your Twitter handle?
Sorry, I was going to say.
I said if people do want to check you out on Twitter, what's your Twitter handle?
I don't really like, promoting myself.
You don't like plugging yourself?
No.
What if you plug me and I plug you? But I don't know your Twitter handle. Never mind. Just look, check out the
Yours
Rainbow
is
Six.
N6, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Very easy. Yours is fast and underscore?
Yeah. I see Strapbooks.
You do?
Yeah,
Can I have a look at that?
He's got a headset on. I don't think he'll hear you.
No, I don't think so either. But hey, yes. Back to the giveaway. Sorry, we're easily distracted. You can win some beautiful SteelSeries gear and even a Omen gaming laptop. All you have to do is follow the instructions on Twitter. If you want to find our Twitter, and you're on Rainbow Six BNL, watching on the Rainbow Six BNL Twitch channel, all you have to do is @ Twitter and you'll find it. Or ! Giveaway usually also works.
Exactly. Oh, I see some nice RGB keyboards as well. Lovely too. I mean, the players are now getting themselves set up for...
Sorry.
Who are you waving at?
Stefan, easy. He was waving at us.
Okay.
You're too focused on what the players are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I was just spectating it as well, trying to see what was going on. I see all the players back in the lobby, though. That's some really good stuff.
I mean, 45 seconds until map 2. Predictions for map 2. Scoreline predictions.
That's going to be really difficult, because I don't know what side who's going to be starting on. Do you know what I mean?
Can we see it from here?
No, I don't think that, because the blue and orange no longer gives it away.
It's a shame.
So. Well, I want to see a third map, so I'm gonna say 8-6 for KVM this time because they got to an overtime once.
Okay. And if that happens, do you see them winning the third map potentially?
With that being Clubhouse, ooh. I don't think it's one of their. It is one of their better maps. It's not a good map, or actually, we have not played that map.
Clubhouse? Well,
no, but I mean they haven't played Villa either, and they were pretty successful on Villa.
They might have some hidden strats, but you know who else has hidden strats?
Can I say one more thing?
One more thing before we go.
One thing that's going to be looking good for KVM is that they won 2 times on Bank, and one of them was J-Links.
Oh.
It's quite the opponent to beat.
Do they know that on the side of activity? They probably do.
They probably do.
But you know that will definitely play in the confidence for KVM here. You know what always plays in my confidence? Having 2 beautiful colleagues here on the desk. How are you guys doing? Have you been activated already? Do I have to switch up? No, you haven't been activated yet. No. Mr. Producer, can you switch on my colleagues? I will test.
Test.
Hey.
¿Cómo estás, mi amigos?
Muy bien, pero we go and you cast. Have fun. Map 2.
Thank you. Bye. And we're going to Bank.
We are going to Bank. You got any Bank jokes? Let's just get them out of the way first.
Have plenty, but I'll save it for later, just to make sure that they'll catch you off guard. We're going to see activity on towards the defensive side first, as of course, well, not really, of course, this is their map pick, and KVM apparently wants to start on attack. Of course, Vinka to be banned out. And don't forget to join the giveaway on Twitter, as Jonna has just said.
PSA from Jonna, indeed. If you want to win the SteelSeries, what was it? You said apparel.
I'm sorry.
Peripheral.
This will haunt me forever.
No, it won't. I'll probably forget after today.
Probably me too. And then Anthony will just smack me in the face like, remember?
He says he doesn't hear anything.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We don't care about his opinion.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we do.
You are on camera, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
No, I mean Anthony as well. It's just...
You're on cam.
If you see Anne's head, that's how tall she is without a box. Sorry.
He said, if you see only Anne's head, that's how tall she is without a box. It's really mean. You can slap him. No, she's walking away.
I'm sorry.
She's the better person. She's the bigger person here.
I apologize.
Gotta respect the hustle. In the meantime, we've missed the rest of the bands. Nuk, Mira, Valkyrie also to be taken away. Nuk band interesting, but understandable on towards a roam heavy map like Bank.
Yeah, Nuk, of course, the operator that doesn't really get spotted by cameras if the health presence scanner or sensor is activated. For a while, they also tested with just the beepers. Now, there's quite a lot of beepers inside of Bank, so that would have been making Nuk an even more powerful operator here, but they never pushed that through, luckily. And so, as we start again, everything is on 0-0. No one has the upper hand on this map, except for, of course, the fact that Activity have it in the back of their minds that they have won map 1, and thus they can afford to lose this one, whereas KVM, their story can end here.
Yeah, of course, but we do, for instance, see the Zero to come in, maybe to be the hero for Shoko. Slightly different operators, of course, do suit different maps as well. Atomic to reinforce the server hatch, and Bomber to set up his yokai drone at the bottom of the staircase, maybe. As, of course, those drones are currently no longer invisible. It might be a little bit easier for KVM to clear him, but then they might have to look in some awkward positions as well.
Possibly have to. Some of the Argus chems already being used here to quickly deploy some of the information gained they want to play with from the side of KVM. The earlier you deploy them, the less chance they might actually be caught, especially if no one's in the lobby yet. Of course, we are all the way downstairs, and you know, these two chems will be giving away a lot of information. Like, okay, lobby is clear, no one seems to be on the banana side of things, the top of square is clear, we can start clearing the floors. And Slayers is the first one to do that, playing on the Sophia. With the LMG as well, 150 bullets to go in the magazine. And as he quickly pushes on, some Claymores to be deployed to make sure no flank can come in later.
No, definitely, of course, we see Slayers just to slowly set up here, drone-wise. Currently, KVM not that heavily contested, still have 8 in their favor, but there's no anti-intel operators on towards the side of activity, for instance. Look at a Mute or a Mossy. There will be some scans coming down from the Jackal as well, looking for more, but Kiba barriers also more to be put up as soft breach are actually deployed as well. KVM is going for that very methodical top to bottom approach, and as the drones are being more and more contested, from the 8 I just talked about earlier, only half remain.
There's not a lot of drones they can work with here. You gotta be careful. Sveva will find a beautiful shot onto Chile though. So that concussion there will actually tell, okay, no one else is behind it. We can just start to push through. However, Zevros is gonna be the true challenge here. He's on those blue stairs with a shotgun, waiting patiently. The hatch behind him just got opened up. That means KVM could go for a double push. You're always going to be losing one of your members there, but, I mean, at least you clear out the blue stairs. At the very same time, KVM could also just decide to let him live, let him be, and go for a different kind of execute.
Indeed, of course, Seth is, well, actually being contested here by the Ibana, just face-checking, not even firing a single bullet, it seems. Seth now using his first 2 smoke canisters to delay, and will make sure that he'll survive here. But I believe his smoke canister was being shot down, and he'll be taken out by a cross-in Slayer Swarm, both getting the kills. Now Atomic has to bring something in return, and gets a single frag for his trouble. But there's still 2 players behind in towards this round, with the plant also going down, those hatches being opened. It's all on towards the Echo, who now gets the first plant away, but currently not really able to deny the second.
Second stun could be coming in. No, so the Echo drone not being too impactful there. Could be able to stall some time. It leaves activity in a 1v4 situation now. 1v3 technically, because Febo has been down. Choco will be able to find 1, will be able to find 2, and round 1 is going to KVM. Horror map down, so they need to win this one if they want to have a shot at going to the grand finals.
Well, at least the start is here currently, and we hear a lot of volume both from the players and the crowd for KVM cheering. Activity again just being very, well, calm, collected, just cleaning out all their sweaty marks on towards the mouse, because of course in a final like this, in a humid temperature as it is quite warm outside, it is quite warm inside, despite it being a church, because churches are usually a little bit cooler.
Yeah, this one isn't. This is one of those churches that does have quite a bit of temperature in it. Now, that's only going to be rising as the crowd keeps on getting in and out. Some enjoying the party outside as well, in between the games. Rightfully so. 1-0 for KVM, leading this map. Starting off strong, but they need to continue that. They need to stay dominant on their attacking side.
Indeed, indeed. The castle barricades currently being set up as, well, I believe some people are actually explaining the game. You do the pew-pew here, there's multiple floors, and you do pew-pew there, and then you win the round. That's pretty much how it goes. Right? Oh, Alibi and Maestro in play. Will there be an Aces 12?
I do see 2 bailiffs. No, one is an MX for Storm.
Yes. And the other one might also be Disappointment.
I'm gonna say Disappointment. I would dare to say it's the Alda, not the Disappointment. It's a really good gun.
They could also have Azami on towards the Aces 12, so they could have had 3.
They could have had 3. They could have really made your day, but I doubt they'll do so, because there's quite a bit at stake.
Nah, they're a map up.
I mean, why would he be opening stuff up with a Bailiff if he has an ACS 12, you know?
That's a very good question, maybe because the ACS 12 is too powerful for his mind. In the meantime, Choco is opening up a little bit of barricades, trying to at least distract players. It indeed will be the Elda, but it will be Atomic with the open kill towards Febo. There will be a down on towards Swarm as well, but Choco will be able to do at least something in return and take down Atomic. Will they be able to recover the Sophia, however, as it might be a vital operator to clear out those Kiva barriers from range with the lifelines.
For sure, you have that utility, 2 concussions, 2 impacts you can use. Recovery has been there. Slayers has been able to pick it up. There's pings coming through, but no one truly there. They have found out the hatch has been dropped. The remaining player of activity that could have been out there. Sam Cams being tossed up, or Argus Cams, whatever you want to be calling them. There's one in the side office. Kermas picked up. Not quite sure how they find out, but that's going to be a crucial pick. Bombado finds a return. Swarm taken out. And know where he is. He's inside this Teller's area. How are you going to be taking care of him, though?
It's currently a little bit of a Mexican standoff. Bomber having a very small angle, but as drones do fly in, they at least know where the castle will be. He's trying to just pre-fire wallbang whatever position the drone might be in, but I do assume it to still be alive. And thus he has to face check. Eventually will clear it out, and then there's only 2 active drones currently for KVM in play, and 1 in the pocket to still be used by Choco, as well as possibly some Argus launchers being put out somewhere. So KVM might have a lot of intel, but there's still a way of the site still going for the methodical, slow approach. The more time does go down, the more time activity actually gains to hold down this site. And with a lack of slowdown utility, that might actually work in their favor.
And Bex to be used, I'm not quite sure how effective they were onto these Selma charges, I believe. The wall has been opened up ever so slightly. As KVM, though, is starting to get together. They are all around the Tellers area looking to find their entry. Now, the Kiva barrier there will stop them from moving in. They will take out 1, but there's still a second around. And that's going to be making it even more difficult to push through.
Yeah, nade would have maybe been a little bit better, but again, we see a lack of nades from KVM. Their nade on Swarm actually died relatively early on and thus were unused. Jonna now goes down to Bomber. Another peek comes in from Chile. And the last player, Choco, also to be taken away by the bomb man himself. Activity will equalize the score just after they lost that first round and brings it back in towards a doable position. But will they be able to also gain the lead on towards the bank? That is, of course, the question that remains. Let's not forget, KVM was able to pick the side they want to start on, so it wouldn't be too weird for them to have the lead after this first half.
No, but it definitely would make it a bit worrisome if they are in the lead at the end of this first half.
Oh, yes.
Right? You want to be in a 4-2. And if you can't get that, a 3-3 it will be just fine, but if you're a 2-4 behind, that's when trouble starts to arise. Not saying you cannot come back from that. Just saying, if you had the advantage to choose what site you wanted to start, you're not able to capitalize on that in that very first half, you might be finding yourself in some trouble.
Oh, definitely. It's currently a waiting game to see who will be in the lead right after this round. Is there actually a timeout being called?
I don't know. I mean, we see the infinity symbol above round 3, so it could just be...
That takes a long time.
It takes a long time, infinity does. I do see the coach talk. Don't see Kerpel talk.
Kerpel just chilling, you know, just like Anne. She's chilling.
Oh,
So,
no, wait.
hey.
Fraser's just chewing gum, so...
Yeah, he's really good at that.
Actually, yeah.
I was also looking at him, like, is he talking?
Is
But
he
he's
talking? No,
muted.
he's just chewing gum.
Just chewing gum.
Sending
Do you
some heart
chew
symbols to
gum
Ian.
a lot?
What?
Do you chew a lot
No,
of
I
gum?
don't really like it.
No, what I do like, Rebel watermelon.
Yep, it's very nice. Nah, definitely so. I got myself a nice little can, you know. It's like
beautiful.
just to stay energetic.
The Red Edition.
The Red Edition.
We're actually
I love
going to
it.
have a Rebel after party here as well, at the Rebel
know.
bar.
And we're going to have Milan to come over as well. It's going to be also
Live
a
is
treat.
going to be great.
Live's
Of
gonna be
course,
great.
it's going to be great if the match does get underway again. Not really sure what's going on. Currently looking at the screens of the players because we might see a little bit there, but I don't see any of the players loading in.
They already started the after party there. A bit of dancing.
Well, if you start early, you'll never be too late.
That for sure. I agree.
That's all I know. And you just see Karmas like, how I'm going to get my plan stats up if we're just waiting here.
We're still on the infinity symbol, by the way.
Yeah.
You can look on the players' their screens. So we don't know what's happening. I have a question, actually. It's more of a question towards Manon, because I saw some of the stuff came in, you know.
Yeah, the
secret stuff. The secret stuff.
Yeah.
The shirts.
Shirts, beautiful shirts.
I'm wondering if people have pre-ordered them already.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about.
I saw them shirts.
Yeah. Maybe we can get some out, you know, show them around.
Well, we have one guy who's really good at showing stuff off.
That's very true. So we might be able to do a little campaign.
Campaign.
See how many people want to get one.
And we actually got a lot of positive feedback on those because they're really beautiful. You were able to contact the designer and get everything sorted.
Very true.
How was the process?
Of getting the art, like the art sorted?
Yeah.
I mean, I've worked with two incredible artists for it. And they were very helpful, actually. So it was a big pleasure to be working with them. Very quick as well. I mean, I gave them kind of a hard deadline, like 48 hours, and it needs to be done because we need to get it to the designer as quickly as possible. But they were like, yeah, no problem, we can do that. So yeah, definitely.
I mainly heard that drawing every single tulip individually was quite a hard task.
I've heard that as well from, that was Randorific who did that one. So.
Well, they are terrific.
Very nice.
Oh, there's Anthony. He's so happy.
You have Tiffany as well. That is.
And Colin. He's very
behind.
fast.
Fast Colin.
And there's Manon.
Manon as well, yeah.
The main person to make everything
Team
happen.
Shoko and KVM.
Yeah.
In the foreground.
Big
Give
fan.
some waves.
There was actually a small rehost currently coming through just to make sure that the players
you know, by the way,
separate.
who we just scrolled over? So Charlotte, we have Elise Brabuni, who does all the stats for like NAL,
stat
EUL.
god himself.
The stat god, the percentage
Can he say
man.
how big the odds are for this team winning? Blah, 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 blah.
He could, but he says it's his holiday now, so he didn't want to give me any percentages.
Understandable.
I'm going to stand.
Yes.
Because, well, that was...
You're a little bit lazy, Hap. We already knew.
So, no. It's nothing to do with it. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's just...
Taking
hurt.
It's okay.
I've been walking around all day yesterday as well, so...
I haven't, and that's why I'm able to stand all day.
I'm just leaning most of the time as well, so it's
just lean back. In the meantime, we have our, as we say in Dutch, because we're in the dive right now.
Yeah, we are.
Tortelduifjes.
Oh, do we?
Sitting in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
And they're beautiful as can be. And,
actually, they're not filming the tortelduifjes.
No, that's where the dive
they're going back down to the tortelduifjes.
No, he's not. Oh, is he?
Yes, he is.
There's our turtle. Lighting is great. Juran, come on, man. Come on, man. Really expected more from him.
The opportunity was there, but
put on the flitzer and you'll be golden. Oh, there they are. Oh, there's a hype. Oh my God, Mom, I'm on TV. Oh, are you on TV? I'm on TV. Oh, I love you, man. And that's pretty much how their conversation usually goes. They were out drinking on Thursday. They were very happy.
Yeah.
They dated on Friday as well. And I already told Ian before he came over, go shop with Anthony because he has the freshest clothes.
Yeah.
He knows the entirety of Amsterdam.
Oh, Fraser's tired.
Fraser's tired.
There's a chair behind you, Fraser.
No, those chairs aren't good enough. By the way, also, you can see right here. It's the Bare Feet Gaming Gang.
Oh, yeah, I see Bare Feet Gaming Gang, yeah.
But he also has, I believe, a towel right there.
Could be. I've no
Could
clue.
be.
Could be like sweater maybe as well.
It's already sweating, so why would you need a sweater?
A sweater, I said.
Yeah, a sweater. If you're already sweating.
I don't know. Maybe
it's time to get back in towards the match. We see the fist bumps coming out and the players loading back in towards the server. Of course, before we had to drop out due to the infinity signal, it's time to, of course, see that 1-1 scoreline continue. It's activity on towards defense. It's KVM on attack. And so far, this map has been quite close. Of course, the previous map has been even closer, going towards overtime. And KVM, unfortunately for themselves, unable to bring out the victory on their own map pick, but now hoping to bring it back on towards Bank.
Bank must be the better ground where they do, otherwise it will be activity up in the finals against J-Lings. Now, there's not what KVM came here to do. Starting to merge names and words now. Oh, I think we're getting another.
What?
Unfortunate, not a little rehost. It's been called. I'm just leaning. I'm not even gonna hide it anymore.
It's okay.
I'm leaning.
But it still looks as if you're sitting or standing.
Standing? Yeah.
Standing.
I'm just standing like a bit like
hunched.
One leg to the other side.
One leg to the other. That's how I also stand.
I'm about to do a split, you know.
Can you actually?
I don't think I will. I think I'll like rupture something in my legs.
Definitely. You're already injured, Hap. Don't make it any worse.
It's fine. It's not too bad.
No, I think I've gotten worse bites from my dog. Well, I once went to the puppy class.
Yeah.
And
I love going to puppy class.
Yeah, it's really fun because there were so many cute dogs.
Yeah.
But then you also have to notice that your dog is also doing things. And he was a little bit
Yeah, you need to have all the attention on your
overstimulated.
dog.
He was very happy, a bit too happy. And then we had to practice where you had a candy in your hand,
Oh,
close
yeah,
your hand, and
yeah.
say no. And then he has to turn away. And if he turns away, he gets the candy.
But if he just bites hard enough when you say no, you also release at some point.
Well, no, I was very stubborn on that.
Oh, yeah?
But then he was just biting in my hand all the time.
Yeah.
And then the teacher said, oh, you have to pull your sleeve up a little bit, because he was also nibbing the sleeve. Like,
Oh, yeah,
"Give me."
yeah.
And I said, okay. And then he just bit me in my arm. It's like,
nice
and,
little
then she said, I think it's time you guys go for a little bit of a walk, maybe get the edge off. And I'm like, yeah, I think that's better. But I didn't notice until I got home that there was a little bit of blood here. Oh my God,
I
Krapel's
was flirting
with
with
you.
Krapel, I'm sorry.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Krapel.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh. I think you're really getting somewhere with him currently. And of course, you can't match the experience I've had with him and Atomic so far.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe
Who
after a
knows?
victory.
Maybe after a victory, yeah.
Will they jump in towards the canal? Because
I
that's
don't know.
something
I don't
Jokers
know.
has said.
They can't hear us right now, I think.
No, definitely not.
Krapel.
He doesn't care.
No, he doesn't hear.
In the meantime, players are, of course, also playing on towards our beautiful stand a little bit further on.
It was the roller champion stand, but it turned into a siege stand as well
It's
right
a
now.
rolling schedule on towards
It's
the
a rolling
rollers.
schedule. You can play whatever you want. There's many Ubisoft games that can be played. So
Crew 2, where you can
Crew
fly
2,
through
yes.
trees.
Crew trees. I wonder if he finally did it.
Probably not.
How do you fly with a steering wheel, though?
I think
That's probably why he struggled so much.
I think that's maybe the problem here as well.
Yeah.
Currently, we're not having problems anymore getting in towards the game because we're joining back on towards that 1-1 scoreline. Activity, of course, maybe the team to win it, but KVM so far have been giving them a big struggle to actually get there. Will it be that 2-1 for KVM, or will Activity defend properly this time as well?
Big questions to be asked there as we're back into the game. And we'll see how their defense will shape up. Now, Tellers and Archives is not a sight that you'll usually see. Lately, we've been changing more towards CEO, and we have the bottom floor, and after that, open area is a site that often gets picked. Now, the reason why Tellers and Archives is bad, let's put it nicely. I don't want to swear, just like a certain Jailings player did. on
Mediocre.
First work, yeah, mediocre. I'm no for swearing, by the way, but I'll keep it back for now. Is verticality. If you just look at it, the entire site is accessible from the top floor. And this Activity needs to put up a lot of pressure, a lot of utility up onto that top floor to make sure they can keep hold of it. And they'll do that by Castle, they'll do that by bringing out a Zami as well, use those barriers on both of those operators. The Architects, to truly make sure that that top floor is going to be even more difficult to take for control now.
At this time around, however, KVM has brought in a few more nades than they have in previous rounds and even in the previous map. This time we do see Svebo on Sledge and Slayers on towards Iana. Thus, 4 nades in total will make it a little bit easier for themselves to possibly get those kills in their favor. One big problem though, they'll have to move in towards the middle floor if they want to nade out the players on top. And I do believe that Activity will most likely be set and ready, as now the Womitis will be eaten up. The barricades of the castle will be taken out. And Atomic is just crawling over the floor, not laughing, but hoping to stay alive.
Yeah, needs to find some safety there as both his castle barricades have been taken out, and suddenly that's a big punch towards that top floor and its control for Activity. Of course, there's still players out there, means it's still under control of the defense here, but that could change, especially with grenades to come around the corner here. Won't be able to find anybody though. No one in the elevator either, so Slayers could just start to move up as Bomber finds Svebo.
Atomic as well with a kill on towards Swarm, brings it in towards a 5-on-3 situation. Activity currently in the player lead, but still KVM trying to face check every angle they can. It's gonna be Slayers, of course, the known top fragger for his team, to possibly bring something back here, but it's gonna be Shoko to take damage, Karmaza as well, but still more barriers coming in. Slayers brings in his gone 6, but it seems as if most of his team is already gone himself.
Yeah, 2 dropped out. Luckily, though, for them, Activity has 2 injured players. They should be able to be picked up in just 1, 2, maybe even 3 bullets. But it's not definitely going to be a full gunfight around. There is some castle barricades still up, though, and they make the life of KVM a bit difficult. And they're debating whether or not they want to open it, because whilst you open it, you create yourself another opening. It also allows the defenders to go for a bit of an easier flank. And that's the top floor to be taken control of first. After that, you go down those main stairs, potentially, or you start working on the verticality, which of course can be done by just really the exothermics that are left currently on the side of Jonna, because they did lose Slash, they did lose Zofia. Those are the only two operators that bring that soft breach.
Yeah, it's Jonna just trying to... Oh my god, one stepping away, Karmaze, I believe, through the wall, but it's gonna be the castle of the board. Slayers as well, now take down 7. Slayers will get more towards Atomic. Players father suddenly in favor of KVM, and they have side control as well. They might be able to go for the plant until Bomber comes in the flank. Do they have the flank drones? Yes, they do. Shoko takes another kill, and Jonna will get that plant down as one of his teammates dies, but at least they have more than enough time to make this happen. He'll go for a different angle, trying to pre-fire whatever. Now a 1v1. Chile taking on Jonna in another battle for the centuries, and he'll be able to take down the Termite. The round does go in favor of Activity if and when that diffuser will be found, but still it was a very awkward fight for the Activity members.
Definitely is, and Jonna tried to make the right decision there, went into Archives knowing that a kill just came down from the main stairs area. Felt maybe a bit more safe there. Maybe the flank was coming in from the lobby side of things. Not the case in the end, and Activity is going to be able to hold on. But a beautiful mid-round adaptation coming in from KVM, able to still manage to find themselves in a position where they could plant 2 entries, forced through. Then 1 picked up by the flank drone. Unfortunately, the last member standing was a bit too much. And with that, Activity find a round, take the lead, 1-2. Have it here again on that replay. What was this shot, by the way?
Just random pre-fire.
Just two shots randomly discharged through a wall.
Makes me think back of a clip that Deepak once posted on his Twitter where he was just a kid spamming through a wall towards CCTV and just randomly getting headshots.
It's like, I mean, it's funny how it goes, right? I mean, bullets only will travel through 1 wall or towards 2 layers.
Yeah, nowadays.
Nowadays they do. Back then, you had if you had a large caliber, it would go through 4 walls or something like that. It's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, 2-1, Activity lead. And again, KVM, this is their map. They need to make sure... I was going to say, they only have 4 drones left, but I think the other ones haven't spawned in. Yeah, there you go. So 9 drones. I was afraid for a second. It's like, how do you manage to lose?
That's going to be really quick. That's going to be your average ranked stack.
Exactly. Everybody just drives it right into the objective, into the same corner and angle.
Interesting defensive lineup, however, from the Activity side. We do see Zevros on towards the Warden, but also the Tachanka for Bomber to come in. A little bit more stall as well if you do count in those smokes from Chile. And if they are expecting maybe a Ying or maybe another operator with smokes, for instance Swarm with the Jackal, there might be a way for Warden to play around that. Of course, it's going to be very situational, but it might be a round changing pick. If only it's gonna work out. Like Warden is such a hit or miss operator. It's gonna be so situational.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If the opposing team knows there's a Warden, they'll play around it. If they don't know it's there, they'll be relying on their flashes, they'll be relying on their smokes to go for an execute. And then suddenly that Warden can surprise. Now, if you look at Swarm, he does carry those smoke canisters. You do have a bunch of flashbangs as well in the pockets of Jonna. So there's definitely an opportunity for the Warden to play quite bigly here. Now, it's not quite the sense that we, at least I hope to see throughout the tournament so far. But you know, it's still a long day. We might still see them.
Well, so far the playstyle of Activity has been money, and they're looking to maybe add a little bit to that as well. As now barricades will be opened up from Jonna from upstairs. Of course, being the Yabana, it's going to be your dedicated job, but I'm curious if you'd like to see Activity maybe go for a little bit of more early aggressive plays, because it might actually catch KVM off guard, and KVM is really relying on their full setups usually for that attack.
Arbridge gadgets used as well, of course, to open up some of these hatches. This is where I really like that new change that came through. Some of these operators, they have the Heartbreach gadgets or can openers, however you want to call them. You get 2 of them, and it basically allows you on maps like Bank, to bring a single Heartbreacher and then carry a secondary person, which is often a soft breacher that carries these Heartbreach gadgets. Zevros there, taking a little bit of damage, needs to stay alive. He's crucial, and especially in this position, if flashbangs come through, but he misses the shot with a shotgun, and will be the entry death.
Now it will be Shoko also moving in, getting a double kill, will be taken out by Atomic. There's a 4-on-2 in favor of KVM now, just brute forcing their way on towards the map and taking advantage of missed shots from their opponents. Kermasse, however, looking for those hot pings, but also will be tagged up from upstairs. Atomic will be down as well, and it's going to be all out for Activity. KVM gets another round in and equalizes the score back to a 2-on-2.
2-2. KVM stays in, and the fist bumps are being handed out again to make sure everybody stays hyped. Shoulders are being tapped for those of them that do not pay attention, rightfully so. Do not leave your coach hang. These kind of situations. But 2-2. 2-2. But they need more. They need 2 more rounds, I think, if they want to call this a successful half. And that is kind of the scary thing, because right now, Activity has done what they need to do. They got their 2 rounds. They didn't get to choose the side pick. Anything from here on forward is going to be considered a bonus towards their step to the beautiful trophy you just seen there. We'll still see. It's a bit of a different design this time around. Not just a glass one.
Well, we still have special trophies for each player.
That's very true. Every player will be receiving a personal trophy.
Because the problem is, sometimes you get those big trophies, right? And then it's either the organization or the team kept them together, and the rest of the team has no memorabilia.
True.
And medals, nah, you already got them in your elementary school if you did your hike properly, blah, 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 blah. Nice glass trophy sits well on your
I mean, you could look at Deepak, right? He has like 7 on his on a shelf right behind him every single time he plays the UL.
Yeah, well, of course, we also see them from Leonski, the big LeBron himself, who's quite happy to display whatever he has in style, and well, he has quite a few trophies himself too. Currently, we see Swarm just wrapping open some barricades, but we also see Kermasse now bringing out the Pulse, and we see Sense.
We do have Sense.
Yeah.
I just totally missed that here. Called it out, Sense on the board. And let's see how they will be used. And their light screens are going to be impactful. Definitely with the 417, a hard-hitting rifle here. Hoping to hit the actual head there. But Slayer just pushing in, gets taken out instead. And that's going to be the call for Atomic to just fall back instead. He doesn't need to contest Sense there. Got the first kill, got Slayers off the board. That's all that matters.
Debated, I dare to say. Slayers probably being a little bit agitated by that death, but currently, that means Activity is that player up. Of course, Sense, as you said, has that long-range rifle, which might be very valuable, but if they do get a little bit too close, there might be those SMGs running from Activity, but they do have twice the UMP themselves. That's going to be a little bit hard to work with, because still, people say the UMP is the worst game in the gun. C4 barely missed, or actually not used yet, as Kermasse is now firing it up, and the damage will not be dealt.
Now, that's just going to be an extra opening here for KVM to work with. One less swing of the hammer to be tossed around. Of course, if they wanted to open it, they would be able to open it without any issue. Box alarm will be giving away Svebo's current location here, so he needs to be a bit careful. Opening onto the quad wall will be received soon as well, but impact grenades will be stopping the majority of these Selmas. Just a single one surviving, and I don't think they have anything left. Svebo will be able to find one with the 417, and that is going to be Atomic removed off the board.
Definitely it's going to be back towards a 4-on-4, and Atomic has been that star player for his team. Long and high angle here from Swarm, looking to get a frag on towards the yellow pink player. Kermasse will go low himself, but I believe it's going to be Zef under pressure. He will be shot away by Swarm. A beautiful headshot at that, but he'll be countered as well, as Kermasse will be traded out. Still a 3-on-2, still KVM has an advantage. It's going to be extended, only Chili alive. Now in a 1v3, it's Sense, Ace, and Zero against just the single hero, hoping to do what he needs to do in the live screen. Will take away a lot of vision, yet you can shoot through it. And with the hot pings coming down, maybe from the Maestro camps, it might be a little bit harder as well for the KVM side to win, but still they'll make it through, and still they will regain that lead.
And now they're leading again indeed here on Bank. They used the light screens as Sense, not really for a plant, but more so to zone that last player into a position where they could deal with it. One more round, and they've done what they need to do to at least find themselves in a bit of a good spot. Let's see if they can build on from there.
Well, there's
Activity. Are they going to be able to get an extra round out, Chadwick?
Like, the question is, when do you go for the technical timeout? Currently, they're still trailing, but they've just lost 2 rounds, and now it's the last round of the first half.
Yeah.
Would you try to save it for the second?
I think you save it for the second, right? When things really start to get out of hand. Again.
Drone bug.
Again? Oh, that's unfortunate. That means we'll probably be back to us.
Well, luckily we have
Luckily you see us already.
And we see Ian moving around.
Yeah, Ian is just moving around. Anthony is joining as well.
It's like, oh my God, he's moving.
Going towards
like
the crowd.
I could almost see those two.
Oh wait, we can't say about Ian. He's like undercover right now, right? He took his jacket.
But would you say that Ian might look, as Anthony's older brother, good look? Cooler, smart, better at English.
I don't think he will be messing up the sayings, no. Possibly.
I would dare to say so. But Anthony, he just has a very special place in my heart.
Yeah.
His mother as well. Usually giving him cookies to give to us, which was...
I've never had cookies.
No?
No.
Oh, then it was just for me. I've had cookies many times because she said, "Oh, are you casting with Chadwick this evening?" Okay, I'm just gonna go to the grocery store, and she actually bought cookies to give to him, to give to me.
All right.
And he's like, "Why doesn't she give me cookies?" I'm like, "Well, you can have one." She's like, "Okay," and then the rest was for me. Happy to man.
There you have it. The goodies that you get if you show up. A drink voucher.
A Fouché.
Now, I saw a bit of a shrug there, but you can actually hand it in and you can get a
At
drink.
the bar.
That's what it works.
Yeah. You go to the bar, you say, "1 drink, please," but then usually also what drink? And you get a drink.
Yeah.
But you lose your voucher.
That's true. It's a 1-for-1 trade, right? It's how it works.
I take it in game personally, 1-for-1 trade. Would
Same,
you?
yeah.
All right. That's why we're support
Means you did
players.
your job.
Well, I want to do more, but I'm happy if I just get a single kill. Currently, Fraser also being the physical support, giving a little bit of a shoulder rub. And
Oh,
here
yes.
we have.
Can I get a shoulder rub as well, please?
Sure.
Oh.
Turn around.
Oh, yes.
This is the best part about Anne. She writes everything she can find about the game. And then she amazes me with every different stuff that's coming through. Hi people.
Yeah,
yeah, this is what happens.
Chadwick shoulder rubs are the best.
Like, I am older than Hap,
yeah.
but he acts as if he's older. So
Do I?
he needs the physical support.
I mean,
My feet hurt. My back hurts. Can I get a shoulder rub, please?
Well, sure. Hey. Welcome to Benelux.
You know, we're back in the game, but...
It's LAN, that's what happens.
Yeah, sometimes you just need your shoulder rub. Nice
Physical
little massage.
connection between casters is important.
I can get going again.
Really?
Full of energy.
Well, then carry it. Come on, take it away.
Oh, I didn't expect that one. But either way, 2-3. KVM is in lead for now. Looking to end this one with a 2-4. Please make sure they've got the best out of their start of this game as they possibly could, of course. Was a bit of a struggle. Tivity able to find 2 rounds early on. Now KVM has to make sure that they do not get more than that. So we can push ourselves over towards map number 3, Clubhouse. Where it will be a straight shootout between these 2 teams who will be making it to the grand finals.
Interesting setup as the soft wall with a small hole and the bulletproof cam to give a little bit of intel on towards where the players are moving from KVM. Of course, it is a little bit of a weak spot possibly if players do want to move through, but at least you'll get an early warning if you're on the side of activity. Again, a relatively high roam potential, something we do see often on towards a map like Bank, and that's the reason why Jackal is often picked here as well.
Feats are being shown even ahead and Slayers dies. It's not a great start for KVM, but we've seen him come back from entry deaths multiple times now. We'll definitely be looking to do that again here. Discs are being tossed out to reinforce the position that Tomek is currently playing in. So stick around behind that shield. I think they just wanted to film someone. Oh,
he's gonna get an energy bar.
Oh, Fraser just...
Give me food, please.
Very nice.
Fraser's always hungry. That's the one of
He's
his,
the energy.
Yeah, he's
not just the players, but also the man standing behind him.
Well, he's moving the most, right?
Yeah.
The players are sitting, he's just running around, and it's vital, as we currently do now see. A little bit of a slow play from KVM, looking at every angle possible, hoping that a player from activity will actually make a mistake and move past them. Swarm with the LMG, of course, has enough firepower to work with, but as the Selmas are being deployed, Jonah might create a long angle as well. Will put down some fire on towards where the players are, but actually moves in towards fire from Atomic as well. A second opening kill currently now for activity, and they're taking the lead quite heavily as well.
Grenades to be tossed in. Svebo looking to go up the spiral staircase here, but he might find himself in a bit of a pickle at some point. Keep the barriers up. There is going to be a crossfire out there. The main stairs held. Kamaz will be able to shut him down. A second player to come around, but it won't be able to find that one. Shoka with a great double kill again. The man has been absolutely on fire throughout this entire game. Brings it back to a 3-on-2 rather than a 5v2 for KVM. Another E1D pops. It's going to be his teammate that falls though, but they do know now he's on the top of square. It is going to be Atomic though that finds a very second kill after some long lines of size are being utilized. and that will leave us with a 3-3 equal half here on map 2.
A dramatic zoom on towards Zephyros, as currently his team is not really having the smooth sailing session they were expecting in towards this match. Actually almost losing the first map. Let's not forget they had a decent lead. Eventually were brought to overtime, and currently on towards this map, they're on towards a 3-3 scoreline. It's still close. It's still doable for KVM to get that win, but now Activity will be going towards attack. A different line of sight, and maybe one to win with as well. Let's not forget, first sight always the difficult one to win, but the second one might be a little bit easier.
Well, onto the defense they go. KVM, Echo on the board, Smoke on the board. There is some denial available as Nitro Cell to Swarm as well, depending on where he will play. Could be used for the exact same reason. Then we have some Architects. We have Slayers on the Izami. We have Svebo onto the Castle. Both of those will be used to make the lives of the attackers as rough as possible. Make sure that they have to work through as many of different pieces of utility as you can potentially encounter.
Ash?
Now, we don't see that often, but it kind of makes sense because you have 2 of those breaching rounds. You can just send them from range. And of course, it would maybe make more sense to pick up a Zofia, especially as you have 2 instant impact grenades and you have 2 concussions to use. And an LMG. Don't forget the LMG, it's kind of a big thing.
Well, Atomic in the meantime, together with Bomber, maybe again aggressive plays, but this time it's actually Activity rushing in themselves. And the hatches, they're open, they're dropping in, but Jonna will get 1 kill in return, but still, that is the diffuser being dropped. Bomber has to recover, but Atomic will get another kill before being traded out as well as Seth moves in. It's only Shoko Live now in a 1v3. Bomb has been recovered, and thus the plant will go down on towards, I believe, the B side. Time will be ticking. Only sad for Kermas that he'll not be getting the objective play, but it's going to be 1v3. That's going to be very hard here for the beautiful Echo.
Yeah, Shogun at 1v3, time is slowly ticking out. He has some red pinks to work with, but most likely will not last very long as the remaining players of Activity are currently getting into different positions here. They started off their half with a very quick push and most likely will be winning this one as well. If it's not for Shoko, he's up here still trying to run around. He has been getting many kills on every single different site. Many different guns, but 14 seconds, Zephyros will be able to shut him down, and that means that Activity with a very quick first round on their attacks are going to be able to overwhelm KVM.
Definitely, at least they're happy now to finally get the lead. They see Kermas, didn't get the plan, but still got the win in, and that's going to be vital for the start here for themselves. Of course, it's still a long way to go. I'm actually waiting for that first timeout to be called as well. I believe it's going to be KVM using it because this time it's not gun, it's actually talking. And
don't look into the circles.
Why not?
Have you never played that game back in
No, I'm cooler.
When it's like if you look into the circle, you can get slapped. You never had that? It's
no,
like
I've never been slapped.
You look through
like
the circle and then okay, you're old.
Duh. I'm a boomer. Hello.
There's no way that you never encountered that. Is that just not a thing in Friesland?
No, like we live.
Or Leeuwarden, maybe.
Well, I don't know if Erwin knows it, the producer.
Erwin?
Actually, I found out today.
What did you find out?
Legendary Benelux player Bart also lives in Leeuwarden.
Oh, does he now?
Yeah.
You never met up with him?
No, because maybe it's been since this year, and I haven't been there this year. Well, I've been there, but I haven't lived there.
Drywall eater, Bart, was it? Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Does anybody have some drywall with them by any chance? You know, he loves it.
He doesn't need a bar, he doesn't need a restaurant, he just needs drywall.
Just the drywall.
Currently, Krapel also standing because he's like, yeah, if they're going to talk, I'm going to talk as well, because we're going to use their tactical timeout to our advantage as well. But still, as said before, he prefers not to talk himself. If the team manages to say the right things, there's no reason for him to actually intervene. Currently lower bomb side here, or at least middle bomb side, with staff room open area.
Yeah, also prone to rushes, so they need to make sure to have some more people onto the side.
Whoa. Weren't they rushed here last round as well?
Yeah, no, I mean, they rushed through this site, so it's a bit like, if you're only having 1 or 2 players play here, you might be prone to it again. Activity just finding success. I mean, normally you don't rush twice, but at the very same time, does it hurt to try?
Why wouldn't you rush twice if it works, honey? In the meantime, John is just trying to barricade things up. And Swarm is actually moving up to go for the big roam together with Slayers. The rest of the team mainly focusing on towards that middle floor, not really too scared. And we're going to see... Some players just had a very tough Friday. And Teeter knows, he's like, yep, sometimes days are tough. And you just have to let people rest, you know?
Just let them chill. Let them watch some Siege,
Just hanging
around. Out of the way, Atomic upstairs. It's going to be shut down from behind. Had no clue that Svebo was moving up those staircases. He's closing off after himself with one of those keeper barricades. Now, of course, doesn't have an infinite amount of them. Just, I believe, 4 or 5 in total. One just tossed in, 2 more in pocket. Could still see those come in handy at some point, sooner rather than later. Now, there is a player in the elevator here, and there's a slow peek coming around the corner. Swarm actually does get injured. That means they could go for a bit of a confirm. We'll be able to find Chili though, so it's a bit of a... Oh, okay, he definitely knows injured now because of that check.
Yeah, it was really far away, but luckily he was able to take down Swarm. But now it's still that 4-on-3 player advantage for KVM. More analizando coming in on towards Mossy, most likely forcing him to fall back towards the side or maybe the lower floor, as Bomber is just finding a reinforced wall. There will be a hatch, however, will just be opened up quite swiftly with the skeleton key, but of course making a lot of noise makes him prone to be flanked himself. And there's players underneath. There is a C4 underneath. Slayer's currently holding and throwing it, but unfortunately for him, missing it as well.
Misses the opportunity to get that kill, and with that activity still on the man down though, but have an opportunity to come back. It becomes quite dire if you're in that 2v4 situation, especially with a minute left on the clock. And we have Kermaz still up top in the skylight. He's holding down any rotations and has an opportunity to just drop in whenever the time requires him to. There's also some spots coming around on some of these players. Now, Castle has been spotted. He has been changing from his position though, but he is quite prone to be taken out as soon as the hatch gets dropped. It's just that main stairs that Slayers needs to be careful of because it could be flanked at any given moment.
Definitely, I believe Slayers' footsteps are also scannable in towards that position, however, currently being uncontested. Karmaze is looking. Bomber is standing by, but currently they're not seeing the feed of the actual players. Apart from that, they can scan with the Jackal, and the last scan has already come out, so unfortunately you won't get any more pings to follow. 20 seconds left. Smokes, flashes now being used. Jonah just standing by will get a swift kill on towards Karmaze. Slayers as well towards Zep, leaving only Bomber alive. He gets 1, 2, unfortunately not free, and now has to bring out the pistol. 10 seconds left, has the diffuser, will just go for the YOLO plant apparently, and the players are moving in. He'll get 1. Now only needs to get 1 more. Again, goes back on towards the plant, has the pistol in hand, but unfortunately will not be able to get the last kill. Him player could have waited a little bit more from KVM because it's a little bit risky on the timing.
I mean, he could definitely have still ended there. He's just trying to hype up the rest of his team right there, letting them
see them as well, like, we might have slightly messed up the timing on that one, but now we do see
a win is a win, so it's you know, you gotta see it as it is. Yes, there's improvement points, but they won a round. That's important. They need to continue winning these rounds if they want to go to map 3.
Gotta stay positive, you know. And again, here we do see beautiful shot here from Seth. Almost a free kill, you dare to say. But Jonna again holding down the fort. Bomber, unfortunately for himself, able to get a triple, but not the quad to bring the round back. And Trumba.
It's the manyest of this match.
The third.
The third.
Third.
Yeah.
So we're going to go back onto the roaming Cam, who's standing by with a beautiful vision of the hand of Chile. Will it be hot? Definitely.
Some spice, you know, in the match. I've definitely seen KVM shout louder than I've heard Activity, though. Activity told me yesterday when we're doing content, hey, we're going to make them crazy. We're going to be screaming towards them.
No, but you can say that. One thing I heard before is that Shoko is deafeningly loud.
Yes, yes. I mean, he also said he was going to be screaming towards Activity, so...
he has.
He's holding up on his promise.
Yeah.
Activity just needs to get a little bit louder.
But might it also be that the fans of KVM have been louder?
Yes.
Well then.
You want to do a check?
Well, you do the check, I want to.
I don't know, are people listening?
Of course.
Are people listening?
KVM, can we hear you? Hey!
Come on, louder, louder. We can do that louder. Everybody pay attention. Everybody pay attention, okay?
Yeah, they're just waiting because it's a rehost.
I know.
You can only cheer when the game is actually live, you know? And here we have the beautiful cosplayer standing by. Is your favorite operator there?
What is my favorite operator nowadays?
I don't know.
I mean, I play so many different operators now. I don't really have a
you're
favorite
so
anymore.
flexible, Hap. But you can barely stand for an entire
I'm
workday.
flexible in game, but I'm not flexible right here, right now, unfortunately.
You'll survive in the end.
I'll survive. That's for sure.
Currently, we're just waiting for the rehost to come through. Unfortunately, the drone bug seems to be quite prevalent, and it means that the players are unable to really get things going on towards their attack. And with, of course, the attacker repick possible to be used nowadays, it's understandable that the players want to make most of the intel they could get. Currently, of course, beautiful knee right there from Bomber saying, yeah, good PC, good lag, you like?
Well, I mean, the lag is not too bad, I think. it's more of the drone bug, unfortunately. Anyway, the fist bumps are being handed out. Round 9 soon to be underway. So we're currently 4-4, equal on the score. I didn't mean to rhyme, but it did anyway.
It was just in time.
It's
Should have
just
said
in time
that.
as well.
Come on, man.
I'm not a wordsmith like you. You know? It's like I just talk about the game, what's happening. You just make poems.
I try to. Actually, I almost forgot that Thatcher was unbanned, and now we do see Thatcher actually in play for Zephyros. It's so weird to see that operator icon. You usually have to double check and think, what is that even? And now, of course, we do know. We also see the OSA to come in play from Chile. An operator we've seen being hovered over, but not really being too much in play. Do you think there is a reason as to why the OSA has seen less and less play? And is it maybe because more players actually bring impacts on defense?
When impacts are definitely being brought a lot. Just look at KVM, 4 of them. There's definitely going to be opportunities enough to take care of the Talon shields. But it's as well as it's just highly situational. Not like Warden. Warden is a bit more situational. I think there's always a use for a Talon shield, but you mostly want to use them for a plant. And what you do here is you take out that northern wall that is on side of the CEO in between the 2 double windows. And you can just go for a bit of a plant right behind the shield. And there's little to nothing they can do except for toss up a Nitro, an Echo Drone, or going for that impact. So, you know, that's what you can keep into account. How do these Talon shields get used? First of all, to break barricades. And first people were like, well, why would you place it into a double window? It doesn't even cover the entire thing, but it's kind of the beauty of it. You can just step to the left. You don't have to rappel back up, which is slower.
Ooh, Peak might be coming in from Swarm as the impact flies in. Less cover, but the player's already gone away. On towards the roof, however, there's still an Atomic. Again, putting in the pressure he wants to. Unfortunate that the over-aggression here from KVM have actually cost them their life, but if you don't check out for well by this, you lose one of your Selmas.
Is there a magnet outside? For a second, did one of those Selmas just fly back outside? Either way, wall does get opened up. They want to make sure that stock is going to be playable. Currently, no one right behind it, though. Shield already been taken out. Slaves with a jump out is somehow going to be able to find a kill before he gets blown up by the Claymore. So, you know, that turns it into a 4v3 situation. Still in favor of activity if it wasn't for that Claymore.
Definitely could have been a desk slam for me if I get killed by a jump out like that. It's an incredibly risky play, and in the situation that KVM was in, I'm not really sure if it was worth, because now you see the 1-for-1 trade, but you're still that player behind. You really need to get a little bit more out of your defensive players to really turn the tide of this round. Currently, of course, we do have activity trying to squeeze out what they can, and hopefully for them, bring in the drones they need. 2 Yokais as well from Shoko, moving in towards positions where intel and maybe disruption might be more prevalent.
Somehow trying to find a head of commands there, but actually fails. Hopes to be retaking the stock area. Also does some damage to Bomber, but just like scratches. It's not really anything too impactful here. And of course, if you add these all up, eventually it will turn into a kill, but you kind of want to make sure that you have that man equalized, the man count neutralized. Jonah now knows the plan's going on. He just has no clue where it's happening. The free fire comes through, but he gets free fire backwards by the AR-33. The plan's not gone down. Oh, it's been cancelled out, but it's only up to Shoko now in a 1v3 situation. He's clutched before. Can he do it this time around? Misses the first head, knows that he's being flanked from all around, knows that he needs to find and isolate that planter, and will be able to find one that does put a target up onto the Echo Drone. Finds a beautiful headshot though, turns it into a 1v2. The Echo Drone is gone in the meantime though, and that means he has to rely on his MP5.
There will be hot picks coming down on towards the Iana as well, but it will still be that replicator Atomic could use to maybe disrupt, because I believe Shoko is far enough away that he might not hear the replicator go down first. Shoko, however, will be stunned into oblivion, moving closer and closer towards the side. But activity has already gone away. Trying to long arm it, it is Shoko having that drone to give him a little bit of intel, but he's gone off, but it will be taken out by Atomic on towards the flank. But it's going to be activity not really cheering all too much, because they know they are in a very tense map so far, and they expected their own map pick to go a little bit more smoothly.
Yeah, for sure, it's not going smooth sailing, at least not so far. KVM able to fight back consistently. And that is, of course, what you want to see. Now, as we go on, the lead now for KVM. Can they hold on to that? Or will it be extended or equalized again by activity? No, sorry, lead for activity. KVM, can they catch up? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, come on, man.
Wrong way around.
Yeah.
It happens.
Just disappointed in
Capcan traps, though. Okay, this is an interesting spot. So this hatch is going to be reinforced. Now, what they do is often when you have a Hibana on the board, which is not yet on the board, but could definitely still be making its appearance, you just shoot it in, you go back, and at some point later, someone will be moving in to try and take the hatch under control. There it is, Hibana on Karmaz. Surprise, surprise. You could also do this with the Heartbreach gadgets, but more often those are being used for lobby and elevator, not for any particular reason, just because of the fact that, you know, you clear that a little bit later, you use the Hibana gadgets already. Karmaz then gets into a beautiful shot from Zef there onto Svebo, just takes him down. That's a Melusi gone, that's a gun and some impact gone as well. Atomic almost able to find a second head there, but cannot quite connect.
That could have been very, very bad for KVM, something that's happened before as well towards the defense, losing out 2 key players early. At least they're bringing that aggression, something I might have wanted to see more from activity on their defense as well. But currently it's gonna not really work out for KVM. Here we see Atomic, seeing all 3 EE1Ds, or entry denial device, EDDs. Thinking of the line,
It's EDDs, yeah,
EDDs.
no, yeah.
So many
It gets quite confusing.
Yeah, it's happening to my brain. It's going very, very badly. At least he's able to counter most of it. Actually gets it down. Does not hit the default cam just yet, I believe, and turns around. And then gets stunned up. But as Chile also takes down Swarm, it's going to be the entry denial device on towards Chile to actually get a refrag in. The first kill for KVM, yet they're still down 2 players.
Jonna still alive, important. A shotgun, having 2 of these smoke canisters as well. Shoko alive. The man has been incredible so far this series, but he has, more importantly, these yokai drones in a position. So even though there's about 100 seconds left on the clock, it's plenty of time for activity to work with. If they do start slacking, though, these pieces of utility become worth even more into the hands of KVM. Shoko wanted to go for a bit of a flank. Now, he needs to be careful because there's beepers. As soon as he steps through, his movement will be known, so he needs to either commit or fall back, but he has been spotted out as he takes down a second drone in just a matter of seconds.
Definitely, it's Jonathan still just holding the fort right now. Time is slowly dwindling down. They're going for a server attack, it seems, on activity, but Shoko is able to take down Karmaz. Nate flies in, John is able to move fast, but Shoko will be getting another kill here to take down Atomic. Now it's back to a 2-on-2. Now it's suddenly very doable for the side of KVM, as they still have, of course, those yokai drones maybe to deny the plant.
Yeah, there's definitely still 1 on the board. I'm not quite sure about the second, but there's still 50 seconds on the clock. And that means if they start planting now at some point, the yokai drones will be running out of battery, will not be able to go for a stun anymore. But it seems like the rotate has been called. Still a can opener in pocket, so could use it if possible, but it's just going to be the drop inside the vault. And that's the kill to Shoko. A very impressive and a very good one, because this will open up the site suddenly. It's only up to Jonna now with an SMG-11 on the back side, needing to stop this plant from happening. He still has the buck, though, inside the red hallway. He's being covered currently by Zev, who's trying to go aggressive here, but he needs to be careful because Wallbangs could be coming around the corner at any moment in time as well. As he misses his full magazine, he needs to reload. The skeleton key opens up right behind him. He has no clue where Bomber currently is. It's a talent shield that provides a little bit of security, or actually the deployable shield that will provide that security. The plank goes down. He will be able to find one Jonna, a one-on-one situation now with 40 seconds on that clock. Will he find the buck? Will he not find it? Yes, he does. KVM holds on. A beautiful clutch, and the diffuser will be disabled. And with that 5-5, and you hear that crowd go wild. Definitely a lot of fans for KVM here.
And of course, we hear a lot of screaming as well from KVM. A lot of action because they're quite happy on this turn. Very sloppy from Activity there as well. You saw the chaos they were having, and they were just, unfortunately for themselves, eventually on close range with Jonna. And, well, he just had the gear for the short-range fights, and unfortunately, they were unable to play together. Solo peaking many times on Activity, so they could have already lost it quite a bit earlier as well.
I mean, it was a 4-2 situation in favor of Activity, which eventually turned into that 2v1 clutch from Jonna. Well played by KVM. They managed to stay in, and this is definitely one of those energy-giving rounds that they might need at this moment in time to pull it across.
Definitely. Of course, now we're going to staff room and open area as we're seeing the floors again to come out from Zev, trying to get at least some players out of position, possibly to follow up with other utility or players again. Activity has been quite aggressive on towards this position, however, yet they might be a little bit more cautious as they are expecting KVM to have a little bit of that mental fortitude going forward.
I'll see a rush here before. A secondary rush is probably not going to be working out too well for you. Probably will be shut down at some point, sooner rather than later. They'll be ready, they'll be waiting and able to respond if that's the case. Activity Dust will be deciding to go for a bit of a more, you know, mandatory take. Just take that top floor under control, trying to... It's a very sturdy crown there. Like,
if there's enough roots in the plant, it's not going to die, you know. In the meantime, we can ask Miss Marie, she's the plant goddess. As we currently do see Atomic get at least that Mozzie Pest away. That's going to be at least one drone not to be eaten up by the defensive side. And we see Slayers on towards that Mozzie now also dropping down. It's quite early as well, but they're having some C4s ready, hopefully to finally catch some targets as Bomber is standing by, creating an angle, takes down Jonna, currently downed, and Slayers wants to fight back and will actually get this shot in. I believe Bomber ran out of bullets, and now we do see Jonna to be covered off by his team, supporting and suppressive fire from Svebo, as that means that KVM now has a player lead going forward towards this round.
This is quite literally a protect the president kind of thing. Jonna goes down, the Just Slayers jumps right on top of him, returns fire towards the threat that emerged, and is going to be able to find it very first. And now, minute 30 left on the clock. You lost one of your verticalities, but there is going to be redundancy on the side of Activity. You have the sledge that can still be impactful. If you look over to the other side of KVM, no more C4s to be popped up, no more impacts either to toss, so that means any verticality is going to be straight gun-on-gun action. And usually the one on top has a bit of an advantage there.
Well, we unfortunately for Bomber did not really see that come into towards play as he died early on, but was able to get at least a down in on towards Jonna. Nate's not able to be angled on towards the defenders. And there's still 1 minute left on the clock, but Seth takes down Jonna. Of course, being low, just a single bullet will do the trick, but still he goes for the headshot. Now brings in his drones, trying to clear out players, utility, whatever might be in their way. Maybe the Kiba barriers might be one of the primary targets, as well as the Maestro camps. I believe one of Shoko's has just been destroyed, and Atomic is moving down this staircase and does take down Slayers as well, does take down Svebo. It's a double kill in favor of Activity, now getting that 4-2 player lead.
On the flank here from the blue stairs. Is he being watched? Yes, he is, but he still finds the kill. That's a diffuser drop. They need to pick that one up. Just Rama dashes out of the range of that grenade to make sure he stays alive. And the diffuser has been recovered, but Shoka gets a beautiful first kill. Instantly traded though, and that means the plant can now go down. Atomic right behind the kitchen counter is going to be making sure that 45 seconds will be in their favor. Is it going to be another 1v1? He has some hot pigs. Will he be able to find the advantage? No, he does not. Zevros gets the round. Zevros will put Activity onto match point.
It's still very close. There's still such a great chance of overtime as Atomic is just trying to...
his special.
Yeah, he's doing his special. Of course, he did that in the content day as well. And he's quite happy to once more repeat it. You see KVM bummed out by that unfortunate loss, but they know they've brought the previous map in towards overtime. Why wouldn't they be able to bring it on towards overtime right here? Because they have been quite dominant so far.
They have been doing quite well, and it's just a single round, Chowdhury. It's not like they're fighting against 4 match points now. It's just a single one to push it back up to 6-6. And I believe they can do it. I have all faith in them at this given moment in time. I want to see a map 3. I want to see this go all the way between these two teams because they are both incredible. And we said it before, Activity, they might be the favorite. but KVM definitely has the opportunity to upset here. They have shown a constant growth throughout the season. And right here, you see it as well. And even when some players do not quite have the game like they usually do. I mean, Slayers hasn't been dropping the usual 13 kills per game, for example. Someone else steps up. Shoko, for example. Insane today. He's definitely been high up on the leaderboards for me.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Of course, we've seen Atomic being one of the key players so far for Activity as well. Currently, just a little bit of setup work going down. But this keeper barrier on towards the left of Slayers right there, on towards the desk of the CEO, it's actually helped Activity plant in the previous attempt they had at this side. So I'm a little bit curious as to why you would still go for that play again. Unfortunately, we see the deployable shield get killed really, really early. The Swarm was unable to do anything against it. That shows that Activity is still able to contest quite happily, as now also this wall is being opened. Impact does little to nothing. And you might have waited a little bit longer. You could have actually taken out one of the new Flores drones.
The thing is, with the Flores drones, the only way to destroy them as soon as they activate their bulletproof shell is by throwing a grenade on them.
Oh.
However, for a second there, I thought he killed the person with the keeper barrier, but that's not the case, of course. They don't one-shot, do about 5 damage. But if you use the impact onto a shield to get rid of the Flores drone, it's going to get rid of the shield as well at the very same time. So it's not really an ideal way of cancelling it. A Mewgemmer, the better way to deal with such situations.
Yeah, there's only 2 more impacts left for Swarm, however, so those OSA shields might be becoming stronger and stronger, as now the Twitch will also be taking out some utility. While my disc already being cleared out, looking for more things to zippity zap, and of course players to spot out. The last Flores drone to be destroyed, however, but another player to be destroyed as well. Svebo, the first death of this round. More bullets fly by the head of Swarm, and KVM is under pressure.
Oh, grenades coming in from below as well. Atomic will not be catching anybody as of yet, but Slayers will be forced out and picked up by Kamaz. This might be the end here for KVM. This might be the very final round that they will play here for the Benelux League in Season 7. But it could also still be turned around. Shoko still alive. The man has been able to clutch or get in these clutch situations time and time again. If it all just clicks, it might just be, damn, that managed to survive. But a 5-on-2, Kamaz then drops by Jonna, leaves it into a 2-on-4 situation. Well, Shoko will fall, and that means a clutch needs to happen. An ace clutch needs to be on the cards here if KVM want to continue in this game towards a potential grand final. Now he finds one, but the flashbangs come through. Jonna will be completely blinded. He will be completely white, and now he needs to wait. He needs to hope that he can isolate one, but the plant's already going down behind the bomb chassis. It's Bomber that will get the final kill, and it is going to be Activity towards the grand finals of the Rainbow Six Benelux League.
They'll have to face on none other than J-Links Esports, the team that was able to beat out Jokers in the first semi-final. And now with a sigh of relief, Activity has gone through themselves. It seems to be a struggle. It seemed to be harder than they imagined themselves. Going to overtime on the first map, almost going to overtime on towards their own map pick of Bank. But of course, great happiness on towards both sides. KVM have given them a run for their money. And, well, I think they can be very proud of the performance they put down today.
For sure. Commiserations to KVM. They unfortunately fell short, but they can be proud of that performance. They have been growing throughout the season. They were a team that maybe many would not have expected to make it to the finals here at this moment in time, but yet they are here. Yet they played, and they fought like lions. Unfortunately, a little bit too short today. They managed to go to overtime once. They managed to bring it to 7-5 the other time around. They have not been smacked around. They fought for their spot, and Activity were the ones that came out victorious.
Yeah, mutual respect is high on towards both teams. You see Kerpel saying, yeah, I'm coming for that interview, but first I have to shake hands of my opponents because, of course, they've really, really impressed us. I think Kerpel knew there would be a challenge, but I think he's still quite intrigued by how well they did. And, of course, some players move back towards the PC a little bit quicker than others. Bomber already standing ready, gonna prep for the final, you know, get my warm-up done. But of course, we do now see a very happy Activity. They'll be the second finalist together with J-Links. One more best of 3 to decide who will be the victor and the champion of this season's Benelux League. Season 7, that is. But of course, it's time to throw it over to none other than our main man himself, Atomic and Ian Chambers.
Absolutely. I'm standing here with a delighted Atomic. You should have seen the smile on his face as he walked away from his desk for this interview. Just immediately tell us how it feels to be literally one series away from potentially lifting that trophy.
Actually, it's actually feel amazing. You just want to take the trophy and get it at home.
What did you make of your opponents there? Because in theory, there was some close encounters there on the second map, but you made easy work with them, considering this was a 2-0.
How can I say that? They played very well. We took a lot of clutch. They were very good, solid together. But I think why we won this, it's because they were like a bit too naive. On the picks, they pick too much. Like Rappel said to us, just hold lines and that's it. We just hold lines, we did nothing and they come to us, we got the entries and that's why we won the round.
I was watching Rappel sitting behind you, very composed, very relaxed, watching you in action. You know, he's got T1 experience, right? What's it like having his knowledge as your coach?
It's actually incredible. He give good tips. He know basically how we play in the higher levels. So for him, it's a bit easy.
Yeah. What do you think of your opponents, J-Lings, right? So they are waiting for you, ready to take you on here in the grand final. Do you believe you've got what it takes? Because they did finish first in the group stages.
Like they said, like Quick said, he said everyone is bad. We will see in final who is bad.
Oh, okay. This is what I like to hear. A bit of a before you go, boot camping for about a month, right?
Yeah, we boot camp for a month.
What's it been like just building up that chemistry and all being together in the same place?
Actually, the chemistry come because we got like true friends. Like when you're online, you cannot make the links. That's when the guy is for the view. That's why. So it was actually good. And right now we know each other. Like if Karma has a stroke or something like that, I know what I had to say to him. So that's why it's more easy after 1 month of bootcamp.
So just finally, I know you mentioned it there. You obviously caught the interview with Quick and what he had to say. Let's imagine he's watching right here, right now, which I imagine he is. What do you want to say to him ahead of the grand final?
Thank you for all my friends that supporting me, my parents. And yeah, thank you for the fans. And yeah, thank you to our CEO.
Good stuff. Congratulations. I'll let you go prepare for the grand final, and we'll see you back here very soon. All right, thank you. Back to you on the desk, guys. I cannot wait for you to pick this one apart as we start to look ahead to finding out which of our two teams will lift the trophy, get the money, and make it to Challenger League.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chambers. And it is indeed the two of us who get to pick this apart. Yep. But what a showing once again, right? We might have not expected it to be this close, but close it was indeed.
Can I just say, I think it's 2-0, because obviously that's the scoreline of this game, this matchup. But it does not represent how close it's been, because neither of these teams were able to win more than 2 rounds in a row, putting themselves that far apart in the scoreline during that last matchup. So it was very close. I think both teams put up a really good showing. There's really interesting stuff from both teams as well that we've seen. It's just been a really exciting matchup. I wanted to see more, but
I mean, it's been really, really exciting indeed. And I mean, like you said, the 2-0 didn't really justify like what we've seen today.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's been such a great like showing all along. And what I really liked seeing from the gentlemen on the side of KVM is they didn't give up, did they? Like even on the first map, it was 5-2 in the advantage of activity, but KVM was able to bring it back a little bit.
Can I just say this third round, that should not have gone in the way of activity.
Oh,
that was
my
a little
goodness.
bit of a throw.
You got annoyed. I've never seen you annoyed, Anne, and even you got annoyed.
Maybe a little bit, because they had a good post-plan positioning, but then they still managed to throw it. But on the other hand, we also saw a massive throw from activity. That was later on in round 10, where Jonna got the 1v2 clutch, where both players actually just ran in towards Jonna, and they had control over the other side. They could have planted really far away from him, but still Jonna was able to clutch that one out. Though really good performances from players individually. We hyped up Slayers, we hyped up Bomber coming into this matchup. I don't think both of them did what we were expecting them to do, but there were other players on both rosters who stepped up massively for the team. Atomic, on activity. His performance, we should talk about that as well.
You literally told me, you're like, look at Atomic. He's a bit nervous.
He looked so nervous. I was like, oh, that's not going to go well. But actually, he showed up, and in what
fashion?
Yeah,
oh my goodness!
It was beautiful. It was wonderful. And then you have the side of activity, obviously. The side of KVM, maybe coming from an area where you don't necessarily expect it so much. But Shoko, he was putting up numbers for his team.
Exactly.
Clutches, massive plays.
We already, you know, before we started had the game start, we kind of said, okay, these are the plays that you have to look out for.
Yeah.
We spoke about Slayers, we spoke about Bomber, but they were the ones that were kind of struggling in a way, and they didn't really bring what their team needed to the table. And that's exactly what we discussed in the pre-show, is what happens when those players don't step up? What happens to those teams that kind of depend on them? And you know, Activity is a team that has potentially a lot of stars in their team, and we saw that today. Atomic stepped up to the plate for his team when they needed him the most.
And even what Atomic said in the interview, because like you've obviously listened to it as well, there's something in there that kind of like scares me, I guess, if you're Jailings in that regard. Atomic and I guess the entire team, and obviously Capel as well, they read into KVM so well. If Capel only has to say, guys, just hold angles, they'll peek into you, and that's how you win round after round after round. If you read your opponent that easily, that might be very concerning.
And let's not forget, the only thing that Capel sees is the screen of his team.
Yeah.
So, what a mastermind Capel must be. Just watching that, picking out, you know, nitpicking at those little mistakes, and being able to tell his team exactly what to do for them to, you know, bring home the victory. They, of course, have to prepare for Jailings in a little bit, but I mean, it was this close, and KVM would have been able to be up there against Jailings. What do you think was that little bit of, you know, that small point that made KVM lose here today?
I mean, if you are playing very aggressive, there's a few rounds where I think KVM played it maybe a little too aggressive. They were throwing just a little bit too much in that regards. Maybe not having the full lineup be there as we would expect them to be there in regards to showing up. Once again, it came down sometimes to very much individual performances. And you can't always rely on those because, for example, the clutch that John got, he should not have gotten. I mean, Shoko's had really good performances. Just dropping the vault hatch, picking up 2 kills. Yes, it's really nice, but you should not expect that to happen so you can get a win condition in order to then progress further into the round.
And those are the small little things that we, you know, we did see some small mistakes with Activity, and those are the small things that they really need to get rid of if they do want to, you know, bring this title home. We saw some mistakes on the side of Activity, for example, bringing, chasing the frag and not really committing to either getting the frag or you know, stopping the or getting the defuser down.
Well, we've always talked about Activity being such a committed team to objectives, and now they go and rush players and they lose. I mean, you just plan and you win. That seems what it's like for Activity right now.
Exactly.
If we have the opportunity, of course.
You want to know what hasn't been a mistake?
Well,
it's been bringing on Ian Chambers.
No, I think that's been a mistake personally.
Why?
No, I'm kidding.
Because you were teabagged, or what?
I was teabagged earlier. Yeah, I just asked the guys in production if I could come and join you guys on the desk because I'm just so excited by everything that's going on here. I mean, what do you make of the grand final itself? Because you guys have been a massive part of the Benelux League. You saw the group stages split 1, split 2. You called the first semi-final. You watched on and analysed the second semi-final. It's played out pretty much as you expected, right, Anne?
Yes. Even though I think maybe Jailings, I expected them to have a little bit of an easier time, I guess, against Jokers. Maybe they weren't ready for the unpredictable gameplay or game style of Jokers coming out. Arguably, I think they had a harder time than Activity had versus KVM. If you look at expectations, because KVM, I think, was going to take it to the 3rd map. At least we would have gone the 3rd map out of that. And for Jailings Jokers, I wouldn't have been surprised with the 2 map, but it seemed like they were struggling just a little bit more.
You know, I spoke to Leonski prior, and like one of the things that we discussed is that Activity, they always play a particular style of Siege, but then when they play against Jailings, that particular style goes out of the window, and maybe that has to do with nerves. You know, you're up against the top dog.
Yeah.
What do you think, Ian? Like, if you're like a team that always has a particular way of playing, but now you're at, it's kind of like having a wrestle match against your big brother, right? Because in a sense, that's what Jailings are. They are like, you know, they're up there. You're just right here, and you want to, you know,
hit them to the post.
Exactly.
I think it's a huge opportunity, you know, to make a statement for both teams, right? Activity, they're going to want to make sure that they prove that they are the best team in Benelux. And J-Lings are going to want to prove right all of their fans, all of their supporters, and all of the expectations.
There are a bunch of them here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's tons of... I mean, you've seen me in the crowd, right? Asking around who you're here to support, who you're here to support. J-Lings, 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 J-Lings. You know, they're a brand, and they've got something special about them. They've got a lot of intrigue and interest surrounding the team and the organisation. So I think that what we're going to see as an absolute guarantee here is a slugfest, right? Both of you don't get to a grand final in a church in the heart of Amsterdam in front of a live crowd at the first live Siege event in Europe since 2019 and go out with your tail between your legs, right? This is good. In my opinion, this has got 3 maps written all over it.
I mean, I definitely do hope that we'll be seeing all 3 maps. It'd be the final that we so desire. Yeah. I mean, we're finally here together, so let's put on a great show. Let's see if these guys, you know, if these guys are at the same level. Once again, the only concern that I have for Activity is that mental aspect, knowing that you're against an opponent that might be arguably stronger than you, because every single game after Split 1, Activity has been that top dog.
But then both teams come in with a different perspective, or different situation rather, because you say, oh, Activity might be struggling a little bit with their mental. They just had a massive win on KVM, maybe even stronger than they would have expected.
That's true.
Question for you. Which of the team, and I'll ask you one as well if you were in a position of a player, which of the 2 positions would you prefer? Would you prefer to just come off a victory and then immediately have to play again? Or would you prefer to have, like J-Lings had, take a little break in between, get your mental reset, and then play the grand finals?
You know, and that's a very, very tough question.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, you can argue both sides, right? You can argue, okay, well, I'm still in the moment, and you know, I just came off a victory, and you know, vibes are good. But at the same time, I was in the warm-up room with J-Lings. Vibes were great as well. They're vibing.
Yeah.
You know, they're waiting when they can play again, but they're vibing. You know, the vibes were good. You know, there was no tension between the team members. So, you know, you can argue for both cases.
Do you not think that we all have these experiences, whether it's in gaming or whether it's in, I don't know, if you're ever doing some work at home, getting through, or when you were back at university and you're putting together an assignment, right? Do you ever find it that when you find yourself on a bit of a run and you're right in that mode and you're in the creative zone and your energy's high, you just want to keep going and keep going and keep going. And sometimes when you stop and you have a break, you come back and it's not the same.
That's true.
But however, what we have had as well is that J-Lings have had the opportunity to win, you know, come off the back of that win, and then be able to scout their opponents here at LAN and watch them in action.
Exactly.
Right. And I do want to say, you know, commiserations to our teams that have dropped out, because, you know, it's been one heck of a journey for them to get here. I'm speaking to KVM, you know, over here, and these guys were just delighted with the opportunity to be here. They said, we lost, however, you know, you can't put a price on being at this event. You know, they even said, you know, being around the Benelux talent, this has been great, so shout out to you guys. And they're going with their heads held high. And, you know, we'll party with them later on, I imagine. We'll have some good times together.
Sure.
Before we go to a break, expectations for the grand final.
Who do I think is going to win? Oh,
yeah.
Well, I've already said that I think it's going to be a 3-mapper. That's for sure. I mean, I'm kind of hoping that we get the 3-mapper. I think that J-Lings have got what it takes. Okay. I think it's going to be the toughest battle they've had yet. However, I think that they will just get the job done, and I think that we will see Jesse Lingard on Twitter later on celebrating.
I mean, that'd be pretty cool. What about you?
I don't know if I can make a prediction, to be honest.
Yeah, we can also take a break and then think about it.
We're not taking
about it.
We're not taking a break until you've given us your answer. That's what I think. Yeah. The pressure's on, Anne.
I don't know if I can make a decision, because like I see why both teams can win it, and I don't know if I want to commit to one of them.
All right.
Also, I'm getting distracted by the
by the teabagging, right?
Yeah. We see there's so much teabagging going on.
And you said you're a coffee guy.
Yeah, I did say that. Who are you going to say is winning?
I was trying to talk about something else, so I didn't have to tell my prediction because it's hard.
So you pushed me to put mine in.
Exactly. If I really have to think about it, Activity.
Okay. Listen, we've got a break ready, but we don't necessarily need to go just yet. So I've got a couple of more questions.
All right.
Just really briefly, if that's all right.
Of course.
You know, we're a hop, skip, and a jump away from Berlin, right? We're not far at all. In fact, I traveled here from Berlin. It was an hour flight. How excited are you for the major and the fact that we've got a European major? Obviously, you know, we're setting the trend here because we've got the first Siege crowd live since 2019. I keep saying it, in Europe. We did it before Berlin, so. But, yeah, What do you think? Are you excited?
I am very excited, yeah. Obviously, like, I'm planning to go there with a group of friends, and it's going to be good fun, just, you know, watching Siege all together. At this point, I feel like, you know, especially with today, like, you eat, sleep, breathe, Siege. So in order to do that and to experience it with friends and to watch it, I mean, when we were standing at the table there, and John got his close, and the entire venue, and that's the type of stuff you're looking forward to, man, and I hope we see that even more in Berlin.
I mean, you know, I wish I could go to Berlin, but unfortunately I have some family coming over from the States, but I'll definitely be watching it. And like, it's going to be exciting just to have, you know, all the Siege family in one spot once again. And you know what? I might still consider going, but we'll talk.
I'll get you on the plane.
What about you, if you ever do get to go?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see another crowd. Right?
You've been in a major in NA.
Yeah.
You think the major in EU is going to beat the noise levels?
I think it's tough. I did actually say to the crowd here, I said that some of the NA talent said that the European crowds are a little bit quieter. Already, these guys have proven those chaps wrong, all right? So, listen, I'm not the host here. I've crashed the party. So
you're more than welcome to always stop
throw
by.
to the break. Do you mind if I throw to the break?
You want to do it together?
Yeah. What if I say, let's go, you say go to the break? You ready? Let's
go
to
the
break.
Okay. Break.
Break.
we believe taste should be savoured. Comfort should be next level. And pilots should be hardcore gamers. Why? Because they're proven to have superior reflexes and hand-eye coordination. And that means a superior journey for you.
I'm not gaming for me, I'm gaming for you.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
Peggy 18.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Benelux Season 7 Finals. In a church, in the heart of Amsterdam, we are having the time of our lives. And when I say we, 2 teams in particular are having a great time. Look at these guys over here. Very, very focused. Team J-Lings. Just keep it locked in. Keep it locked in on this man right here. Look at the focus in his eyes. He is ready for this. In fact, he has just been told to meditate. Are you meditating right now?
I'm meditating right now. My eyes open, but my mind is somewhere else.
I can feel it. I can feel it. Well, Activity are on the other side of the stage, ready to take on Team J-Lings in a battle for this over here. Let's go have a look at it, shall we? You haven't seen it already? If you haven't, where have you been? You've been missing out on 2 epic semi-finals and a lot of good fun with our live crowd here in Amsterdam. The Benelux League Season 7 winner will take this trophy home. It's a thing of beauty. On top of that, you get the lion's share of 17,000 euros and that coveted spot in Challenger League. Now, we've got a bit of time before we even get anywhere near throwing these guys into the server and having our grand final. Not too long, but to pass some time. We've got a live crowd here in attendance. Let's have a look. Look, everybody's sort of like spread out a little bit. We've got the Red Bull bar over there. We've got gaming going on in the corner, but we've got some very happy fans here in the building. I'm very happy to be here. They're very happy to be here. Anybody want to win a prize right now? You, sir, you came first, right? You are the first person to put your hands up. Who wants to take this man on in a challenge? You, sir, bring it up. All right, this is just the first challenge. Don't worry, guys, there's more where that came from. All right, so come with me, chaps. I've got a bit of a fun idea, all right? First things first, what's your name, sir?
Chris.
This is Chris. Chris, where are you from?
From Austria.
Chris from Austria, did you travel here to Amsterdam for this event?
Yeah.
That is dedication. Who are you here backing?
Honestly, no one.
You just here for a good time?
Yeah.
Do you love Siege?
Yeah.
Are you going to win a prize right now?
Yes.
Rapid fire questions, that's how I roll. What's your name, sir?
Jasper.
Jasper, give it up for Jasper! Give it up for Chris! All right, Jasper. Now you got some fans. Who are you here to see?
I was going to see KVM, but yeah.
We've already chatted.
Yeah.
So who are you supporting now?
I'm thinking going for J-Lings now.
Okay, cool. Right, guys, you stay here for 1 second. This is a really simple game. It's old school. It's old-fashioned. I have got a prize. I got a Tachanka. All right? Do you want a piece of this? Have you got this already? You'd like one of these, would you? Does anybody remember the old bottle flip challenge? Simple, right? It's easy. But when the pressure's on, it's not as easy as you think in front of a live crowd in Amsterdam! All right, rock, paper, scissors for who goes first. First person to land the bottle flip is the winner. We're gonna go on 1, 2, 3 now. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3 now. 1, 2, 3 now. Boom, all right. First flip, here we go. Tension, I'm gonna give you tension music. You ready? Ooh, woo. Close but no cigar. Ah, right? We're gonna see different techniques taking place here. You never know what's gonna happen. Ooh, close. Here it is. Oh, this feels like it could be the one. Oh. Oh. Right, technical pause, real quick. Any bottle flip experts here right now? This guy is, I think he is. Does anybody have any tips on how to get this right? No? Okay, trial and error, we keep going. Yeah, so y'all go, Chris. This is it! Oh! This could go on forever and I'm here for it. This is it. Right, I'm just gonna give my advice, right? I think you get low and you just, no, just wear it. You get low and you give it a little bit of velocity. It's that sort of thing, all right? Okay, this is the one. Oh! Are you not entertained? Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? All right, I'm gonna give this another 4 tosses now. I've got a better idea. Oh, here we go, this is it. Last go each. 1. And this is it. Okay, right. That didn't work, so we've got another game. Oh, the cameraman wants to go. You want to have a go? Okay, all right, here we go. If you land it, you can have whatever you want. No, you can have one more go, because I bet this shot is pretty spectacular. Here we go. Land it. Okay, all right, new game. He said, new game, guys, all right? Now, I've played this one online before, and just going to casually, just in case. No. What I need you to do is I'm going to say an item. You cannot run, you can only walk, and the first person to bring me the item back, I swap it for this item. The item, I won't say what it is yet, all right? But you cannot run, you can only walk. Are you ready? The first person to bring me a nice, cold Red Bull. Oh, no. Where is the fridge is locked? The fridge is locked! The fridge is locked. The game is still on. The pressure is on. Look at Chris. He's just stomping with a purpose. My man's chilling. Team Austria. All right, this is awkward. I might have started a fight. I hope I haven't started a fight. Bang your things together. Let's get some noise going. Who's going to get it first? Is everybody all right over there? Can you bring me back some chips as well? I love some chips and a chicken sandwich, please. And we're filling time here. We've got plenty of time. Oh, okay. Yeah. We've lost the camera, so I'm going up to the analyst desk over here. So I'm just going to chill here while we get the camera back. Can you see me? Okay, good. Uh-oh, here comes Chris. Chris is stomping over here, and he looks like he's got a Red Bull in his hand. I've already kind of got one, but no, I'm kidding. All right. Thank you, Chris. Chris is your winner, everybody! I promise our other competitor that I will... Is the camera back on? No? Don't worry, I'll give you something as well. All right, Chris, grab your box from up there, and we will get a camera. Congratulations. Yay! Wait. Chris. Come back, Chris, come back. Chris, come back. Are you the kind of guy who opens... Do you open it, or do you leave it in the box? You leave it in the box? Because I was going to get you open it live right now on the stream.
The rainbow is magic from the collector's edition as well, so this is my second tank at home.
Okay, say that one more time.
I have the Rainbow is Magic edition from the collector's edition last year at home, so this is my second tanker I have now.
There you go, very happy Chris, there you go. All right, congratulations, take a seat. All right, now the next prize that I have got is very, 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 very rare. In my hand, I have a Jaeger Black Ice. You heard me right? I said a Jaeger Black Ice. You know how hard these are to get? You can't get these puppies anywhere. Champions Edition. So the reason I'm talking to you is I'm telling you I'm keeping this, and we're going to a break. No, I'm kidding. We're going to play for this right now. Who wants this Jaeger Black Ice? Oh, okay. All right. Let me just ask one more time. Can we just see? Who wants the Jaeger Black Ice? All right. This guy, you come here. I want this legend here. He's very enthused. No, bring the sticks. Bring the sticks. Because I don't know what I'm doing here, but we're going to have a stick off. All right? Who else wants it? This guy. Bring it. I need some sticks. All right, we've got some sticks. This idea came to me in the moment. It could be a disaster. It could not. But we are playing for... In fact, let me get a really nice shot of this. A Jaeger Black Ice. Look at that. My man worked the focus real quick on the camera there. That was smooth. All right, what's your name, sir?
Batimo.
Where are you from?
I'm actually from The Hague.
Oh, cool. Well, thank you for coming out. What's your name?
Tudor, also at TudorCast on Twitter. Thanks.
We had a cheap plug at Ian Chambers. Check me out. No, I'm kidding. All right, so here's the deal. How good are you with sticks?
Depends what sticks.
Do you know how to work a stick is what I'm saying?
All right, yeah, sure.
Okay. Hey, what? I'm kidding. Right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to bang your sticks together at the same time. And then, no, actually, one at a time. I'm making this up as I go along. One at a time, and then I'm going to go to the audience to see who thinks was the loudest. All right, so you're gonna go for like 5 seconds. Are you ready? You first. 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, that was good. That was good. Can we get a round of applause, please? We've never had a stick battle like it, but we're gonna try again. Tudor, you ready? Absolutely not. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, all right, I'm not. Okay, so I'm gonna do it based on who makes the most noise for which of our contenders here, all right? So give it up, I'm gonna point. Go for it. But, right, I will also find you a prize, but say you win the Jaeger Black Ice. Hell yeah! Is that, how does it feel?
This is fun. This is amazing, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice, congratulations, man. Thanks. And that was loud.
Yeah, it was.
While you're here, who are you here supporting? Who are you backing?
J-Links.
Yeah? You think they're gonna go all the way?
Hell yeah. All right, they will get it. Sorry, guys, they will get it.
Sorry, guys, yeah. They've got some tough opposition, though, right?
They're in a nice position. Yeah. Their pushes are great. I mean, they're coaching on the small mistakes, but these guys have the confidence.
What do you make of just like the general hype and pressure and expectation around J-Lings because of, you know, Jesse Lingard in the mix, and they've got a big fan base like yourself? You've come all the way out here to see them in action. What do you think of that? Do you think they'll be able to handle that pressure?
I mean, they've been training for it. They will handle it. You heard the confidence. That hits the enemy as well.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again on your Jaeger Black Ice. Cheers. Tudor, before you go, remind me, who are you here to watch?
No one in particular, just here to have a good time, get to meet people. Obviously, the only people I'm rooting for, talent crew, backstage. They're the ones really putting in the hard work.
So you know all this, right? The production team here are amazing, right? Look what they've actually managed to do. I'm glad you said that, because the production team here are awesome. But I will say this, who do you think's gonna win?
Ooh, if I had to bet my money on it, probably Activity.
Okay, cool. Right, to take us into the break, I'm going to give you one last second chance to bang these together and actually do it properly.
Oh, please don't embarrass me again. Please don't embarrass me again.
I'm going to take it into the break as Tudor bangs his sticks together. We're going to be back. 3, 2, 1. We're going to the break.
At Air Omen, we believe taste should be savoured. Comfort should be next level. And pilots should be hardcore gamers. Why? Because they're proven to have superior reflexes and hand-eye coordination. And that means a superior journey for you.
I'm not gaming for me, I'm gaming for you.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
Welcome back to the Benelux League Season 7 Finals as we're getting ready for, of course, our grand final. Only one more best of 3 will decide who will be the victor of this season, and once more will represent our region in the Challenger League. It's been a long day so far, but it's been an amazing day with some amazing matches, and well, only one to decide it all.
Only one indeed to decide it all. 3 maps potentially to be played between 2 of the best teams, or the 2 best teams within the Benelux, and only one will be going to Challenger League. Only one will be lifting the trophy. But before we do that, I just wanted to quickly give a shout out to Anthony and Anne. You look beautiful, both of you.
Thank you so much.
Best Dressed Awards. Hello.
I mean, you guys do as well. You guys always look.
We're a bit more classic, you know.
Yeah.
You're a bit more outgoing.
We decided to be extra and change for the finals.
Exactly. I mean, we like combined this. We had synergy when it came to this.
Yeah, but it feels like we're the old guys, actually.
We kind of are.
You're the young guard.
That's why we were given the grand final, right? They're like, these old guys, they need to go to bed early.
They don't deserve it anymore.
You know?
We do need to go to sleep at some point. I mean, I mean, I've been having issues with my back, with my knees,
with your hands,
with my head. So yeah, no, lots of injuries, but yeah, for sure. But okay, back then, because Erwin, the producer, was like, okay, this is time to show the bracket, and then I derailed it. So you know what? Let's just take a look at the bracket and see which 2 teams are left.
It's not coming back. It's J-Links taking on Activity, of course. J-Links was able to beat out Joker. Sadly enough for Anthony, who's still crying, and most likely will be crying throughout
Not anymore.
No, not anymore?
No, he just hops from team to team.
Exactly. Exactly. Like after J-Links wins the first map, I'm like, yeah, I've always backed J-Links. And the same with Activity.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is now, are you backing the team that beat your favorites? Or are you actually also bandwagoning on towards Activity as well? Because we, us 3 smart people, have been thinking that Activity should have been the favorite from the get-go. And I'm still doubting on your end.
You know, I think Activity will avenge our dear Jokers.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You looking for a jersey for them as well?
Am I looking for who?
A jersey from Activity?
It's kind of good, though.
Okay, if you would get a jersey from any of the Activity members, who would you get it from?
Carpel.
Oh, okay.
Carpel, can I have your jersey? He said no.
No, he's just ignoring you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's French for no.
I mean, I'm not even kidding. That shows his focus.
Yeah, it does.
They're not listening to the surrounding noises.
He just looked over. Carpel, can I get your jersey? Can I get your jersey? Sure.
He says yes, all right. Sure. So he gets it, you don't. That's unfortunate.
You just really need to
Atomic! Can I get your jersey?
He wants to trade, so you have to give your jacket, so that's quite an unfortunate trade. I think your jacket might have been worth a little bit more. But of course, we're talking about those 2 teams, Activity and J-Links. Let's have a look at the roster of Activity. Of course, we've already seen them play. They are a very strong team so far. It's Karmazen. Yeah. Of course, the main man out there getting the plans in. Of course, these are the stats from prior to these playoffs, as of course, lots have happened already before. Joined by Atomic, whose shirt might go to Anthony, Bomber, Zef, and Chile.
I'm just going to tell our producer that he's got a hot mic. You know, it happens in the best of worlds. I really got a little bit of a hot mic. But hey, we love hearing your voice.
He's still talking to us in the meantime here. And he has no clue that we just hear him in our ears.
Ian.
It's all right.
Ian, can you run to the producer and tell him he's got a hot mic? We love hearing him. We love hearing him.
Yeah, I can tell him that, guys. Don't worry, I can do that.
We've got Ian, always saving us.
He still has no clue, Erwin. He's we're here now.
Hello, Erwin.
I don't know if this is live, but he's just like, yes, hello, hear me?
Yes, the people at home are like, what are these guys talking about? But we were able to hear our
It's really hard to focus if you have like 5 people in the production room speaking to you without...
In a different language as well.
It wasn't just a...
Oh, Jesus.
He just broke our ears.
I am deaf now. Yeah.
No, but I mean, we saw the lineup of Activity. They, of course, are a team that has really showed what they have in them today. And, you know, speaking to the KVM boys and asking them, okay, you know, what is it that Activity brought to the table that was hard for you guys to deal with? And they said, their siege is just so solid. And we keep saying it, but it's so solid. So I was asking Jonah, actually, who are you expecting to win here? Are you expecting, you know, Activity to take it or J-Links? And he said, I think it'll be very hard for both teams. But Activity, their siege style, you know, it's so orchestrated. You know, J-Links will have to throw them some dodgeballs to get them on the wrong foot.
I think the main factor is that, as you said, Activity is very structured. However, J-Links was as well before their roster changes. Now there's Sam, Leonski, Dino, Chubi, and Quick. They wanted to have Turco here, but unfortunately he was unable to attend. And that means, again, they have to make a swap. Chubi as well hasn't really played all that much so far. Sam as well hasn't played all too many maps. And that, of course, means that you'll have to swap around certain roles. You have to change around a little bit of your playstyle. And you have to hope that Leonski, the big anchor of the team, will still be the stable factor.
Yes, when I was preparing the graphics for the head-to-heads of the previous split that the teams played against each other, with a lot of the J-Links matches, I had to take away Turco because he was MVP in most of their matchups against different teams. But obviously with him not attending here, it would not make sense to have his set still be on there. So I had to take him out there. Obviously, J-Links losing him is going to be a big factor, I guess, within their entire team structure if you're so used to playing with him, for example.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to really cost you in the long run. Do you already see a little bit of trembling on that side for J-Links, or do you still see a lot of confidence? Because that's usually what they're known for.
I mean, there's still a lot of confidence. They know that they are a team that has been running at the top leagues of the Benelux, or the top spot of the Benelux, basically the entire time. And yes, they have had many players, but you got to remember as well, this is a team that has two teams really, right? You have the Benelux lineup, you have the international lineup. So there is two extra players coming in, which they haven't scrimped with too much up until this finals point where they actually started preparing, practicing with them many hours. So it's like they do have that practice now, but they didn't have it for the rest of the season. So that might be the difference maker compared to the 8-6 we had before.
Let me ask you a question, Hap. Either of these teams, you know, whoever wins here today does go to the Challenger League.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about today, but let's talk about the Challenger League. Who of these two teams do you have performing better in the Challenger League?
I think J-Links got more points in the open qualifiers than Activity was able to get. And with the experience that they have in terms of Leonski that has played many Challenger League seasons, he is definitely going to be able to make a difference there for his team in terms of experience, because it is certainly a lot of pressure that arises. It's not Challenger League like the Benelux where you have 14 play days. No, it's more like a cup. It's a week of play that will define either you having an opportunity of going to Tier 1 or being stuck at the Benelux League for yet another year. And Activity, a solid team, we have to say. A well-rounded team. They know how to perform, they know how to attack, they know how to defend. Sure, they will stand a very good chance. And it's not like they're inexperienced, because they have been around for the Benelux for this season, the Cup before, and then slightly different roster, the league we had before that as well. It's just that international experience they might be lacking.
Yeah, of course, we should also not forget that Activity has had a big boot camp. They have been together for an entire month. And usually boot camp is about a week. And then you say, oh, a week is quite a lot of time. But if you're actually living together as a team for a month, as Atomic said, you'll learn a lot about your team.
Fun fact, actually. I said, all right, you know, imagine you guys win tomorrow. You take home the 7,000. Being today. I asked them yesterday. I said, imagine you win the 7,000 here today. What are you guys going to do with it? And you know what they said? We're going to rent an apartment not just for 1 month, but for 2 months. We've had such a good time.
For the next season as well, right? They're like, we're going to invest it all into season 8.
Exactly. They had such a good time that they said, we'll reinvest it. So that's why, you know, I spoke to Krapel and I said, where did this performance from Atomic come? Because Anne and I were looking at Atomic and we're like, man, he's shaky.
He said it himself. I asked him after the game. He said, yeah, I was a little bit nervous.
And then, you know what Krapel said? He's hungry. He is hungry. And, you know, that's just what he wants to show. And he's been showing that. And he's been performing outstanding. But now you're against the top dogs. Are you still able to perform that way against the top dogs?
Well, you dare to say that usually the better teams are more predictable. The players do play in a certain set play style. They're not trying to change things around every round, for instance, as you might encounter in ranked or different, much more aggressive playstyle teams. So in that regard, you might be able to perform better if their playstyle suits yours.
I think with J-Links, for example, they played against Jokers earlier this morning. Jokers had nothing to lose. They came in here, everything they can take is like, you know, a positive thing for them. But against Activity, that's going to be different for sure. But they're no strangers to each other. They played against each other in Split 1 and Split 2, of course. And Split 1, that was a 7-5 fashion win for J-Links on Skyscraper. Yeah, and well, of course, they played in the second split as well, but that was the match we couldn't air, obviously, due to the issues we had. It was 8-6 on Clubhouse. I think I heard that right by the producer. So I guess wins for J-Links, but not all too convincing, are they?
I'm sorry, I'm just having.
You saw it as well, right?
I'm having a good time. Like
they have own it instead of Dino because you need to swap it around.
You know, actually, I spoke to them. They said we tried to make with the sticks. We tried to make or 2B or Dino, but they couldn't make the B with the sticks. So they decided to make Dino, and now they have Dino on the pink piece.
It still says own it. What does it say now?
They're catching on now. So if we get the roaming cam back out in just a couple of seconds, it should say Dino.
Sorry,
yeah, that's really good. They're adapting. They're learning. It's amazing.
Yes.
But of course, it was 8-6 in an overtime match in favor of Jailings. And we talked about that with Kerpel beforehand. And we were like, this last group stage match, it doesn't really amount to anything. Like either you're first or second, it doesn't really matter too much for the placement or seed you're going into. No, said Kerpel, but if we do get that win, at least it shows our players that they're able to take on Jailings themselves on whatever map. And it's the best of one, so it's gonna really be an either hit or miss. And now they've not won. And the problem is if you don't win, you don't really have the feeling that you can do it. They've lost twice against Jailings, and now you're having to play a best of 3.
I'm pretty sure that Kerpel's going to be able to get his boys back into the rhythm. But I just want to say something, right? We have all been calling Jailings the current reigning champions, but that's just false. It's just Leonski as a reigning champion. We cannot say that this team has been a champion, has proven themselves many, many times before. It's just Leonski that has proved himself. The rest are new players, not played or competed in Benelux at this level. So at some extent, it is just a new champion that's going to get crowned.
I mean, to think about it, there were players on that roster right now that last year weren't even allowed to compete. So they're quite new, I guess, to the scene as well.
So are you guys saying that, you know, the hunger that Activity has, that, for example, Atomic has, do you see the same hunger in Jailings?
Yes.
I mean, especially because they have had the backing of a legendary football player. And you see the pride that they take in that. With the video aired before their first match, you saw them just really being overjoyed and as well being motivated. They feel a certain amount of pressure to themselves and towards the organization to perform. Of course, Activity has been working for this for a long time. They boot camp. And I think they've really come together as a team, whereas Jailings feels more external pressure rather than intrinsic motivation.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case indeed. And obviously, like they mentioned as well, I think it was in 1.5 weeks they played around 38 maps to try and scrim with the current Jailings roster. But then again, that's only 1.5 weeks, and prior to that, they've been scrimming with a different lineup, the international lineup you mentioned.
I just want to say, you heard him as well, when it started to get a little bit difficult against the Jokers, they were up each other's throats. They literally said that.
Yeah.
If Activity is going to be able to literally change it at the start, like get in aggressively, that might just be a mental shut-off for the side of Jailings.
And if that happens, maybe there's going to be either world or trouble, or maybe just the autopilot actually will work. It's always a hit or miss. Sometimes, if you're not thinking, things go better, because then you're just doing what you're known to do, what you're meant to do, then all will work out. But I'm a little bit scared if Activity will find at least a big wall which they can't climb. It's going to be very hard, because you see them able to adapt. You see Kerpel able to change them in the right direction, but every now and then, even he doesn't know how to get the train back on the rails.
I mean, it will definitely be interesting to see whether that experience from Kerpel will come in handy for Activity. So far, it's been really good. I mean, one thing that we've of course noticed is that Activity has already lost twice. So maybe that pressure isn't on them because they're not necessarily expected to win here. It is, of course, Jailings. So Activity, you know, we haven't seen them on a best out of 3 against Jailings yet. So it might as well be that they drop the first map, but then that they learn from it and adapt from it. You know, it's a whole different ball game compared to the group stages.
I mean, they learned how KVM played, and they adapted to that. They said, oh, just hold angles, wait for them to peek, and they'll, you know, fall into your crosshair. So that happens with Jailings as well, and they learn how to play against Jailings. And I guess you have a bit of an advantage coming into best of 3, because it's not just a maximum of 15 rounds, but just a lot more than that you can prove yourselves in.
And what I also love about the Rainbow Six community is that they're always striving for perfection. And what I did actually see in the catacombs is that Fraser from KVM was actually talking to Quick. Quick probably asking, like, is there any pattern that you've now seen which we might be able to use? And I wouldn't be surprised if Capel just looked at the same way for the J-Links roster just before. They have adapted their strategies on the fly today. They know how to adapt and maybe change little things around. And I wouldn't be too surprised if stratbooks had multiple pages.
This is the thing that Avoid said as well. You can either make a strat book, but it changes on the fly. He said this, like when I talked to him in the event later, he's like, you can't write everything out, but you throw that overboard as soon as you get into the server to some extent, because things are different. The server is different. The players respond differently than you expect, and it's adaptation that wins you the game.
What is fun though is that we get a little bit of all access. We get to walk here and there, and I was walking behind the players of J-Links, and I can actually see it laying from here. That document right there, that's purely their homework against activity. It literally says strats for a game against activity.
And like the big thing is what we often see in high level of competition, in best of threes especially, is that teams usually perform better on their opponent's map pick than their own. And that's mainly due to, as you said, being too rigid possibly on your own map. You have your strat book, and if you're following that, the other team already knows because they have that presentation ready. They have your strats ready, how to counter it. However, if you're playing on the fly, if you're maybe having some new strats, that might be working out for you. Then you might have that upper hand.
But at the same time, activity yesterday said, you know what? Teams are not ready for all the maps that we're going to throw at them. We've really adapted our strategy. And the question is the homework that the boys of J-Links did homework on the old content that activity showed? Because if that is, it might even bite you in the butt in the end of the day.
I mean, it shows. Well, they banned Villa 12 out of 14 times, and today they played Villa, and they were actually pretty good on it as well. So it shows that they completely rethought their entire strategies and everything else before coming into this tournament. With that boot camp, of course, that was like a month long.
Oh, definitely. And of course, in the best of three, your veto changes significantly. Are there any maps you're really hoping to see in this grand final, which we might not have seen yet today?
I mean, I'm up for any map, really. It's going to be an amazing matchup. I think these two teams are going to be really close to one another. And as you just said, everything is going to be different compared to what the group stages showed. Of course, homework has been done. And as Border gets banned first and Theme Park is next to be removed, I just want to highlight one more fact about activity. This is the team for 3 seasons in the making, finally making it to that final with the support and guidance of Kerpel. They even had Cactus join for a limited time before he left right before the transfer window. But these guys have been aiming for this title and consistently working towards it for the past 3 seasons. And that's only something you can respect. That doesn't happen much in the Benelux. It's something we asked Leonski at the start as well. What do teams need to do? Stick together.
Yeah, for a change. We've seen it as well from God Rubinshu and his team. They were able to finally get on top as well. But look at this veto. We'll have Villa, Oregon, and it's a possible decider. We might go to Bank, and it's interesting indeed. Again, we see the Villa that Anne just said. Yeah, we didn't expect
and
it,
the
maybe.
Bank.
And the Bank as well.
We're going to see 2 maps that we've already seen being played by the teams today. So it's very interesting to see this map veto. I'm kind of no, I wouldn't say surprised that J-Links picks Villa, but I mean, you did see activity play it today.
Yeah, I mean, both teams played it today, so they both have somewhat of a showing on there. Obviously, activity picked Oregon as well. I think for both teams, it's one of their best maps. For activity, they won on it 4 times out of the 4 times that they played it, so that's quite impressive. And I believe that J-Links has played it quite a lot as well. Now I can't find that within my.
It's always
they played it 3 times, and also 100% win rate. So. Both teams are pretty strong on Oregon. I think we'll have a good showing on there for sure. But it was J-Links to play 7-4 against Jokers on Villa, and an 8-6 on Villa for activity. Shows a little bit of a less performance, you would say, but then I guess the opponents are obviously different as well.
Oh, definitely. I think Villa and Oregon are 2 maps that they might know very well right now. But they don't know how well they are stacked up right now. Because, as we said, Oregon might bring completely different tactics. Maybe just a different side setup as well.
It's the funny thing. Oregon, like Clubhouse, is 1, 2, 3
it's
siege.
Played out.
That's it. 1, 2, 3. You have steps. 1, 2, 3. And then you're done. You're on to the side. You can go for the post plan. It's a very linear map. It plays similar to Clubhouse. You know what to do. You know what to open. You know what to hold. And thus the basics, the fundamentals are truly going to be king and decisive on that map. And that shows who has the best siege prepared.
Wouldn't you argue, though, that Villa is kind of a similar map? I think the only map that will be very strategic heavy is Bank.
I think Bank and Philip both have that strategy, the heavier strategy, whereas Oregon and Clubhouse are more fundamentals based. But in the end, it all comes down to fundamentals every single time. It's just the show's more on a map like Oregon.
Well, the fundamentals of a great match is, of course, to have great teams. And we have the best host out there, Ian, to bring them to you.
Thank you to our amazing desk. A full Benelux Season 7 season led to this moment. Our grand final is just around the corner. Our teams are waiting in the wings, ready to step out and step up. But before we even think about introducing them onto this stage, I need them to know that this crowd here in Amsterdam is ready for them to walk out. Do you want to let them know you're here or what? Are you ready? Now, our first team coming out onto the stage are fresh off the back of a 2-0 tough battle. And they are making their way to the stage right now. Activity! Kamaze, Bobber, Zeb, Atomic, and Chili will be making their way into the arena as we speak. I say arena. Please, Bobber, make your way out. He took his time, but it was worth it. And the full team now coming out, one by one. Ready to make an impact. Look at Atomic. Through the smoke. Every single member of this roster worked so hard to be here for this moment right here, right now. And Krapel, the head coach, with his amazing experience, has been guiding them along. Let's now welcome their opponents, a team surrounded by hype, high pressure, high expectations, and so far they've lived up to it all. It's Jennings! Leonski, Sam, Quick, Dino, and Tubi make up this powerful roster full of momentum. They're ready, and it all comes down to this series right here. Two teams stacked up, ready to take each other on for this trophy. At the end of this series, one of these two teams will raise this high in the air. They will win the lion's share of 17,000 euros and be Challenger League ready. Back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ian. The teams are ready. We are ready. And of course, the crowd is ready to finally see who will be the victor. Anthony, you have goosebumps?
I do got goosebumps. I can't even speak anymore. I'm hyped, man.
It's ruined. How are you going to cast the final? Probably without a voice tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
But you'll survive in the end, right?
How are you feeling, Anne?
I am so excited. Like,
can we get a hand test?
Come up.
A little shaking. A little tremble. Sorry,
just having the players come up with like the excitement that Ian brings with it. It's just
wow.
I got goosebumps. I was so excited to cast this final.
Exactly. It's going to be amazing. Look at the players. Great sportsmanship so far already. I mean, this is the first time we see them hug before the match.
Yeah.
I hope those hugs will still remain after the match.
Yeah, as I said before, the mutual respect between the teams is always great in the Rainbow Six community. And once more, we see that now hugging beforehand, making sure that everyone has the respect they need. Wish each other good luck before, of course, when they're getting in the server. Their voices might be raised. Some things might be said across the room just to make sure that they have the mental edge, which they might not say in person afterwards, but it's just going to be the energy, the hype.
I mean, that's why they give all these hugs out now, right? It's like, sorry, what I'm going to say, bro. I'm going to be absolutely putting you in the dirt after that, in the server, and of course, vocally as well. But this is what it comes down to. You need to be ready for these kind of mind games because, you know, if you make it to Challenger League, you make it to the European League, you're going to have the likes of Citizen and Alamau just sending you messages inside of the chat all the time. So, you know, you got to be strong inside your shoes. You need to be ready for this moment, and soon we will find out which team, as Ian said, is Challenger League ready?
I'm just, you know, just having a little bit
back and
of
forth
moment with back and forth with Bomber, like with the that was a celebration yesterday, so I'm expecting it today.
They're insane.
Are so good.
You know what? I'm really curious if any of the players from Activity walked up to J-Links just now and said, "Pardon my French in advance," just to make sure that they have everything covered. But talking about those player videos, I'm actually curious if production can once more show us.
I just want to see
players.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Such a shame.
Aaron, we're throwing you a little bit under the bus here, but are we able to see those player videos?
Get videos, please.
Right, they're
As a final introduction as well.
Yeah.
As an extra.
It's such a shame.
I don't know. Can we, Aaron?
Probably.
Are we asking too much?
Maybe Aaron. Oh, there it is. There you go.
Look at how mad Atomic is. He's so focused. He's already in the server. He's like, yeah,
man, this was...
I'm gonna ruin them straight after.
This
but first, so I'm gonna smile as well because I have a cute smile.
This was the most difficult shot, by the way, them just talking. But
exactly.
Every single team, getting them to just talk and let it look like the camera wasn't there, most difficult shot.
There you go. He smacked the camera. He's like, get it out of my face.
There it is.
And this is Atomic's signature move from now on.
Yeah.
He told me it's going to be his signature move every time.
You know, by the way, that shirt, for some reason, it just stayed straight. Like, you could just see the name. I don't know what happened.
You would almost think that there's, like, magical
cardboard in it.
No, it was actually Antox and I on our knees, just holding it down.
We were like,
so it wouldn't fly
all
up.
praise,
Because we had two takes where the shirt just like...
By the way, it's a little bit too windy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it happens. But luckily, of course, you made it happen. But we also had a different team having a video, of course, was none other than J-Links Esports. They were quite happy in this ginormous hall. And look at the smiles. The NDSN.
Yeah.
I mean, remember Dino's push-ups? He's been looking buff today.
I haven't seen that one, actually. I need to pay attention. I mean, I was there when it happened and just didn't pay attention when it was there.
There you go. And that's a bad form, Dino.
We have to say, it was not just one push-up, all right? He did like 10, 20 or something in total before all these takes. So, yeah, he's Dutch. He's not English.
I'm not a UK player, but of course, they're getting ready. You see them in the screen right now. They've stolen, maybe borrowed the unicorns from Jokers. They've taken them out and they've taken their prize positions.
It was their first trophy, they said. I was like, did you just steal these? And it's like, no. We played for these. If we won, it was going to be our unicorns. So they are their mascots now. I mean, it helped Jokers. They did really well against J-Links. Many probably wouldn't have expected it to get this close. Whilst the second match, KVM against Activity, everybody expected it to be close. That was supposed to be potentially a third mapper there. But, I mean, that's a sign of respect. The unicorn is.
Are they unicorns of love?
Definitely.
That's a different organization.
I don't know, ask them. Like...
Well, sometimes you have to be kind. In the meantime, we're going to see the classic huddle from the side of Activity, as well as, of course, they're always doing that just to prepare. And they're going to scream allez, which is let's go in French.
Shall we huddle up?
No. I can't, because the cable is
far
short.
away. It's like,
exactly.
Well, let's not do it then.
We can huddle like this. Get all the hands together. What do you see? Benelux in 3. 1, 2, 3. Benelux!
Oh, that's so cringe.
We are cringe.
Usually I'm the cringe guy, but now I'm really feeling physical pain.
I mean, we got to do it together, right?
Because you're getting old.
We're all in it. In the meantime, that's Atomic just doing a speech. I love all of you guys, but I don't want to give my shirt to Todesma.
Look at that beautiful design of that shirt, by the way.
Exactly.
He's wearing one of our own shirts. Available.
They're available for pre-ordering if you do go towards the merch shop, yes. Unfortunately, we didn't have any here today, so you have to order it. And it will be sent to your home.
What?
Free of charge.
For free?
You don't need to pay for, in the Benelux, yes. You don't need to pay for shipping. So keep that in mind.
That's really nice, but I wanted to mention how different the teams are preparing themselves, and now it's looking like they both are going to do the same
they're stealing it.
But when they came here, Activity players were just walking around their PCs, chatting with each other a little bit. But the J-Links players sat down, were like more so focused on themselves.
Now they understand how a chair works.
No, he was stuck in his in-ears. They were around his leg. I think they still are. So he's just trying to fix that first before they get for the huddle.
So they're actually in chairs.
Okay.
Guys, I'm a little bit skeptic about the name that's on his back.
Yeah, okay, it's not his actual name. But yeah, it's an ex-J-Links player, I believe it was.
Yeah. Well, luckily they're now also huddling up. Leonski taking the charge on towards the speaking terms there. Of course, Leonski being the longest standing member in this final, being a Benelux player, has had many successes, but unfortunately also one big loss I believe, against the Mice back then.
Only lost 2 of the seasons he ever played in, right? So in all the seasons he played, he lost 2. He lost 1 against the Mice. I'm not going to say who he lost the other one to, because that's too embarrassing.
It's not you, because
You
I
should
knocked
say
him
it
out.
now.
Oh, no,
I
really?
knocked him out back then.
Oh
Yeah,
my
for
god.
sure.
Actually insane. I never expected you to actually win something against the Ons.
Our match is just not tournaments. That's what it is.
Classic, how it is. Okay, we're going to get ready for our match relatively soon. And Anthony, what's your stuff about?
We're giving away
Yes.
you know, a beautiful trophy, some prize money in a Challenger League spot, but we're also giving away something to the viewers at home, right?
Definitely, we're giving away an Omen gaming laptop. So head over to our Twitter and retweet, follow, and like us on Rainbow6BNL on Twitter, and you might be the one to win a beautiful laptop. Of course, we also, next to that, have some SteelSeries gear to give away. So if you want to spread your challenge or actually get 2 chances of winning, you might also join that one as well, and make sure that you are eligible by liking, following our account, Rainbow6 Benelux, and of course also retweet the tweet. And then you might not get a trophy, but you'll have something for yourself at home if you do win, and it's one hell of a laptop, which of course we also have running on the background.
To either play for the next Benelux League or watch it with.
There are laptop players.
There are. I
Yeah.
mean,
Our team
I play a laptop many times.
You're a laptop player whenever you're in
Today
here.
was on vacation,
Half of the
played
year
on
I'm a
the
laptop player.
Yeah.
Laptop's great stuff, very
Have you ever
mobile.
tried playing in the Thalys?
I have, yes.
No
I
way.
did play a rank game with the Toulouse, actually.
Does their Wi-Fi, like, does it even allow you to stay
Really
in
bad.
the game?
You cannot use VoIP for some reason. I had like 400 ping, but I was able to play.
Ah, 400, lovely.
I didn't get many kills,
Your teammates must have loved you.
honestly.
Tell me you tried it in a quick match before
No,
you did
it was ranked.
No, I was ranked. I won. We won 4-1, so...
And he really
Success.
carried the bottom of the
I have
team.
100% win rate in the train.
Fair.
Easy peasy, but it's not going to be easy for either of these teams on towards the server just now. We're going to go in towards Villa relatively soon as the players are getting ready, and of course we are as well. Villa is going to be the interesting play, as Activity has barely played it in the group stage, and J-Link was able to just snatch it away from the veto.
It's been a long day for some of these players, especially if you count, for example, J-Links. You know, they had to start up quite early, and you know, I was visiting them up in the warm-up area, the balcony. Yeah, it's an awesome warm-up area, I must say.
I've been there.
You haven't been
I
there?
regret it now.
Oh yeah, you should have.
You can still go there, and we're going to make an exception just for you in the break. You're just going to run up there like, wow!
I'm on heels, but I might try and run.
But you know, like it was kind of showing that they were really trying to find ways to stay focused, because you do have to wait a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like any other sports. It's not like a football match in which you play one. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's Atomic with the signature move. Oh my God, sorry, I just had to.
A fanboy moment.
Yeah.
Just passionate.
Exactly, a bit passionate, very passionate. No, but what I'm saying is it's not like a football match in which you have to focus for 90 minutes. Here you have to focus, then go out of that focus, and then regain that focus.
But
because it gets mentally tired to stay in that focus the entire day.
But also keep energy levels up, because it's really hard to then focus on when you're getting the right food, the right drink, the right rest as well. Because as you said, you can't be focused all the time. But you really need to conserve your energy and get it up to a certain level at a certain moment in time. But you don't know how quick the series beforehand will be. So you might be charging a little bit too soon, a little bit too late. And that's why we had a slightly extended break between these maps. So the teams actually had a time to recuperate. That was, of course, Activity, who just played a series before, but also get warmed up again, being J-Links, having, of course, played that first series of the day. And would you be tired in their regard? Because you grind ranked quite a lot, or even other game styles.
If you stay up late and then have to wake up early the next morning, that does hit you, for sure. We noticed that the players on the side of J-Links, some of them had some travel issues as well, so like we're required to stay up for a little longer too. It's obviously you're gonna notice that if that trend continues and you just had another bad night of sleep and you now sit here at 7:45 and you still have a best of 3 to go.
It's just a best of 3, and we don't even have infinite overtime apps, so that's
No,
going to
luckily
save
not. So it's just going to be a maximum of only 45 rounds. You know, if you translate that to ranked games, that is going to be Oh, like about 11 4-0s or something like that. So that's doable. People do that in a night.
At least we'll be able to still catch, you know, a party outside.
That's true. Party will be inside as well afterwards. So we have to
for
wrap
everybody in the
after
crowd,
party.
do stick around because we are about to have a great party in the match, but also a great party outside of the match.
It's going to be grand. Yes, of course, we're going to get ready for our grand final. I see pretty much every player in towards the lobby as well. I see mainly activity just going through their strat books right now, just making sure that everything is ready. See a little bit of trembling hand syndrome every now and then. And on the side of J-Links, you just see players calm and collected. Just making sure that no energy is wasted. But usually the waiting is the worst part.
I see some R's coming in the chat from here on forward.
I see some blue bars above the
I
screen.
see some blue bars. You know what this means.
Is it time?
We're about to get started. We're about to get started.
Is it happening?
All we need to do is just make sure both these teams are ready. Press that button.
Yeah, I thought you was going to say press the start button.
Press the start button.
Please press
all right, we'll press it. We'll press it. All right, should we do it together? 3, 2, 1, go.
It's time to get in towards the grand final. Villa will be the first map between Activity and J-Links Esports. Take it away, Anne and Anthony, for your beautiful grand final.
It is indeed time for the grand final in Amsterdam. Are you ready? I think they're ready, Anne. What do you think?
It sounds like they are ready for sure. I mean, this is probably the match that most people have been anticipating the most, you know, obviously during the entire day. Like, you want to play this grand final. You want to be able to stay there with your team. You want to win that first game and then eventually go on to the second as well. Don't mind me, by the way. In the meantime,
You're just getting your box out.
Yeah, my heels are getting a little...
I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm wearing white sneakers now because nobody sees my shoes anyways.
Yeah, I made that mistake, so...
Well, we made that mistake together. I was just lucky that I brought some sneakers with me. I mean, it's going to be a great showing here. Of course, we are taking a little bit of a quick break. I'm sorry, Amsterdam, but Chile, you know, you had to play T-Hunt and, like, got stuck in the sound. It happens.
Yeah, exactly. It's. I mean, it must hurt your mental just a little bit as well, obviously, when you're like, oh, we're going to get into the game, and then we need to have a rehost.
At least the rehost came as they haven't done any bans yet.
That's true. I mean, we could have actually done the ban phase and then afterwards just started the game while the observer...
Without revealing too much. Look at PC2 and PC3. We know what the first ban is going to be. Without revealing it. You can see who they're hovering. They're both hovering a particular operator.
But I'm not surprised, because that's, I think... You know, it also depends on who they're playing against, but earlier today, they banned that operator as well. So, it was more of a target ban, I guess, in that game. Maybe in that game, this game as well, because we saw a player on the side of J-Links create so many entries with that operator. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's more of a target ban.
It very well could be, but the player has loaded back in the game, and that means we are going to see the ban phase quite shortly, where we're just waiting for the timer to be unpaused. Can we press on a button somewhere to do that?
No, I don't think we can.
No?
I think we're going to have to ask Easy, our observer, to do that.
All right, Easy, start game.
Please.
Please.
Oops.
Observer, start game.
Obviously, like, we were asking him a lot of things to do, but we should give credit where credit is due as well. Like, you know, we casted the first game, we're casting this game now.
We're only casting
Easy is working the entire day, working all the games and making sure that obviously those viewers will be seeing the best skills and the best moments of the game as well. So it's really good to have Easy on there as well. And, you know, maybe hopefully very soon he'll press the button so we can get into the game.
I mean, would it really be Siege without a little bit of a tease and then coming back? Would it really be, you know, would it really be a Siege moment without, like, you know, without having a tease and then coming back? I do believe there is a little bit of a sound issue now on the side of J-Links. So, hey, we even the playing field. First, we take a little bit of a time out here for, of course, our dear friends on the side of Activity and then on the side of J-Links. But let's have a look at the faces, Anne. Are they focused?
Well, I mean, previously when Activity came up, I tried to read their faces as well. And with the first match, I saw Atomic's face and he looked very nervous. So it was right, but still he went to pop off massively. So that's an omen how they're going to perform. Then, you know, maybe if they're seeing a little bit stressed or a little bit confused rather, then could be a good sign, but we'll never know.
We'll never know. I mean, we'll know in a few hours.
Yeah, 2 to 3 hours, I guess.
Are you reckon we're going to see all 3 maps?
I hope we'll see all 3 maps.
I hear a noise.
It is it's Finka. What a surprise.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, the player we talked about obviously was quick. He created so many of those entries, was very successful on the Finka. Finka's really strong with all those gadgets that she's got as well. And J-Links have also consistently been banning the knock, so I'm not too surprised by that one either. Obviously, Villa, we mentioned, as a knock, he can sneak through the basement and everything, but that will not be happening. How about, can I get a guess? I think it's going to be Vel, because that's also a very consistent ban so far today for J-Links. Or, no, I'm seeing the cursor and the buttons on something else. It's Azami.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Tell us about this.
Understandable, because I feel like it was J-Links that utilized those keeper barriers really well around master bedroom. But obviously, if you use them, that means your opponents get to use them too, and it makes it really difficult. We saw Joker struggle massively trying to get control over master bedroom when his side was trophy and statuary. So I understand them taking it away. They were very strong with it earlier this morning, but obviously Activity has seen that as well. They would say, oh, we can do that too. One thing I'm surprised by, though, is Vel came through the ban phase. And I think that is actually a first for today. I don't think we've seen Vel come through earlier. But on a map like Villa, with so much clutter going on around.
I mean, indeed, it can be such a strong operator to keep on the map such as Villa. We do, however, see that the grand finals have started, and I hope you at home and here in the beautiful The Dive are as hyped as we are. This is the grand final. All the cookies are up for grabs here, and both teams will go into it full force.
Exactly, yeah. So it will be Activity on the defensive half. They will get to set up all the way around Aviator. I was going to say Activity once again, obviously being so much into that rhythm, but got a very much wide spread out roam, it seems. Karmaza getting all sorts of remodeling done on the other side of the building, and that's a really good drone that Sam's got there in the plan. I was just going to point that out, but then Chili shot it down to Vel. Now that she's able to be played, immediately being brought out as well, giving a lot of info as well. Also, downstairs. We saw a Velcam being deployed downstairs. It's obviously going to give some info on any players downstairs that are trying to upnate.
Yeah, and of course, Dino is running the IQ, so, like, you know, it's a good operator to run, knowing that Valkyrie is still open, especially if you look at all the different bits and pieces that they might have on the side of Activity. Of course, you have the Valk, you have the ADSs on the Jaeger, and you have the one-eye disc. So a lot of like utility on the side of Activity that they can find with those with that IQ scanner.
Your prayers have been heard.
Yes.
Finally. There's a team playing Jackal.
I literally told Leonski, like, run Jackal. Run Jackal on a map such as Villa.
You're looking to get a strategist up in another team now as well.
I'm taking credit for that.
You're hopping from team to team to team. Now you're trying to be an analyst for J-Links.
Well, I'm taking credit for that. I mean, the thing is, it's a no-brainer to run a Jackal on a map such as Villa, of course, when you have those, you know, very aggressive roamers. But let's have a look at this side of Activity. It seems like they don't have that many roamers on the top floor side of things, but rather below.
One thing I'm a little concerned about, look at the drone count on J-Links' side. 3 drones, and we haven't even had half the round yet.
Yeah.
That is a lot of information already gone. Quite sloppy, as you say, as well. You're trying to stop down all these roamers that are still on the other side of the building, or maybe anywhere, really, but you can't really spot them because you've got 3 drones remaining. You do have a Lion, which you only have one of those EU1Ds remaining. You do have Sam playing the Yana with the Gemini replicators, which can give you some information, but even like when you die, you have pre-placed drones as well. This is coming along so slowly.
Oh, and they do have a yellow ping. They, of course, have a Valkyrie camera somewhere around here. It's Atomic with the opening frag, and with that, we have the first kill of the grand finals. And who else than Atomic is the one to do it? So it is J-Links that only have a minute remaining. They need to find their way into the Aviator side of things, but it gets a lot harder if they lose another player. It's frag faster when Atomic is able to find another frag for himself. 4 versus 2, 50 seconds remaining, and J-Links is not good, off to a good start.
No, exactly. Only 1 player remaining on their side. Samba has to clear a 1v4 situation. Karmaza, though, on a little bit less HP, but he'll try and peek the holes towards Study. Actually, the holes go all the way through Billiards, and that were games, rather, and it was the final player there getting a kill onto the remaining player of J-Links. So the first round actually goes in favor of Activity. Are you surprised, or could we expect this coming in with them obviously being on the defensive half?
I mean, I'm seeing that Atomic is once again able to snatch a 3K. That's really big. That's really big that he's able to do that. And then, you know, like, what J-Links was taking a little bit too long, don't you think?
Well, I guess there was a reason why they took so long, obviously. I mean,
they didn't have drones.
They didn't have any information as to where anyone could have been. So to take control over a map, especially like Villa, when you got so many, if you play ranked, right, and you come across landing, there is so many different things that you got to keep in mind where you can be shot from. You saw all the lines of sight being made around study, around games and everything as well. Even if you try and take study, there's so many different lines of sight that you got to keep in mind. And then on the defensive lineup, there's also even a Valkyrie. They have information on where you are continuously, whereas you don't know where the defenders are.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of a small technical break, and I think this really favors J-Links here.
Yeah.
You know, like, all right, you don't want to get the blows back to back. So now at least they get some time to recoup and like say, okay, guys, what went wrong in that round? What can we do different in this round? Of course, they're going to have to attack a different side because it is, of course, a side rotation that we're seeing when you're on defense and win rounds. But they get a little bit of time to kind of refindle and see, okay, what are we going to do differently?
Yeah, it's not a tactical time. They don't actually get to speak with their staff to give them any information or outside information rather on what they should do in the upcoming rounds. I don't really think it was necessarily a site problem that was going on for J-Links. It was rather a more structural problem with their information, of course.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't have that, there's no way you can try and get into the site. And I feel like they're losing their drones a little too early by exposing them a little too much towards the defenders. And even if you're playing Siege yourself, if you keep in mind that your drone has basically the same value as your life, you need to treat it carefully. You don't want to just have it shot by a defender that's coming by.
The thing is, they wasted a lot of time, especially on the middle floor, just trying to clear that. And you know, of course, there were some players on the middle floor, but those had shifted back to the site. So what happened is, the way J-Links attacked is they decided to clear entire like master bedroom side of things. So trophy, statuary, master bedroom, astronomy, and then they decided to sweep the middle floor as well. But activity was confined all to the top stairs and also to the site. So they didn't really find any of them. And by the time they found any of them, it was, you know, only a minute left to play, and it was Atomic that they found. And of course, he was able to get that opening kill.
Can I say, like, we talked about, oh, J-Links should be doing this, J-Links should be doing that, but the time that Activity decided, oh, we need to go back to side now, was a really good timing as well. Like, they wasted a little bit of drones, they wasted a little bit of time, and there's a few different reasons why you can roam. You can either roam to get like the entry kill, or you can roam to waste time, and I feel like the latter is definitely what Activity did in that previous round. I want to see him do it again this time, because it was very effective for them. However, immediate adaptation coming out on the side of J-Links. No more Lion, because it can work, it works very globally, but this time we have a Zero. In my opinion, a very undervalued, underrated operator, but you have those cameras which you can hide maybe a little bit better in all the clutter that we have on Villa. They might remain unspotted for the remainder of the round, and actually gives you a little bit more information that J-Links so need in this round.
We do see the Lord Chanka being brought out as well, so that's already quite hype to see Tashanka being played. I do like the lineup on the side of Activity. It seems like it's a little bit of, hey, let's, you know, for example, unleash Karmaza on the Vigil. They're playing off intel here, they of course have, you know, the Valkyrie. They of course have that mute, so they're anti-intel and gaining intel for themselves. So I really like their playstyles. Karmaze with the opening frag on Quick, and oh no, I think Quick will take a little bit of a breather once more. It seems like Quick is slow to start, but remember last time when he was when he died twice?
Yeah.
In the opening rounds, he got unleashed, and I believe he was at like 16 kills by the end of it. It is Leonski, however, with the refrag. That's smoke of the board.
We've been talking so much, and I don't think we noticed the site is living. Living and library.
No way. We have been talking a lot.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, that's our job right now.
Yeah.
But we didn't notice that the site was living in library. That's not something we see all too often, I would say, but Karmaza can be huge with his flank. But who gets only one kill as Dino is able to easily refrag Leonski, though. Sam will fall as well. We're looking at a 2v2 situation. Dino's taking a little bit of damage, though, so he's going to have a little bit of a disadvantage coming into gunfights, but the diffuser is dropped as well. Only half the rounds been played, and once again, look at that. J-Links on only 3 drones that they've got left, and well, Zero's dead, so unless you have all those Argus cams already set out, you can use them, but Jimmy's actually going to go for the plant in the meantime as well. The player come down main stairs will be shot down by Dino, picking up a 3K as well. They know where the final player is with the yellow pings. kill, and they bring Jailings on a 1-2-1 score on our first map of the Grand Finals.
That's crazy. That side pick? It's outrageous.
I find it funny how it took us 1 minute to realize that it actually was living in library.
We're waffling too much, but man, that's crazy. That side pick. And it didn't work, but you did see that Jailings was like, how the hell do we attack this?
We have been saying, I don't think it was you that I talked to this about. I've talked to someone today that said, oh, you know what, if we're down, we might as well go to the most difficult objective, because you're gonna have to play it anyways, if it's in your rotation. Was it you?
Yeah, I spoke about it at Kix once, said it on his stream, and like...
Exactly, yeah. If it's in your rotation, and you know it's not one of your strongest sites, then you might want to, tackle it by taking it first. So if you're gonna have to play it at least, then well, it was a brave try. Let's say that. But I understand the side switch now coming out from Activity.
Perhaps it is one of their stronger sites, and they just happen to lose it by chance. What I do notice, though, Anne, is that they are going for those middle floor sites, which are, a lot less prone to getting damaged from below. Getting naded from below.
Yeah.
Again.
You lose 3. I don't think you can allow yourself to lose 3 drones in the prep phase. 1 is like the max, I think. But we've seen them try and do pre-play setups, but would the level of activity be so good that they've prepped where the pre-placed drones of Jailings might be, and they will just check those quarters? Because that's what we saw Chili do on the Valkyrie in the first round. He just shot the plant pod in 90. Whereas maybe you can't see the drone being there, but if you know it's going to be there, you'll shoot it down.
It is quick, however, with the opening frag on Karmaze, it was the opening death in the previous round, and now he said, you know what, I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine and make you the opening death here. So very well played here by Quick, gives his team a early advantage in the round.
Exactly, a very horizontal take, I guess we can say, coming out from the Jailings players. Most of them actually just jumped into the middle of the library site, though, but Dino will find his demise as Chili is holding a very long line of sight with a 1.5 scope, of course, as well, but this might stall the players out just a little bit as well, considering Quick has taken some damage too.
And you don't have a Finka, so you can't heal Quick up anymore.
It got banned against you, what a surprise.
Exactly, so now you have to play the entire remainder of the round on 10 HP, unless you get down and picked up again and you're 20 HP, but hey, the odds of that happening.
And I guess the advantage for Activity, when they go to their attacking half, they're used to not being able to play the Finka today, because they banned it themselves against KVM earlier. So they've already set their mind about, oh, we're not going to be able to have the Finka. We won't be able to rely on those adrenaline surges coming in. If we take an engagement and we take it a little bit too aggressive, we can't easily heal ourselves back up again. If you're already in that mindset, I guess you play the game completely different.
It was Tubby who had to shoot a C4 that was being tossed at him, and he did so successfully, but that did reveal one of the players on the Activities' position, being, of course, Chili. See that the nade is being cooked here by Sam. Will that nade find its target? That's the question. No, it will not. But however, Sam does decide to just run and gun. He has sight now. Do they know that on the side of Activity? They now have to fall back. It is Atomic with the kill here on Quick. Quick was already on very low HP, but now Leonski gets the kill on Atomic as well. A 2 versus 3 situation. Leonski is holding down that F button. He's trying to get, of course, that defuse down, and indeed, Zef is currently offside, but he's trying to find one of the players of Jailings here, Anne.
Oh no, Zev now in a 1v3 situation though. Leonski's on fairly low HP. He'll be able to get the injure onto Sam though. Almost another one onto Tubi. He's doing a lot of damage. Both players are very low on HP. One sitting memo, one attention. No, he will pick up one more. Just needs to go.
No way!
He finds the final kill in memo.
Does he know he's down?
Zev gets the clutch as he has enough time to go for the counter defuse. What a beautiful play. He knows the player is down, or he's just gonna try and, pros don't fake. He's just gonna try and get it out. A round on the board for Activity, but should it have gone their way? I don't think it should have.
My goodness, Anne. Look at Gropel being like very chilled still, but I'm stressed for them. But I'm also stressed for, how did they not know that Zef was offside? I mean, Zef was shooting at their players and they just all started looking towards China.
But I guess he was also somewhere around, he was like in the memo hallway, or somewhere around China as well.
Look, he downed Sam here, so you know where he's gonna come from.
Yeah, this where you should have gotten the call out, he's around the clock. But then...
What a clutch here by Zaf to give Activity the lead once more. And I've said it before, but I'll say it again. We're in for an amazing match.
I'm almost sending you with goosebumps. I'm not even joking. I'm very excited to see this game. fully be played out, though. Jalen's on the back foot, though. Would have expected that coming into this matchup? I mean, obviously they're starting an attack, but
wow, we've got a game on our hands here. We do see that Tubi quickly hovered over that Twitch, but does decide to stay with that Sophia. We see that Zero being brought in again and again, but has that Zero really been, you know, worth it so far? I mean, it is something that I do definitely question. Activity, however, in the lead, and they are able to potentially, you know, to go back to their preferred site, which is that Aviator bomb site.
Exactly. Grappling upside down on a master bedroom window, though, that's, you can expose yourself, but not that far, whereas if you're standing in the middle of the window, you're an easy target, though. This only exposes a little bit of your body, whereas you don't really expect it to be upside down, hanging around the window. But the constant, you know, ping coming out, though, because I think they have an alibi outside, the alibi Prisma, constantly giving a ping as where the player might be, but a beautiful shot coming out from Atomic. Bomber will pick up one as well. So once again, the advantage being in the hands of Activity. They have those corner stations as well, probably still laying around where they can heal just a little bit more. But anytime they run out now, it doesn't show because it constantly says there is a defender spotted outside. That's constantly appearing on your screen, and that might be super annoying.
It is insane, you know, really, really insane what we're seeing here. We see that J-Links now is trailing 2 players again, but hey, Atomic is able to find another kill. He's able to find Sam now, and look at it. Tubby is also down, so it's effectively a 1 versus 5, and
there's no Finka.
There is no Finka indeed, so Tubby will probably bleed out quite shortly. And the question is, maybe it would be a good idea for Quick just to stay outside and, you know, take that moment to reflect. Because now you're coming off another flawless round against Activity. You know, they're going crazy, Anne. They're up 3-1. Look at that, that's the guy. That's their guy. Atomic has been absolutely on fire today. And he looks cool as ever. He doesn't look bothered.
Nope.
At all.
Nope. And also, we've seen all 4 sides coming out from Activity. And it was Living, the only side that they didn't win. I'm not too surprised by that, because it's seen as the 4th bomb site, or the bomb site that no one really goes to. But in order for them to, like, not win that, that's all right. That's okay. Still, they won 3 of the other sides. And now the tactical timeout comes out from J-Links. And I'm happy they're taking it so early, because we've pointed it out in the first round, even in the second round. The drones keep on getting shot so fast. You don't get any info. You really don't know where to go to. No, it's been really tough here for J-Links. They're really struggling, and it's Activity that just continuously keeps on adapting and like throwing like different things towards J-Links. You know, they're just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. And so far, everything's been sticking here for Activity, and J-Links is just like struggling. Like, of course, we've seen that one close round, and I think this was the right time to take that tactical timeout because the round before this that they just lost, it was a clutch that they should have never lost, a 1v3 clutch. Yeah. And then this round, all right, you know, it was a flawless round, so they couldn't really do anything. But like coming off a 1v3 clutch and then having a flawless round against you, you're tilted. Ooh. That must hurt your mental. And then they say they were up each other's throat as well. Like, it was not... Exactly. I don't think it's the most pleasant environment, I guess, maybe in the TeamSpeak situation. But if that trend continues, that might be very... And if you're going into your tactical timeout already stressed, then I don't think you have that full minute to optimize it the most to get all the information out of that. But can I say one more thing as well? Before, like, this is J-Links' map pick. They picked Villa. They wanted to go to Villa. Because Activity doesn't play a lot.
You're right.
But then we've also talked about it on the desk as well. Teams tend to play better on the map that their opponent picked. Yep. Because what did Activity do? I think, looking at their playstyle, they've done a ton of prep work. They know exactly where their players are coming from. They know what the pre-placed drones are. They know a lot. Usually when you say that in ranked, it's not a good sign that there's a lot of knowers in the enemies, but these guys actually, they prepared a lot.
I feel like if they lose this round on the side of J-Links, I feel like then Ian should go into the crowd and, you know, start a J-Links chant just to give him a little bit of energy because right now they're 3-1 behind and they really need that positive energy to come their way. They're struggling here, and it seems like Activity is not really waiting for them to make, you know, they're not really giving him any mistakes so far. We see Zev, he does take some damage, but he decides to rotate all the way back. Xavier.
Exactly. But it's the fifth round. We have Zevers now placing obviously the ADSs down as well, but I mean the players are already moving their way into the other side of the building, trying to take really quick control over this area, trying to you know, drone out. At least they took a tactical timeout, but they still have only 5 drones remaining right now.
I mean, it's, you know, it's really great that we see that we see all these adaptations. For example, we're seeing the OSA being brought out, and that's an operator that we haven't seen being played as much yet today. But look at activity. They're not messing around. They're saying, you know what? You're not going to put your OSA shield down there. Luckily for Leonski, he's still got one. But look, you're now prone to being attacked from below.
I also thought at that same moment that they tried to pass a doorway, that Tibi was cooking a nade, so it would have been a really awkward moment if that was when they were trying to cross a doorway as well. And yeah, you're putting yourself in a really vulnerable position right here with this OSA shield for any C4s coming underneath. There's no more impact grenades though. Tomek has already used both of his, so they're gonna either have to use Chili C4.
Chili is right there. You know, he's in near the library. He can just walk towards that place and throw one of his C4s.
But do they have the information?
That's the question. So far, it doesn't seem like it. Of course, they have Sam holding off the front door, but nobody's really holding off below. And as I say, Chili does get that kill with that C4.
Exactly, that's a really important opening kill, though. That's a lot of information as well. Already gone now in the hands of Jailing. Zev's taken quite some damage though, as we can see, but Quick's trying to battle it out with these lines of sight onto the window at Study. And they're trying to also move around the trophy, or to the side just a little bit, but Dino's moved his way into the side. He loses the gunfight. Atomic picks up 2 huge kills. He's only got to find 2 more together with his team, though. Smoker is being popped out. Atomic shall fall. The players move through well, but it will be Quick to fall quite easily there as well. And Sam is left in a 1v4 situation. 10 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't have to worry about smoke canisters, but 4 players on the other team is quite a difficult challenge to go along with. He'll find one, but that's probably all he will do for the remainder of this round. Yellow ping is coming out on the other player. He'll pick up 1 more just for the CTG stats, but we can't avoid the fact that this is another round loss.
It is indeed another round loss, and they've now lost 3 rounds in a row. And I'm looking at the crowd. I'm looking at the Jailing's players. The mental's not really there, is it?
We heard the crowd. We heard them. I think this is exactly what the crowd needs him the most, right? If you're a Jailing supporter and you want to make sure your team wins this match,
they need you guys.
I think this is where you got to show your support. Make some noise.
Listen, we can't hear you. If we can't hear you, Jailings can't hear you. So make some noise for Jailings. Come on, they need your energy.
It's only the prep phase. It's fine. They can do that during the prep phase. But the game actually goes on. I think they will be needing their ears. But 1 more round for activity on their defensive half. Say a 4-1, regardless of where this is going to go, either a 5-1 or a 4-2. It's a pretty successful defensive half. We know how strong activity is on attack as well. But we've obviously seen Jailing's defense on this map as well earlier today. I hope for Jailings that they can pick up just 1 more round. We see a little bit of operator changes coming out. Leonski decides to play the Ace rather than the Thermite, and Sam shall switch to the Yana. I'm hoping to see Leonski create a very easy or early opening for himself with that singular pantry window, if there's no meat jammer on it, because that's what they did in the previous matchup as well, and they got a lot of information with that.
Seems like Jailings is not really able to, you know, get their foot into this game, and if you ask me, they've had so many different operators that they've brought in attack, and again, Atomic. What do they feed this guy? What do they feed this guy? Look at the amount of kills he's got already. He's on double digits, Anne.
Exactly.
We've only seen 5 rounds. This is the 6th round, and the guy is already on double digits.
And the good thing is as well, like you can have a really high kill game, but he's only died 3 times as well. So the fact that he gets a lot of kills, but is only also able to survive, is really influential in this team as well. Now Dino's made his way into the pantry. He's almost onto the site. Quick peek from him towards the bomb chassis, and he might just be able to collect a kill right there. He's now currently being drawn in by his teammates, but the smoke canisters is being wasted as Atomic takes a lot of damage, but they do have their corner station, so he should be able to get back a little bit of HP.
That's a nade that's right in front of your feet, Dino.
They know he's there.
Yeah, exactly. They know exactly where he's at. And now, you know, Leonski has just made it a little bit harder for him as well because he's opened up that wall. 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining. Karmaze will get the kill on Dino. And it goes from bad to worse here for Jailings. They're trailing 4-1. And they're also trailing 5-3 when it comes to man count.
Exactly, yeah. They have the similar setup as they did with the previous rounds, with the previous matchup rather on Villa. They have that setup of the wall open. They have TB around the memo window or the bikes window. But they created a little bit of a breach, but that's all they've done for themselves. Look at the player on the Patrick, though. He's sneaking up. He's able to pick up the kill onto Leonski. That is the diffuser dropped. Only 2 more players on their side, though. They've done a little bit of damage, but look at that. Coda Stations keep on re-giving the players some health, and this is a really difficult situation for 2VM Sam, because all they've got is a window jump in and a door around Memo, and he's got a shock in the face as well, takes a huge chunk of damage, but takes the kill onto Zev. 50 seconds left on the clock though. Sam on a very low HP, but he finds himself on the side.
A run in that Kona station, Sam. You might be able to snatch a little bit of health for you. It is Sam exactly on 1 HP.
Player upstairs.
There is indeed also a player upstairs, and they don't have enough map control to get the defuse down here. Matter of fact, they don't have the defuser at all. They're holding it on the side of activity. Question is, do they know that? They've now realized that they don't have the diffuser, so they're slowly but surely starting to make their way towards that diffuser. They do have the intel here on Atomic. Are they able to find that kill, though? No, because it's Atomic. He finds one. Can he find a second? No, he cannot. He gets turned by Tubby. 1 versus 3. 15 seconds remaining, and can he clutch it? I don't think so. He's taking some damage already, and it's Chili who will win the final attacking round here for activity.
And there's 2 things I really want to point out. One good thing and one a little bit of a concern. I'll start with the concern. J-Links have already taken their tactical timeout.
Yep.
And they are now facing a 5-1, or 1-5 in their racing rather. It's not looking all too good.
No.
The positive thing though is, and this might be a very defensive specific thing for the side of activity, if you looked at that specific 1v3 situation that Tubby had, he was on site. Where were the defending players? They were not even on site. Their confidence, I think, is through the roof. They know the diffuser was dropped. One player was holding vertical lines above. One was downstairs in the basement. And the other one was not on site either. They have the confidence. We have the diffuser. We know what this final player might be. We know if we spread out all too far, there's no way he's going to be able to kill all 3 of us and get the diffuser down in time.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough here for J-Links, but hey, they can reset their mental here, and they're now on defense. They can breathe a little bit more. I think it'll also be a little easier on Leonski, is of course their IGL, so he doesn't necessarily have to say, all right guys, this is what we're going to do, but he can just chill. Say, all right, hold angles, for example. You know, it's a lot simpler to IGL on defense than it is on offense. So I think it'll give Leonski a little bit of a mental reset as well. And now they just need to win the first 2 rounds, and it's only a 2-round deficit. If you win the first 2 rounds, you're back in it. But if you drop one, if you drop 1 round, then you give activity a whole lot of map
is this
points.
a rush coming in?
It seems like it. Atomic might just jump in. He's waiting. He's waiting. There Bomber goes.
He might have the distraction on the other side, but 2 players now will jump into Sunny, though. The rush their way onto the side, lose 1 player in the process, though. Bomber has fallen. 1 more player shall fall as well, but they now have made their way almost on the bomb side, and that caused the players of J-Links to come back to the side, though. To be all is lonesome behind that bar. He's got an SMG-11. He'll do a little bit of pre-fire, but the rush has stalled out a little bit. Chili will pick up 1 kill, though. Zev will pick up 1 too, though. Advantage on the side of activity, but it has stalled out just a little bit.
Dino does drop as well, and it's half the Tubby. A 1 versus 3 situation so far. Will activity take this to a map point? That's the question. Tubby can still stop them. He needs to find 3 of them. Has a minute and 50 to play with. However, gives activity a little bit more of a time. It is a beautiful kill already here by Tubby. Can he find 2 more? Has the C4 to throw for it, and he doesn't do a little bit of damage. As if, oh my God, what a shot there by Tubby! All of a sudden, a 1 versus 1. Karmaze now has to find Tubby, and Tubby is waiting. He knows approximately about the whereabouts of the attacking player, especially with this Banshee giving it away.
He's got such good position though, but he will not win the gunfight. It is Karmaze to win that out. A beautiful attempt of a clutch coming out from Tubby though. He had a really good position, had those guns to his possession as well, but 5 rounds in a row. Activity has now won to put themselves not on match point, but on map point. On the map pick of J-Links.
It is crazy. Look at the vibes on the side of the activity players, and you know, to be fair, you know, I see Sam laughing, for example, and to be fair, it's all right. You should have never had that close of a round. It was a great effort there by Tubby. Look at those SMG shots. Those SMG shots, you know, they give you flashbacks to his SMG clutch. I mean,
I think with those those 2 good shots, he would have almost already deserved it.
Exactly.
Getting it like that.
Exactly.
It was a very good effort. And it's so fortunate that you lose at the 1v1 in the end, but it was a good effort. And I feel like that's, you know, they're not all out. They're not completely lost. They can sure put up a fight. It's just, I feel like there's also a lot of confidence coming out from Activity right now. You wouldn't pull out a rush like that if you know it's not going to work against. I mean, you're doing it against the current #1 in the Benelux League. That's, you gotta have some balls to do that.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, it almost didn't pay off.
Yeah.
But remember that Activity did that during semifinal 1 as well. They will always try to do at least 1 rush. See if it works.
I like it. It's a good mindset.
Oh, this will be a huge blow here for the players on the side of J-Links. It's already 6-1 in the advantage of Activity, and make that also a man count advantage now with Tubby falling, and that means also, you know, a C4 of the board end.
Exactly, and that's, I mean, he had the C4 in the previous round as well, where he tried to clutch. Didn't really do a lot of damage with it, but still a very influential player in that last round. He was able to make it just a little bit less confident, a little less comfortable, rather, for the Activity players. So, you know, already starting your round with the deficit. This is where we talk about the strat books, right? Because you bring a strat, you have an idea of how you want to do your round, but if you lose someone on your side as you enter death, well, you're going to have to completely change the strategy. And now they've also lost Leonski. That's going to look really unfortunate for them, though. Sam will find the kill onto Atomic, though, making it just a little bit easier. He's still got all these lines of sight that he can peek towards Study. And, well, the Dokubi call coming out now as well, just revealing a little bit of the positions. And I think I see some players downstairs as well. And those are the players that don't have nades. Neither of them have nades. They only have nades on Yana. Okay.
Yeah, it is Quick that will fall here and does get finished there by Bomber. And with that, it's a 2 versus 4, and it is Dino and Sam who are still alive, and they could potentially clutch this up. I've seen them warm up, so I know what they're capable of, and you know, these are capable players. But for that, you have to find 4 players on the side of Activity, and we saw that Karmazes said not in our house, and he was able to clutch up that previous round. Will he be able to step up to the plate for his team here again? Because he might. You never know. We've seen Activity being sloppy in these situations, and we've seen Activity having that upper hand when it comes to man count and still throwing away that lead.
Exactly. Only 1 minute though, so that does favor the defenders, of course, because you know, the attackers got to take an initiation. They got to do something. They got to get themselves close to the side. And Dano's got full control still, has all these holes that he can utilize to peek and maybe kill a player from as well. But the players are underneath as well and on the top of the main stairs. And one will now be on the Study door. Sam picking up just 1 more as he's able to get the kill onto Karmazes. Things are starting to even out just a little bit more. That 1 round is all that Activity needs though, but they will need to stop losing players in that regard though. Dino in a 1v3 clutching situation. He is not able to find one just yet. Takes a little bit of damage, but does some damage as well. 24 seconds left on the clock though. A lot of flashes coming right around him, but it will be Chili to get that final kill. The first map goes in the favor of Activity. They lead 1-0 going into the grand finals. It's looking pretty decent for them in regards to the Challenger League spot.
My goodness, what a strong showing here by Activity. And look, Leonski says, let's not waste any time. Everybody come together and let's discuss this. Let's discuss how we can improve this, because it's okay, guys. You drop 1 map, but you bring 1 map back and it's back to 1-1.
Exactly, like you start with an even playground again. One thing I was trying to do though in that last round, the advantage was definitely in the hands of Activity. I was trying to figure out the facial expressions on the side of J-Links. We saw Quick had died, Leonski had died. Both of the players sat there with their hands on the keyboard, and there was no facial expression when Quick died. And I didn't know if it was him already giving in like, okay, we probably lost this round, we probably lost this map. Him taking the hands on the keyboard, like, that's probably it, or whether it was just an attempt to try and not get tilted. I find it difficult to read, but I find it also a little bit interesting that there's no reaction at all.
Yeah, it is. I mean, definitely quite interesting to see no reaction at all. And oh my God, next to these beautiful trophies, we have 2 more beautiful trophies standing right next to us.
Calling us trophies now?
Yeah, you're my trophy. You're my trophy.
Don't you worry.
You're my trophy.
No, I've actually had to unpack all of these trophies, and it's glorious. Of course, we have the big trophy for the big winners, but of course, as the Benelux always has a single trophy for each member, and of course, 1 for the MVP. Just to make sure that they feel extra special. As you said, Deepak has lots of those trophies left up and ready for himself, and well, we've all displayed them there. It's a small version of the big one.
You know, I got an idea.
Okay.
Me and Ann are going to sit over there, and you guys discuss who potentially can become that MVP.
Oh, well, we might be able to do so. Do you think you have what it takes to discuss that?
I mean, the thing is, right? We don't just do the MVPs based on this final.
No?
It's based on stage 1, stage 2, playoffs, and finals.
All the things.
All the things.
All
Everything
the things
that
at
matters.
once.
And it's not just stats. I mean, stats play a big role. CGG, they provide us with their ratings, and those hand out points as well. So number 1 get X amount of points, number 2 gets a bit less amount of points, number 3 gets even less points than that. But we also have votes with the community, the amount of MVPs people have won throughout the season on the Twitter polls, for example. And, you know, you're always saying, oh, it's a popularity contest. You don't really take that into account. So, you know, we have our own panel of experts to
Who
come
are you
through.
throwing under the bus now?
I'll leave that up to us all.
I mean,
Erwin also votes. We have
that's questionable.
Ubisoft voting.
Yeah.
We have ourselves voting. We have CGG making a vote themselves. Stefan votes as well. So we can decide who is the one that isn't the real expert.
Probably Anthony.
Oh, today he's volunteering as a tribute.
Bye, Anthony. You're the expert. You have to think about stuff. I miss you. You're forever in my heart.
You can just go. It's fine. We'll take it from here.
Yeah, it's okay. We're going to discuss what he said. Personally, for me, in this final day, so far, I think Atomic has been key. Both in the first match, 4 activity has been racking up kills. And then you're wondering, against a new opposition, a team you have lost against twice, apparently still able to perform.
He is still able to perform, and you know, this win, I mean, we heard it before, right? They haven't been able to win. It's a big thing for them. They weren't able to beat them before, but we just, what was the scoreline again?
7-1.
7-1, oof. There's nothing as close as what it was before. That's a pretty much blowout coming in from Activity. So if they lacked the confidence before, it's definitely going to be there now.
Yeah, but like the scary part is, as we just mentioned, Atomic has been on a roll so far, and then getting himself on towards a positive streak as well, and towards this match is going to be very vital for his performance. And he's dropping double kill after double kill, sometimes even getting a little bit more. And I think that's the real scare factor for J-Links. Yeah. As we of course also mentioned, they're actually huddling up together instantly, because usually that indicates, especially if Leonski is instantly diving on towards his team like that, of course in a friendly way, there's a lot of mistakes happening all across the board, and they need to get together to get those basic mistakes, which usually turn into some grave mistakes, out of the way, because you really need to get it going. And here, of course, we see Bomber really happy by the win, because 7-1 is a statement, especially on the map pick of your opponent.
Bit of taunting going on as well at that moment.
Obviously.
You know, the very first round they won was loud. Like you heard it throughout the entire church to come through. It's still weird to call it a church rather than an arena.
Take me to church.
We are taking everybody to church on a Saturday night. Either way, there's something I want to say though.
Yeah.
Because we have a view of all the players and what they see. Oh,
it's again being stolen.
Goyo is trying to steal. No.
Bad Goyo.
Bad Goyo.
It's
almost
Goyo.
like the announcement, right? Where he went into the tomb, stole like a beautiful artifact, and then the Rolling Stone came after him.
It's proper cosplay.
Yeah, proper cosplay. Try to steal the trophy. But Phil, thing being is, I was looking at the screens, because from this point on forward, we have all 10 screens in our first row view. We can see what's happening. And I only saw, in that 2v5, a singular player on cams.
Yeah, but
in that last round.
It's the scary part, because do you have enough cams?
Oh, yes.
It's easy.
Let's go. Woo! Worship the trophy.
Worship the trophy, and no, please.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Don't teabag Ian, I was just going to say. But luckily, they're all praying together, and I think that's a little bit on the safer side. But let's, of course, not forget, you have to have the drones. You have to put in those cams as well to be able to check them out. And if there's none up whatsoever, it's going to be a tough battle. Of course, let's take a look at the prize pool as well to see what these teams are playing for. It will be none other than 7,000 euros for the victor, 3,500 for number 2. Of course, the teams that have already dropped out have gone home with 1,750, and of course their share of the fair play fee. Let's also not forget the number 1 team will make it to Challenger League, once more representing our beautiful region, and then hopefully making things work again.
So every single time we've had a Challenger League spot up for grabs, it was Leonski that took it.
Yeah.
He's currently a map behind. Now, it's not the first comeback he would need to make, because back in Alpha aan de Rijn, we also had him in a bit of a struggle. Eventually, they did manage to win that. Can they win it again? Or is this time Activity going to be too strong? Because this team has also been grinding for years. They have been together for ever since the end of the last Benelux League as well. They get together for the cup, they stick together now, so this is going to be their 1 year mark.
Definitely, of course, it's going to be a little bit difficult for Jailings to come back because, as we said before, Activity has been boot camping together for an entire month. And then you go up against that. And of course, Jailings have been prepping themselves properly. But as we also said, they have been swapping around players. They have been playing with 2 separate lineups, of course, slightly consisting from each other. Fangirl, by the way. And of
you want to Twitter like a picture, a selfie with the crowd?
Yeah. No, you make the selfie.
You make
We're
the selfie
working here.
from
Come
above.
on, man.
Come on.
Come on, you have
Everybody, wave, hands up. Come on, hands up. Am I seeing any hands? Come on, up.
You don't show those hands.
Hey, KVM.
Hey.
There we go.
All right.
Thank you for participating.
You can also participate in, of course, our giveaway on Twitter. We're giving away a beautiful Omen gaming laptop and some SteelSeries gear. 2 separate giveaways. If you like, follow, and retweet that tweet, make sure to do so. You will be eligible for that win. And of course, you might be the one to take it all home. As of course, the players will be able to take something home themselves. The big trophy for the victors, the smaller trophies for the winners entirely as well. And 1 extra trophy for the MVP. We've always given that one out because it's important if you make something special happen that you will have something to remember it by.
Now, for those of you wondering, like, when is that going to be decided? It's going to be off stream. As soon as everything is done, everybody will be brought in for votes. And after that, we have like a little ceremony here, you know, off stream, but it will be posted later onto social.
And we're going to be crying as well.
And we're going to be crying. It's going to be emotional. Yeah, once more.
Very emotional.
Very much.
Of course, we're going to have a lot of things to talk about, but the most important thing is that we go back to the most beautiful man in the venue. The man with the microphone on the roam. It's none other than Ian Chambers.
You keep calling me beautiful. And I really appreciate it, just so you're aware, I really appreciate it. The reason I stepped out here is because I know we've got a lot of Jailings fans in the building right now. Activity looking like they could get the job done potentially, for all we know, in 2 maps here, right? So Jailings fans, this is your last chance to make some noise for your team before they go into their 2nd map. And they're all getting ready. Before we go to Jailings, if you are an Activity fan and you want to make some noise for them to make sure they get the job done in 2, do it right now. If you're a fan of Jailings and you want to smell that comeback, make some noise for Jailings. And more importantly, for the first time since 2019, Siege family were back together at a Europe LAN. So make some noise for yourselves! One, maximum 2 maps separate one of these 2 teams from that beautiful trophy. Who's it gonna be? Time will tell. We're gonna go back to our amazing, and I'm gonna say it to you guys as well, all right? Beautiful desk.
Oh, Ian, stop it, you. Of course, we're getting ready for the final. It's, of course, Jailings just having finished their huddle. The side of Activity will do the alley very soon, as well as they're getting ready for that final, possibly final map, or, of course, still 2 maps to be played. The next one will be none other than Bank, and it's gonna be a hard one because, of course, we've seen Activity play here before. It wasn't clean to begin with, but they were able to pull through.
They were able to pull through in the end. The perseverance was there, but we have to not forget that last map we saw is the most convincing map we've seen of the entire tournament so far. So with that said, Activity definitely a leg up. How are Jailings going to get back from this? What has Leonski said? What have the other people said? Because they said there's incredible talent on that team, and I do not doubt it. But the pressure is on them. They need to come back now. Activity have a map up. They have the room for error, we can say. Jailings does not.
And the scariest part for me is usually if a team wins 7-1 in a grand final, they get overconfident. but Activity has Kerpel. They have so much confidence and, of course, so much cohesion as a team. Most likely, Kerpel will not talk them down, but at least take them out of that overconfident state and make sure that they are able to bring the heat themselves and, of course, be able to compete once more at the highest possible level. Luckily, on J-Links, we still see some smiles. They are still able to bring this back in towards a new match. They're just focusing on this being a new best of 3. They're just going to win it 2-0.
They have to indeed, and of course Leonski has many of these trophies before. He's like, oh, guys, come on, we finally have a new trophy. Need to win this now, but you know what? Let's just pull in the people that will be bringing you all the action.
Hey!
We're pulling in the rope, yeah?
I felt the pull.
It was a good, very nice. Okay, good.
Well, I'm happy you're here again, and of course we're currently having that possible series point for Activity. They need a single map, and it's going to be quite hard for J-Links to counter it off. And do you think this will be the final map, or will there be that huge comeback?
I don't know. I've been speaking to a few of the players and some people in the crowd as well. Like, oh, you know, Oregon's a good map for Activity. It's a pretty decent map for J-Links, you can say as well. I really liked your mindset of how you just mentioned it. J-Links can take it, oh, this is a new best of 3. We're just going to win it 2-0. That's a good mindset, and I hope they have that mindset as well, because if you take it that way, it puts you in a very fresh start.
It's a positive mindset that you really need to bring in, because otherwise you're going to already talk yourself down. Anthony, do you feel there will be that comeback for J-Links? Because you know Leonski for a long time, and you don't want to see him fail, right?
No, and I feel like the vibes are coming back with J-Links. Of course, they were a little bit, you know, we saw some upset faces, some frowning faces at, you know, the tail end of map 1. But now it's all good vibes again. They're joking. They're, you know, they're having a good time, cracking jokes left, right, and center. So, I mean, I feel like that they're mature enough to forget about map 1. However, and I must say this with a caution, if they go down, for example, 3-0. I've been in that situation in which you go in with new energy with a second win, and then if you go down 3-0, it's kind of like your mental is in the gutter.
Well, talking about new energy, it's time to get in towards a new map, possibly the last of this entire season. It's time to dive in towards Oregon with J-Links taking on Activity.
Let's go, man. Wow, we are going to Oregon, and it might just be the very last map that we see here from, you know, from the Benelux season 6 season. I mean, season 6. I say it
Season
completely
7.
wrong. I'm so like.
You just want to get the match going.
Exactly.
On.
I'm like, oh my God, just start. Let's start.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me rephrase that. It might be the very last map that we see from Benelux season 7, and we see an Amaru ban coming out.
Amaru ban
On Oregon? Are they trolling?
No, they're not. They can't be trolling.
Look at Leonski smiling, and yeah.
But we do know that Activity has a hand of you know, those interesting, or those rather, you know, surprising attacks with their little rushes coming out. So again, of course, to think of the board, I'm not surprised.
I mean, it worked for them. The mirror off the board as well. It also worked for them. They of course saw that mirror coming out earlier today, so it's a no-brainer to take the mirror off.
And a cage. I'm not surprised by that one either. Once again, Valkyrie comes through though. We've seen that especially Activity was able to utilize that Valkyrie very well to get a lot of information, especially vertically. And this is another map that allows you to play vertically, especially if you're defending Kid Storms. You're very, well, prone to nades coming from underneath around the kitchen area. So if you have that information down there, you can get a lot of, you can know where the players are. You can try and stop them from doing those nades up. But it'll not be Kid Storms, the side that we'll see first. It is J-Links on the defensive side, and they get to pick Laundry downstairs first. So I'm gonna try and set up the site, but you have something to say.
I said it. I just said it. This might very well be the very last map that we see of the Benelux Season 7 finals. And I'm not sure if the crowd knows that this might be the last map. Guys, this might be the last map that we see. Come on, give it up for J-Links if you want them to take it to overtime. I think they want that. I think they want to see the third map.
They want overtime, they want the third map, they want overtime on the third map.
Exactly.
I want it as well.
That'd be amazing.
You know,
that would be, oh, look at the lineup on the side of Activity.
They changed 4 players on their lineup. That's a lot. Also, one of the very first time that we see a knock being able to come through, and it's straight away Atomic utilizing that opportunity, and Bomber once again on the blitz. This is gonna look like it's a blue rush. If they time it well, if they're able to distract a player in the blue bunker, but Sam's in a really important position as well. Is Zeus Jailings in the right time. He picks up one, but gets traded out right immediately after by Chile, though. But they've made their way into the blue bunker, though there is no reinforcements, no rotate. They had to pull in someone over there, so they can get this rotate going on, so they can enter the site. Atomic will fall as well. The advantage in the hands of Jailings, and I think they know how Activity was going to play this side, and they chose to not make a rotate around blue bunker, and now Activity is stuck.
Exactly. I mean, they of course do have the Flora, so they would technically be able to open up that wall.
Yes, but it's no longer a rush.
Exactly. The rush is out of the equation. It's now Bomber who has to just play the blitz like any other regular operator. He can't really catch the enemy off guard anymore. It is a Karmaze who will fall by the bullets of Dino. And Bomber said, you know what, I'm going to keep on rushing. I'm going to try and find a player. Can he though? He barely misses the shots. His flash has reloaded, and it is now Chile in the Mexican standoff. Oh, big kill there by Chile, and that means that they technically did have side control. They would have been able to... Oh, they don't have the diffuser. Never mind. I'm waffling.
How is the diffuser at the bottom of Launchi? You were all simultaneously rushing through blue bunker. How did the diffuser end up there? Tell me, is it even in the laundry? Because we see the indicator on that side, but please don't tell me it's in spawn.
No, I believe it's in laundry. It is Chile who does get the kill on quick. Can he find two more? That's the question. He has 1 minute and 8 seconds. He does have the HP for it. He also still has a stun in his pocket. He only needs to find the remaining 2 players. It's Dino and Leonski. He's actually going to fake a drone here. But look at the players on the side of Jailings, and they're not moving. They're not trying to make any sound.
Yes.
They want to reveal any of their positions. And oh my God, he actually gets the down. He gets the finish. One left. He gets the ace. It's the ace by Chile.
Oh my God! Look at the players, how they respond to it as well. Look at the little bit of, gestures coming out to the side of Jailings, but what an ace to be picked up on that side, though. I wasn't expecting that anymore when they were around blue bunker. Look at that, the man of the ace, Chile picking up the ace in the very first round. What a way to start that second map, when you're already 1 map up, to show this to Jailings.
That's a damn statement by Activity. That's a statement by Chile. He said, all right, we're in a situation that we can't win anymore. But I'm gonna pull off an ace. And an ace in the grand final.
Wow. That's...
And some of these kills were given to him.
And I think you mentioned it so well, like obviously they're trying to not make any noise. But I'm afraid, especially Dino was in a very predictable position. He was in that cubby, and it was just a simple pre-fire. Even if you don't have a drone, there might be a player sitting around that cubby, so you will go for the pre-fire anyways. I understand that Leonski felt the need to rotate, obviously, because he would have been exposed to the laundry rotate, was Chile to peek from that laundry rotate, but unfortunately it was, for him it was Chile to also peek that though. An ace for him to start off that round. That's going to put huge confidence in the shoes of Activity. And while Jailings decided that they're not going to go for this site again, Chile is double-checking that, just making sure they're not actually downstairs, but they've picked a different bomb site.
Meine Güte, as we would say sometimes. It is Activity that made a very bold statement here. And can Jailings recover from that? Can they recoup from that? It will be quite the challenge, though. It is a big mental blow. That was a round that was supposed to go into Jailings their way, and it seems like nothing is going in towards Jailings their way here. And so, what do they need to do different?
Well, I know that what I'd like to see was that Jailings was very much prepared for what was coming. They knew, or they know that Activity likes to do that rush in blue bunker, so they make no rotate there. So I think the players of Jailings know very well what Activity's going to pull out of their hat, regardless of, or in regards of, playing on this map. It's just that, let's say it was a good idea, but the execution unfortunately wasn't all too good. Now Sam though, it's going to go huge. He's going to pick up the kill onto Karmaze. Atomic shall fall as well. We'll find the other end of the gun of Quick. And now, all the other Activity players are in a little bit of a deficit. However, they found themselves their previous round as well. It was a clutch. Once again, the Kamado 1v2 clutch for Chile. And eventually was able to be victorious.
Chile's still alive.
Oh no.
He is still alive, and Bomber also gets the kill on Dino, and all of a sudden that advantage that J-Links had worked so hard for is no longer there. It's a 3 versus 3, a minute and 15 seconds remaining, and it seems like the boys on the side of Activity kind of have a feeling of where the opponents are. J-Links, they had that upper hand, and they're now giving it away.
Oh, Chili is being droned in as well. He's got that LMG. He's got a lot of bullets.
Oh, no.
He can just easily scare away opponents with. But the diffuser, once again, not in the hands of the Activity players, but a little bit of a sneaky peek hole made by Bomber as he tries to get the player outside of security. However, Sam has a diffuser. He also has the hatch open as well, but there's also a few players there. He's going to pick up a beautiful double kill, though, and another Angel as well, coming in right there with the shotgun as well. Sam can go huge if he wants to. He swings outside the door, but he's not able to pick up the kill onto Zev so far, though. They can't seem to get him outside of security.
We've seen a clutch situation already, and I surely hope for J-Links that this won't be a clutch once more. Zef sees the laser sight. He knows that there's a player with a shotgun waiting right at the corner, so he cannot swing in, or he needs to have the perfect pre-fire. Sam, why are you peeking? You shouldn't be peeking.
15 seconds.
There's only 15 seconds remaining, so don't make this a winnable situation all of a sudden for Zef. The diffuser is nowhere to be seen, so surely this round will go into J-Links' way.
Yeah, the traces though coming from the trophy wall though, but eventually it will be Sam to come swinging and pick up that final kill there. He's had a huge performance in security, just swinging left, right, and center with the SMG-11, with the shotgun. He was a man in that small room, and they couldn't get them out of there, even if they wanted to. I mean, once again, a very concerning thing on the side of Activity. That diffuser, it was not necessarily in no man's land, but it was dropped, and it was in the proximity of the defenders. We saw it being played out very well in the first round, where they actually were able to get those kills, but if you drop the diffuser that close to the defenders, there's a really big chance you're not going to be able to recover it.
We saw that shotgun blast missed there by Sam, unfortunately. It was quite close enough. He had already done his job there, holding down the server side of things. They, once more, go for that bottom side defense. We know that Activity likes to rush that, but it seems like that they're going for a bit more of a passive lineup here. And
I mean, you tried it once, and you won it off the back of Chili getting an ace. Can you 100% rely on the same things to happen, even if the J-Links players are ready for what you're going to bring out? They didn't have that rotate around Blue Bunker. They knew there was someone going to be pushing that. It was a really good counter because, yes, you have the explosive entrance into Blue Bunker, but from there on, you're kind of stuck. And you can't really do much more to capitalize off that entry that you just got. However, a little bit of a defensive lineup change though on the side of J-Links is now they do have that rotate around Blue Bunker, and they actually have someone actively playing there.
It's currently a 5 versus 5 situation, and I mean, of course, we've only seen 30 seconds, so I'd be surprised if it wasn't a 5 versus 5 situation. But what we do see is a Quick who is currently still on the roam here on that top floor side of things. He has been droned out though, so with that he wastes a lot of time on the side of Activity, because Activity now knows that there's a player on the top floor, and they know that they don't have free realm to just walk in and take that top floor side of things. But look at it. He's already gone. He's already gone in. So right now they're droning it all out and wasting a lot of time.
I think that's great though, because like they're going back to the side on the right timing. I think maybe in the previous round Sam stayed in security maybe just a little bit too long. He could have dropped the hatch if it was getting a little bit too warm under his feet, but he didn't feel the need to do that. And I feel like that's the confidence that maybe we were missing just a little bit on the side of J-Links, which is now slowly starting to come back with those players just remaining in positions where the Activity players already long know where they are, and now they're going to try and open up that meeting hatch. Some kind of control that they have, but it's also the only control that they seem to have, because all the players are stacked around the big tower stairs, have the meeting hatch open, and now I think the rotate towards the Blue Bunker will eventually come out as well.
We've seen that indeed that rotate going towards that Blue Bunker, but and they've already wasted 2 minutes of their time, so time is ticking, and time is ticking in the advantage of J-Links here. Can they get the nade kill over there? No, they cannot, but Sam is able to get the kill on Karmaze, and with that, it's your heart breacher of the board, and it's quite bad here for Activity. Karmaze not really being able to show up and step up to the plate just yet, but we are only in round 3.
Exactly, yeah, though hidden in Harry Potter has got a really good position there, and Jansky's just able to get away from that nade. Now holding off to the blue bunker, expecting someone to come in, but Sam's gonna go huge. He picks up one. We'll find his demise as Atomic comes swinging in as well, though. Back to an even man count, but Jansky comes swinging out of blue bunker, picking up the kill onto Atomic. Now they still have a lot of side control, but Bomber is on the side itself. Actually,
oh my God, what a flick by Bomber!
Back to 2v2, and he's almost gonna pick up another one, but we'll find his demise. It's Quick all the way from Freezer will shoot him down, but we're down to a 1v1. Quick versus Zephyros. Quick has a very less amount of HP though, but Zephyros is going to keep on pre-firing to freeze the door.
And he knows exactly where he is. It's, oh no, Quick with the sneaky angle is able to get that kill.
No reaction on his face. What a shot, and there's no reaction on his face at all.
So important, that kill, and you know, it keeps J-Links in the running here, Anne.
Exactly, that's definitely something that they needed. It came down very, very close. Maybe even too close for Comfort. Especially with Quick being on lower HP than Zev was, and well, Zev had the LMG, and he was not scared to keep pre-firing things, and he knew exactly where Quick was as well, but still, they were able to win it out by a confident swing coming out from Quick. Can I also compliment? Sam is going 6 in 2. That's a good
It's what's needed right now. Look at this. Look at this flick by Bomber. Oh my goodness, what a shot. Whew. Wow, can you imagine? That's one for the highlights reel. That's why we just saw it. It is currently the meeting and kitchen side of things that they're going to be defending on the side of J-Links. It's a side that you don't see being defended that often.
No, I mean, I think the meta is shifting a little bit. This used to be the side that, well, it was more so kitchen and dining, I think, that we've seen a lot when Oregon was introduced in comp. And we saw a lot of Oregon in comp, but teams are starting to adapt to take on meeting, take on kitchen as well. So it's not a side that we don't see all too often, but I mean, it's either your preference, or kitchen dining, or it's kitchen meeting. And this is a confidence that's coming back, and I love to see that. Quick is going for a bit of a spawn peek, but unfortunately, none of the activity players have spawned around that side. They are all outside the part of the street, maybe around the big tower as well. And well, I guess their main port of focus is probably going to be breach the meeting. Make sure you get attic control. You want to have control over the hatch, so you can allow yourselves to go for a plant behind that fallen over table and meeting.
You can see that Atomic is slowly but surely trying to, you know, sneak up, and he does get the kill on Jansky. That's a very important kill. It's the C4 that they had, the only C4 that they had off the board, because they decided to bring impacts on Dino.
Ooh, is that maybe getting scared that there might be an OSA in play? Because we've seen an OSA come out when it was meeting before, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the reason why they brought impacts. But what a shot again by Sam, getting rid of Atomic here. They're bringing it back to a 4v4 situation, and he's still got control of those big tower stairs. Now, to be on the top 4 as well, we'll pick up one onto Bomber, and map control and map pressure is very much in the hands of the J-Links players.
It definitely is. Chili still in the running, currently 6-2, but let's not forget, 5 of those kills were in that first round. Karmaza will take some damage, and will it be enough damage? Yes, it will. Tubby gets the kill. All of a sudden, 4 versus 2. We see that J-Links is smart enough to say, you know what, guys, let's rotate back to side.
Yes.
We got the man advantage. Let's not do anything crazy. But and Sam is on fire, and I don't think he'll just stick around and wait for them to come.
No, and this is really good timing from the J-Links players as well. They got those 2 kills above. 2B decided to drop back to side. And it was actually Zephyros nading Kid Storms, making sure that 2B was no longer there. So there's some wasted utility because they had such good timing when it came down to that hatch drop. Now, the first RC or Terror Charge will 100% confirm that most of the top 4 is clear. They're able to make a little bit of the verticals, but only the Yana and the Flores on the board might not be enough against the 4 remaining players on the side of J-Links. They got that utility still. They have 2 of those smoke cannons as well if they want to use them, and that's the last nade now by Zev, going completely nowhere.
No, unfortunately for him, he doesn't find his target, but hey, that's good for J-Links. They're about to, extend their lead, it seems like, in 30 seconds. We'll know whether they actually do, but it seems very hard to clutch this up. We've seen it happen beforehand, but look at J-Links. They're being patient. They're being patient like always. Quick, just stay patient. He does know, he's just looking towards Zulu, sees if he has that cover by his teammate Tubby, and he does have that cover indeed, and Dino and Quick to end this round here. They're taking the lead. They're extending the lead here for J-Links. They're up 3-1.
And the crowd's loving it, but I'm also seeing something that I really like, and this is what I want to see from J-Links. I want to see this happen more often. They're really playing like a team. And the roamers as well, they know when to go back to the site. We mentioned it about Tubby specifically. He got those 2 kills, dropped back. He did his thing above, basically, and he could have gone back to site. He could have died, but he decided to come back to site in safety. And I saw really good communication and teamwork, despite this team only having scrimmed together a lot for the past 1.5 weeks. There were players playing together. We saw the player on top of White Stairs, and as soon as that player swung, Tubby from Zulu swung as well. They played off of each other's contact, and that is specifically what you want. You want to always put yourself in those 2v1 situations with your teammates. They had the luxury of being able to do that because they just had the advantage when it comes to the amount of players on their side, but they're playing together like a team, and that's what I want to see more of them.
We can see that the hype is coming in the crowd. They're definitely hyped up. They're there for their team. J-Links is in the lead. But they should have been there when J-Links was behind as well. Once, you know, you're a supporter in bad times and in good times, right?
Yep.
And they've stayed. Actually, to be fair, they've stuck around.
Yeah.
They've stuck around even after that strong
after
show.
The first
exactly. Exactly. Some people might do, but oh my goodness, Atomic.
That is. We just talked about the good performance that Tubu was having in the last round. So it's a bit unfortunate.
It is unfortunate, but hey, stuff happens.
I think maybe, you know, we've seen this before on Villa as well. Tubi got so close to having a 1v3 clutch, and then the round after it was entry death. And now it's happened again. Would you think it's maybe a little bit of overconfidence? Maybe comes with the inexperience of not having played a lot in Benelux Cup so far, Benelux League so far?
It definitely could be, but hey, Atomic, 2 nades, and he could nade Quick away from that position that Quick was just standing in, but Quick realizes that. He realizes, oh, just as I say that, is that nade gonna come in? Atomic is not cooking any nades just yet. And Quick might be able to, you know, get a very important killer. Is he actually repelling in? Ooh. Yes, he is. That's nuts, but he gets the kill. How does Zeph win that, Quick? Oh no, Zeph with a very important kill, and with that they take armory control.
Exactly, yeah, the 3 players are painting on the side of J-Links. Only Zephyr is taking a little bit of damage, and a lot of utility still in the hands of the Activity players. As Claymore set up, but there still are some nades in the pocket. Continuously, we've seen Activity play with just 1 set of nades, and I'm quite surprised with that, because, you know, especially for a bomb site like this one, you can have so much effect on the outcome of the round if you start nading from underneath, and it's not specifically the type of attack that Activity likes to go for, and that's what might make them a little bit unpredictable as well.
We see that Sam gets is kind of being pressured away from his position there. Is of course the RC drones, but oh my god, is he actually gonna go for a flank? Because I don't think anybody's watching that flank currently, and he could literally walk into that master bedroom side of things. Look at it. Is it going to be successful? He finds one, and that's Atomic. Can he find a second? That's the question. Sam is smart enough to rotate back, but it's one of his teammates that falls. It's Leonski. Sam eventually falls as well, and it's off to Dino, but no, Activity brings it back to only a 1-score deficit.
Exactly, yeah. So a good round coming out from Activity as they were able to pick up the players 1 by 1, as you could say that. I was quite surprised as well. 3 shields in the defensive lineup. That's very, very, well, turtle-y type of style, but then they were all over the map, really. It seemed like the players were playing very aggressive from the closet, playing very aggressive from Armory. So I'm quite surprised that was, well, I guess, not punished too much. I mean, it was punished obviously by the players of Activity, just picking up those players 1 by 1, but still Seth was able to move in the middle of Master Benjamin, pick up a kill and almost pick up 2 even.
We're going back to that bottom side of things, it seems, but look at J-Links. They're going for that offside hold once more. Maybe now would have been the perfect situation to go for that rush, huh?
To go for, sorry?
To go for that rush. Look at the offside hold that they're doing on the side of J-Links. Do they have that rotate? No, once again, no rotate. No rotate into the elbow side.
I do like to see the switch to the buck coming out, though, because they realize that if we want to go through the blue bunker, we might need something to open up.
Exactly, either soft or hard. Oh, they didn't bring the hard breach though.
I was gonna say that could be really smart as well, because if you want to make it easier on the first floor for yourself, you have those heart-breaching secondary gadgets. You have obviously the skeleton key as well to make those rotates, but you can easily play off. And something I love to see as well. I know it's a very risky setup, but I love to see those holes, the way they're positioned on the freezer wall, because if you are an attacker coming down freezer and you have all those open lines there, it's gonna be really difficult because there's so many different angles you can get peeked from. So allowing yourself to play in safety and laundry might make it a little bit easier. But, I mean, playing in Laundry might make it easier, but look at the positions of the players of J-Links. They're all but on the side, really.
It is currently Quick with, I was going to say taking damage, but that's, of course, one of his Ramadashes through the wall. Take a little bit of damage of that. Let's hope he won't need that little slither of HP. But I do like his versatility. You see that, you know, he's at one spot and then he rotates back to the other spot. Look at him. He's going up backstairs right now. It's Tubby, however, with that opening frag on Atomic, and that's a very important kill. Atomic has been very strong for activity here. But you know what? Karmaze really, really struggling so far, and
yeah, Karmaze is struggling to get a, you know, ahead in this game, though. He's not been able to plan either. And we talked about Atomic in this previous matchup, him playing so well, and now he's only going 3 and 6. That's not necessarily what we'd expect of him, though. Bomber with a nice and even score, and I guess we can say the kills are more coming from Chili. However, he got that ace in the first round, and in the 5 rounds after, he was only able to pick up 3 more kills. So that's, if you put it in perspective, it's not all too great either. On the other side, though, we see Stan performing quite well. Quick has already, you know, found his way back into the game a little bit as well. I know Tolosman likes to joke about this when he plays, right? He says, you know, I'm a diesel engine. I start slow, but once I am actually on, I will perform like fire.
well, let's hope for the boys on this side of activity that's the same cause with Karmaze. He's still up and running, so he might be able to grab his first kill of this round in, first kill of this map in round 6, that is. It is, however, activity are kind of struggling on deciding how they want to take this, and they only have 35 seconds remaining.
You mentioned, oh, they're struggling to try and how they want to take this, but they've got so many options, but they're not committing to it. They have this EMP here, they have some players around Laundry. They're moving to the big tower stairs now as well, and this might be a very much spread out push, and that might make it really easy for the J-Links players just to deal with, though. You got to check a lot of different lines aside, a lot of different angles, and if the traces are coming your way, then there's even more to worry about, especially if Dino picks up 1 kill on your teammates, and even more teammates keep falling, especially the last one as well. Zev will fall. There will be another round on the board for J-Links, and, well, it was going to be a 3-3, or it could have been a 3-3, but a 4-2 defensive split is, I think, exactly what J-Links need.
Indeed it is, and you know what? Activity now is able to prepare themselves for that same defense. Question is, how will Leonski lead his team? It's, you know, really up to him now to lead his team to victory when it comes to the attacking rounds. He's their IGL, he's their shot caller. You know, it's him and Quick as well, you know, he plays a big role in it as well. You know, Alex has been amazing for his team to, like, kind of lift the spirit in a way. You know, from the outside, he looks like a stone-cold person. But when you get to talk to him, he always, you know, he hypes up his team. And I think that he's eager. I feel the same eagerness in Quick as I feel in Atomic, but Atomic is way more expressive when it comes to that. And Quick is always able to remain stone cold. We don't know what plays in this head, in his head. You know, this thing right here, can be your best friend, but also your worst nightmare.
Especially if you start getting a little tilted. I mean, we all probably know it from one of our ranked matches where you got maybe a little bit too tilted and let that affect on your gameplay. And we even talked about it to KVM, especially when it comes down to stress as well. It literally has an effect on your body, whereas your fingers start shaking, and it might make it more difficult for you to aim all too precise a bit. Ooh, that could have been a really good entry, though, but unfortunately for Quick, he will fall to his demise. Atomic will pick up the opening kill. He's going to get a little bit more ground in this matchup so far. They're a very important asset on the team of J-Links now off the board. Once again, a stone cold face on Quick, it may seem so, but it's, you know, obviously shaking up your entire strat, because you've lost your knock, which, you know, could have gotten you to a great entry, but now you got to rethink your entire plan.
It's also, you know, 2 of your 6 nades that are unused. So it's quite some utility that you've, of course, lost after that. And I mean, if we look at the, you know, if we look at the defense by activity so far, so good. And look, J-Links is struggling understanding whether certain parts of the map are clear. We see that Tubby, he really has to, you know, wait for his teammates to drone him in. And, you know, with 1 person less on the board, it also gives you 1 person less to clear, you know, certain parts of the map.
I mean, he's Yana. He's got the replicator, the Gemini replicator. You can drone for yourself, but then again, he's in a hallway, which makes it really difficult. Did they
shoot their own?
Did they just shoot their own drone?
Hey, you know, I played the
like
5th.
it.
I played the 5th. I'm not going to judge anything regarding that. It is, however, Sam, that is playing on that Ying. Of course, we might be able to see a very good execute coming out. I hope for activity that they've brought their sunglasses, but at least they've brought ADSs and Wamai discs.
Exactly, very important to have in a situation like that, but this entire freezer wall was reinforced off, basically giving free ground to Tubby, but there's of course a barricade as well. Now he's got nades, he's got a drone wall right in front of him though, so he might be able to chuck a nade in right there and trying to get rid of the Mute Jammer on the other side of the wall. Now tossing in a nade from the laundry hatch as well, but that's where the Wamai Magnus are going to start to come in play, and the wall will not be opened up just yet. Just a little bit of a hole there where they can now get rid of that Mute Jammer. They can finally start opening up that wall, but that took them 3 or 4 nades. Hello?
Yeah, it's a lot of utility that it took him, and we do see that Sam is in a pivotal situation right here. He can really make or break this attack from J-Links. We do see Leonski taking serious amounts of damage, and he's the one that has the diffuser in the pocket. So if he goes for that defuse, he can't take any damage here. And we see the Ying Candelas coming out. A smoke canister has been popped as well. Sam will take some damage, but the diffuser is about to go down. Is it? Yes, it is. It's a 4 versus 3. All of a sudden, the attackers have become the defenders, and vice versa. However, 4 versus 2. Leonski on so low HP, and Tubby hiding here in that freezer side of things. Only 22 seconds remaining. We do see that Chile is going to stick it. Pros don't fake, they say, and the pros indeed don't fake, but it's Leonski with a very important kill. Tubby with an important kill. 2 versus 2. Can they clutch this up on the side of J-Links? That's the question. Atomic and Bomber now to find 2 players, but they don't have any time to make any mistakes.
12 more seconds. You don't have the luxury to send a player above. Jimmy Booth, 1 more very important kill. There will be the player upstairs. Leonski to get that final kill. No more time on the board for a counter defuse either. And I was going to say that was really good post-plan positioning, despite the fact that it was just 2 operators, one of them being on a slither of HP as well. But that positioning was so good. Leonski had the information, saw the player through the hatch, obviously due to having a good planned spot as well. And then that teeny tiny hole in freezer allowed Tubby to peek just enough, or not expose himself all too far if it was needed, but the players just tossed themselves at him. And I mean, if you are in such a player advantage, right, when the plan is down, you know that maybe the players are on less HP, you're gonna swing them, you're gonna try and 2v1 them, you're gonna try and send the player upstairs to get rid of someone there, but the players on the side of activity kept on falling, and then you're no longer in that luxury position that you can send players above to try and, stop them from holding it.
I really want to highlight Sam. He was the player to be in a position with that Ying, with those Candelas. Like I said, he's the person that can make or break that attack.
Yeah.
And he was able to make it. Just with those Candelas, covering, I mean, Leonski was on a slither of HP. One breath of the smoke canister would have done it for him.
Yeah, Sam was standing in the smoke canisters awfully, or like, very long as well. And one thing I was a little bit concerned about is we saw Bomber stand with the smoke canister in his hand, I think for a solid 10 to 20 seconds. I was like, when are you going to throw it? When are you going to throw it? They had a good time waiting for the execution though, but maybe they already started their run with a little bit of the back foot though.
Karmaza currently still on 0 kills.
And it's a supporting player, right? You're not supposed to get the most kills, you're supposed to get the objective type of playstyle. But look at the little number on the very right side of him with the scoreboard. That says 0. He's not done any plans.
You know what he should have done?
Well,
I did this with Lance at breakfast. I told Lance, grab a donut and drop it on your plate. And he did. So it's like, all right, you've already dropped the donut once today. Oh no, Dino, are you nading yourself? I said, you've already dropped the donut once today. You're not going to drop a donut a second time. Maybe Karmaza should have done that as well.
Yeah, I think so as well. But there's plenty of rounds for him still to get that kill on the board and put himself on the scoreboard though. But quick control though has been taken by the J-Links players as they already find themselves in the middle of trophy. And still in the window gives Quick the opportunity to peek through that as well and basically hold off any of the rotates. No rotate around top white either. So the players that's playing now on top white is kind of stuck there. Oh, there is actually a rotate. It looked like it wasn't there on the window though, but Leonski's got good positioning. He's able to take down Karmaza. It's not looking all too shiny for him.
It really isn't looking too shabby here for Karmaza. Currently still on 0 kills. But hey, they have a Maestro cam here on the side of activity. So he does have some useful drones to watch here for his team. J-Links slowly but surely Oh, they've already cleared there. Just as I say, they've cleared that Maestro. And next to the clearing the Maestro camps, they've also now cleared the actual Maestro player. 3 versus 5 currently. Chili will try to do a little bit of the damage, but Quick is waiting there for him. Bomber will take some damage. It's all up to Bomber now to clutch this up. 1 versus 5. Can he clutch it? No, it's J-Links. They're 1 round away, and from taking this to map number 3.
I want to see a map number 3, but if I'm looking at the difference now in the vibes, there's almost no sound or no audio coming from the activity players. But if you look on the side of J-Links, they're happy, they're making noise, they're celebrating with each other. And obviously, I mean, you're leading with a 6-2 score right now, and obviously the tactical timeout's going to come in. Propel's got a chance to speak to his players and, you know, regather everyone and, you know, talk about the defaults and the basics of what is going wrong in the fundamentals. And well, that last round, it's quite explosive, was it?
Let's just look at Propel. I feel like this is the first time that I've kind of seen him frown. Look at his face.
I think he's being really strict with the players.
Exactly. And that's not Propel's style. He's usually way more relaxed and chilled. But right now, they've come at a certain point in which you need to be strict. There's mistakes being made on the side of activity. They should have never lost that post-plant. Of course, the plant was down, but the plant should have never been put down by Leonski, who was on a slither of HP. And then you're going to try to get that defuse, and you know that the hatch is open, and nobody walked up that main stairs to chase Leonski. I mean, you gave them a free round.
Yeah. You know when Italians do like the hand gesture, like, mamma mia, they're mad. It's not specifically what Propel is doing, but I think it's the first time I've seen him mad. And hell, I know I don't want to be in that two-spin right now because
if you upset Propel,
yeah,
he's like a giant teddy bear. You can't upset him. Well, you can if you're activity and you're down 6-2 in map number 2.
You know, I think he just had a very strong word to his players.
I think so too. Who knows? Maybe it will work. Maybe it won't. Whatever it is, I think I want the map 3. I think you want the map 3. I think the viewers at home and the viewers in this beautiful venue want the map 3. But in order to see that, J-Links now has 4 conversion points, Anne.
Yep. I mean, I guess you're in a bit of a disadvantage being on the attack, but look at that. 3 operators, they've now changed. They bring out the Ying once again. That might be very influential as well. A few players on the side of J-Links are definitely standing out there. Look at Quick, look at Sam, look at Chubi. They've put up kills and a lot of rounds on the board so far and been performing really well. If they just get that one more round, and that might be all they need to put themselves to map 3. However, it's looking like a similar loadout that they had for the previous laundry attack, but looking at Propel, I don't think they're going to go for a similar type of mistake, allowing the J-Links players to take that control of a freezer, have the plant be done in laundry, and have that good post-plant position. The round, however, is coming to start quite slow.
I mean, we did see that the exterior camera on the west side of the map was still up, so that means that they know on the side of activity approximately where the push is coming from. They know it's probably going to come from the big tower side of things, the blue bunker side of things. And with that information, activity should really capitalize on that. See that Atomic is trying to go for a kind of a bold play, but it's not really paying off because none of the players on the side of J-Links are currently there.
Exactly. 1 minute's passed though, and no one's taken a little damage. It's quite impressive, if I may say so, because I've seen quite some explosive gameplay from either of these parties, and I think Quick is waiting for his team to get an entry on the other side of the map so he can push through blue bunker by himself. Bomber is in the blue bunker. He's got a shield there, he's got their smokers that he can use to defend himself, but now that they've got this hash open, they might be able to put a little bit more pressure on towards blue bunker. Look at that, Kamasa and Bomber, they've got really good positioning. They're ready and waiting for these players with open arms.
Kamasa has been thrown out though, and it's Tubi with the kill on Bomber. Kamasa with his very first kill of the map. Can he find his second kill? It seems like he might be able to do so, but it's Sam who gets the kill on Atomic. Tabi also with the kill on Chili. And we're gonna go to the 3rd map, ladies and gentlemen. It's all up to Zep now. Can he clutch this up? That's the question. No, he cannot. J-Links have shown what they're here for. They're taking this to map number 3.
1-1 in map score, and we are going to our decider, our final map that will be Banquet. This is a huge kick in the mental for the players on the side of activity. They just took a tactical timeout, and they lost a round straight after. Despite the talk they had, despite the pressure coming from Propel, and the expectations coming out we all put them as a very high chance, you know, a team that has a really good chance of taking down Jailings. And that first map was so convincing. And I feel like we're kind of losing that activity that we saw on the first map. So convincing, so strong. It's more turning the tides and showing how strong the Jailings players can be as well.
It is really, really. We've got a show on our hands. I love this atmosphere.
I'm getting goosebumps.
Right? I mean, it's. We're going to map number 3. This is what we've been waiting for all day. We've seen 2-0s, which were quite close to each other. But look at this. We've seen a very strong performance by Activity on map number 1. We've seen a very strong performance by Jailings on map number 2. And let me tell you something. You know which big brain said that teams always perform better on their opponent's side of the map? It's that big brain right over there. Çağrı Toldersma, Oldersma.
Hello? Is it you talking about?
How did you know this?
Much research, years of experience. As you can see by my receding hairline, I've been at it for a long, long time. Also have a helicopter landing spot right here, and well, we're ready to bring it. Oh yeah, it's really, really good. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a break because I think you really need to get your energy up again after this draining, insane match from Jailings because they were doing really, really well right here to bring it back on towards the second map, going for a third, and we ourselves were looking at the first round. We saw, of course, none other than Chile getting that ace clutch in. And at that moment in time, from our personal experiences, you'd be tilted off this earth. You'd probably be out for the count. But somehow, it was Jailings to finally get back into it, disregarding that first round, just looking at it in an entirely new map. And actually coming back. And of course, Big Leonski was part of that. And he wanted to have a huddle, a big group hug after that previous round. But unfortunately, the rest of the team was just already running off.
Yeah, for sure. Just get back into the catacombs right there. Regroup there. Take that time. But yeah, that ace clutch. Replays, by the way, of the game. This is part of it. This happened in game. But it's just insane. And especially after that first map and then losing a round like this against Chile, like the 1v4 situation, it's just insane. Well played by him there though, just going for those pre-fires, realizing he had that last down and go for the last shot. An AR-33, by the way. There's not many bullets in there, like 21, 26, something in between there, so well done by him. But after that, Jailings in control.
But here you see the teamwork from Jailings as well. It was actually Sam out of ammo for his SMG-11, able to turn towards his shotgun, but not before his teammate already downed the player in front of him, being able to swap around and stay alive, get more kills for his team. That was the first round Jailings got, and from that point onward, they were able to streak quite a few. 2-1, 3-1, eventually get a 4-2 split on towards the half, and from that point onwards, their attack was golden. Despite some setbacks, for instance, of course, those heart breaches not coming through, but let's not forget they were able to bring it in towards a 7-2, a decisive win after a very, very decisive loss beforehand.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, the coin toss just took place in front of us to decide who starts on what side of the map, so defense or attack. Jailings is going to start, if I say that correctly, defense here on Bank. So they have that going for them, potentially. But Bank slowly starting to shift towards an attack side of the map. How's it going to be ending up here? Because, I mean, we've seen the 7-1, we've seen the 7-2. It's not really been close, these two maps, but it is our first 3-mapper that we see today.
I think it's partially due to Jailings doing really well at the start of the previous map on towards defense. They were able to, of course, lose the first round, but then streak together quite a few. And I think they're taking that mental fortitude to then go forward on towards the subsequent map, saying, okay, our defense was good, we're going to go on defense again. And hopefully from that point, grab a little bit of momentum in our favor as well. And of course, if it's not possible, well, we'll see them struggle, but there's a big, big chance for me personally that we might go to overtime on towards this third map, because it's gonna be most likely the closest map just yet.
Honestly, I just want to see the 7-1, 7-2, boom, 15 rounds to decide it all. A 1v1 to come in as well at that moment in time. So it's gonna be exciting, hopefully.
Well, definitely. Of course, we're going to build attention just a little bit more. We're going to a short break. When we're back, of course, we're going to hand it over to Ian. But before that, we're going to see you a little bit later on.
At Air Omen, we believe taste should be savoured. Comfort should be next level. And pilots should be hardcore gamers. Why? Because they're proven to have superior reflexes and hand-eye coordination. And that means a superior journey for you.
I'm not gaming for me, I'm gaming for you.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Take my hand, and we don't need to do the things we don't want to do.
Hello, welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege Benelux Season 7 Grand Final. We have J-Lings, we have Activity waiting to get into the third and final map. After that one is said and done, we will crown our Benelux Season 7 champions. Now, before we get into all that business, we've mentioned on Twitter you could get involved with our big Steel Series and Omen 16 giveaway. And I'm ready to announce who our winners are. Chosen at random, first taking home the Omen 16 gaming laptop at KGSR6S on Twitter. This is going home with you. Just intrigued to see if he or she is in the building right now. Doesn't look like it. And the Steel Series peripherals set is going to, I don't know how to pronounce this, so I'm going to spell it again, at VIHERKK. That is who's taking home the Steel Series peripheral set. Congratulations to both of you. Thank you very much to every single one of you who have entered the competition. Massive thank you to the suppliers of the gifts as well. Now, before we get into this, this is the last chance before we get into gameplay to make some noise for the team you want to see win this trophy. So I'm going to go back and forth for a little bit, and I'm talking to the crowd here in Amsterdam, so I hope you're ready for this. If you want to see J-Lings lift the trophy, I want to hear you. What about Activity? All right, hold on. All right. What about J-Lings? Activity! J-Lings! Activity! All right. Well, it's about time to find out. I am throwing back to the analysts on our beautiful desk to run through all the build-up to this third and final map. I'm excited.
Thank you very much, Ian. Just a single map to be played right now. The first free mapper we'll see in this day, and of course the most important one to be played out by J-Lings and Activity. Activity, of course, having the round difference by 1. But of course not really the momentum, because J-Lings just beat them on their own map. Of course, it was now to be played on towards Bank, the last map possible, and Hap. Do you see a decisive winner, or are you still really doubtful about this match?
I mean, we had Activity be absolutely smashing J-Lings in one game, and we've had the other side happen as well, J-Lings smashing Activity in the other. So it's literally 50-50 now. I have no clue who's going to be taking it home. We are headed towards Bank. Both these teams will know this map through and through, so it is going to be truly an exciting last match. I hope we see all 15 rounds. Maybe not for the voice of Antox.
I mean, I would love to.
Would your voice like to?
Not really, but forget about my voice. We're here for a show.
That is very true.
Life is life, you know how it is. But of course, let's not forget, and you, I think, would like to do 5 maps in total.
Yeah, I just said that to you. When I came on here, I was like, man, I'm not done doing this yet. I would have wanted to have a 5 mapper, you know, like
infinite overtime.
Yeah, and like you mentioned as well with the voice, like it's fine if I lose it. I don't need it for the next week. So like, you know.
Cancel all streams.
Cancel all streams, doesn't matter.
Just stream text to speech is no problem whatsoever, and you'll be golden. Brian will carry you all the way.
Exactly.
Of course, as we just said, it's going to be a 50-50 for us. Do you have a decisive victor already planned out, or do you think it's still in the midst? Because we are both thinking we're not really sure who's going to be the winner here.
Well, I don't know either, but I think the momentum in the venue has shifted a little bit. Previously, when we asked like, yo, who's a fan of J-Links, it was very loud noises, and now it seemed to be a little louder when they asked who was a fan of Activity. So I don't know. Maybe they know more than we do, but
you know, I actually spoke to Krapel, in between map 2 and this map, and I said, what went wrong? And he said the biggest issue is they played like a bunch of wussies.
The pressure is getting to them.
Exactly. And I spoke to Leonski and to Quick, and Leonski said, you know what? I just gave you guys that first map. I want it to be exciting.
Of course he says that.
That's a Leonski way of thinking.
It's a Leonski way.
And Quick was like, I'm taking it home.
But like, it's also Leonski, who's that guy that walks up to the bar, can I have this sandwich? And gets it. And of course knows there's cheese on it and looks at me. I'm lactose intolerant. And then just walks up. I'm like, this happened in the league as well. He had mac and cheese and he was gassy all time long. So I'm a little bit scared for the rest of his team. If that gas just hits at the wrong moment in time, I think there might be some smelly faces around there.
Just gotta send it the other way.
Yeah, just go, get the fans to fan for you.
Poor Quick, you know.
Is that why he's close to this side of the...
Yeah, exactly.
yes,
they should actually just swap those two around. So they could just get the rest out there as well.
Get the PCs to airflow the right way as well, and then you might be golden. I also have to admit a little bit of micro on the side of Activity. They have refreshed one of the chairs, as unfortunately Zef also broke his.
No, Zef almost fell off his chair.
Yeah, but I think he is all broken because he's got a new one.
You should come over here.
Yeah.
Stand in between the
join us.
Antox wants you.
Right here in the middle. Right here in the middle. Right here in the middle.
We're nothing without you, Ian.
Exactly.
Oh, breaking stuff.
That's why I wanted Ian here. That's why I wanted
to Red Bull, by the way.
Exactly. Big shout out to him. I mean, you know, it's been great to have, you know, a person like Ian here, and you know,
a proper professional, yeah.
A proper professional. We finally do things the professional way. I mean, this crowd has been loving Ian. I've been loving Ian, and I'm not sure if we'll definitely see you when we lift the trophy. But I think we've all won by having you here, Ian. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, we're
it's
not
a nice
here.
little moment. Let's translate.
Okay, you're the translator.
Can I borrow some text?
Probably Ant, because Anthony and I have a different way of keeping our cable properly set.
Here's what I want to say, all right? So, a show like this, it's obviously, the hype and all that good stuff is great. But the real talent, and I'm not just saying this, obviously, other than the players, number one talent, but you guys, you paint the pictures of the action that is going on with wonderful articulation. None of you speak English in your native tongue, yet you're out here doing it at such a high level. And I don't know why this has become this sort of like...
cry moment.
Yeah, but you're all doing a wonderful job, and this event is it's a real milestone in Siege history, right? Because after what was a really tough time with the pandemic, a couple of years off, everyone's back together, and you guys on this stage doing what you do best. It's a beautiful thing for me to observe, so I appreciate you having me and your kind words, but more importantly, I feel privileged to be alongside talent like yourself, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, we've been praying for this moment to happen, and here we are in church, luckily, so it's all working out. It's time to jump in towards that last possible map of this final. It is one more map to decide it all. Who will be the champion of the Benelux League Season 7? It is all to play for here on Bank.
And indeed, we are going to Bank, and it could very well. It could very well. It is the last map of Benelux Season 7.
Yes, but there's another potential last. And I hope everyone's sitting in their chair again, because I need you guys' help for this. Because you talked about this coming into this day. This might be your last ever map that you're casting with us for the Benelux League. Now I want all of you guys to be sitting there to give it up for Entox. Give him some hype, give him some energy, going into potentially your last Benelux League map. Give it up for Entox.
Thank you so much, Am. I do appreciate it. You've always been my duo, you always will be my duo. It's been amazing, an amazing journey. But we're about to go into the depths of it. We are going to bank. It is the OSA ban that we're seeing. It's the Finka ban that we're seeing. No surprise on the Finka ban, of course. But the OSA ban?
I mean, not necessarily a surprise either. We've seen players bring impacts just because they were scared that there was going to be OSA shields, maybe. We have seen OSAs on bank, whereas they can be really annoying, just standing in the square door and just, you know, even if you have those lines of sight on the CEO door, or the CEO walls rather, you can put an OSA shield in the square and just peek them every now and then. Also, on the CEO windows, OSA, in summarize, this is really annoying on this map. I am, however, surprised at the knock came through, because whenever we see a knock ban, it's usually on Villa or on Bank. So, well, obviously, Atomic's going to make good use of that knock coming through by picking knock in the very first possibility that they're able to. If I look at the lineup on the side of Jalen's, because they get to start on the defensive side on Bank, they brought a Mozzie, they brought a Vigil. Is this going to be a very roam-heavy, information denial kind of lineup?
It seems like it. But at the same time, we are seeing that Jackal being brought. We are seeing that Zero being brought out. So, you know, the information could potentially still be there. It's, of course, hard to track a Vigil with your cameras. Oh, and just as I say that, the Zero gets repicked into Amaru. Are we about to see a rush?
Did we not see an Amaru ban on Oregon?
And it goes back to the Zero. It's the classic.
Come on, Chili Man. You got an ace in the first round of the last map.
Exactly.
We'll see it again.
Well, hello, Sam? Quick?
They had a little bit of a, you know, love tap, whatever was going on
Loft
there. I guess it was an impact coming through quick.
Questionable indeed. They seem to be going for a aggressive play style here on the side of activity. But you know what? Maybe just take the time to drone things out a little bit and not lose, you know, some of your players early round. It is indeed Tubby here on the roam. He's bringing that Vigil, and then there's an upside down repeller. Does he know that with those, you know, those bullet traces, he probably now does know that there's a player repelling upside down. Is he going to go for a jump out, potentially?
He's not going to go for a jump out, because Quick spoke to a few of the other players right before this game started, asked, what do they do? How do they play? So apparently there's going to be claymores in every single CEO window, so you don't want to be jumping out of any of those CEO windows, as Jailing's being, obviously, because, yeah, you know, you can't be jumping out finding yourselves in the
And you know what? Activity did the double whammy. They make you think that there's going to be claymores, but there's no claymores on any of the operators. So now that they know, all right, people are not going to jump out, and they're not wasting any utility either.
So much hard breach potential, though. There's, I mean, fully dedicated hard breach on the side of Karmaza, but also hard breaching gadgets on Bomber and Chili. That's a lot of potential hard breach that you can use. I mean, there's a lot of hatches that you want to have open up as well. The Kate came through, but they're not picking that Kate for this round, though. But that is going to take a lot of damage. He was more looking to do some damage and maybe get an opening kill on that player in the middle of lobby. But instead, he actually comes back from the gunfight with his tail between his legs, because he was the only one to actually take damage from it.
It is a Tubby that will take a lot of damage. Atomic is able to find that opening frag, and now also is able to find his way into open area. Can he find Dino, though? Dino still currently here in staff room. Do not overpeak that, Atomic. Ask one of your teammates to drone him out, because there's still a player here in staff room that can, you know, make your life a lot harder. It seems like it, though, that there's another player on the side of activity, on the other side of the wall here, on the other side of the wall of Dino. Dino will not find a kill. It's Zeph who's able to shut him down. Currently, 5 versus 3 situation. A lot of time wasted on the side of activity. But J-Links with the back against the wall, because they've lost 2 important players.
Exactly, now there's only 3 players on the site. Leonski still has all of his smoke catches, so that's one positive side. If you look at it, what's still remaining on the side of J-Links, and time definitely on their favor as well, especially if you still have 2 of those smoke canisters and 20 seconds remaining. That adds up altogether. But Chili, though, has rotated to Garrus. He will be spotted out with that Banshee, though. Sam will pick up 1 kill, though, as he now goes injured as well. So 2 players left on the side of J-Links to fight the injury onto Karmaza. 7 seconds left on the clock, though. Leonski picks up 1 more as well. The diffuser is dropped in vault, as they're going to have to go and get that. Zeph will fall. Chili doesn't have any more time. That is a well-executed round by J-Links when it was rather looking against their favor.
It was definitely looking against them. They lost 2 of, you know, their roaming players early. Not really early. I mean, they wasted quite some time. They wasted approximately 2 minutes, and that kind of showed that activity was in a little bit of a predicament. They now not have any time anymore, and it seemed like there was a little bit of a miscommunication. We saw the Hibana with the Hibana pellets running towards, for example, the elevator, trying to open up that hatch, a hatch that was already open. So the intel wasn't there for activity, and the time management was also not there for activity. And those are two things that you really need to beat J-Links.
Well, you said that Carpel specifically said that his team played like a little bit of wussies, to say the more friendly term on stream. I see like there's a little bit more issues because a trend that we've seen continuing from Oregon is that the diffuser is dropped in areas where it's inaccessible for them, but it's very close to where the defenders actually are. So you put yourself in a really bad spot, dropping down that vault hatch, dropping the diffuser in vault, whilst literally having two of the J-Links players being right around that. So yes, there is an attempt to try and do something with the confidence, but then eventually you drop the diffuser and you're in a mission to A, win the round, B, kill all the enemies, and C, retrieve the diffuser.
We see that Dino is currently here on that top floor. Rome has the support of Quick, who's also on that top floor, and they also have the support of a castle barricade. So a lot of utility helping them stay on that Rome. Chili, however, early in the round, already using one of his Flores drones, one of his RC drones, trying to clear some of the utility on the side of J-Links.
Once again, a little bit of a slower start of the round though, but again, a roam coming out from J-Links. I feel like this map really allows you to roam a lot, even on all three different floors, regardless of what bomb side it is though. But that's going to be a little bit of pressure to onto Dino as the wall around Kento is going to be opened up. This is really good information coming out from Activity though. They have those drones pre-placed in the middle of lobby. They had one in open last round as well, allowing them to choose a little bit of a sneaky pre-fire. So if that information keeps on coming through and they're able to yellow ping these defenders that might be roaming, well, you might not even need your Jackal, but you'll also have a lot of information as to where everyone might be. A similar story as what happened in the previous round. Atomic will find the opening kill onto Chubi. I don't think Chubi was actually roaming this time because he's playing Castle, so probably maybe a little bit closer to the site. But once again, Atomic will prevail in that gunfight.
Indeed, once again, the opening kill, but we've seen J-Links bring it back, just as they're doing right now. Quick with a kill, Quick with 2 kills, actually. And with that, he's able to get the man advantage once more for J-Links. J-Links currently really leaning on those strong performances in the previous game. It was Sam, now it's Quick, who's already on 4 kills. So, you know, Quick, I spoke to him before this match, and he said, I'm taking it home, and he's really, really trying to help his team take it home here, Anne.
Exactly. A lot of verticals now established by Bomber. He's got that hatch open. He's made some verticals on that soft floor as well. And that's next objective is obviously going to be Janitor as well. There's a lot of things to rotate whether you can deny for the defenders on the site if you have those lines of sight. Now, nades are actually not in the hands of the players of Activity because the only player that had the nades was falling very early though. Quick will be injured on the side. He was maybe going a little too aggressive on that window. Oh my god, no. Is that going to be an RC material charge?
What are you doing? Go back!
I mean, he's in a position where he can't be picked up anyway.
That's true.
If you're gonna try and pick him up there, you're exposing yourself to that window. So he's basically just being a live drone or a live cam for them right now. But you also want that castle barricade to do. That's one of the main entry points to the site if you have control over square. If you want to try and get through the doorway into the kitchen, but Kamasa will fall. Actually, a little bit of a disadvantage for the players on Activity though. Time definitely falling out.
You see him, Bomber?
No diffuser in their hands.
You see him, Bomber?
Will fall. Chili will fall. Sam and Dino both pick up 2 very important kills, getting a round for J-Links.
Yeah, and not just any round. It, you know, it extends their lead. They're now currently up 2-0, and look at the frustration in Atomic. Look at the frustration. There's frustration with team Activity. Look at the smiles on their faces have turned upside down into frowns.
Yeah, this is not looking like a very happy, chatty environment. I think he was, Atomic was having a good talk with his teammates there, and I mean, despite Activity, and especially Atomic, having the open kill 2 rounds in a row, they still managed to lose it. One big factor that keeps on standing out to me, once again, they were in the middle of an attack or an execute to the site, and the diffuser gets dropped in no man's land. Whereas you don't have time to recover it. The other players that might have access to it are way too far away from it, so it's such a difficult fight to try and get that going on when you're so close to having side control, and then you lose your diffuser, and the other two players have to come from Narnia, basically.
J-Links won the coin toss, by the way.
I was actually quite curious about that as well.
Leonski.
So they get to decide the starting side.
Exactly.
They pick defense, yeah?
Yeah, Leonski looked at me. He said, we picked the defense on bank. And he smirked. And look at him now. Up 2-0, and
exactly.
Activity really, really struggling here.
He's up 2-0 as well when it comes to KD. But oh my god, I'm seeing an Amaru. That side is CEO.
I'm liking the Monty.
I wonder
really
where
liking
the Monty is gonna go, because probably not up the spiral stairs. Square might put them in a really difficult advantage, like position as well, if there's a C4 in the hands of Leonski.
No, but Bomber has really been struggling here, and since we came to this LAN final, we haven't really seen the strong performance that we're used to by Bomber. He's really been struggling, so he's bringing Monty to be useful to his team in a certain way. We've seen players such as Savage bringing what their team needs, and you know, this might just be the one thing that the team needs, but is there a player to follow that Monty? That's the question, because he can go up, but look at this perfect crossfire. Look at this perfect crossfire by Sam and by Leonski. And now Tubby joins into the mix as well. Makes it a lot harder for that Monty to walk up that spiral stairs.
Yeah, this is that teamwork that I talked about in Oregon, how they're playing off each other's contact. And I feel like this is exactly what Leonski and Sam are going to do as well. As soon as Sam swings that corner and tries to get the gunfight, Leonski is going to respond to that and then try and kill that player whilst he's not paying attention to him. Though I feel like Leonski is spotted in the elevator. Sam will find an opening kill onto Leonski and another one onto Sam. All of a sudden, Chili is almost close to the side. Quick wall fall as well. Only two more players on the side of J-Links. It is Toby and Dino. The trying clutch set out. Now make it only Dino as he gets one kill onto the Amaru. 4 players left to...
That we can party with.
Yes.
And I think all of these teams will party regardless.
Yeah.
Because today has actually been a party. We've seen so many good rounds. We've seen such beautiful Siege being played. And we've seen why Benelux is the first region to do it right. We're the first region to bring LAN back to Europe.
Yep. I've heard a lot of people talk about the venue, of course, like how amazing this is looking and how cool the atmosphere is, and the fact that all the players and obviously viewers are on location as well. And it's potential, maybe 11 more rounds so we get to take all of this in before we head to the after party. But let's enjoy those rounds to the fullest potential. Though Tubi, once again, will find himself as the opening death. He's going 0-4 so far, so not a stellar performance so far. He's trying to jump out of the CEO windows, where there's usually claymores.
Yeah, very questionable indeed. But hey, he gets killed here, and with that, you know, puts his team in a little bit of a predicament now, because they were up 2-0, and if they now lose a second round in a row, then things might get spicy. Things really can get spicy. We do see Atomic here on a little bit of a drone duty, playing it a lot smarter, but Quick hasn't been droned out here, and has he? No, Atomic with the misdrone. He's misdroned him, man.
Quick plays that patient. He might have such a big influence. Oh no! Still, he can reposition. He's an Oryx. He can literally just barge to any side of the map that he really wants to go to. He still starts to play in open air. And I think that's the kind of confidence I would like to see, though. I mean, we talked about how Activity said, like, oh, we're playing like a little bit of the wussies. And if you especially have this fake drop as well, yeah, quite clever as well coming in there. So he made the sound cue that he was almost going to drop the hatch. Therefore, he picks up one kill, but he's immediately traded out. Yes, he made the fake sound drop as he got, as the players thought he was already gone there by dropping that hatch. So he was able to pick up once, trading himself out quite successfully, you will see, because there's no more buck on the board now.
No, and it was a good double swing there by Activity, so they were able to, you know, even risk it for the biscuit, and they got part of the biscuit because they did lose Bomber here. It's currently a 4 versus 3, 55 seconds remaining, and once again we see Activity stalling on their attack. And look, this is where you could even use that buck. Now you have to start using your utility. See that they decide not to open up that hatch at all, because they're going to need those Hibana pellets to open up this wall right here into a side of things. Can they find and get the defuse down. They of course still have to deal with this shield over here. That shield does get cleared there. It's Dino, however, now rotates away. Does take a lot of damage. Takes so much damage actually that Atomic is able to get the kill. The defuse is going to go down. Shilly will get to find the kill on Sam. If one person is able to clutch it, it's Leonski. Kermaze trying to get that plant down. We know him for doing that every single time, and now he does that once more. Leonski has to clutch this up. He's the smoke, and are we about to see the play of the season? It is the first kill already here by Leonski. They have to play this patient here, and is he going to try to stick it? That might be the question. Is clearing all his angles, and he might actually be able to long arm this. You see his, no, are you not going to drop? Is he going to stick this? Oh no, he was so close to it, but it is Chili who's able to win that round for Activity here. 2-2, we've got a match.
That got way too close for comfort. I don't think Leonski knew where those last two players were, because he was looking all around CEO or lockers or CCTV. Couldn't find any of them, then decided to go for the sneaky defuse, and he almost got it off as well. Just such a little part of the bar was still remaining for him to be successful in that round. Got very close for comfort, like we said, for the Activity players. Still a good execute though there. Sam could have gone huge as well. Would he have just done a little bit better there? But I mean, we saw CCTV for the first time from J-Links. They won it. Now Activity's had so much invitation that they won this round. So we go further within the site rotation. We're going back to open area. Previously, it was Tubby to fall first here, but eventually it was J-Links to win out that round.
2-2. 5 versus 5. Wow. Grand finals. You see that beautiful tulip? That trophy up for grabs. You see a bag of money up for grabs. But like Ian Chambers said, maybe one of the most important things that's up for grabs here, Anne, is of course that Challenger League spot. These players can make a difference in their lives by winning here and taking that Challenger League spot. We'll have 5 players who are going to go home with a feeling of a champion. And we're going to have 5 players who are going to be like, I was this close to making it to Challenger League.
Exactly. There are still some opportunities to get there, but this might be a good opportunity for yourself to launch yourself into Challenger League and to be victorious here. I guess it would be expected for J-Links to get there, but if Activity takes it, that might be seen as a big upset. Atomic, nice lonesome, sneaking in with the knock, trying to stay unspotted. He's made his way around the main source. He's almost onto the side, and Quick has taken quite some damage as he's still trying to roam upstairs.
He will use one of those Kiva barriers to kind of put him in a spot where he feels a little bit safer. You can see that Chili is on that upside down rappel. We see that in the beautiful picture-in-picture frame, as we like to call it. Dino, however, in a Mexican standoff, he doesn't know that the players already started moving up, and that's Bomber with the opening frag on Dino. And oh no, J-Links is in a little bit of trouble. However, we've seen J-Links come back so many times when they're a player down. We've seen players step up to the plate, such as Quick, such as Sam, such as Leonski. Are they able to do that once more? Tubi currently really struggling for his team right here. Activity, however, doing a lot better, Anne, on that time management.
Ooh, he's in such a predicament as well, because there's a player on main stairs and there might be a player on lobby, so the safest option would be obviously to drop the hatch and come back maybe towards those main stairs. Now, a lot of information still in the accessibility of J-Links is they have some cameras, they have that information as to where the players might be pushing from. Also, those Kiva barriers gonna make it more difficult for the Activity players to get some ground on the side or some foot on the side, really. They have those verticals once again set up with the buck, but look at that, Atomic's gonna sneak all the way to the basement, and he might catch a rotating Tubi off guard.
Will he be able to do that, though? Tubi doesn't look at his direction. Well, actually it does, and it's Atomic with the kill on Tubi. 5 versus 3 situation. 28 seconds remaining. Activity was doing so well on their time management, but now the clock is starting to turn down for them. They only have 20 seconds remaining. They either have to find 3 kills or get that defuse down, and do they know about the whereabouts of Leonski here? He could have literally been killed from that hatch below, but only 11 seconds remaining. Quick with a very important kill on Atomic. Leonski misses his shots, knows about the whereabouts round. So Quick with another big kill. Quick with a third kill. Huge round there by Quick. Can he find another? He pulls out the deagle and gets the kill. It is J-Links who wins that round.
Oh my goodness, Quick was going ham with that deagle. I mean, if you don't have enough bullets in that main gun, you just switch to the deagle and, you know, kill 2 more players. That is, I mean, it's not the final round, but that's like another nail in the coffin. Like, you know, you just been killed by someone just randomly shooting with that deagle. That's not gonna do well for your mental either. And what a performance that was in that round, though. A beautiful quad kill. Unfortunately, time went out. It would have been a really nice ace for him to pick that one up there, though. But that was good positioning of the players of J-Links on the site. Leonski was able to remain hidden for so long. I was scared when the player dropped and Leonski started to fire like, oh, yeah, they know where he is now, so they're gonna find him, and they're gonna shoot him down, but still, I mean, really good help coming out from Quick, and I think this is one of the very first times we saw a good emotion.
Exactly, he's always stone cold, but this time he literally jumped out of his seat and started cheering because he knows how close they are to that Challenger League spot here to becoming our Benelux Season 7 champions. I mean, they've worked an entire season for it. They've worked months and months. Are they able to close it down? They're doing so good on defense already. They're up 3-2, but if Activity wins this, we're gonna go to a even-Steven halftime point.
Yeah, exactly. Half-time points. That would be something. On a map like this, you know, it's kind of like we're constantly starting off new best of ones. You know, we had a 1-1 score, now it's a new best of one.
Exactly.
If we get a 3-3 map score, it feels like we're again starting a best of one. Well, obviously, a different team on the defensive half then, but these teams keep on bringing it so close. And how nice would it have been if we could have had 2 victors?
Let's not forget, both teams have already played 4 entire maps, and the fatigue is starting to set in. The question is, who can deal with the fatigue the most? Quick with a very important kill. Quick with a big double kill. Quick is going mayhem. He's causing mayhem on the players and Activity. Their mental is probably in the gutter right now. They've lost Atomic. That's their biggest player. They've lost Thatcher. That's one of the most important operators to bring on this attack. And look at him. Vibes are good. Vibes are good for J-Links. But don't get too confident yet, because we've seen Activity pull it back time and time again. It's up to Bomber, Karmaze, and Chili is currently the top fragger on the side of Activity to do some damage. Here we go. Chili finds one. Can he find a second? It's Bomber. All of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 3 again. Bomber does get killed by Sam, though. They know about the whereabouts of Sam now. Are they going to push up? Triple kill by Quick. Can Karmaze find a kill here? No, he cannot. It's J-Links who are going into the halftime point with a 2-round lead, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly, and that was a very impressive round coming out from J-Links. Well, I mean, an impressive performance once again by Quick. He was just a lot of confidence, swinging square, then swinging the square door where the player was on their drone, not even noticing the player come by. And another thing that I would like to point out about that last round is J-Links brought out the K, and they lost the Thatcher on the side of Activity, so those hatches were not going to be open. Bomber just forced his way through onto the site, and unfortunately for him, he was not successful enough to be much of an influence to pulling that round in their favor. And this is starting to look really good for J-Links, though. A 4-2 lead on the defensive half. Now going into your attacking half, just having that confidence of just having won 2 rounds in a row. And at what point, being Activity, would you call a tactical timeout?
You're now going on towards the attack. It might have not been, you know, we're not a big fan of calling a tactical timeout after the halftime point. We're definitely not. But Anne, maybe that would have just been that mental reset that they need. Maybe it would have been that taking the J-Links out of their focus type of timeout that you need. I mean, on the side of Activity, it seems like the frustration is coming back. And that's maybe something that Kerpel needs to talk out of them. Be like, all right, guys, you're still in it. You're still in it to win it. If you're still playing, there's not a single thing that you have to worry about, unless it's Quick.
Yes, and I feel like they might have something to worry about, as Quick has already made his way into the garage. So typical knock thing as we see on this map, just solo pushing through the garage. But one of the players is actually coming to take a look though, and if Quick is not aware of that, he will fall to Karmaza. He's going to be the opening death for this round. And where you had that pressure in garage, you might have to try and get it again later into the round, just so the activity players cannot rotate. I don't think Quick was expecting Karmaza to go and swing like that into garage, but they also know that the knock is open and the knock is available, and the knock usually comes pushing through the garage.
It is Chili who's currently sitting tightly here in the admin office. Does get droned out though. Will use his Kiba barriers to make the lines of sight that Dino is trying to get on him a little bit harder. And so far, it seems like J-Links is stalling. This can be their worst enemy, and they now have to, you know, set the pace. They can no longer sit back and relax. That's now all up to Activity to do so.
Yes, Activity are in the driver's seat, you would say, because they have that advantage, so, but J-Links actually has to do something in order to go towards that side, though. Just past the halfway mark in the round, and it's looking like a slow round so far, though, despite the opening death being on the side of J-Links. Feels like after that they stalled out just a little bit, which is normal. I mean, you have to rethink your entire strategy, and we're now going to try and open up those headshots, have a few of those options of where you'd want to go for a site execute. A lot of Kiba barriers in the middle of open area might make it so that the player might be hiding behind those, and you have to be thinking about all those corners where someone could potentially be.
You know, Dino kept checking just to make sure there's indeed nobody hiding, you know, under any of the tables. He's now needed in server though, because they need to start opening up this soft wall. If they want to get that plant down, they only have 35 seconds remaining. This first smoke canister comes out. Are they going to be able to get that plant down, or are they going to have to go for those kills? It seems like Activity is still in the driver's seat, and look at that one operator. We haven't seen him being brought out a lot, but it's Echo.
Yeah, exactly. The echo might be huge on this side, but a nice shot almost coming out from Dino. He's just trying to contest that area onto the hallway. Though Zeb taking a little bit of damage, but he also is going to try and go for the plant. But there is a smoke canister currently still in his way. Actually, he's just going to go push through behind the bombs. Jesse, that might be in an unexpected spot. Dino picking up one kill onto Atomic, though. 4v4 situation as the diffuser goes down. Leonski will fall, but he's got the diffuser, so it's alright. Zeb is going huge. All the players need to come back to site, though. But Dino's going to have really good position. He's taking over this position on top of the blue stairs. Will injure one of the players, but there's one behind him right as well, and they have enough time to go for the counter.
I don't think I've ever seen a three-man. They literally said, you know what, we need to start flanking him. It was a three-man flank.
And
insane.
Then, well, the execute came a little faster than they probably would have expected it to do so, and then they all just dropped down.
Remember what Propel says? Once the diffuser is down, you become the attackers.
Yep.
They made it quite literally. They're like,
rushed.
Exactly. They're like, all right, we need to rotate all the way back, and we need to start attacking our own site.
Yeah.
Wow, I've never seen that. That's cool. Whoever called that shot, kudos to them. That was amazing.
And maybe Dino wasn't expecting so many players to be.
Yeah, I mean, we literally saw 3 of the defenders drop from Skylight.
Because he got the injury on 1 and went to knife it.
Exactly.
If you know there's someone behind you, you're not going to.
If he knew there was like 3 more coming, he probably wouldn't have gone for the knife.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, a lot of what ifs.
Exactly.
For that round. J-Links remain in the lead, however, a little less comfortable, I guess.
I got a what if for you.
What is a what if?
What if Activity wins this round?
A very simple and clear answer would be we have a 4-4 scoreline. Sorry.
And we got a game on our hands.
Exactly. I mean, then we kind of continue the trend that we've had so far in this game. J-Links picked up 2 rounds, Activity picked up 2 rounds. J-Links picked up 2 rounds, Activity might pick up 2 rounds. That's going to continue. I guess eventually we'll have J-Links be victorious, but we're going to go to the very, very final few rounds in order to find that out.
That's very true indeed. And I mean, now J-Links has to attack. It's a lot harder, a lot more chaotic to be the one attacking. We've said that before, and we've seen that J-Links hasn't always been that successful in their attacks here. I believe on the very first map, they only won 1 attacking round, and
yeah, that's not looking all too good for them if you think about that, but you obviously learn from those mistakes as well. Entry coming in now from 2B as I think he was being droned in before, but he's actually not being droned in right now. So he's just going to face check the hallway right here when there's two players potentially swinging around. A yellow ping coming out though, but he will lose the gunfight to Atomic. That's something we've seen before in this matchup though. But why? There was a yellow ping, but I don't think that was probably the only support that Sugi had trying to take that gunfight onto Atomic, because only lost a little bit of HP.
They're still looking. They're still droning the top floor side of things, but they don't know that Atomic said, you know what, I'll take those, and I'll go back to site. Which he has. So right now they're wasting a lot of time droning it, which is good because you need to be careful. But I think the call has come out. Top floor is free, so we can start making those vertical angles. Chili, however, does get the kill on quick. It's going from bad to worse here from J-Links. Do not choke this.
3v5 situation though, verticals being established. Dino is trying to maybe catch someone off guard that is right underneath those, and the diffuser is actually in the hands. It looked like it's far away from an indicator right there, and trying to clear out some utility that's underneath them as well. And well, they're gonna slowly have to start thinking about one way that they want to approach the site from, and I feel like the site, or the side of the map that they want to pick, is that quad wall around the open area, as Leonski is just outside there, but there are some impacts on the side of activity. 3 still actually as well, so once he tries and goes for the exothermic charge, it might be easily impact trick. He's also got to worry about this big open doorway, as you know, maybe he might want to try and eliminate one of those players that has those impact grenades to make it a little bit easier. To start off, for example, right there.
Oh, Leonski is, you know, those Kiba barriers are now helping him to get the defuse down. They haven't realized that. It's Leonski who's going to get that defuse down. Atomic, however, with the kill on Dino, and now it's Sam who has to cover his teammate Leonski, but they didn't know that he was on site, and now that defuser is down. They've turned into attackers. Atomic will die here by the shots of Leonski. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. Sam setting up a flank camera. Very, very important. Do they know on the side of activity about the whereabouts of J-Links? It doesn't seem like it. Zev will take some damage. Will get the kill eventually on Leonski. It's all up to Sam now. Has 20 seconds remaining. What are they going to do? Are they going to triple stack this? That's the question. No, it's Bomber with the kill on Sam. It's a 4-4. And we got the game on our hands, boys.
Exactly. Both teams keep winning 2 rounds in a row, and it looked like a very exciting and cozy cuddle party behind that Kiba barrier. So they were trying to, you know, stack out and peek, make sure that the player on top blue could not do anything to stop them from counter-defusing. And, well, it was a really good effort from J-Links, but I feel like a few things weren't in their favor before they went for that side execute. Ideally, you'd have that wall open. Ideally, you'd have a few players out of kitchen, so you have the free ground there, you can go for a plan. But this situation was semi-optimal, I think you could say at least, because Leonski just ran in. And if you go for the plans, yes, it turns the whole round around because the defenders now have to attack. But we saw how Leonski was in a predicament. He was prone behind the kitchen cafeteria counter, trying to peek people that were coming at him. That's not the most ideal position you want to find yourself in, because you're stuck. You can't go out, you can't go to the double door, you can't stand up because you're too exposed. So it's not the most ideal situation for them to be in.
Four currently. Activity haven't lost a single defense yet. They go to that tertiary bomb site, and they've got a mission here, and let's hold off that top floor as long as you can. We see that the castle barricades are coming out, but if we look at the lineup on the side of J-Links, we don't see any surprises coming out. It's not like they're about to go for a rush or anything. They're gonna try to clear everything methodically, whereas maybe going for a rush now would have been the play. Look at them. There's 4 of the players on the side of activity upstairs. There's only 1 player on site.
Yeah, that might indicate that there's an opportunity for the players of J-Links to go and, you know, execute a little bit of a rush maybe, but just taking that control over the windows here, trying to repel, trying to catch any of the players off guard, maybe deal some utility that's on that side as well, but obviously that's not the bomb side, so your main purpose of, you know, trying to get those control over the windows might be to eliminate any of the roamers, as we see with the blue lines behind that wall that there is one of those roamers, and it's going to take a lot of damage. Once again, the Finka ban, so you can't take that HP back, and you're going to have to play the remainder of that round with 1 HP and 2 nades in your pocket.
It's a lot of damage that Quick took in, indeed, and Tubby still currently struggling to really find this mark on this game. Currently on 0 kills, and then Dino losing his utility there. Karmaza with the kill on Quick, and Dino will take a lot of damage as well. Only on the slither of HP. Only he's got 1 HP remaining, and they just lost their top fragger on the side of J-Links. It is Quick who got unleashed when they were on defense, but now on attack, he seems to be struggling a lot. Who else seems to be struggling is Tubby. He doesn't really, you know, can he find that kill right here? The kill that they so desperately need here, and because it's currently a 5 versus 4 situation, in that advantage of activity, they're losing a lot of time on the side of J-Links. They're really, really stalling here. Karmaza taking some damage, but Leonski does get finished here by Atomic. Who else than Atomic to show up and step up to the play here for activity?
Yeah, 3 players on the side of J-Links, but one was very low on HP. There was some information coming out on the position of Karmaza. A little bit of damage done to him, though, by Chubi. But still, they're going to have to clear out a little bit of this building. The diffuser also not in their hands either. If they're going to drop this hatch, then they don't have the diffuser either. Sam taking a little damage, but will be victorious in the gunfight. Will be traded out by Chili. We're looking at a 4v2 situation, though. 38 seconds left on the clock, and Dino will fall. So it's all up to Chubi to get this 1v4 situation. He's going to try and nade anyone close to that doorway, but he doesn't have the diffuser. He doesn't have a lot of time, and the players are all spread around the building. One on the blue stairs, and a few of those onto the side as well. He's going to drop down square. That might give a sound indication to Karmaza. He's going to peek the blue stairs. He's going to collect the kill. And this is the first time on this map that one team wins 3 rounds in a row. So far, only 2 was the maximum to win in a row. And Activity's done it. They win 3 rounds in a row, put themselves in the lead of this match.
And with that, J-Links asks for a tactical timeout. Rightly so. Rightly so, right? I mean, their attacks have not been going well. Like I said, attacking is a lot harder. It's a lot more chaotic. There's more going on. You have to talk about the positions of, you know, the defenders. You have to talk about how you're going to take it. I mean, we've heard EUL team in the name of Rogue talk about how they have the 1-2-3 method in which they count down 1-2-3 push, 1-2-3 push, 1-2-3 push. But that takes a lot of practice as a team. And this might be that moment in which that only week and a half that they've really prepared. You know, if you had a little bit of longer time period to prepare for that, you could have implemented an attacking system like that.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously those things take a lot of time to get into your team like that. And another thing as well, like Activity just won 3 rounds in a row. And that's the first time in this map they put themselves on the lead. 2 rounds is all they need to secure themselves, not only being the victors of Benelux League Season 7, but also claim that Challenger League spot that at the beginning of the Benelux League, I spoke to Capel and I asked, like, what are your goals? What is your plan with this team? And he said, we are going for that Challenger League spot. We are going to beat J-Links. We are taking that Challenger League spot, and we will be victorious. And if you're answer, we'll find out whether he was actually true or not, or whether he predicted the future in a good way, but I feel like J-Links obviously has something to say about that as well. Currently only 1 round down, coming off the back of a tactical timeout, and this round should bring some improvement. Maybe a little bit of focus again to try and bring this back to 5-5 scoreline.
5-5 is what's up for grabs here for J-Links, but currently Activity only need 2 more rounds and 2 more rounds to crown them the champions of the Benelux Season 7. And it's just, what's happening? What's happening to J-Links?
I mean, it's not all lost, I would say. They're only 1 round down. We've seen them come back from worse. I mean, I think we've seen a lot of players come back from worse. So this is where you already start tilting, and you might have a really hard time trying to come back from that.
Quick, currently on 12 kills. Is that enough? Is that enough to help his team right here, right now, where they need him the most?
He's definitely trying to pull his team towards more of those kills, towards more of those round wins, and eventually towards the victory in this best-of-3 finals. And well, there is the bomb site downstairs, and they're trying to, you know, get a little bit of information of what's going on, really. And a slow take coming out from J-Links. We've seen them try and do that before, eventually leading up to, well, not eventually having enough time to go for a side execute.
Exactly, and that's really what they need. They haven't been able to do that successfully thus far. And it's something that they need to wrap their heads around. How can we, how can we execute our attacks a little bit better? And we've seen that tactical timeout has worked in the advantage of J-Links before. We've seen that pep talk that, Leonski likes to give has worked before, but will it work once more? They need it now more than ever, Anne. More than ever. Oh no.
Oh, what?
For a second I thought they weren't gonna clear it. They have cleared it.
But
eventually.
they had to use two of the EMPs to try and get the thing open. So
luckily they still have one remaining because they're about to open this up. And you see that both the Hibana and the Zero are trying to open this up. The communications are not there. The nerves are setting in. They only have 55 seconds remaining. They haven't found a single entry point into the defense of activity yet that they want to commit to. Look at this, it's Tubby all by himself on the side of A. They can't open up that wall. How is this going to play out then?
Yeah, it's going to be a really difficult situation for them with only 35 seconds left on the clock. The Shumika launcher will now start firing some, fire towards the execute. But Sam will pick up the opening kill onto Chile. The diffuser is going down in the process as well. TV picks up one onto Bomber. Quick will fall now as well. The diffuser is down. It's a 3v2 situation. Make that a 3v0 situation. As J-Links find those two final kills, pick up the round, and bring it back to a 5v5 score count in the final map of our grand finals of Benelux League Season 7.
It is that tactical timeout. It does magic for J-Links. We've seen it before, we've seen it now. They've taken a tactical timeout earlier today, after which they came back, swinging, giving blows to the opposition, and that's what they're doing right now. It's that pep talk of Leonski that really got them to wrap their heads around an attack. They finally found that first attacking round, and can they keep up the pace? Can they keep up that momentum that they desperately need?
You say keep up the pace. Well, that's something I've actually been concerned about in the last round because they took a lot of time to try and even get towards the bomb site or have some type of execute going on. I think it was 34 seconds left on the clock when the opening kill happened. That is not something we see all too often, and especially with coming so close towards those final few rounds of this grand final. And back to an even score count. We're actually, looks like we're starting this best of 3 all over again by a very short best of 1. Could be done in 2 rounds. We could still need a lot more rounds as well.
Let's hope now instead of 2 and 2, they take 1 and 1, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 3-1. J-Links can win 1, but then activity has to obviously win 1.
Exactly. Let's go to that full overtime, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like the crowd is really on the edge of their seat here. Because J-Links wasn't really showing any strong attacks, but that last attack was really strong. With the last bit of time that they had, we thought they were panicking on that attack. And they decided to pull something out of their big giant hat, which really ended up working for them. And activity was struggling big time. And they've decided to go for the same bomb site.
This is especially why I love Zero on this map. Can be such a good influence if you have those cameras in lobby. That is so much information you can continuously give to your teammates. And the Jackal now coming in as well, giving those footsteps and giving the information as to where one of the defenders might be. And that's allowing Quick to come down on these main stairs and get down even just a little bit further. Obviously, he's going to stay hidden from that camera. He can choose to either go into open area, but he will not find any of the targets there, as I feel like all of the activity players have already made their way back towards the site. A lot of utility, though, invested into holding on to open area, and that means that it's kind of free real estate now for the J-Links players. All those Kiba barriers and the ADSs are easily destroyed now.
5-5 score count. It couldn't be any closer. We've got a nail-biter of the game here, and it's Chile who's playing this quite aggressively. And is this going to pay off for him? That's the question. Ooh. Barely misses the head of one of the enemy players here and decides to pull back a little bit, but has revealed that they are playing it a little bit aggressive, so J-Links can't just keep on pushing. It is Quick who's gonna slowly but surely start walking into that garage side of things. He's gonna try to catch one of the activity players off guard. But will he be able to do so? That's the question. We see that one of the players on the side of activity is waiting for his arrival in garage.
Karmaz is waiting for him.
He's done it before.
Yes.
Will he do it again?
He's waiting for him with open hands, and time is ticking down. This is putting more of the favor in the side of Activity because only 38 seconds left for this side execute. An EMP on the main stairs will get a little bit of utility though, but Karmaz is not looking at the garage anymore. This might give the entry for Quick to go into that garage there as he's not looking in the right direction. Dyna to pick up the opening kill onto Karmaz. That's the garage control gone. Atomic will fall as well. 2 more players on the side of Activity and 4 more on the side of Jailing. So the knife coming out, but Bomber will fall. Zephyrus is in a 1v4 situation, but Tubi will make quick work of that, getting that final kill in this round. That puts them on map point. And match point for this grand finals. 1 round is all they need to secure themselves as the victors of Benelux League Season 7 and to secure that Challenger League spot as well.
We've got a championship point right now. A championship point.
1 more round. 1 more round. 1 more round. It's all they need to try and get
exactly
that
exactly.
victory.
But we want 2 more rounds.
we want a lot more rounds.
Exactly. But there's a technical timeout coming here from Activity. Might be the right time because it might be the only time you still have remaining to call that tactical timeout. We see that the passion is coming out from our dear friend Krapel, of course. He's telling their players, come on guys, step it up. Step it up. We've done this before. We can come back. And look, he looks a lot less upset. I think, you know, he's happy with their play style, but it's just small little mistakes that are going wrong here for Activity.
I mean, I guess the facial expression matches the current standing in the matchup as well, because the previous time we saw them take the tactical timeout, they were down, I think it was 2-5. It was a lot worse to try and come back from than just a singular round, because the singular round separates those 2 teams from either losing in the grand final, for example, if you're Activity and then Jailing's obviously winning, or it separates us from an overtime, and once again, feels like we're starting off another best of 1 from scratch. That 1 more round will tell us, though, who might be victorious. If Activity has had enough of that tactical time, and if they've improved themselves enough, they know what to do now, what to do different, well, open area will be their playground. It will be their side pick of what could be the final round of the Benelux League Season 7 finals.
Wow, and the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds will determine whether we'll go to overtime or whether we can crown Jailings as that champion of the Benelux. It's Leonski, it's the man, the myth, the legend himself that might be able to pull yet another team to that trophy. And look at him, focused as ever, discussing a plan of action right here with Crick.
Exactly. Now, if we look at the players' performance, Crick's had a really good game so far. Chile has had a really good game so far. Atomic stepping up to the table as well, but will it be enough? It's a real question that will be answered in the next 30 minutes. And well, the Challenge players now obviously deciding on what part of the map they would like to attack. Previously, we saw them just force themselves through square, force themselves into kitchen to plant behind the bomb chassis. They were not successful. They were not victorious in doing so. And that might be the only thing that Activity needs to try and pull themselves into overtime. But if Jailings has a little bit of adaptation coming out, obviously they had time to talk as well during that tactical timeout. They might be expecting this site. They might know how to counter it. We see the tackle again. That gives that information, consistent stream of information to the players of Jailings where these defenders might be.
Oh, that's a C4 coming out, and Tubby just barely survives that C4, and it's now Leonski who's going to try to get that hatch open. Beautiful C4 position there to throw it through the vertical angle. Unfortunately for them, they don't find it. But hey, Tubby has really stepped up to the plate. He had been struggling, but now he's found 3 kills for his team so far already. Can he find more kills? It's not easy to come back from 0 kills, Anne.
This is really good information coming through because they now know the archives and tellers are completely clear. The singular thing that's stopping Quick from entering the site is that single key barrier in admin. He could just open that with a nade or with some kind of utility or punch it, and then almost already have access towards the site. This is looking like a really good setup for Jailings to properly execute that site now. And the player on the bomb chassis will have a little bit of a gunfight, but will be victorious as he takes down Quick in that gunfight. Should be also still on very low HP. 4 players still on the side of Jailings to try and win out that final round that they need.
In indeed the final round. And, you know, are we going to overtime? That's the question. It does seem that way. Tubby, of course, on a slither of HP. Do not overpeak on the side of activity, you would say. But it's Sam who finds the kill on Atomic. And all of a sudden, it's a 4 versus 4. They might. This is the champions. This is the 50 champion seconds of their lives on the side of J-Links. Are they able to close this out? That's the question here, Anne.
Exactly, yeah. 40 seconds is left though, and Tibby is still on fairly low HP, but Sam is holding flanks, so where the player might be coming.
Zaf goes down.
Zaf will find the kill onto Tibby. The Zaf is down though. The kill will fall onto Tibby as well, onto Dino as well. 2 players still on the side of activity, and Injure as well. Technically a 2v2 situation. The diffuser is going down in the hands of Leonski though. He's the final player standing in his round. He needs to clutch this out, a 1v2 situation, if he wants to secure his team to go to the Challenger League though. A player peeking around the Kima barrier. He's gonna be able to pick up almost an Injure, but it's not enough. Karmaza will win out the gunfight. We are going to overtime on the final map of the Benelux League Grand Finals.
Where is Ace when we need him?
I love how he does an overtime accent.
Exactly.
I wish I could do it too, man.
We are going to overtime indeed. It is Activity who's able to win that round, and with that, deal a huge blow to the side of J-Links. They were so close to becoming the Benelux Season 7 champions, but they have to play at least 2 more rounds.
Exactly. I feel like they were going to set themselves up for a really good execute. They had all the check marks, basically.
The diffuser got down again.
Yeah, but like even before that, they had all the check marks of setting themselves up for success. They had flanks covered. They had a player very close to the site. They had that access onto cafeteria or kitchen area, whatever you want to call it. They could access the site from there. They had the Injure onto Zeb as well. However, it didn't turn out their way completely.
J-Links.
Yeah?
They get to start on defense again. They're definitely their favorite position. They, of course, closed off the defense 4-2 scoreline. So out of the 6 defensive rounds, they were able to win 4 of them.
Yes, but there was one other matchup today where we said, oh, this team has the advantage because they start on defense. But both teams have had those 6 rounds to learn from how you play defense, or how you play attack rather, against such a defensive lineup. So it could be that we just see a little shake-up and that we see a little bit of a surprise coming out from Activity. We know they're not scared of rushes. This lineup doesn't scream rush to me, but they do need to play confident in order to try and get at least an opening pick, or to try and get themselves an entry towards, well, wherever they want to get their side execute from.
Look at the crowd. The crowd is getting fuller and fuller because we are in those championship dying seconds. And I mean, we'll see a maximum of 3 more rounds. A maximum.
Yep.
And then we will know who's going to represent us in the in the Challenger League.
10 minutes. That might be a very short time from now on, though. Just some drone work being done by the Activity players. I feel like they're taking it slow but careful, because they're just making sure they have that information. They have the Zero, obviously, in their lineup too. That can give so much information, but Chili hasn't used any of his Argus launchers. Whilst I was going to say that, he puts out the first one and immediately checks it too to see if the area is clear. They had so much information, though, on this player in open area previously. He's just doing some site remodeling, as you could say, but Dino goes injured first. You'll find the other end of the gun off Bomber, and that might be a huge entry for Activity, and that might be all they're looking for to start off this round well.
Definitely, that's one of the 2 C4s that's off the board. Oh no, is there a hot drop coming out from Atomic? But they're watching it. No, they're not watching it because Chili gets the kill just in time to save his buddy Atomic, because Quick was indeed watching it, and maybe that was the strat. Maybe it was like, okay, we'll drop an L swing from Cafe side of things. Very, very good execute there by Activity so far. But we've seen J-Links in this position before. We've seen them being down 2 players, and we've seen Activity choke it before as well. So the question is, will they have enough time to go for that execute that they desperately need?
Exactly, yeah. There's still players underneath, of course, and now Activity's trying to open up all these hatches. Did it just use their bottom pellets on an electrified hatch?
Yes.
Did I see that right?
You did see that right.
That's a bit unfortunate. You have still plenty of those, and you have the Thatcher that can come in to throw an EMP, and players are actually quite spread out because we saw someone on the bottom of the blue stairs as well. Now they have all these hatches, they have all these options of where they want to go for a side execute, and Nate will be tossed in. Finds his target perfectly nicely as he gets the kill onto Leonski. That's a smoke off the board. Sam will come in though and collect a kill onto Atomic. He goes for the trade, but he's going to take the hatch, pick up a huge kill, but he will be traded out by Chili. Chibi is in a 1v3 situation, needs to find 3 of those players. The plant will go down on side as well. Kamaza is trying to work on his plant set. C4 will come in, but it might be too late. He does not get the plant in time. The diffuser is down. He needs to find 2 more players or go for the counter defuse in time. One of them lurking around the bottom of the blue stairs. That swing might come in time. It will not come in time. Chili finds the final kill. It puts activity on map points, on match points, and
on
they are
championship points.
And they are now 1 round away from securing the victory and securing the Challenger League spot. Oh, how the tides have turned. The tables have turned.
The tables have turned, the tides have turned, everything has turned. You know, the crowd is about to turn up because we're about to see a champion here. Another 6 minutes and we'll know who's the champion here. That's C4 though, by Tubby. A split second too late. A split, look at this, look at this. Look at this. No way. So close.
Imagine if you would have had it, then maybe you would have had the person close to the diffuser as well. But now that we're looking at this overtime match point, whether you're an Activity fan, whether you're a J-Links fan, they need your support. It's the perfect. They can deal with a little bit of noise. They need you to be back in that. J-Links is on attack. That might be...
That's tough.
A big or a giant hurdle, Randall, for them to have to cover.
A giant hurdle? What's bigger than giant? Because I need a word that's bigger than giant for that. Massive.
Massive. Enormous.
Enormous. Ginormous. Instormness. I don't know if that's a word, but I just made that up. It is a big hurdle that they have to overcome. And it's all up to Leonski to lead his team to winning that 1 round that they direly need here. And is Activity comfortable enough to stay in that driver's seat? Is there going to be an overpeak? Do you really want to have that overpeak, Atomic? Do not make those mistakes because your team really needs you. You've been performing. Chili has been performing amazingly. We've seen aces from him. We've seen him go get 14 kills. And we're so close to crowning a grand champion here.
Yeah, Chibi really cannot afford himself to find himself as the entry death here because he's got so much utility that they need in order to go for a successful execute. Dino once again reveling on these windows. He's going to try and catch the player off guard. Might even use those utility to try and get some control. But Quick, once again, from underneath, he might be lethal with those grenades if he tosses them right at the good positions, waiting potentially for information to come in. Yellow ping is now also being done either by himself or his teammates. And they might have some information as to where these defenders might be hurdled up. Other side, there's one right above you. If you might go for the nade toss now, it might find its intended target. And you might just find that entry on the side that you so need because this is looking like a very slow start. And J-Links is going to need more than that.
They're going to need definitely more than that. They only have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, which is going to determine whether they'll go home with all the cookies or go home not empty-handed, but almost empty-handed, because the one and only thing that you really want out of this is that CL spot. We see Leonski under rappel here. We see that he's got some good coverage, but are they going for an execute here? They only have 1 minute and 9 seconds remaining. Kills are about to start coming out of here, Anne.
Yeah, left, right, center, I would assume so. A player hiding behind the keeper barrier, but Dino has heard that player move, obviously, as well. Now, Quick will find himself on the other side of the building, trying to get some control around Square, but there's a lot of different opportunities, but no real push coming in. Atomic will pick up 2 huge kills, Chili 1 as well. It's only 2B and Leonski remaining to try and keep themselves in this fight. They will need to go huge. They will need to find 5 kills in order to keep themselves in this fight, but it's not looking like it's going to go any good.
It is definitely not looking very good here for J-Links. It is Activity. They need to find 2 more, and they'll crown themselves as champions. Leonski under rappel. Kramaza gets the final kill. They're French. The French are known for their illustrious kings. Today, we crown new ones. It's Activity. They've shown blood, sweat, tears. Today was a test if they're CL worthy, and CL worthy they are indeed. They are our Benelux 7 finals winners. They take everything out of them. I lost my voice.
Against a lot of predictions or expectations, Activity has done it. They've beaten J-Links. They went to be victorious, taken the crown. They are your Benelux League Season 7 victors. They've taken that spot into Challenger League. Celebrations coming out as well, obviously. Hugs with the enemies, but a well-deserved victory for Activity. And they are the champions of Benelux League Season 7.
I generally lost my voice there. Oh my goodness, and we've just crowned new champions.
Exactly, yeah. A lot of times we've seen Leonski be victorious with a lot of different teammates all around him, but
let's not forget J-Links.
Yes.
Commiserations to J-Links. I mean, they've shown up today. They fell just those 2 rounds short, and 2 rounds.
Yeah, they came so close to getting the victory here, but there's obviously still other opportunities for them to get that victory, to get that Challenger League spot, but I feel like we should definitely highlight the opportunity victories, of course. I see the happiness, I see happy faces, I see celebrations, and I also see someone in the middle of the crowd who's ready to do some very happy interviews, I would assume.
I do think they're about to lift the trophy. This is going to be exciting. So for the very, very last time tonight, let's throw it over to Ian Chambers.
Wow, the energy inside of this church in the heart of Amsterdam is through the roof right now. I mean, guys, do you want to just bring it in? Atomic, was it ever in doubt? Did you ever believe that you weren't going to get to this point about to lift this trophy?
Not gonna lie, I don't know. Like, I was not confident on the first month with the team, but after with Krapel in, with all my teammates, with Chile and all, it was very great, and I was confident.
Was there any point that J-Lings, you know, there was a bit of back and forth coming into this series? Was it ever in your mind the bad talk, the nasty talk that was coming your way?
No.
Never?
I don't care about that, actually. But it was a lovely game. I lost my voice, actually, because I was screaming. I love them. It was a great game, and I'm so happy to win today.
So not only have you secured the trophy, you've secured the largest share of the 17,000 euros, and now you're in Challenger League. How do you think that this roster will perform inside CL?
After the 1-month bootcamp and the LAN run out, I think we're going to do it in CL.
And do you think you got the potential to go through CL and make it into the top dogs and make it to EUL?
I think if we stay like we play right now, I think we can go to EUL.
I can see your eye keep glancing over at that trophy. Are you ready to get your team together and lift it in the air? Guys, bring it round. This is your moment. Head on over to the trophy and you can lift it high in the air in front of all of the fans here, packed out, ready to see this moment. Guys, take it away. Ladies and gentlemen, your Benelux Season 7 champions, Activity! An incredible, hard-fought victory, a long season. And Activity are your Rainbow Six Siege Benelux Season 7 champions. There are also some individual trophies for you to collect over there on our analyst desk. But one more time from the crowd here in Amsterdam, give it up for Activity. Now, one last message that I want to put out there. Congratulations, guys. Commiserations to J-Lings. And we do actually want to give out our season MVP award as well. So this is for the player that performed outstanding throughout the entire season. As you can see, here it is. And I'm sure that many of you can probably guess that despite not lifting the big trophy here, the winner of our season MVP from J-Lings is Quick. Do you want to come round, Quick? I can see that you're obviously a bit deflated, feeling a bit sad. But one day you'll look at this in the future and you'll be proud to have it on your mantelpiece. So commiserations to all of you. You're a bunch of great, amazing lads, and you will come back from this. And well fought, hard fought. Commiserations. All right, that pretty much wrapped things up for me down here with the amazing teams, the champions activity. And I've had an absolute blast with this live crowd here in Amsterdam. So I just want to say a massive thank you to all of you for coming out, to every single one of you for watching at home. We hope you've had a fantastic time being back at the first, I'm going to say it again, European LAN since 2019 in Siege. Have you had a good time being back together? It's almost a little bit emotional, right? The Siege fan being back. Thank you so much for coming out. I'm going to cross over one more time to the analyst desk to wrap things up. But this has been a joy. Congrats again, Activity. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ian, once more for the final moment we've had you on the show. But it's been an amazing time so far. We've had an amazing final, a free mapper, overtime on the last map as well. Something we love to see. And luckily we were able to go through it all together. Once more as a Siege family on LAN as well. And it says 2-0 for Activity here. It's 2-1, of course. Let's not forget Erwin. And it's fixed instantly. That guy is faster than lightning. But of course we had an amazing show. Hap, was it everything you wanted and more?
I mean, it's often that these grand finals, they start off with a blowout, then a blowout in return, and then you finally have that match that goes through thick and thin, that goes to the absolute wire, and that's exactly what we had. Even Antox lost his voice there.
On the very last round.
You want to redo the final call?
Well, I mean, you know, what I'm saying
is
he
did the final call? I didn't hear him.
He did hear the final call.
I mean, everybody was like hyping up, you know, the entire crowd was hyped up, but what I said is, I mean, the French are known for their illustrious kings, and today, we've crowned new champions. We've crowned new kings. They're the Benelux Season 7 champions.
Don't cry, Anthony. Come on, man. You gotta be strong.
Listen, I was shaking during those last rounds. Like me and Anne were looking at each other. We're like, what's going on? Like, it was plot twist after plot twist. And in the end, Activity is the one that take home all the cookies.
Yeah, we were sitting right next to you and pour moi? Mon amour!
There we go.
You gotta put it on now. You gotta put it on now.
But Capel,
he gets the
you
second
guys
jersey.
can get your trophies.
Come over.
It's a fair trade. Yes. Activity, players, coach, they can get it. If you don't understand what this beautiful thing is, it's Capel's jersey.
I mean,
I will wear it with pride.
Man, this is the jersey that Chile...
ace
exactly, this is the jersey Chile got the ace in. So maybe if I wear this in
really
rank,
nice. But as we can, of course, also say, something we've seen before, the Benelux community, or at least the Siege community as a whole, is something that's really supportive, and I think that's really key about, of course, this game. And you just see everyone from the teams that have competed before now coming over to the teams that have played right now. And of course, there are happy moments, there are sad moments, but they're all there for each other, all happy for each other. And as Ian said, it might be a grim moment right here for J-Lings, but they'll still look back on towards an amazing event. They've really got somewhere despite all the lows they had in the team, the big roster changes they have undergone, and now they've luckily made everything work for themselves.
Yes, exactly. Luckily, I still see some smiles every now and then on the faces.
Leonski's always happy if he sees Milan.
Exactly. I mean, it's a loss, but, you know, like they say, you know, loss can make you stronger in certain ways as well. And there's always other opportunities for them to qualify for the championship.
Exactly. There's 2 more open qualifiers that will be coming up soon. So their run is far from over. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing J-Lings in these open qualifiers. And they might have not won it today, and you saw they were emotional about it, but it will only spark the flame to make sure that they will join Activity inside of the Challenger League through the open qualifiers.
And get their revenge, maybe.
And get the revenge there, possibly. Grand finals, rematch between these two teams.
That'd be amazing.
Where can I sign? Hello?
Where can we sign for this?
Exactly. I mean, let's just reflect on that last map. You know, like it was, once again, J-Links against the ropes with their back against the wall. They took that tactical timeout. And then things started flourishing for them again. Where did it go wrong for them to still lose the entire map?
Ooh,
I got the answer for you. It's that the fact that they were allowed to start on defense and they didn't convert that round.
Yeah, it's a scary part. Of course, starting on a certain side gives you a mental edge. But if you're not able to convert that straight away, a mental edge can actually work against you. Like, why aren't we able to do so? Why aren't we able to win this round? Because we've practiced this so hard. Our strat is so good. But if you're unable to convert it in the end, it's going to be very detrimental. And unfortunately, J-Links lost, but we still have a very deserved winner in the form of Activity. And I think it's time to say goodbye to the viewers, but maybe also to our beloved Anthony. He's been with us for a few seasons. We love you, especially your Dutch sayings. They have really struck true many times. Your English sayings even better. But the dress, 10 out of 10.
Thank you.
We thank you very much, and we wish you the best of luck in America when you go there. Maybe we'll see you back on towards the Benelux event every now and then, because we can't be without you. But of course, thank you everyone at home as well for watching. We love you. We hope to see you soon in the next Benelux season. Next quals when? We don't know, but keep an eye out on our Twitter, Rainbow6 Benelux. We thank you once more for watching. We hope to see you in the next time.
Wow.